So siapa yang belum subscribe Galeri Kereta, boleh klik button kat bawah subscribe, dan kita jumpa lagi di next episode untuk kita apa lagi proses untuk KA30 ni. Okay, see you, bye bye. Assalamualaikum.
Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome to one of the biggest races this year in Asia. It's the Viper Niza Motul. 12 hours here from Circuit, the Spa Francorchamps here in Belgium. I'm your host for this evening, Max Palmer. With me is Muhammad Budi to take you through the start of the race. Apa khabar, Budi?
Baik, Max.
Boleh kira agak nervous juga. Jadi boleh dikirakan race yang paling besar kita pernah anjurkan dekat Malaysia in terms of length lah, at least.
12 jam, Max, bukan sekejap, Max.
Yeah, betul. So this is going to be one of the hardest races that these guys are ever going to go through, especially at Spa. Lots of high G-force, lots of high impact driving as well. We've got about 5 minutes to go before the green flag falls at this soon-to-be classic, the inaugural Viper Niza Motul 12 hours of Spa. We're about to go live very, very shortly indeed. First things first, though, we do have, I believe, enough time to roll through the teams that are competing in this event. So this is the GTE class entry list. Veloce Ragazzo Squadra is out there right now qualifying the cars, as well as TCD racing teams. Hyperbulls, a big name in sim racing. They have their Hyperbulls GT team. And Mount Fuji Racing from Japan is also with us, along with Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. Now these are contenders for the overall Class 1 category right now. Leading GTE in terms of qualifying pace is TCD Racing, with the GT3 leaders being RL Stratos. So just having a look there, we have the S-Deal Torque Racing Team, Mean Machine and Speed Tavern have done a bit of a joint venture. Mesti agak nervous juga kan, Budi?
Betul.
So they're hoping that RL Stratos, like we said, are leading the qualifying right now. Hyperbulls RS is now out there as well. That's the Hyperbulls GT3 entry, and Team URT Gold is out there as well. Further down the list, we have Tedco URT Red, along with Sim R Garage, Sim Sports, GSR, and BSR have a joint venture entry there. Atom Motorsports, I believe, from the wonderful country of Argentina, joining us, and Non-Jawa Racing. That's Gilbert Ang and Hendra Adik Putra driving there. So yeah, betul juga lah non-Jawa racing. So there you have it. There is 26 minutes have passed in the qualifying session right now, and you can see TCD Racing has just done a 2:12.087, whereas Mount Fuji Racing has done a 2:12.090. Hydrotech is in third place, only 0.2 of a second behind. Veloce Ragazzo are 0.4 of a second behind, and Hyperboost GT are 0.9 of a second. So the entirety of Class 1 is now covered by only a single second.
Max, ini orang kata untuk 5 pelumba, 5 kereta ni, power yang sama, Max.
Yes.
Driving teknik yang sama, skill yang sama.
Exactly. So boleh dikirakan situasi yang agak menarik juga. Mostly Porsche runners in the top class, but there is Veloce Ragazzo using that Corvette C8, that mid-engine Corvette as well. Meanwhile, in the AM category, we see a lot of BMW and Ferrari drivers, but Team URT Gold still hanging on strong with that Porsche as well. So kita ada satu driver yang satu team yang akan ambil challenge for Porsche in GT3.
Satu team je. Yang lain-lain semua memilih untuk drive M4 BMW ataupun Ferrari 488.
Ya, dengan cerita yang BMW ni pun boleh dikirakan kalau kita cakap dalam dunia gaming OP sikit kan.
Dengan BMW ni pun satu OP, satu lagi favorable untuk player-player sebenarnya untuk BMW.
So I think that's probably why it has such a big advantage. It's a brand new car, and of course they always say with the brand new car there's always some kinks to be ironed out in terms of BOP as well, but I mean, the other thing as well is that the cars are quite easy to drive, and that's the key thing with GT3 racing, especially in an endurance race. You really need something that's very, very easy to drive. We're on board with Ayman Zubair as he comes down. He's just gone through the legendary Eau Rouge section there, and he's going to try and push the car through this Les Combes section here. Very, very tricky. We've seen some interesting overtaking maneuvers here, but you have to have a pace advantage to try and overtake through here. One place where you don't necessarily need to have a pace advantage is the Brussels hairpin. Downhill, heavy braking zone, and if there are any mistakes from any one of the drivers, you could see position changes here. Now further down here you have No Name, known as Signal in Belgium. Of course these corners have been there for so long that they've had multiple names. This is Pouon, as the locals call it, coming downhill through this double left-hander here. The second left-hander faster than the first, but you just have to open up your line by the way of throttle as opposed to steering input. Very, very difficult here. Now through what the locals call Piff Path. This is the Fagnes chicane. Very, very tricky. You have to hang on to that apex for quite some time before you come down towards this back section here. Zubair is now backing off a little bit, perhaps just to get himself a little bit of time, or perhaps he's just aborting that lap there. But I think that section of circuit that we've just seen from Ayman Zubair, that is going to be where most of the battles are happening.
Untuk sektor pertama dengan sektor kedua, sektor pertama lebih kepada high speed race kind of race, Max. Untuk sektor kedua dia lebih kepada technical side. Jadi untuk track ni dia complete, Max.
Yes, all in and all around there. Meanwhile, we just got our first report from our pit lane reporter, Umar Aziz, who's going to have a long day down there. We'll have him in the studio later on so he can have a chat as to what he saw while he was wandering around the pits and at the side of the track there. He's just reported in to say that the house that used to live on top of Eau Rouge is being demolished to make way for more runoff area. So that house has been there for a very long time. But in order to keep racing at the Spa Francorchamps circuit, they need to have more runoff at Eau Rouge and Randillon. So unfortunately, that house is being moved violently.
Kita akan terus ke perlumbaan mula untuk perlumbaan lagi, Max.
Yes. You can feel the tension building. This is 12 hours of action non-stop. We're going to bring you all the action live throughout our Facebook and YouTube channels. We will be breaking a little bit from 7:30 to 8 o'clock for prayers, but do tune in to the YouTube channel for those hours. And when we will have the trackside cameras rolling throughout 7:30 to 8 o'clock on YouTube, but we will be back at it 7 to 7:30. I do apologize. So we will be taking a break from 7 to 7:30 on Facebook, but the trackside cameras will still run on YouTube. So if you guys want to watch the entirety of the 12-hour race, do head on down there when the break happens. But only half an hour break between now and 12 midnight.
This is gonna be a long day, Max.
Absolutely. Harap-harap dah ada bekal semua ya.
Oh. Tapi untuk driver ni, diorang akan mentally prepare dengan physically prepare untuk drive yang agak long hour lah.
Yeah. Dia dah practice dia punya stints. So they've done their stint practice. They've already planned out their nutrition, their hydration, and all the breaks that they have to do right now. So most of the planning and preparation is done, but pretty soon now we're going to go into the studio to say hi one more time. We're going to have a quick look at the conditions. They're 26 degrees Celsius, quite warm and a little bit cloudy as well. We don't quite have rain in iRacing just yet. That is coming soon, so perhaps the second edition of this race is going to be much more interesting than the first. But in any case, we will have a dry day by the looks of things. The Viper Niza Motul, 12 hours of Spa here at Circuit de Spa Francorchamps. 7 kilometers of the most intimidating, fastest, and basically one of the greatest circuits of all time there.
This is 7 kilometers of circuit, Max.
Yep.
Full of excitement.
Absolutely. Now we have the qualification results up on screen there. TCD Racing has the pole position there in first place. Mount Fuji Racing is in second with Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing in third. Veloce Ragazzo in fourth place and Hyperbulls GT in fifth, battling for the overall honours there. In Class 2, RL Stratos is in pole position with Atom Motorsports in second. Tedco URT Red in third place. Hyperbulls RS in fourth and GSR BSR in fifth position. So there you can see there, further on down the field, we have Team URT Gold, Mean Machine XT in seventh place, SimR Garage followed by SDL Talk Racing and Non-Jawa Racing rounding out that 10th place. So Shami Azri will take the start of the race there for TCD Racing. Shunsuke Kuno will take the start for Mount Fuji Racing, making out the front row of the grid. Look at that gap, 2 thousandths of a second between.
It's really close, the gap, Max.
Absolutely. So we have Malaysia and Japan on the front row of the grid. Yuan Xilin from China is in third position with Russell Reyes from the Philippines in fourth and our very own Sharil Nurafuddin in fifth place, rounding out that top five. James Russell for RL Stratos will take the pole position in Class 2 with Bruno Alcaraz from Atom Motorsports there in second place, Freddie Ang in third, Ayman Zubair in fourth, and Muhammad Moihin in fifth place. So it's going to be a very, very interesting race indeed. Further down the field, we see Tengku Ezan Le, Mr. 10 himself. Not quite in 10th place, he's in 11th overall right now for Team URT Gold. Mohamed Farid for Mean Machine by Speed Tavern and Azman Abdullah in 13th with Yong Mun Fai and Hendra Adeputra rounding out the grid. So right now we're going to be waiting for the grid as they're about to start the race. Shami Azri is now rolling down the pits there. We're not going to be starting at the Formula 1 grid. We're going to go around La Source hairpin, and as soon as you go around La Source, the lights at the top will turn on and start the race. The lights are on there. As soon as they go off, we are going to be racing down the hill coming up towards the Eau Rouge Radion section there, and Shami Azri there, he's in first place. He's managed to get the jump on Mount Fuji Racing there, Kuno there in second place, Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing in third place, Veloce Ragazzo still keeping on to that fourth place position, and Hyperbulls in fifth place. RL Stratos still has the lead from Atom Motorsports, but there is a big great start there from the GSR BSR guys. They managed to get themselves up to third place in class there, just ahead of Tedco URT Red, and they're challenging Atom Motorsports further down the field there. You can see Bruno Alcaraz really pushing that RL Stratos car very, very hard indeed, going around this downhill hairpin coming down towards the braking zone here. And you can see the BMWs are really dominating the start of the race here. Oh, and we've got a little bit of a problem there for Hendra Adeputra going very slowly. I'm not too sure if he's got a puncture or anything like that. Doesn't seem to be anything going wrong there. Oh, there's another car off the track there. That's Afiq Farid. Afiq Farid, Beach Machines ST car, has had a mistake at the start of the race. You really don't want to have that. You really don't want to see that, do you?
Ya Max, siapa nak tengok tim sendiri macam tu Max? Oh, that was actually a leave off oversteer Max.
Yeah. So tu boleh kirakan benda yang sebenarnya susah nak ramal kadang-kadang when you're on cold tyres. Itu boleh kirakan salah satu faktor. After the pit stops and at the start of the race, the cold tyres are going to be a real big feature around Spa.
Untuk Spa memang kita terpaksa tunggu untuk tyre tu warm up, baru kita boleh push the limit of the car itself. Sebab Spa sangat-sangat critical untuk dari segi warming up tyre.
Yeah, betul. So you can see they're still on cold tyres at the moment. It takes, even at Spa, at least 2 laps to get the temperature into the tyre enough to be able to start pushing. So you won't see those lap times start going down until the first or second lap of the stint. But meanwhile, oh my goodness, Russell Ray is getting the car very sideways on the grass there, almost throwing the car completely off the road. He manages to somehow keep the car going, but he's had to drop down behind Hyperbulls GT there. He's now in 5th place. Let's see if he can actually try and grab another position there. They're driving as hard as they possibly can right now. The old days of trying to conserve the car at the start of the race seem to be over. You have the Spa Grand Prix for the first hour of this race. Sit down and tune in. This is going to be quite entertaining stuff indeed. You can see them further behind. RL Stratos and Atom Motorsports really battling very hard coming down the Kemmel Straight here. Let's see if they're going to change positions. Not quite. Bruno Alcaraz has done this before. They're going to try and push the car ahead as much as they can, but they can't really afford to do any risky maneuvers.
Mungkin ada masalah dengan kereta daripada Velese Ragasso ni Max. Sebab dia 2 kali memperlahankan kereta dia tadi
Ya. Dan kita boleh nampak sekarang 2 kereta kelas 2 terpantas sekarang berada di hadapan.
Tapi nampaknya macam Max cakap tadi, BMW sedang mendominasi perlumbaan ini di awal-awal perlumbaan sekarang. Tapi untuk endurance race, benda yang paling penting sebenarnya adalah survivability untuk habiskan race itu.
Yes, itu yang benda yang paling penting. So the Veloce Ragazzo guys, they're going to have to think about that as they go through the race. They're still quite far ahead in terms of the grid, but they have dropped a few positions compared to the Class 2 drivers there. But of course, you can't win the race in these first few laps. You can only lose it. And yes, you have full damage on for this race, so any mistake that happens there will actually affect the drivers quite badly throughout the course of the race. It's all about trying to keep those cars out of the pits as long as possible. That is one of the biggest things about trying to be successful in this kind of racing. Shunsuke Kuno of Mount Fuji Racing now putting a lot of pressure on TCD Racing, but he's under a lot of pressure himself from Hydra Tech. The 3 Porsches, 1st, 2nd and 3rd coming down towards the braking zone here. They're pushing those cars along as fast as they can, but it looks like they're in a good chance. They're in clean air right now. They need to make the most of this to try and pull away or to try and get the lead and get to the point where they have to start working together over the course of this race. Meanwhile, Ayman Zubair there, he's in 5th place for Hyperbulls RS, battling here another group of BMWs there who I think will have the majority of the Adrenaline Impact midfield battle might just be these GT3 BMWs.
So nampaknya untuk yang tak tahu, BMW ni adalah versi yang terbaru sekali Max. Jadi pemanduan dia agak stable dari segi dalam orang kata karakteristik kereta itu sendiri. Sekarang kita bersama dengan tim URT Gold yang memandu jentera Porsche, iaitu yang ini Porsche RS man.
Yes. So this is the GT3 RS. They're trying to look for a way. Tuku Izan Lei, a veteran in the sim racing community, the brother of Tuku Janle, the Prince of Drift himself. He's pushing very hard, very well-respected circuit racer in his own right, even in the real-life stuff as well. He's got GT racing, he's got touring car racing experience, not only at Sepang but internationally as well. You can see he's using all of that experience to try and look for not only a quick way past but a safe way as well. That's where you're going to see the difference here with these drivers there. You can see there Freddie Ang very close to the back of the GSR machine. Right now, the Tidco URT Red looking for a way around. He's going to try and go around the inside there, but he decides to back off just a little bit there. You don't want to be doing risky maneuvers 6 minutes into a 12-hour race, but at the same time, you don't want to be slowed down by the car ahead.
Itu dia. Untuk macam saya kata tadi kan, untuk perlumbaan yang 12 jam, a few hours yang awal tu dia tidak mendatangkan apa-apa hasil. Dia lebih kepada untuk keep safe and stay on your position. So supaya kita mengelakkan apa-apa kemalangan berlaku. Itu yang paling penting. Survivability dalam 12 jam tu yang paling penting sebenarnya.
Yeah, but I mean, kita boleh tengok these two, Freddie Ang getting very close to the back of the GSR car. He really wants to get away past. Again, he has to do it as safely as possible. He's going to try and go in on the bus stop chicane, but he's not quite able to do it. He's trying to affect the car ahead just enough. Get the car ahead to do the mistake and avoid it. A lot of high pressure driving there. Freddie Ang, he knows he's got a lot of fresh air ahead of him. You can see how much space he's got ahead there, but the GSR guys will want to keep that car up ahead as much as possible. And of course, we've got the Hyperbulls RS guy behind. Mungkin dia ni tengah terfikir, he's thinking what we're all thinking, there could be a couple of places gained here. They're going to go side by side going through the Eau Rouge section, and it looks like he's done it. Freddie Ang side by side coming through Eau Rouge. It looks like GSR helped him out a little bit there. The GSR car did slow down just a touch in order to make sure that it wasn't a big accident there, but Freddie Ang managing to get through. Let's have a look at that replay.
Itu dia satu tindakan yang berani apa yang dilakukan oleh Freddie Ang sebelum memasuki Eau Rouge. Sangat berani tindakan tu, sebab dia boleh buat kita hilang stability dekat Eau Rouge tu sendiri, Max.
Ya, betul.
Apa yang dilakukan sebentar tadi.
Yeah. Tapi yang kita boleh tengok Freddie Ang's experience when it comes to racing in traffic. There, he made that move and he made it decisively. He put the driver in a position where he really wanted to back off there. So he's sort of really taking names out there on track. Meanwhile, Leong Mun Fai managing to go around the outside of the Porsche there. The Porsche tries to counter-attack there. That's Tuku Ezanle in the Tedco URT car. Not quite able to do it. Leong Mun Fai managing to keep that car up in position there. Shunsuke Kuno there. He had a bit of a overtaking maneuver there, and it looks like that was Shami Azri, the TCD car, who went very wide there at that complex, and that's why we now have a new leader of the race. Mount Fuji Racing from Japan, two of the highest ranked drivers in Asia driving for Mount Fuji Racing right now, and they're at the head of the field from TCD Racing, a local team here from Malaysia. We'll see if the Malaysians or the Japanese get a better hand through there. Meanwhile, Ayman Zube is going to try and go around the outside of the GSR guys, and he manages to... Well, he hasn't managed to overtake them. Sorry, the GSR guys were going around the outside of the Hyperbulls machine there. Ayman Zubair almost having an overtaking maneuver there, but didn't quite manage to make it work out. They're still battling very, very hard indeed. Again, if you have clear air ahead of you, you naturally go a lot faster than when there's a car ahead of you. You have maximum downforce, and you also have a clear track ahead of you, so you can plan your moves perfectly.
Itu dia. Jadi apa yang berlaku sebentar tadi, cubaan agresif daripada Hyperbull RS sebenarnya, pemanduan yang agak menakutkan kalau tanya pada saya untuk race-race yang awal ni. Jadi sekarang kita bersama dengan Hydratex Blue Steel Racing, juga memandu RSR. Nampaknya 4 di hadapan ini memandu RSR. Cubaan daripada Hydratex Racing cuba untuk mendapatkan TCD Racing di hadapan itu, Syami Azri.
Yeah. So just your confirmation there, Class 1 is still being led by Kuno-san from Mount Fuji Racing, whereas Class 2 is being led by James Russell of RL Stratos, his own team. They're driving for his own team. Right now the pace is 2:14s for the Class 1 and 2:19s for the Class 2. You're going to see those cars begin to diverge a little bit. The Class 1 cars are going to start moving ahead. We see Veloce have managed to get their car into the lead group, or at least past all of the traffic right now. Meanwhile, Ayman Zubair still there's contact! That's Ayman Zubair and the Tedco, that's the Hyperbulls car and the GSR BSR car there that made contact there. Ayman Zubair managing to get through there, but the GSR machine have had some contact there. I'm not too sure if we can get a replay of that, but that was some pretty dramatic stuff at the start of the race.
I would say this is the things that we've... Oh, actually that it's not the contact, Max.
Yeah, it didn't look like it actually. I thought it was for a second there, but I think it might have been because Taufik Moyen was trying to hang the car around the outside in order to try and defend, and he got the car on the curb. The curb there at Puon, very, very dangerous. You get a rear wheel on that and he spins off, but wow, that was some pretty dramatic stuff there. Hopefully that car is okay. Of course, a long way to go there still for this race. Meanwhile, we're going to have a look at Yuan Chi Lin of Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing.
Jadi apa yang berlaku di Puon tadi sebenarnya, Max, kalau diikutkan itu adalah salah satu corner yang nampak biasa, tapi dia mempunyai elevation change yang agak kasar.
Ya, betul.
Jadi dia senang untuk kereta, walaupun BMW dalam dari segi kereta yang agak stable, jadi masih lagi boleh berpusing dalam keadaan yang macam tu.
Indeed, it is. And that's the thing. Even with the most stable racing car on the planet, Spa has that ability to really expose the flaws of your race car and of your race driving so much when it comes through this racing. Right now, this is Hendra Adeputra of Non-Jawa Racing, trying very hard to try and get past the Mean Machine, Speed Tavern machine coming down the main straight there and into Eau Rouge and Radion. I think this is going to be a move that's going to take a few laps to shake out, but you're going to start seeing pairs of battles going throughout the course of the field there. But these Ferrari guys, they are desperate to try and find the pace at the start of the race. They do get better towards the end of the stint, according to some of the drivers I've spoken to, whereas the BMW is very strong at the start of the stint. The BMW is a lot heavier than the Ferraris, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this first hour of the race develops, because that could give us clues as to how the overall race will develop.
Jadi dia bergantung kepada keadaan ataupun karakteristik sesebuah kereta itu, yang mana dia akan mempengaruhi kita punya pit management.
Ya, betul.
Jadi dalam pit management pula dia akan mempengaruhi banyak benda. Jadi benda ini akan menentukan kepakaran sesuatu tim ataupun kerjasama di antara tim itu sendiri untuk memastikan yang mereka berjaya untuk menghabiskan ataupun memenangi sesebuah pertandingan endurance itu sendiri.
Betul. I mean, that's the key factor is that you have to be there at the end. You have to be doing the pace throughout the race. It's no point doing a qualifying lap at the start of your stint and ending up with a 3-minute lap time at the end. That's going to help absolutely no one. And also just keeping the car out there on track. If anybody can actually, if they know they don't have the pace to try and fight on pure pace alone, they're going to have to start thinking strategically. That's the interesting thing with endurance racing. If you could save one pit stop compared to your rivals, that is 25 to 27, sometimes 30. If it's a driver change, it could be up to a minute saved, and that's time you simply can't get out on track. So pit strategy is going to be very interesting today as well, and even pit offsets. You will probably see some drivers actually elect to short stop the car or long stop the car and try and get themselves out of sequence with the rest of the teams, in order to make sure that when they go into the pits, it's a clear pit lane, they have no traffic coming in, no traffic coming out, and they're sort of doing their own thing, because that's the safest and that's the fastest way to do your pit stop. But then again, there could be 7 other drivers thinking the exact same thing.
So itulah dia dalam pertandingan di endurance ataupun pertandingan untuk jangka masa yang panjang, perkara-perkara seperti pit stop management, bila kita nak tukar bila kita nak tukar racer adalah perkara yang sangat penting dalam memastikan kita berjaya untuk catch up dengan orang depan, ataupun kita tidak tinggal terlampau jauh daripada orang depan. Itu adalah satu benda yang sangat crucial kalau diikutkan, Max.
Indeed there. Meanwhile, we're having a look down on track right now. Yuan Qilin, very, very quick GT driver from China, and he's been racing in ASRF races there, the Nations Cup and all that sort of stuff, and he's doing a very good job in those races. It'll be interesting to see how he does moving up into a GTE cars. Now, the interesting thing is we have the same model Porsche in GTE and GT3 as well. Now, we were just talking before the broadcast there about the differences between the two cars. And to boil it down, the GTE, the Class 1 cars in this race are in a lot higher state of tune than the GT3 cars, the Class 2 machines that are out there on track. The interesting thing about this Porsche is that it's not rear-engined, it's actually mid-engine, and you can see they did that so that they could improve the size of the diffuser at the back of the car. They were limited when the engine was at the back. They couldn't make the diffuser very big. The GT3 one was as big as they could go, but you could see how much aerodynamics are on the back of that Porsche, and it just goes to show how well developed these GT racing cars are, especially for endurance racing. You could pretty much drive them as fast as they will go, and they will last. So the main thing for these guys is to just try and keep the mistakes down to a minimum, because the cars will take it.
Itu dia. Kita berada di grup yang kedua, yang mana sekarang nampaknya gap di antara satu pelumba dengan satu pelumba yang lain dah kita dah break dia punya drafting line tu, Max. Dia dah tidak rapat-rapat. Jadi dia masing-masing mempunyai clean air untuk melakukan mungkin mengelak satu daripada kemungkinan yang boleh kita dapat adalah mengelak daripada melakukan apa-apa kesilapan.
Betul.
Sebab kita ada gap yang agak jauh, jadi kita tak berapa nak risau sangat. Untuk endurance, physically dengan mentally tu lagi sakit.
Yeah, betul. And that's the other thing we're going to have a look at through. As Budi said, the front runners now in Class 1 have begun to really open up the gap between themselves and the Class 2 cars. By the end of this hour, perhaps even by the end of the hour, if not the end of the next hour, you're going to start coming into traffic, which is going to be really, really difficult to go through. So if you have the pace to try and overtake the car ahead, this is the time to do it. And right now, second place TCD Racing, they're trying their hardest to keep their car ahead of Hydrotech in the standings, but it's going to be really difficult for them to try and keep themselves up there for the majority of the race. The key thing is how they're going to go through when it comes to the traffic, but that's much further down the field. Right now, what they have to do is put their foot down and get the pace in. They need to cover as much distance in this first hour as they can, because of course it's the longest distance you can do in 12 hours, so you might as well rack up the kilometers now.
Di lap yang ke-8 tadi kita dapat saksikan Hydratech melakukan sedikit kesilapan, yang mana dia break di chicken agak lambat. Jadi dekat situ dia compensate, dia punya orang kata beri masa yang agak gap yang agak jauh untuk TCD Racing lari daripada dia. Itu yang berlaku sebentar tadi sebenarnya. Kini kita bersama dengan Tengku Izanle.
Yeah, itu right now in driver cam. So we're going to see these guys driving for the course of the 12 hours. We have all these drivers racing in driver cam right now. You can see Teko Ezale, he's taking every single thing he's learned from endurance racing, including the head lean. But those of you who don't know, when you're driving GT cars for long-term endurance, there is actually a certain way that you hold your helmet, you hold your head in your helmet to try and keep your muscles working throughout the course of the race there. And it's nice to see he's gone full on into it, and he's actually doing it with his neck right now. Coming through the start-finish straight, we're going to go through Eau Rouge and Radion, and you can see how much focus he's got there, and even for the shoulders you can see there, he's not putting that much steering into it. The key thing with this sort of racing is to keep the car smooth and avoid the slides.
Flat out dekat Eau Rouge adalah satu benda yang kalau tanya saya adalah satu benda yang berani untuk dilakukan, walaupun benda tu biasa dilakukan untuk GT3 Max, tapi dia sangat-sangat orang kata memberi impak yang besar dalam satu perlumbaan itu sendiri. Jadi mungkin kita nak save kita punya pace, tapi kita tak nak orang kata melakukan kesilapan di situ. Itu dia. Kini kita masih lagi dengan kereta Porsche RS yang mana dipandu oleh tim URT Gold. Tengku Izan sendiri yang memandunya. Nampaknya dia telah pun naik satu posisi, Max.
So yeah, he's now up into 5th place there, and in 6th position, Leungman Fai of the SDL Gaming Talk 3 racing team there, made up of the drivers that were actually involved in the Saga Cup events that they were doing there. So we've got Leungman Fai. Yes, we've got Leungman Fai, Wan Li Kui, Nevsky Chin, and Kifli Othman racing for that team. And I believe this is the first real experience in iRacing for Kifli Othman. Very, very experienced driver in endurance racing in real life. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in the sim.
Mungkin dia dapat orang kata menahan dia punya composure mental dia kan. Lebih bagus dengan sebab dia ada experience in real life racing. Yang mana itu membantu dari segi orang kata composure dalam pemanduan itu sendiri orang kata. Okey. Sejak kita masih lagi dengan SD Racing yang mana ini adalah sebuah jentera Ferrari 488 bernandikan enjin V8 turbo, Max
Yeah, twin turbo V8 there for the S-Deal's Ferrari 488 GT3 car. The interesting thing about this car, very close to the production based car indeed. It's got the same, very similar body panels to the production based car, just some aerodynamic additions on that vehicle as well, but it's the same base engine, and internally they are very, very similar to the standard cars. So these cars from the very start, Ferrari factory built it with GT3 racing in mind.
Oh, jadi secara amnya kereta ni adalah satu kereta jalan yang dimodify untuk jadi racing car.
Yeah.
Dengan itu yang dibawa oleh Ferrari untuk buat kereta ni sebenarnya. Satu fakta yang menarik yang telah pun diberitahu oleh Max. Sebab kita pun kalau kata kat Malaysia ni nak tengok 488 ni jarang sangat lah.
Betul. Nak tengok BMW M4 pun susah sikit.
Myvi banyak. Myvi banyak, jangan risau.
Yeah, that's okay. We like racing all sorts of things here at Adrenaline Impact. Who knows? We might actually see some Myvi racing. In the
Myvi endurance. Oh.
As dumb as that sounds, I would really, if anybody there is planning on racing a Myvi in the 88 lap endurance race that's going to be held at the end of the year, just let me know. I wouldn't mind. I'll even be a mechanic.
Kita bersama TCD Racing. Nampaknya TCD Racing telah pun berjaya pull over daripada Hydratech, yang mana kini mendapat keadaan yang agak selesa kalau diikutkan.
Yeah.
Jadi dia boleh orang kata lebih selesa dan selamat duduk di hadapan. Kita tidak perlu risau dengan orang belakang sebab gap dia agak jauh dah sekarang.
Yeah. That is the perfect condition for any driver doing an endurance race, when you have clear track ahead of you and clear track behind you, and it doesn't come any clearer than Shunsuke Kuno in the Mount Fuji racing machine in first position. He's basically about, I would say, 3 kilometers away from having to deal with traffic at the moment there in first position. So this is as clear as it's going to get for the leaders throughout the course of the race there, and Kuno-san there doing his best to try and push that car to its limits. Meanwhile, the first pit lane, the first driver in the pits there, GSR and BSR, Muhammad Taufik Moin for GSR by BSR there. He was in 8th position, but he's going to lose a few positions there going through the pit lane. Very, very long pit lane here as well. You've got to go through the entirety of the Grand Prix pit lane before you get to the endurance pit lane.
Actually, Max, pit lane ni adalah salah satu pit lane yang paling panjang yang saya rasa pernah wujud.
Oh,
what happened there? So kita mungkin akan dapat replay sebentar nanti kita saksikan.
Oh, it just looks like the curbs again.
Curb dekat Spa ni memang kurang friendly, Max.
Yeah, but props to the 2 other BMWs there who avoided him. It could have been a very, very huge accident there for Bruno Alcaraz and co in the Atom Motorsports machine there, but these doesn't look like there's any damage. He will still be able to run around, and he's only dropped a couple of positions there. He's down into 4th place, so not so much pressure there for RL Stratos. There's now a 5.5 second gap between them and Tedco URT Red. And I mean, the RL Stratos and the other 2 URT cars, URT Red and URT Gold, they're sort of sister teams there. RL Stratos, James Russell being one of the key players in the URT organisation. So it's almost like in the States we'd say it's a URT owned car being run by Stratos Motorsports.
Okey, apa yang berlaku sebentar tadi kepada Atom Motorsport, dia berjaya untuk recover kereta itu dengan agak baik, Max, untuk mengelak daripada damage. Pit lane reporter kita Omar kata kalau satu kereta tu rosak, dia mungkin akan mengambil masa yang agak lama untuk repair.
So it's average repair time for these cars about 11 minutes roughly there. So Umar as is poking around, he's just checked the BSR guys, not too much damage, probably just a little bit of adjustment needed, and maybe again they could just be pulling themselves in on a slightly different strategy on purpose.
Betul juga. Kadang-kadang apa yang berlaku adalah on certain occasion bila kita start race, kita silap set tire pressure, benda-benda tu dia orang kata macam mana, dia akan mengganggu pemanduan sesebuah pace untuk race itu sendiri.
Ya, betul. So dan lagi satu tu, ada juga setengah tim yang ada kemungkinan akan fuel light memang dekat start.
So
just
untuk dapat head start.
So dia akan masuk pit awal, and like I said, it's separation from the hour by hour pit strategy.
So basically pit strategy, macam yang kita banyak kali kita tekankan, pit strategy adalah satu benda yang sangat penting dalam endurance race. Tak kira apa endurance pun, pit strategy is the key point of the race itself. Pace adalah satu benda, tapi pit strategy adalah key point dia.
Yeah, and another thing there from Umar, a pit lane reporter, fuel runs on average 48 to 58 minutes long at full fuel loads. So we will, in about 20 minutes time, start seeing cars coming into the pits there.
So sekarang nampaknya gap di antara satu kereta dah agak jauh, Max. Jadi semua dah buat hal masing-masing. Dia lebih kepada driving for safety, dan cuba untuk kejar pace saja. Tapi kalau tanya saya, keep it safe, sebab ini baru minit ke-20 lebih macam tu.
So right now we have the driver cam on board with Freddie Ang. He's riding there with a Fanatec podium, I believe. Direct drive system, nice wheel and nice rig setup there. But Freddie Ang, he's fully concentrated right now on just keeping the pace up. Hard on the brakes there. You can see the thing that we noticed with these cars. I believe Tedco URT red right now. That's Jay Chong, Freddie Ang and Lester Neo. You can actually see the car move around a little bit on the brakes. If you come here towards the braking zone here, you can see that they've been using the tyres very hard in this first stint. A little bit of understeer into the corners and not so much oversteer coming out. It's still got the tyre wear under control there, but these guys are definitely driving as fast as they possibly can.
Untuk hairpin yang diambil tadi itu, apa nama hairpin tu saya tak ingat lah, Max. Tapi untuk hairpin yang diambil tadi tu agak crucial untuk dia keluar pada speed yang konsisten, sebab dia akan menuju satu long straight dan seterusnya akan menaiki Aurush. Jadi banyak orang kata advantage yang akan opponent dapat bila dia melakukan kesilapan bila mana dia exit daripada situ. Jadi bila tire dah orang kata dah agak worn out, dekat situ akan jadi isu, Max.
But also Umar, they're pointing out more rear brake bias, a bit slidey on hard braking, but better turn in and trail braking on entry. So it could also just be a setup quirk that they've tried to go to there. Of course, the young brothers, the young Gilbert Ang, Freddie Ang, and Dominic Ang, they all tend to share the same driving traits, if you will. Lots of trail braking going into the corner there, very hard on the brakes at initial point in. So that's perhaps how they've set the car up.
Untuk GT3 dan GTE punya kelas, trail braking adalah satu benda yang sangat memainkan peranan dari segi exit ataupun corner entry itu sendiri. Okay, supaya kita tak terlampau, orang kata perlahan, tak terlampau laju dan kita tak understeer dekat situ. Jadi betul juga macam Max katakan tadi, mungkin itu adalah cara setup yang dibuat supaya mereka boleh orang kata selesa dengan pemanduan itu sendiri, Max.
And that's the key thing here, just being comfortable with the car. The setup that will get you the fastest that time probably won't be the setup that you want to run during the course of the race. Now we're having a look at Hendra there, who's gone a little bit wide there, a little bit of rally crossing in the Ferrari. He's still desperately trying to keep the car on the track, but yeah, that was a real scary moment. He had to back out of the way there just to let the leading car pass, and I believe Hendra is now the first car to be lapped in the race there. That was the Mount Fuji car that just got past him, and he is now officially one lap down. GSR BSR also having been lapped there, so not too sure which was the first car to be lapped during this race, but it will be one of those two drivers as well.
Nampaknya, Max, mungkin ada daripada viewer kita yang tak tahu perbezaan di antara GT3 dan GTE. Ada berbeza dari segi power dia sendiri, Max. Dia berbeza dari segi power dan juga dia punya aerodynamic. Jadi dia lebih laju dan dia lebih stable.
Ya,
betul Max.
Ya, betul. Boleh dikirakan yang GTE ni hampir kepada fully built race car. So cuma dia punya cutting body je yang
road car.
So it's more of a bespoke race car underneath the road car body shell, whereas the GT3 cars are modified road cars. Although, like I said, the Ferraris are not that highly modified. The BMW is far more modified to try and keep pace. But there is a balance of performance and balance of technology in GT3 racing, whereas with the GTE cars, it's a lot more prescriptive. There is still ballast adjustments and boost adjustments to be had in GTE, but they're not as much into parity as the GT3 cars.
So untuk GTE dengan GT3 dia punya gap horsepower dia banyak, Max, ke tak banyak sangat?
Kalau dekat GT3 dia tengok power to weight ratio, so ada setengah GT3 car yang it's over 700 horsepower, some which are less, some even to like 550.
So dia punya range around average dia 500 ke 600 lebih kurang.
Yeah. And but also the suspension systems are completely different on a GTE car, and also the driving aids. There is no real driving aids on a GTE car compared to a GT3 car. We've also got talking there with Omar, our pit lane reporter there, just saying that there's no ABS on a GTE car as well, but you do have ABS traction control and all the good stuff in the GT3 car, which makes sense because the GT3 car is a stepping stone to going to Le Mans. It is a development series for the young drivers, and it's also a series where gentleman drivers can go and have some fun and really enjoy endurance racing. The sort of the gentleman driver, the sort of the rich pay drivers and all that sort of stuff it's actually a huge part of endurance racing as well. Someone has to pay for all of this stuff so we can get the really quick drivers jobs.
I was actually talking about this dengan Dr. Aid semalam. Okay. I was questioning macam Aid, macam mana orang dalam GT3 or they spend a lot of money just to build the car itself. How do they make money? It's macam sponsor, that's it.
Yeah.
That is the thing, sponsor je.
Yep. And most of the time with the GT3 championship, the sponsor that runs the car, that pays for the car, also has a driver from the board of directors driving the car as well. Because these cars are, for the gentleman amateur racing driver who has a lot of money, it's a great way to partake or get themselves involved in professional level motorsports. The cars are professionally run, the races are professionally run, and the cars are also easy enough to drive that you're not too worried about any incidents as you go through the race.
Sebab kalau dalam GT3 sendiri TC ataupun traction control adalah satu key point yang memainkan peranan. Sebab certain car dia mungkin run good on less TC, certain car dia memerlukan TC yang agak lebih untuk certain track. Untuk technical track mungkin contoh kita kata Mercedes, dia perlukan TC yang agak lebih so that dia tidak oversteer pada certain corner yang agak rapat ataupun tight corner. Jadi untuk kereta-kereta lain mungkin sebab dia dah well balanced kan, jadi dia ada composite sikit untuk kurangkan TC. TC banyak pun susah juga sebab exit tak cantik.
Ya, betul.
Itu pun satu masalah juga, Max.
Ya. So, dan lagi satu dengan TC tu, dia bukan benda yang foolproof. So bukan macam kalau dekat road car, TC kita, kalau kita memang hyper aggressive dengan throttle, kereta tu takkan wheel spin juga. Tetapi dekat sini there is still a little bit of wheel spin, and if you get on the throttle too hard, even on traction control, you can still spin the car. It's just that it's almost like a safety net. It brings the power in gently, and it just helps the driver to control the car on exit. It's a driver aid rather than a driver itself. Yeah.
Betul. Jadi sekarang kita bersama dengan Hyperbull RS, pemanduan yang agak konsisten, Max, daripada awal tadi. Sedikit orang kata hiccup yang berlaku sebentar tadi, yang mana dia ada satu kereta yang accident di hadapan dia tapi masih lagi mengekalkan pace yang agak sama daripada awal perlumbaan. Kini dapat kita saksikan Atom Motorsport berada di tempat keempat, Max.
Yeah. So there you have it. We're just going to have a quick look with half an hour gone in this 12-hour race. Mount Fuji Racing still leads Class 1 with TCD Racing in second place. And Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing is in third with Hyperbull GT in fourth and Veloce Ragazzo in the sole Corvette of this race in fifth place. In the Class 2 standings, RL Stratos in the BMW leads Tedco URT Red in second place, Hyperbulls RS in third, and Atom Motorsports in fourth, with Team URT Gold, the first Porsche home, in fifth place. So that's 4 BMWs in the top 4 places in Class 2, whereas it's 4 Porsches at the head of the field in Class 1. So the Germans really going away strong from this battle so far, but it's a long way to go. Anything can and usually does happen in an endurance race. For those of you who just joined us, this is the Viper Niza Motul, 12 hours of Spa, and I hope you will be enjoying your time with us this evening. Boleh kirakan agak interesting juga pada race pada kali ini. 12 jam kita pun dah ada a little bit of set up kat luar tu dengan makan everything else, so we have our pit stop ability ready to go. We will take the first 2 hours and we will bring in a few more friends to fill out for the rest of the stints. So do leave a comment down below and let us know what you think if you want to try and have a chat with us.
Nampaknya SIMR Garage kini dikejar oleh Speed Tavern, Min Mission Speed Tavern punya racer, Max. Agak menarik sebab apa? Sebab dalam dalam race yang dah 37 minit mereka masih lagi fighting for position. Seperti yang saya tahu, SIMR Garage kini dipandu oleh Azman Abdullah, owner kepada SIMR itu sendiri. Dan Min Machine kini dipandu oleh Muhammad Afiq Farid, yang mana kalau tanya saya kenal dia personally. Jadi pemanduan Afiq sangat-sangat agresif. And dia adalah satu pemandu yang orang kata he willing to take the risk. So dia jenis high risk high reward punya kind of person. Dan ini adalah rasanya ini adalah first time yang dia join untuk iRacing punya endurance race, untuk drive GT3 lah. So mungkin boleh kirakan a new experience for him. But as you can see that he's managed to get the run out on Azman Abdullah. Azman, very quick sim racer on his own accord there. They managed to get a bit of a drive coming up into Lecom, but looks like it's just a little bit too far back to try and start that overtaking maneuver there, going through Lecom and down towards the Brussels hairpin. Very, very hard stuff indeed. You can see there that Afiq Farid pushing the car to its limits. He's using all of the curb there. He's using all the curb on the inside, on the outside as well. The nice thing about the GT3 cars is they can take it as long as you're not doing it too hard. Really, you're only worried more about the tires more than the mechanical strength of these GT3 cars there. But he's definitely pushing the car along quite well indeed. The only worry with being aggressive over the curbs here at Spa is floor damage. It used to happen all the time in iRacing. Now they've changed the strength of the parts a little bit, especially in the floor and the rear diffusers there. But there is still a bit of a chance of getting floor damage as well. But it looks like he's still doing okay. He's got the pace in the car, that's for sure. And he's pushing Azman Abdullah as hard as he can around that course right now. Kita dapat saksikan pemanduan yang agak agresif yang dilakukan oleh Afiq sebentar tadi, sampai dia makan curb pun agak banyak, Max. Satu benda yang menarik adalah dekat Spa dia tidak terkenal dengan sausage. Jadi kurang ada damage dari segi mechanical damage on suspension itself bila kita ambil curb. Yang
curb paling bahaya tu boleh dikirakan dekat final. We were just going to talk about sausage curves, and I think
that is the sausage curve itself.
We were talking about the 2 sausage curves that exist on the track, and that was at the final 2 corners there, and it looks like Afiq found them.
Afiq's like, this is the sausage.
There we go, exhibit A. But he's still like he is trying his hardest there to try and get himself up at the front. What you'll notice actually on the windscreen of the cars there, the numbers, quite interesting. So for those of you who are looking for the car numbers there, you can actually see them lit up in the windscreen of the cars there, which is always kind of cool.
Itu dia. Oh, Afiq, cubaan sekali lagi daripada Muhammad Afiq. Tetapi agak jauh sebenarnya Max. Berjaya dia memintas Max di situ.
Whoa!
Agak berani apa yang dilakukan sebentar tadi oleh Afiq.
That was the last possible moment to make that move, but that move, he did make that move rather legit. Right now, they've got another bigger problem there. That's Shinsuke Kuno. Kuno-san there in the back, desperately trying to fight his way through the traffic, and this is going to be the big point here. Now, of course, in endurance racing, it's the job of the faster class of cars to look for a way around the slower class of cars. So they are driving correctly there. Kuno-san there, he has to find his way to try and get past them as they go through the technical sections through there, but that slowed him down quite a bit there. And I think we're starting at 41 minutes there, just before the first pit stops, we're starting to see the traffic play a big role in this race.
Dalam perlumbaan lain mungkin traffic ni lebih kepada orang yang slow kena bagi jalan, tapi untuk dalam endurance dia lebih kepada orang yang laju kena cari jalan.
Yeah.
Satu benda yang menarik, info yang menarik yang diberitahu oleh Max sebentar tadi. Sekarang itu dia, sekali lagi kita saksikan replay satu overtake yang sangat berani dilakukan oleh Afiq. Kerana apa yang saya katakan dia sangat berani? Sebab curb yang dia langgar tadi tu, sedikit kesilapan dia memang akan berpusing confirm. Dan bila dia berpusing, confirm car belakang akan collect. Confirm.
Yeah. Itu guarantee. Itu dah ada insurance.
Itu confirm. So dia sebenarnya benda tu sangat risky. Dia bukan saja membahayakan dia punya pemanduan, tapi dia akan membahayakan orang belakang sekali. Sebab confirm orang belakang akan collect, sebab rapat gila waktu.
Itu dalam 4-5 kaki dia potong dalam. So that was 4 or 5 foot gap that Farid managed to get his car through there. That was pretty impressive stuff. I'm not too sure if you'd have him in your endurance racing team, but one thing's for sure, he's in my precision driving team. That's for sure.
But that's how he does his work lah.
Yeah.
So basically that's is Afiq kind of character on driving the car itself. So now kita masih lagi melihat dalam minit ke-43 kita dapat saksikan perlumbaan ini masih lagi mengejar posisi di antara SimR Garage dan juga Min Machine Speed Tavern di situ.
Yes, the sprint race deal that you always tend to get at the start of these races is still going on for quite a fair ways right now. 43 minutes have passed. You're about to start seeing some of the cars come in for a pit stop in a few laps time. I would suggest maybe 22 to 24 laps. So that's going to be a key thing there. Umar Aziz there getting a little bit more info from the mechanics down there that he's been chatting with in a long endurance race. Saving fuel and tyres behind someone, especially at Spa, is valuable. So slipstreaming and the peloton style of racing might come into play as well.
Tapi untuk slipstream pada minit-minit ke-40 tu macam jarang kena berlaku dah Max. Tapi dalam race ni kita dapat saksikan lagi. Itu dia Chami Azli cuba untuk memintas Afiq di situ. Afiq cuba untuk slipstream sebenarnya di situ Max.
Okay.
Cuba untuk mendapatkan angin yang agak baik, drafting yang sangat agak cantik supaya dia mampu untuk keluar daripada cengkaman kita punya Mr. Azman kita di situ.
Yeah. That's an interesting tactic actually. It's very high level ability there. You can see that's the 700 IQ move right there. You see the class 1 car passing you and you immediately duck in behind him to try and get the slipstream effect. Well, every single inch counts.
Even for a few seconds Max.
Yep.
That does count. It's helped a little bit. Okay. Sekarang mereka masih lagi gap di antara mereka cuma 0.7 sahaja dapat kita saksikan sekarang di front straight. Tapi bergantung kepada gayanya, mungkin seperti apa yang Omar cakapkan tadi, certain car dia memilih untuk tone down dia punya driving style so that dia boleh save the fuels, dia boleh save dia punya tyres, so dia boleh on the long run dia akan effect lah benda tu. Sebab cara pemanduan Afiq ini akan orang kata akan compensate on tyres itu sendiri. Dia akan beri masalah di situ.
No, that's the thing. Sometimes you need that group dynamic where you have one driver really pushing very hard to try and raise the average speed, and you swap in another driver who's perhaps a little bit slower, but he can look after the tires, look after the machinery, and perhaps even pull off the 2 or 3 double stint or triple stint and get the car further towards the finish line there. But now you can really see the cars beginning to come across traffic there. Yuan Shilin trying to work his way through the back markers there. He's in third position. He's actually going through some of the Class 2 cars. The Class 2 cars, of course, a little slower than the Class 1 cars that Yuan Shilin is driving at the moment there. 46 minutes have passed there. He's still trying to look for a way past again. The faster cars have to look for their own way past the slower drivers. The slower drivers can let them pass if they feel like it, but they're under no obligation to do so, even though they have the blue flag, because of course you can always unlap yourself in an endurance race, whereas in a sprint race you're not allowed to really unlap yourself or do any of that. Once you go a lap down, that's it.
Itu dia. Side by side di situ.
So Azman also starting to get very aggressive there. He's trying his hardest to get that position back from Afiq Farid, and they've just managed to let Yuan Shilin in the Class 1 car, the Class 1 Porsche, go up into the front there, but it looks like Afiq Farid managing to keep that position just by the skin of his teeth.
Apa yang Azman lakukan tadi sebenarnya, Max, dia menggunakan Hydra Type Bruce Racing kereta di hadapan supaya, sebab bila dia nak pintas, dia akan Afiq akan cuba untuk tone down sikit, untuk perlahankan sikit kenderaan. Jadi Azman mengambil peluang itu untuk merapatkan jurang di antara mereka berdua.
There you can see it's very opportunistic driving there, because it looks like Afiq, he tried to let the blue steel car, like you said, go ahead, try and steal the slipstream, but Azman got really close there. He was side by side coming out of the corner there. You can see, you can actually see Afiq's been a little bit bottled up behind the blue steel car before it starts to pull away there. And coming through the side by side through the entry into Blanchimont is a very frightening place to be. And you really do need to make your decision very quickly as to whether you're going to try this out or not. But it looks like none of them could wear it, so they managed to let themselves go through there. Further down there, the Hyperboost GT car is now putting Azman under pressure there, and again, overtaking. When you go through traffic, it's not just the faster cars that have an issue with the slower cars. The slower cars have an issue with the faster cars as well, because when these guys try and overtake and get themselves in between Class 2 battles, the Class 1 cars can actually break them up a little bit. And you can see there, Azman was very close to the Mean Machine Speed Tavern car, but now he's dropped back quite a ways from the car ahead. So there you can see the real dynamic, the 4D chess that they're going to have to try and play throughout the course of this race. Meanwhile, Taufik Mohin, well, that's a very sneaky maneuver. He managed to get it through. I'm pretty sure Hendra was a little bit surprised by that one.
I was like, okay, I'm going in. That was actually a nice way to overtake. Dan di Spa sebenarnya tak banyak overtake opportunities. Dari segi overtake opportunities mungkin berada pada end of the race, end of the sector terakhir, dan juga sektor yang awal sebelum Aurush dan selepas sikit daripada Aurush tu, di Kernel Straight tu. Untuk selebihnya kurang lagi dari segi sebab dia lebih kepada technical side of the track itself.
Yeah, we're having a look at Ayman Zubair's car. A little bit of replay there going down towards the hill here. Let's see what happened through here. Looks like just a false alarm there. Probably a little bit of a corner cut there. That came up as an incident, and we thought we'd have a look there. But James Russell is now currently in the lead of Class 2, the GT3 cars there. And he is up there in 6th position at the moment, pushing very hard there at the moment there. So James Russell, he's actually lapped the non-Jawa racing machine. So this is the first Class 2 car to lap the back markers at the moment. So James Russell doing very well for himself. He's actually opened up a 5.5 second gap to Tedco URT Red. That would stand them in good stead coming into the first round of pit stops, which will be very, very shortly.
Kalau diikutkan pace James Russell masih lagi dalam keadaan yang sama, Max, dan pace untuk GTT car nampaknya tak jauh beza, Max, untuk race pace diorang 2 minit 19 saat dan 2 minit 21-24 untuk certain driver, tapi masih lagi dalam keadaan yang terkawal, control environment kata orang Melayu.
So there you have it. Right now, only one pit stop so far in this race. 50 minutes have passed. We are awaiting pit stops very, very shortly there. Taufik Moyen is already in a little bit of a back foot there, having to bring that car into the pits there. Non-Jawa Racing officially there, 1 lap down. He will not be the first person to be 1 lap down in class, I can guarantee you that much. But only 30 seconds separates the top 5 cars after the first hour. So it's still all to play for. Any mistakes from the front runners will have a big effect throughout the course of the race there. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in endurance racing. They usually do.
I am so scared to say something like that, Max. But betul apa yang Max cakapkan sebentar tadi. Okay, untuk dalam endurance race, apa yang selalu berlaku adalah kata ada 30 kereta yang masuk. Biasanya cuma tinggal 12 ke 13 sahaja yang akan kata selamat menghabiskan perlombaan itu sendiri. Ada daripada mereka yang rosak di tengah jalan, ada di antara mereka yang ada insiden, jadi mereka cuba untuk close the gap, tapi agak sukar bila dah berlaku insiden.
So we're going to play a little game here right now. We have the hardest part of this game at the moment there. Lap predictions. How many laps do you think we're going to see today? I think did a little bit of a back of the envelope calculations yesterday, and I think it's about 340 laps. What do you think?
Yeah. Lebih kurang, tak banyak, tak jauh beza pun.
Yeah.
It's going to be around that kind of lap, unless ada perbezaan dari segi orang kata pit management diorang.
Yeah.
So dia akan ada mungkin berkurangan ataupun lebih sikit daripada situ.
Yeah. I think for my guess, I'll probably write it down here and call it. It's going to be 343 laps. First entry in our how many laps? There's no prize or anything here. It's just
this is just a wild guess.
Yep.
And a mathematic.
Yep.
Jadi kita dengar ada S-Deal Gaming, the S-Deal Talk Racing. Memandu 488. Okay, untuk 488 ni adalah jentera V8 sebentar tadi dah diberitahu oleh Max. Untuk kereta Corvette juga adalah jentera V8 tapi NA, Max
Yes, indeed. And the interesting thing with the Corvette is that most cars in this race will have 4 camshafts or 2 camshafts, depending on their engines. The BMW would have, but they're all double overhead cam engines. Whereas with Corvette, there's only a single camshaft running pushrod engine. So it's the very, very old-fashioned pushrod type engines.
Does this give any different, Max?
Yes, there are a couple of downsides. You can't rev a pushrod engine as hard as you can a twin cam engine like you have in the Ferraris and the Porsches and everything else. But the engine is a lot more light at the top end. You don't have all that equipment at the top bringing the center of gravity up. So it's a lot more compact than you would expect a 6.2 litre engine or 5.7 litre engine as the specification might be. It's a very small engine for that capacity. It's physically quite small, and that's why you can even see guys putting these engines into MX-5s and stuff like that. Because the engine's physically very small, even though it's a large engine.
So this is a good information. Mungkin sebab Corvette bukan satu kereta yang biasa kita lihat di Malaysia.
Yeah.
C8 lagi susah nak nampak.
Yeah, betul.
Ferrari mungkin kita boleh tengok kat Malaysia walaupun bukan 488. Tapi Corvette, satu masa dulu Corvette pernah menjadi satu kereta yang macam semewah Ferrari di Malaysia. Tapi sekarang jarang sangat lah kita nak nampak. Mungkin sebab dia punya engine displacement dia agak besar, jadi mahal juga lah Max kalau dari segi maintenance and so on untuk kereta-kereta macam ni. Itu dia, kita ada Veloce Ragazzo. Ini Corvette yang kita ceritakan sebentar tadi.
Yeah. The interesting thing to see here is that with Ford and the GT, they had to compete. Corvette had to compete somehow, and the only way they could compete is by bringing a mid-engine car. Just like Porsche in the GTE class, they persisted with the front-engine machine as much as possible. But finally, they had to bring the frontal area of the car down, and they had to bring the balance of the car up to spec there. So unfortunately, they had to do that. Right now, we're getting a pit lane report from the Veloce Ragazzo pits there from Umar Aziz. He's saying the Corvette is down 6 kilometers an hour in terms of top speed as they're going through there. I think he's gone into the pits. Yes, we have the first of the GTE, the Class 1 cars, the first pit stop for the Class 1 cars, and you can see a couple of other drivers responding as well. That's Afi Farid of the Mean Machine and Speed Tavern cars coming into the pits. The first round of pit stops have officially begun for most of the drivers there. A lot of the drivers, I think these guys are choosing to come in pretty much at the end of their stints. They are trying to run those cars as long as possible. Russell Reyes, it looks like he's just put a bit of fuel in that car, and perhaps, I don't think they'll be taking any tyres.
Untuk tayar ni mungkin ada masih lagi around 60% Max
I think that was Afiq Farid overshooting.
Okay, dia punya pit line untuk Spa ni agak panjang. Jadi dia punya pit limiter dia tu pun jauh sebenarnya Max. Dia bukannya daripada awal. Jadi orang banyak melakukan kesilapan di corner tu sendiri. Kebanyakan orang dia cuba untuk mengejar apa orang kata speed tu
Yeah. So there you see that Afiq Farid into the pits there, Veloce Ragazzo into the pits as well. We're going to see how long they're going to be stopped for. It'll be a full tank of fuel there for Russell Reyes. I'm not too sure. We don't see the cars actually getting off the ground there, and it looks like there's a driver change there for the Mean Machine car there. The car just disconnected and reconnected there. Yes, Mazdi Mardini is now in the car, so they've gotten Afiq Farid out, and now it'll be driven by Mazdi Mardini of Brunei in the Mean Machine by Speed Tavern.
Untuk yang tak tahu, Mean Machine tu sebenarnya daripada Brunei. So, okay. Dia adalah racer-racer daripada Brunei.
Yeah.
So kita di Speed Tavern kita buat kata
Joint venture
dengan diorang untuk event ACC dan juga event-event lain.
Yeah. So it's quite interesting as well. If you guys managed to catch us during the test events that we ran, the testing running up towards the race day itself, you would have known that Mazdi Mardini, Fred Ting, and even Jeffrey Conn, who's also driving there, they actually managed to join us, and we were eavesdropping on their radio throughout the course of the test sessions on the run up there, and it's quite nice to see very good friends of the channel, we shall say there. Now James Russell, the leader of the former leader of the Group 2 or Class 2 category, he is in the pits right now, so that means Atom Motorsports takes over the lead of the category there. TCD Racing has also taken over the lead with Mount Fuji Racing in the pits. Hyperbulls GT are in the pits as well. RL Stratos, Tedco, URT Red, Hyperbulls RS and Sim R Garage Sim Sports are all in the pits there. So this is the majority of the drivers in the race, all coming into the pits at the same time. Now this could be quite chaotic coming out of the track. Coming out of the race, especially if they're doing any sort of tire change as well coming through the course of this race right now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this all shakes up there. It looks like the Hyperbulls car has managed to get himself going again. James Russell, he's taking a tire change, interestingly enough. So perhaps that car, he may have been running that car so hard that he's managed to burn the tires off a little bit there, but he's back on the car. James Russell is going to stay in the Tedco RL Stratos machine there as he comes up towards the top of the pit. The pit exit here, incidentally, very, very tricky indeed. Freddie Ang is also out for Tedco URT Red, and we see our former race leaders, Mount Fuji Racing, they get back on track in third position, but the leader of the race there, Shami Azri, comes into the pits there for TCD Racing. I think we would probably see Mount Fuji come back out on top here, and it looks like Yuan Lin, yes, he also goes in as well, so there's a good chance here that Mount Fuji Racing will be able to, unless these guys can really short stop.
Susah juga nak cakap, Max, sebab Mount Fuji Racing masih lagi di posisi di sektor yang awal, di sektor yang pertama. Jadi untuk dia dapatkan gap di antara dia dengan orang kata pelumba lain daripada TCD contohnya, jika mereka mengambil keputusan untuk short stop, okay, mereka perlu masuk lagi sekali, Max. Itu masalah yang kita, orang kata dilema yang dia orang akan hadapi.
Betul.
Dia mungkin boleh hold untuk a few hours lah. Tapi lepas tu dia masih akan ada, orang kata apa, kekurangan di situ.
So that's the thing. Once you do a short stop and you try and undercut, the difficulty comes at the final hour of the race. Actually, it doesn't really manifest itself until hour 11 in this case, where you really have to try and find a spare tank of fuel somewhere, either by lifting and coasting and trying to conserve the fuel, or just driving it to the ragged edge, coming in for a splash and dash and coming out again, which is quite difficult to pull off, although it has been done at Spa despite the long pit lane. But it looks like Shinsuke Kuno is still in the car for the second stint of the race for those guys. Shami Azri and TCD Racing, they're officially still in the lead of the race, and it looks like they're going for the full tire stop and everything else. They don't expect to get out in time to try and get back the lead of the race at the moment there, but coming around the corner there, Shinsuke Kuno hard on the throttle there. It looks like, yes, he's still stuck in the pits. Both cars are stuck in the pits there. They are going to go for a full stop. I think they're going to let him pass.
Agak susah juga kalau diorang keluar sekali pun, Max, diorang masih lagi on cold tire. Jadi mereka perlukan pace yang agak, orang kata perlukan tone down diorang punya pace, supaya dia tidak melakukan apa-apa kesilapan. Dengan cold tire di Spa adalah satu benda yang sangat menakutkan, lagi-lagi bila kita berada di technical section, yang mana di sektor yang kedua untuk Spa ini.
And that's a good point as well, especially with these tires, because endurance spec tires, even around Spa, it takes about 2 laps. Usually at other tracks it takes like 3 to even 5 laps I've seen. For somewhere like Scuba, it really takes virtually half a sprint race to get these endurance tires up to temperature. But again, that's the interesting thing to see. At the first pit stop, they've already gone for a tire change, because that's another way that they could try and change up their strategy. They could burn off that first set of tires and then try and double stint or triple stint the second or third set of tires, just to try and vary the pit stop strategy there as well, and try and do something different, because like I said, there's a lot of time to be gained there. As you can see there, Umar saying probably a good possibility that they'll be double stinting a lot more towards the end of the race, because it will be a colder track towards the end.
Untuk track ni pada sesi sekarang, dia lebih kepada 26 darjah Celsius untuk environment. Jadi track dia mungkin akan pergi sekitar 50 ke 50 lebih sikit macam tu. Jadi dia masih lagi dalam kategori track yang agak sejuk sebenarnya, Max.
So we have reports that Keithley Othman now on the SDL Talk 3 Racing, another team that decided to change after the first stint. To change drivers there. Keithley Othman now taking his first few laps in a full-on endurance race in iRacing, and he's looking nice, cool, calm and collected there, and that's going to be the key thing for someone, especially if it's their first time in these really fast GT cars doing an endurance race. You, above all else, need to have a cool, calm demeanour. Speaking of 3 drivers who aren't having a cool, calm demeanour right now, Freddie Ang is now chasing after his teammate, the Tedco URT Red, battling very hard right now with the Team URT Gold, and of course we have one of the GTE cars that are about to spoil their party coming up towards the top of the hill here. It could get a little bit dicey coming up towards the top there. You can see there Shami Azri trying to look for a way past. He decides to go for it. Of course, these cars have a top speed advantage, but it's not that high. And you can see there, he's going to have to try and weave through the inside, through the outside there, almost like a Wangan Midnight arcade game there, but he's unable to catch up with Tunku Ezan Lay. That is going to cost him quite a bit of time. Again, Tunku Ezan doesn't have to fall to let him pass in any way, shape or form. It's up to the car behind you in endurance racing to try and get past. But he does in fact actually let Shami Azri go through the hairpin there, just as a bit of a
that was a risky move. So
Yeah.
that was also a risky move
for both drivers actually.
Yeah.
But it was obvious that he wasn't going to gain anything by holding him back. So he decided to let the move through there. But it means that this battle is still managed to stay together despite having a faster car go through it and literally spoil the party for a few corners there. But meanwhile, Freddie Young, he had the luxury of not having to deal with that right now. Whereas Tunku Ezan had to really push the car a little bit harder there than he probably would have wanted to in order to try and let that GTE car pass. But right now, coming towards the end of the lap, I think we might see an overtaking maneuver in the next few corners.
Untuk yang seperti yang kita tahu, kereta BMW ni agak stable, jadi dia boleh drive dengan lebih agresif berbanding Porsche itu sendiri, Max. Jadi Freddie Ang ada possibilities untuk push kereta dia lebih agresif lagi untuk melakukan overtake seperti yang saya katakan.
Oh, itu dia. What a beautiful overtaking maneuver there. Just about sneaking it through there. Almost textbook. It was almost textbook overtaking there. He got the drive out from the top of the circuit 2 kilometers away in order to get that to work. But of course, now that Freddie Young's ahead, he might be under pressure from Tunku Ezan there, but you can see there it's just all about braking. We did see the car dance around a little bit there. I think in the overtaking point, that ability to slow the car down right into the apex has really helped him out there. That could be a bit of a secret weapon there for Tedco URT Red.
Yang lain yang diambil masa overtaking tadi, Max, sebenarnya agak susah untuk kita orang kata control kereta tu sendiri. Tapi dengan BMW mungkin dia possible untuk dilakukan dari segi technical character tu sendiri.
Yeah, betul. Okay. So there you have it, 107 right now. We are in lap 30 of this 12-hour race right now. Just going to have a quick look back at the leaderboards as they've gone through the pits right now. Mount Fuji Racing still leads from TCD with Hydrotech Blue Steel in 3rd place, Hyperbulls GT in 4th, and Veloce Ragazzo in 5th position. Hyperbulls RS is leading Class 2 right now with Atom Motorsports in 2nd place. RS Stratos dropped a couple of positions after that pit stop. He's James Russell now down in 3rd position. Tedco URT Red in 4th and Team URT Gold in 5th. Still battling with each other. These two guys are determined to keep the tradition of the Adrenaline Impact midfield battle trademark going, despite being an endurance race there. Of course, it's nice to have all these battles at the start of the race. It keeps you sharp, in a sense. For a driver's point of view, it's nice to actually have a playmate out there, if you will. But, of course, you really do need to think more long term at this point with 1 hour gone in this. There's still 11 hours to go, as we saw the race control there reporting back. But yeah, it's very interesting so far. Not too many position changes all throughout the grid there. They've only gained or lost 1 position so far in the race, and it's looking like it's going to be a very long grind for a lot of these guys.
Untuk satu perlumbaan yang panjang, Max, fighting for position untuk satu masa yang lama akan memenatkan kita punya mental strength tu sendiri. Dia akan jadi satu burden kepada kita, Max. Jadi di situ kita akan rasa cepat penat lah, kan? Itu akan menjadi sebenarnya satu masalah bila dalam endurance racing.
Absolutely, itu memang betul sangat. Right now, Atom Motorsports, they've managed to actually catch up with the Hyperbulls RS car up ahead. This is the battle for the lead of Class 2 right now. Ayman Zubair is in the lead of the class right now. He's Class 2 leader there is Ayman Zubair. Kuno-san still in Class 1 lead there for Mount Fuji Racing. 14 seconds ahead of TCD. That's quite a big gap at this early point in the race. But right now, Bruno Alcaraz is slowly catching up. He's 0.9 seconds behind the Hyperbulls RS car, and he is actually catching at quite a fair rate here. I believe in the next 2 or 3 laps here we might see a change in leader for Class 2.
Ini yang kita katakan tadi berkenaan dengan pit lane strategy, Max. Yang mana kalau kita saksikan sebelum ni atau Motorsport berada di tempat keempat, di posisi keempat ataupun kelima sebentar tadi. Tapi selepas keluar daripada pit tadi, dia berada di posisi yang kedua. Satu strategi yang bagus dilakukan oleh atau Motorsport di situ.
Yeah, indeed. And I think they also were quite quick coming out of the pits as well. Their first couple of laps were actually relatively decent pace at the moment right now. We're just having a quick look at the relative pace of the cars there. The last lap for Shinsuke Kuno is a 2:15.59, whereas Shami Azri in second place 2:15.65. And meanwhile, Bruno Alcaraz, he's actually done a 2:20 that last lap, but Ayman Zubair has done a 2:21, so that's a 1 second difference. So the Atta Motorsports car now currently running a second a lap faster than Hyperbulls RS. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually get through on this stint. We're on board with the leader right now, Ayman Zubair in the Hyperbulls RS machine there. That's the leader of Class 2. And yeah, it's really starting to heat up a little bit, that battle. I think we might see a bit of slipstreaming action, if not on this lap, possibly the next.
Dapat Ayman Zubair telah pun berjaya clock 2.20 Max. Jadi pace kalau kita saksikan di sini, pace di antara racer-racer ni semua, Max, dalam orang kata gap yang tak banyak beza, mungkin up to 1 to 2 seconds saja.
Ya.
Kita tengok perlombaan di antara 5 kelas 1 punya car, yang mana 4 Porsche dan juga 1 Corvette tadi tu. Gap di antara race pace diorang tak sampai 1 second tu, Max. Situ kita dapat saksikan yang mana sebenarnya mereka ni dalam keadaan race pace yang sangat dekat.
Yeah.
Jadi possibilities untuk mereka memotong tu masih ada lagi, walaupun gap di antara mereka sekarang berada dalam keadaan 14 second ataupun 15 second di belakang.
Yeah. Dan kita boleh tengok from James Russell's fastest lap time 2:18.84, very fast, but most of the cars at the start of the race were doing 2:19s and they're only doing 2:20s now, so they're still virtually flat out. They're literally driving as fast as those cars can go still. There's no let up in the pace so far, and they're still pushing the cars as if it was a sprint race. I think this is going to carry on for at least another 3 or 4 hours at this pace, if all goes to plan. Of course, the famous last words of endurance racing is, if all goes to plan.
Betul, Max. Untuk 3 jam yang pertama, mungkin ini adalah style ataupun pace yang akan dilakukan oleh mereka semua, supaya orang kata dia akan dapat mengekalkan gap yang sama. Jadi yang akan memainkan peranan mungkin racer yang kedua, ataupun orang lain yang lebih laju, something like that.
Yeah, of course we've got the cat among the pigeons there. That's TCD Racing's job so far. Shami Azri really pulling off that maneuver there. Again, when you're a Class 1 driver and you're dealing with lap traffic and cars from a slower class, you do have to be so precise with your overtaking maneuvers. You do have the pace advantage, but you can't really afford to spend time battling. You've got places to be and things to win. You've got to go past as soon as you possibly can, so that the most important thing for a Class 1 car in this situation is to minimize the time loss going through there. Bruno Alcaraz a little bit behind now that he had to deal with that GTE car overtaking him, but he's still keeping touch with the car up ahead, so that's just probably stretched that battle out a little bit longer. Right now we just have a report there from Omar Aziz. Spa currently now an off-track festival. A lot of guys going off track right now. I think we'll see there in the off-track incident marker there, Mount Fuji Racing 79X so far. So quite a lot of drivers there. Everyone is already in the double digits at the moment. It's going to be quite interesting to see how everything goes out towards the end of the race there. But right now it's Mount Fuji Racing still in the lead with Hyperbulls RS just in the lead in Class 2. Atom Motorsports in second position.
Okay,
We've just got it.
Okay. Maknanya untuk race ataupun early start of the race semua kereta, semua pemandu telah pun push kereta mereka ke arah yang agak agresif, ke arah yang lebih, orang kata tak payah fikir panjang lah.
Yeah.
Drive as fast as I can, run away from every single things.
Yeah.
So kita akan keep this space sampai ke tahap mungkin macam Max cakap tadi, mungkin 3 jam yang pertama ataupun 4 jam yang pertama untuk keep on that pace. Jadi dekat situ sebab tu kita dapat saksikan banyak off-track incident.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, the interesting thing is, it's almost like everyone's driving around like they're scared, but you really are. At the start of the race, you're avoiding everything that moves, but you just have to, especially in somewhere like Spa, where unlike a modern track, a more modern track like Sepang or maybe Abu Dhabi or places like that, there's not a lot of safe runoff here. And what I mean by safe runoff is when you're trying to drive, you can't really drive off the track very well in some places. Yes, there's a little bit more tarmac than there used to be around here, but there's still an awful lot of gravel and an awful lot of places where if you do go off track, it can hurt.
Kita pernah tengok Max apa yang berlaku dekat Aurush dalam series GT3 sebelum ni. Apa yang berlaku dekat Aurush, satu kereta saja yang accident, semua kereta collect.
Yep.
Jadi benda tu pernah berlaku, dan ini adalah salah satu ciri-ciri yang banyak berlaku pada track-track lama yang kita tahu. Spa telah pun bermula daripada tahun 60-an kalau tak salah saya, Max.
Dia lagi awal. Spa in its current form right now has only been around since 1975, but the first section from Blanchimont all the way up through to the Camel Straight, that has been used for motor racing since the Second World War. Back in the 30s and 40s, just pre-Second World War, and that used to be the border between Belgium and the Netherlands and Germany as well, near the tri-point there. But of course, all that shifted around after the war. But it got to the point in the 60s and 70s where the cars, even with the 70s grip levels, were driving the track flat out. There was only 2 or 3 braking zones at a 14-kilometer long track. And of course, the danger level of driving on public roads at that speed, at almost 200 miles an hour, was very, very high. So after 1975, they ended racing at Spa Francorchamps in its original layout. And by the 80s, especially 1985, they opened up this new layout. And everyone was kind of worried that the magic of Spa would be lost because it was over 80% new. Yes, it did follow some of the alignments of the old track, but at the end of the Camel Straight, instead of turning left towards legendary corners like Burnville and Master and all the legendary places, Stavelo, things like that, the banked corners and the narrow country roads, it was very wide. It seemed very safe for the time, the late 70s and early 80s, and it seemed a lot more technical. But once people started racing there, it's incredible how soon everyone fell in love with it. It was, if anything, better than the original Spa in terms of driving, especially now that you can use the downforce, and it was a challenge, and it kept, the most important thing was it kept the flavour of Spa intact.
Whatever happened, Spa dulu macam tu, Spa tahun 60-an pun macam tu, 75 macam tu, 85 sama juga macam tu.
Yeah.
That dia ada macam dia punya personal flavor of touch dekat Spa tu sendiri.
Yeah, the personality.
Yeah,
that's the best way to put Spa Francorchamps in a word. The personality, the speed that you carry through the place, it's unbelievable stuff indeed. And we just got word there from Umar, who I think he's officially given up in the noisy pit lane. He'll probably start coming up towards us in the commentary booth fairly shortly. Just to let you guys know, we will be taking our break at hour 2, and we'll have Inche Bob and Umar Aziz take over there for a couple of hours, and then later on we have Javier Alvarez and Kelvin T take on after that. Javier's actually already arrived here. Say hi, Javier.
Hi guys.
So you'll be seeing him from about 4 p.m. later on. But so far very interesting race.
After 1 jam 1 hour and 20 minute max, kita masih lagi melihat menyaksikan segala di Atom Motorsport cuba untuk mendapatkan hyperboost. Ini 1 jam 20 minit setelah race bermula, Max.
Yep.
Masih lagi ada perlawanan.
Yep, indeed. Now we've got the Yuan Chi Lin there of Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. He's got a bit of a challenge. We've seen how tricky it was for the other GTE Porsches to try and get past these two battling cars there. Every time they managed to get themselves in between the two BMWs, they've broken up that battle just a little bit more, and I think Hyperball's RS there and Ayman Zubair, he's hoping to try and trap as many cars between himself and Atom Motorsports as they can. Atom Motorsports, I believe the Argentinian team, they're really doing very well for themselves. It's great to see them here. Bruno Alcaraz there, he's in second position, still chasing after him very hard indeed. In fact, it looks like Ayman Zubair there, he just got a run on a Class 1 car coming up the hill there. That is how good drafting is at this track. If you get a good draft, you can keep up with the car a full-on class ahead of you. That is 150 horsepower that Ayman Zubair is giving up to that Porsche up ahead, and he was actually able to keep up with him and even draw alongside him just through drafting. That is some pretty interesting stuff. Meanwhile, we're going to go on with driver cam right now, and Keithley Othman on board with SDL's Talk Racing team. You can see there he's still focusing very hard indeed, and what's interesting when you're in this position, you can see the steering input, and that's always been my favorite thing to see on these driver cam things. And you can see the GT3 Ferrari there, very nice, very stable car to drive. He's on the limit, you can see from the little minute steering inputs that he's putting in. He's definitely on the limit of grip there.
Untuk track Spa ni, Max, benda yang paling saya tak suka sekali adalah chicken yang paling last ni. Sebab dia sangat tricky tau kalau diikutkan dari segi kita punya braking point, dan juga kita akan bawa kepada kita punya speed untuk exit tu, untuk ke hairpin. Itu akan makan benda yang sikit kesilapan dia akan makan banyak masa dekat situ.
Meanwhile, for those of you guys just watching us, thanks for joining us at the Viper Niza Motul 12 hours of Spa with 1 hour and 22 minutes pass. We will give you the chance to win some exclusive merch there right now. So all you have to do is share the stream and tag 3 of your friends with the hashtag, with adding the hashtag #LoveMotul. So just share this stream with the hashtag #LoveMotul and tag 3 of your friends for a chance to win an exclusive Lego set and an exclusive Motul car model as well. Those two things look really nice there. That Motul car model harkens back to the past of Motul racing there, the Motul Porsches that used to run back in the day. Ralphwell Begruth, aka RWB, the famous Porsche tuners, actually built a version of that car and resuscitated it for the Idlers games, and it looks really nice. So you get a model of that. There's 3 of those to give away, and there's also 3 Lego Speed kits to give away as well. So some very nice merch coming up there.
That was really true, Max. Itu dia, sekarang kita dapat saksikan Hyperpool GT cuba untuk minta Hyperpool GT juga.
Hyperball's RS and Hyperball's GT, they crash into each other. Unbelievable stuff there. Ayman Zubair, his teammate in higher class, was trying to get past there, and Sami Aizan won't be happy about that. He was trying to get past his own teammate there, and it looked like he ran very wide. We'll have to catch a replay of that, but that's unbelievable. We've just been saying that anything can happen, but you can see there Sami Aizan, he was trying to overtake there. He gone off the track. He ran off the track there, and I think he just he was out of control at that point. He was trying to slow the car down, but he managed to tag his own teammate before coming through there. Sami Aizan, he's back up and running again, but unbelievable. Oh no! There's a problem. There's definitely a problem with Shamir's car there. That's the second time it's spit sideways, so that's the first big problem there from Shamir Aizan and the Hyperbulls GT car. There's some damage there. I think he's going to have to go into the pits there. It's crabbing. it's actually crabbing down the straights there, so there's some serious rear end damage.
Mungkin dia apa yang berlaku sebentar tadi, mungkin dia understeer Max untuk masuk corner tu sebab keadaan terlampau laju. Sekali lagi.
Yeah, it's definitely big.
Kena pergi masuk pit lah.
Yeah, definitely big suspension damage and possibly even a deflating tire as well.
That might be the problem because dia loncat curb tadi, Max.
Yeah.
Basically dia loncat the curb. Okay, apa yang berlaku mungkin ada dalam keadaan yang laju tu bila dia cuba untuk overtake, jadi dia speed, dia entry speed dia salah, so that dia understeer.
Yeah.
Dekat situ. Tapi sedikit unfortunate.
Oh my god, that's a lot of crabbing.
Kita dapat saksikan benda tu visually, Max, sekarang ni.
Wow.
Apa yang berlaku.
The car is full on sideways, so he cannot bring any speed to turn left. And so now he's had his third spin, his fourth spin. This is the big thing when it comes to endurance racing. When you have a damage out there on track, you're still not out of the race. He can't pull out right now. He's got too much riding on it. He's got his teammates rooting for him right now. He's had to try and get himself back to the pits there, but trying to drag that wreckage back to the pits there, there's a lot of rear end suspension damage. I'm not sure that it's going to be 11 minutes worth of repair time. I think it's going to be more.
Oh, this is quite scary actually, Max. Dia dalam keadaan yang sangat tertekan sekarang ni kalau diikutkan. Itu dia. Kini Veloce Ragasso cuba untuk memintas trafik, Max.
Yeah.
Agak susah sebenarnya. Kita dah dalam sektor yang okey, ini masih boleh lagi untuk dipintas. Bila masuk sektor yang lagi satu, dia dah agak payah.
Yeah. Betul. But it looks like Russell Reyes has managed to actually get through those two battling cars very, very quickly indeed. So he's safe in that regard. We've seen the drama that the last 2 or 3 guys tried to overtake the leading Class 2 cars, of course. But the one thing that we have noticed, Ayman Zubair, of course, his car is a little bit damaged. You can see a few scratches, a few damage there from the aero parts. But at the same time, he has been Atom Motorsports car has closed up quite a bit. So the battle there between Ayman Zubair there and Bruno Alcaraz, they're getting closer and closer together with every single car that's gone through there, and it looks like Bruno has managed to close right up to the back of Ayman Zubair. This could be an overtaking maneuver, guys. Very close now, coming into the braking zone there. Bruno's deciding not to do it there. Of course, these two cars very close to each other right now. Very close in terms of performance, in terms of braking. He's going to have to use the slipstream effect coming out of the La Source hairpin in order to try and get up into the lead of the race there. But this battle has just gotten tighter and tighter and more interesting as the race goes on. Ayman Zubair there, car 555, Hyperbulls RS still in the lead of the race, but there is a serious threat there from between the Hyperbull RS cars and the Atom Motorsports cars. Meanwhile, the Hyperbulls GT car still 5th in class there. Ooh, there's another car that's just split the two of them between Ayman Zubair, and that's just given a little bit of... Oh, that is a fantastic drive coming up towards there. Bruno's going to try and go around the outside. Just not quite having enough speed there. And it looks like Hyperbulls RS still hang on to the lead. That GSR, BSR, BMW coming out of the pits there would have distracted Ayman Zubair just a little bit. But he's managed to get himself through there. Ayman Zubair is doing everything he possibly can in order to try and keep the lead of the race. This is absolutely dramatic stuff.
Oh, Max, siapa sangka, Max, setelah 1 jam 30 minit perlumbaan ni bermula, masih ada lagi fighting for position dekat sini. Gap di antara pace Atom Hyperbulls RS dan juga Atom Motorsport sebentar tadi di last lap adalah cuma 0.001 Max.
Wow.
Basically dia pace yang sama tau.
Identical lap
Yes,
times there,
exactly.
pretty much identical lap times there from these two drivers there. Ayman Zubair, he's got a lot of pressure there. Ooh, look at how close there is. That is less than a meter between those two cars as they're coming up towards the final sector of the circuit there, coming around and into the Formula 1 Sector 3 section of the track there, through Stavelot and coming down towards Blanchemont. And it looks like, yeah, there's a long long section there for him to try and get that draft coming in through there through the final section of Blanchimont. It looks like Ahmed Zubair just about managed to find some speed from somewhere in order to avoid an overtaking maneuver there. But again, we got to watch out for that front stretch, because that is where the overtaking maneuver is going to happen there. And the GSR guys, they've got their cars back up to full race pace there. A little bit of damage on the rear end, but that's not going to stop them. They're going to try and run in this pack in order to stop losing any more speed, which is a great idea there from those guys there. But Bruno Alcaraz, he's going to try one more time to get past that Hyperbulls RS car.
Nampaknya Hyperbulls GT masih lagi belum keluar daripada pit, Max. Masih lagi dalam pit setelah berapa laps sekarang ni, rasanya dah 2 laps dah berlangsung, dah berlalu. Dia masih lagi sangkut di situ. Itu dia Atom RS 0. Atom Motorsport, maafkan saya, 0.2 sahaja di belakang. Gap yang makin merapat dan makin merapat. Cubaan yang agresif daripada Atom Motorsport tetapi tidak berjaya, Max. 2 kali percubaan yang dilakukan sebentar tadi masih lagi tidak berjaya memintas di lap yang ketiga. Posisi yang sama, Max.
Yeah, betul. So in these situations right now, again, Hyperbulls GT, they've been in the pits for more than 10 minutes from my watch. Right now, I think it's going to take quite a long time there. We'll see if Umar can catch up to that again. But right now, coming through the corners there, again, pushing as hard as possible. Right now, overall results there, we're looking at the battle for 5th and 6th place, but this is the battle for the class lead. Let's have a look there at Bruno Alcaraz trying to overtake there. Almost. He just didn't quite have the pace to try and make that overtaking maneuver work, but I think that is going to be where it's going to happen. He's going to have to make it work in the next 1 or 2 laps, because otherwise Ayman Zubair is going to get wise to it and he's going to know how to block him off. And then Bruno is going to have to find all over again and work out where to go next.
Buat masa sekarang, Aiman masih lagi full on aggressive mode punya driving style, Max. Dia masih lagi belum bergerak ke arah defensif yang mana mungkin block atau bukan block line, mungkin mengambil line yang lebih selamat supaya tak ada ruang untuk Auto Motorsport memintas. Tapi sekarang bila lap dah 3-4 lap, benda yang sama dilakukan oleh Auto Motorsport. Hyperbulls akan cuba untuk start defensif.
Yes, and I think you can see that already with some of the drivers there. The 2 other BMWs behind them are also getting a little bit racy right now. Of course, RL Stratos is in 3rd position right now, and he's got the car of Wern there, the GSR by BSR BMW, who's actually in 15th position. But again, in an endurance race, you don't have to give way necessarily. You don't have to give up the position. You just cannot defend from the car behind you. But at the same time, when you're in that position, you've got the car built up already. You really do want to try something and try and hang on to the lead pack, because that just keeps the pace up. But having said that, it looks like RL Stratos has managed to put the GSR car another lap down. It looks like Bruno has managed finally to get that pole position. We do have a new race leader in Class 2, and that's Bruno Alcaraz of Atom Motorsports, leading from Hyperbulls RS, but they're still very close to each other. Let's see if Ayman Zubair can do anything to try and counter-attack it. Of course, we still have RL Stratos and James Russell in 3rd place, pushing up very hard indeed.
Nampaknya Atom Motorsport menggunakan teknik yang sama untuk memintas sebentar tadi. Cantik apa yang dilakukan, execution yang sangat bersih yang dilakukan di situ. Tidak mengambil any risky, orang kata tidak mengambil risiko dalam memintas overtake sebentar tadi. Sangat bersih yang dilakukan oleh Atom Motorsport. Kini cuba untuk melarikan diri sebenarnya daripada Hyperbulls 0.3. Gap yang ini sebenarnya, Max, masih Hyperbulls masih ada peluang untuk mencari mungkin ruang untuk memintas. Satu lagi, setelah 3-4 lap Hyperbulls dikejar macam tu, jadi dia mungkin sedikit tertekan.
Yes. Of course, now the key thing now, Bruno had the draft coming up the hill there from La Source, but now it's the turn of Ayman Zubair to have the draft there, and the car behind him as well, because all of this battling has meant that James Russell was able to catch up. Of course, when you have 2 cars fighting with each other, the biggest trouble there is that you lose pace. And when you lose pace, the other car's going to go, oh no, there's a contact. There's contact there between James Russell and Ayman Zubair. We're not too sure what happened there, but Ayman Zubair has dropped another position. That's dramatic stuff indeed. That was really building up to be a huge battle coming down the start-finish straight there. We'll have a look at the replay and see what happened there. So that was Bruno Alcaraz, but the next overtaking maneuver there you can see Ayman Zubair and James Russell. Just look at that green and black URT car there. He locks up a little bit and it looks like he's just tapped Ayman Zubair on the back bumper there, and that sent Ayman around there. So now Ayman's down into third position. I'm not too sure if we'll see any repercussions for that one. It's a little bit dodgy there, but at the same time RL Stratos is now beginning to really try and catch up to Atom Motorsports further up the field in the first in class there, 5th position overall. Ayman Zubair there, he tried his best. You have to say he tried his best.
Untuk Stratos, RL Stratos melakukan late braking di situ agak berisiko. Jadi dalam masa yang sama dia tap, walaupun that was just a love touch, tapi untuk kereta GT3 sedikit tap memang akan membawa padah. Itu yang berlaku kita saksikan sebentar tadi. Sebenarnya benda tu tak tap banyak sangat Max, tapi masa dia tap basically Hyperbull sedang ambil corner, jadi dia membawa a wake tu ke tepi just because of the tap.
Oh yeah. But that just goes to show just the smallest touch in the wrong places can really ruin the race. But it's only an hour and 30 minutes in a 12-hour race. There's a long time to go.
Still more than 10 hours left.
Yeah, we still have more than 10 hours left. These guys are still running at sprint race pace right now. And right now we've got James Russell right behind the Atom Motorsports entry of Bruno Alcaraz there, who's leading the race. It looks like James has just got so much pace in that URT machine, in that RL Stratos machine, I should say. Hard on the brakes there. You can see he's actually getting really squirrely on the brakes there. That's probably what caused the incident there between himself and Ayman Zubair. And you can see the GSR by BSR car pushing very hard. They're in last position right now, but if they can keep up with this and there's a few more retirements, they still can bring this race back towards them. Let's see if James can actually do anything on this to try and overtake there. Bruno, he's managed to keep the lead for a whole one lap.
He's actually trying so hard, Max, untuk keep on that move Sebab kita dapat saksikan RS Stratos semakin lama semakin merapat, Max. Gap sekarang 0.2 saja, 0.1. Mungkin dia akan melakukan overtake di sini. Itu dia RS Stratos. Adakah dia akan berjaya? James Russell di situ berjaya memintas di situ, Max. Satu lagi maneuver yang cantik, overtaking maneuver yang cantik dilakukan oleh RS Stratos di situ.
So there you have it. James Russell now moves up to 5th place overall and first in class. Your class leader right now, James Russell. RL Stratos in first place there in class 2, with Atom Motorsports in 2nd place. And Hyperbulls RS have managed to trade places there with Tedco, URT Red. They've managed to get themselves back up to 3rd position there. So that's your podium in Class 2. Meanwhile, in Class 1, Mount Fuji Racing is still leading the race overall, with TCD Racing in 2nd place and Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing in 3rd, and Veloce Ragazzo now back up to 4th position overall and 4th in class. For more news there with Hyperbulls GT, I think they have been in the pits for something like 15-16 minutes on the clock there, so we'll have a look at the pit times. I think it was like, we'll try and see if we can get news on Shami Aizan and how long he was in the pits for, but it's definitely well over 15 minutes, so quarter of an hour stuck in the pits. Not too great indeed, but in any case, the car's now going in a straight line after the total rearrangement of the suspension of the car, but it's going to be a long time for him to try and fight his way back up towards the front of the field there from 14th position. Shami Aizan, they're 5th in class, 14th place.
Dia cuma perlu, kalau diikutkan Max, dia cuma perlu memandu secara consistent pace, supaya dia dapat mengejar. Dia masih lagi mampu untuk mengejar orang-orang di hadapan dia, Max. walaupun agak orang kata agak jauh juga kan, ketinggalan untuk beberapa lap, rasanya mungkin lebih daripada satu lap gap. Tapi dia masih lagi berpeluang untuk mengejar orang di hadapan dia. Lagi-lagi dia menggunakan jentera daripada GTE yang mana kita tahu dia lebih laju dan lebih stable. Tapi walau bagaimanapun dia masih lagi memandu Porsche. Porsche adalah satu kereta yang agak agile agak fragile untuk karakteristik dia.
Yes. So basically, with a Porsche, they are quite strong cars, but only if you keep them on the track. When it comes to rubbing up against the barriers and stuff like that, I think the Corvette has a little bit of a better chance, and the BMW as well. But meanwhile, Zubair there, Hyperbulls RS battling with Tedco URT Red. Hyperbulls RS, they managed to get themselves back up to third place, but now they've lost that position. So this is going to be an interesting little battle between Ayman Zubair and I believe that is Freddie Young there in the Tedco URT Red machine.
Itu dia. Masih lagi cuba untuk mendapatkan Tedco RS di situ. Sebenarnya gap di antara mereka dah tak jauh pun Max, lebih kurang 1 second sahaja di belakang. Peluang untuk Ayman Zubair untuk mendapatkan Hyperbull untuk mendapatkan tim URT Gold di situ sebenarnya masih ada, dan dia mungkin dengan pace yang sedia ada, dia mungkin berjaya untuk mengejar Atom di hadapan. Tapi itu selagi dia belum mampu untuk buat, kita cuma betul. Kata dia boleh, dia ada possibilities untuk dia mengejar Max. Sekarang kita saksikan 2 second gap sahaja di antara Hyperbull dan juga Tedco URT Red.
I'm officially now on my 3rd mug of water. It's been a very, very exciting first 2 hours of the race so far, and it's been brilliant actually. We didn't have, obviously we don't have the big 30 or 40 car field that you would normally see at an endurance event, but it's definitely been plenty of action up and down the field throughout the course of the race there, so it's been fantastic stuff indeed. But now we have a look there at the Hyperbulls RS. I think they're starting to slow down a little bit. I think they may have a bit more damage than they initially thought. They thought there would have been just a little bit of aerodynamic damage, but that car looks to be just a little bit less sure of itself.
Nampaknya dia dalam keadaan yang dia masih boleh drivable, tapi dalam keadaan yang agak fragile Max. Dia agak lari ke sana ke sini sikit. Dia agak happy tail sekarang.
Ya, betul.
Kita dapat tengok daripada cara pemanduan dia exit daripada daripada hairpin tadi ya. 2 kali kita dapat tengok dia agak oversteer sedikit. Dia mungkin ada damage di bahagian tepi ataupun di bahagian belakang setelah apa yang berlaku, pelanggaran yang berlaku sebentar tadi.
Dan benda yang paling teruk sekarang bagi Ayman Zubair, he has to wait for the next set of pit stops before, because he can't come in and just fix that and get the team out of pit stop schedule. It's not enough damage for it to matter that much, but it does matter because he's now having to exert more effort in order to try and drive the car, and it's really difficult now. He's still got about a quarter of an hour left in the race right now, and you can see that Ayman Zubair, he's dropped 1 or 2 seconds there. He's doing 2:23s at the moment, based on our timing screens. So that is going to be the big difference right now for Ayman Zubair. He's just going to have to try and drive the car as fast as possible to the next pit stop and just take the amount of time needed to fix it.
Masih lagi dalam keadaan macam ni Max, dia masih perlukan kata putus daripada dia punya team manager ataupun dia punya teammate untuk menyatakan, okay, should I pit or shouldn't I? Sebab kalau dia pit, dia mungkin akan kehilangan 10 ke 5 minit macam tu. Tapi kalau dia tak pit, dia hilang 3 saat setiap lap Max. That is actually banyak tau.
And over the course of a 12-hour race, they're going to have to repair it at some point or another, because 3 seconds a lap over 12 hours is going to be a lot more than 10 minutes, I can tell you that much.
Even kalau tak 3 second untuk 1 jam sebelum dia masuk ke pit semula. Tapi Max, kalau diikutkan kita dalam situasi yang pit window mungkin dalam 10 minit saja daripada sekarang. Tak jauh lagi dah. Jadi dia mungkin memilih untuk simpan dulu, nanti kita masuk pit baru kita selesaikan lah. Tapi untuk 3-4 lap dia akan kehilangan agak banyak juga gap yang akan bertambah. Dan kita kena faham yang di belakang dia ada URT Gold yang cuba untuk mengejar dia juga. 4 saat sahaja di belakang.
Yeah. So that's going to be the thing. They're going to probably lose a position there, which is very unfortunate. And this all came out because of their teammate in a higher class had collected them up. I've never seen anything like that before, because they're teammates and they're in different classes as well. So you would have thought that they would have worked this out, but sometimes truth is stranger than fiction in endurance racing. Yuan Chi Lin right now, he's still in that Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing Porsche and pounding around the track right now. He's still going very quickly. His best lap time is a 2:14.3. His last lap time was a 2:15.9. So he is starting to lose just a little bit of pace off the top there, and that's natural for someone who's been double stinting, and who knows, he might even be triple stinting, knowing Yuan Chi. From a driver's point of view, he might actually try and do that. There is, several schools of thought as to how many stints you can drive as a driver before you need to get out and get a break. Some drivers, they can only really do 1 or 2 stints. Some drivers, they want to be in the car for as long as possible, 3 stints, 4 stints. But inevitably, you will start slowing down, all things being equal, because, well, you just get tired.
Betul. Secara amnya, dia orang akan lebih kepada mentally exhausted. Physically dah memang akan penat. Untuk 2 jam straight driving is actually torturing dari segi minda dan juga badan tu sendiri, Max. It's not an easy task to do, walaupun ianya sekadar kita tak bergerak, maksudnya kita tak ada G-force, tak ada apa, tapi kita masih lagi penat dengan counter steering and everything, and we need to make sure that our pose ataupun our pace adalah dalam keadaan yang control. Itu adalah satu benda yang agak sukar untuk dilakukan dalam satu jangka masa yang panjang, Max, sebenarnya.
Especially in sim racing as well, you don't have that being rattled in the cage like a wild animal. You don't have the adrenaline hit that you would have in the real life race car. So, oftentimes back in the old MME days, when I was working as an engineer and as a mechanic, we used to pull drivers out of the cars on Porsches because it was quicker to actually just pull them out as you were doing the pit stops. And initially they'd be jumping up and down, they'd be talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you could really tell that they've been really hyper. But about 5 minutes later, I wouldn't say collapse, but they're on the chair, desperately drinking and being a little bit quiet for some period of time there. But that's sort of natural. Here you almost have this long drive home kind of feeling, where hour by hour you just start getting fatigued. And when that happens, it's not so much the pace dropping off. The worst part is actually the concentration levels drop off as well. And so it's a lot easier to make silly little mistakes. And silly little mistakes are the number one enemy to any endurance racing team.
That's gonna be a very high risk to take, Max, actually. Untuk satu pemanduan yang panjang, macam Max kata tadi, dia bukan sahaja dari segi fizikal. Mungkin konsentrasi kita terbahagi juga, terganggu juga dari segi kita punya penat mata pandang benda ni. Untuk satu race yang panjang sebenarnya, sebab kebiasaannya untuk race yang normal ataupun sprint race, kita mungkin akan berlumba selama 45 minit ataupun 1 jam sahaja.
So in any case, right now we have about 12 minutes to go before the next round of pit stops. We'll take you through that next round of pit stops before we make our own. And right now, we're just having a look through the field there. Further down the field there, we have to say Sim R Garage doing very well, but S-Deal Talk Racing is doing very well as well. That's Kifli Othman driving that car there, and he's gained quite a few positions there since the start of the race. Again, just keeping your car out of trouble tends to have you climbing up the leaderboard. Yep, and meanwhile we just could check in there, Shami Aizan. His fastest lap time was a 2:14, but he's just done a 2:17 trying to catch his way up through the leaderboard. So there's still a little bit of damage there. I think they chose to partially repair the car and try and work on the car in the pit stops throughout the course of the race there, which is probably the most sensible thing to do, but it does mean that they're down on pace further behind the leaderboard there. So they're going to try and go for a finish at this point. Hopefully they'll try and get back up into the top 5 there. But I know, knowing these guys, Hyperbulls, they will be doing everything they possibly can to get that car to the finish, and we wish them all the best of luck there. So for all the Hyperbulls fans there, leave your comments down below and show those guys some love.
Okay, untuk apa yang berlaku pada Syamil Aizan ini, kebiasaannya kalau tanya pada saya, dia lebih kepada dia repair partially, lepas tu bila orang lain masuk pit untuk refill balik, dia tak masuk, Max. Jadi dia akan gunakan pit strategi tadi tu untuk to their advantage. Itulah yang mungkin apa dia boleh lakukan. Nampaknya ada penukaran pemandu di sini, Fadlan ataupun Afa telah pun memasuki. Dia nampaknya melakukan pertukaran untuk tayar juga sekali, Max.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for the full service there. That was Ayman Zubair's car, and I think they've decided to come in early, about from our calculations, a little bit early, by 3 or 4 minutes, to come in, and they're doing the full service, and that includes the driver as well. So they're going to change the drivers, the wheels, the tires, the fuel in the car, and probably a couple of parts there as well. They've dropped down to 7th position right now, and they are about 1.5 minutes away from Mean Machine and Speed Tavern. The Mean Machine Speed Tavern entry there, I think they've just overtaken, in fact. Sorry, it wasn't was it 1.3 seconds there? I was looking at the wrong number.
Okay, untuk apa yang berlaku kepada Hyperboard RX ni pula, kalau ditanyakan kepada kita, setelah insiden yang berlaku di antara Syamil Aizan dan juga siapa tadi, Aiman. Aiman, ya. Setelah apa insiden yang berlaku tadi, dia by hook or by crook dia kena repair, Max.
Yes.
Sebab kalau tidak, macam kita kata, dia kehilangan perpuluhan 3 saat. 3 saat setiap lap. Jadi by hook or by crook, nak tak nak, dia memang wajib masuk pit dan repair. So mungkin dia dah calculate, and this is the best possible things that we can do. So dia buat macam tu.
So yeah, that's going to be the thing, is like you said, gotta repair it. It's when you repair it. That's going to be the difference between a recovery drive and driving around the back of the field. Of course, again, if they avoid any other trouble, it's a 12-hour race. The chances of you making a mistake go up exponentially, especially after hour 5, hour 6. You're going to have all sorts of weird stuff going on there. But interestingly enough, there we're just getting some rather interesting footage there in Discord. But right now, Bruno Alcaraz, he's in 2nd place there, but he's being harried really badly by the Tedco URT Red. This guy has been on an absolute roller coaster for Atom Motorsports there. They were in 2nd position, but they were really battling hard with Tedco URT Red. And he's had the lead, he's had 2nd place, and now he's fighting tooth and nail to try and keep 2nd place from that other BMW further behind. Meanwhile, our leader of the race, Shunsuke Kuno, is going to try and lap the URT Gold car there, and this is a fantastic time to actually see the difference between a GTE and GT3 car there. Not a lot of difference from the front end, but the rear end is where you really see the difference there. One huge diffuser and an engine far further forward than any other Porsche ever made.
Nampak juga dia punya perbezaan tu sangat ketara, Max. Dari segi stability dan cara untuk dia ambil corner tu, sebenarnya pun kita boleh tengok dia punya perbezaan dia tu sebenarnya. Itu dia Atom Motorsport dan juga Tedco Red sekali lagi. Cubaan Tedco Red ini setelah 2 jam perlombaan, kita masih ada fighting position. Ini adalah satu benda yang jarang berlaku dalam endurance kalau diikutkan, Max. Kebiasaannya setelah 1 jam dia dah tak ada, orang kata dia dah break the drafting punya line, ataupun drafting trail tu dia dah break. Tapi sekarang kita masih melihat, kita masih lagi menyaksikan perlumbaan fighting position di situ. Atom Red cuba untuk Atom Tedco Red cuba untuk memasuki, cuba untuk overtake dan berjaya di situ.
They're so close, you combine the names together.
Yeah.
But there you have it. They managed to actually get themselves up, and now Tidco URT Red are into second place, but now they're right behind Alpha there, who's trying desperately hard to try and keep some pace in that car. He's going to dive down towards the inside there, and it looks like Freddie Young's going to get that position, and I think Alpha is going to hang that car out wide just a little bit longer, but it looks like the Tidco URT Red team have managed to overtake Atom Motorsports. I had to check myself actually there. They have been very close for the last few laps there, and you have to feel for the Argentine team there, Bruno Alcaraz. They were doing a fantastic job there, but it's a real roller coaster of a stint there for Bruno. It will be interesting to see how they can handle it on one of the few two-driver teams in this race. So Mount Fuji Racing has Sota Muto and Shinsuke Kuno, who's currently in the car right now. And also Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing have Mika Hakimi along with Ayman Hazik there. Atom Motorsport has Bruno Alcaraz and Ezekiel Mires. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And of course Non-Jawa Racing, Gilbert Ang and Hendra Ade Putra. So there are a couple of guys who are really endurance men. They are going to try and drive those cars as long as possible before handing them to their teammates. They're going to have to triple stint in order to give themselves enough of a break between driving stints right now. Shinsuke Kuno now still in the lead in first position there, and it must be said comfortably, quite comfortably indeed. 24 seconds between themselves and TCD Racing. They would want to try and pull that out as much as possible. Anything over 45 seconds and they've got a free pit stop. In terms of they'll be able to get into the pits, refuel and get out without losing their lead, and that's going to be the real key thing in this race, at least in this early part of the race. Again, we cannot predict what's going to happen next.
Betul Max, 45 saat adalah waktu yang diperlukan untuk satu pit stop yang complete kalau disebutkan. Jadi jika dia berjaya untuk pull over 45 saat di hadapan kereta lain, jadi dia ada orang kata possibilities untuk berasa lebih selesa Max.
Ya, betul.
Kalau sekarang 23 saat dia dah berasa selesa, tapi 45 saat dia akan sangat selesa Max. 45 saat itu lebih kurang satu sektor untuk Spa ini sendiri.
Yes. So you really have to make sure if you're going to pull something like that off, you've got to be absolutely perfect in order to try and get it through there. Meanwhile, Shinsuke Kuno is now trying to drive through this little battle there, and I think he's already lapped Bruno Alcaraz once, so this is going to be another lap down there for the Class 2 cars, but that's to be expected. You can't expect to fight with 150 less horsepower and even a slightly heavier car as well. So yeah, that is our race leader right now, Mount Fuji Racing from Japan, Sotamoto and Shunsuke Kuno, who's currently in the car right now. And they've really been dominating this first 2 hours of the race, these first stints.
Pemanduan yang pace yang sangat orang kata konsisten daripada pelumba-pelumba kita. Kalau diikutkan daripada early 1 hour punya race tadi pun mereka dah hold on that same pace sampai sekarang Max. Maksud kata pemanduan daripada Kuno adalah sangat concentrate. Dia sangat concentrate pada pemanduan untuk mendapatkan that same pace over and over again. Ini dah 2 jam Max memandu Max.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really tiring tau.
Especially when you have to battle, like you have to our hearts really do go out to Bruno Alcaraz. Through no fault of his own, he's been battling just about non-stop for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And he's also had to qualify the car as well. He's probably on the phone now driving, trying to get Ezekiel to jump into the car and do something. The man needs a break. But absolutely fantastic stuff there from Bruno. He's been doing an absolutely bang-up professional job there for Atom Motorsports from, I believe these guys are from Argentina. They did have a third Asian driver that was supposed to run with them, but unfortunately, due to force majeure, as they say, they weren't able to bring that Asian driver with them. So we let them run anyways because, I mean, look at them. Absolutely entertaining stuff. And look at the livery. Fantastic. I'm a bit of a 8-bit and 16-bit fan, so having that old school gaming livery on the side of the car there, props. I think that must be one of my favorite ones.
It's really nice kind of livery. Dia macam keluar sikit daripada kita punya kebiasaan livery yang berada dalam track sekarang Max.
Yeah.
kalau kita saksikan sebentar tadi, Atom Motorsport telah pun orang kata battle untuk 2 jam non-stop, Max. Non-stop selama 2 jam. Defensively, actively, aggressively, semua dia dah buat.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be fantastic stuff indeed. Before we go, before our 2 hours are up, we're actually going to hang around a little bit longer because we like you guys so much. But we're just going to say that Umar has finally got himself out from the pit lane and up into the studio. How was your time out in the pits?
Hey, selamat tengah hari semua. Tadi dah nak sampai pit lane, dah nak sampai commentary box dah. Tapi tiba-tiba Syamir sebuat kita patah balik. Dah pergi teropong dah kat luar tu. Syamir tak tahu kenapa dia crabbing kat situ, dia terpusing.
Itulah dah penat, tak apa, kita boleh duduk dalam bilik aircon jap.
Kat sini sejuk sikit. Encik Bob ada tu. Encik Bob, hello.
Encik.
Yang terpadu yang terlaju.
So
Baik, alhamdulillah.
So itu dia Bob. Pada masa sekarang kita pun ada beberapa insiden yang telah berlaku. Kita ada beberapa ni pun yang telah berlaku juga. So terima kasih kerana sudi join kami pada malam ni. Sebelum kita pergi, before we go, we're just going to have to remind everyone on our little giveaway. Of course, we have the best giveaways here. I'm sure Encik Bob and Umar will agree on that. So remember to share the stream and tag 3 friends and use the hashtag #LoveMotul for a chance to win an exclusive 3 exclusive Lego sets and 3 model cars there. The Ralph Webb Begriff Motul Porsche. So in any case that is your chance to win an exclusive Lego set. So share the stream, tag 3 friends and use the hashtag #LoveMotul for your chance to win that fantastic Lego Speed and Motul Porsche model kits. So itu dia. It looks like we're going to have to go into our pits in a few moments time. Tapi untuk buat sementara waktu, Encik Bob sihat
Sihat, alhamdulillah. Sebenarnya saya baru masuk ke konti saya sebenarnya. So selepas ni kita akan berehat seketika
Ya, betul. So we are going to take a quick break and we will do our own pit stops and you will join in with Umar Aziz and Encik Bob for their next 2-hour sessions. Do stay tuned. We'll be back in just a minute or two.
Okay, hello dan selamat tengah hari. Kita kembali lagi, saya Umar Aziz dan Encik Bob untuk sesi kedua. Dah 2 jam berlalu Encik Bob.
Ya, 2 jam. Hei, apa khabar semua? Apa khabar? Okey, tadi kita bersama dengan Budi dan juga Max, dan kali ni kita akan partner berdua So macam biasa Umar Aziz akan lead dan saya akan support dari belakang. Yeay.
Betul saya ingat saya yang support dari belakang.
Okey. So hari ni kita bakal bersiaran selama hampir 12 jam
Itulah awal-awal tadi tengok baru 30 minit. 12 jam lama juga endurance hari ni.
Memang bukan saja driver, kru, malah belakang tabir pun nampak gayanya kita terpaksa orang kata bekerja lebih masa kali ni.
Betul, nasib baiklah ramai orang yang boleh menemankan kita pada hari ni.
Alhamdulillah. So kita kali ni akan jadi team B Omar So kita ada 2 sesi. So kita bakal bersiaran sehingga malam nanti. So kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, jangan ke mana-mana. Semestinya kami bawakan yang terhebat, yang terpadu dan juga yang terlaju hanya untuk anda.
Ya betul. Tapi kira ingatkan awal-awal tadi, sebab kita tengok driver tak terlalu ramai, ingatkan tak berapa interesting. Tapi driver-driver hari ni memang bagi show yang betul menarik lah untuk kita hari ni.
Betul. Okey, antara yang bersama kita pada hari siapa ada pasukan mana? Kalau boleh, tadi versi Max, kali ni versi kita pula. Boleh kita perkenalkan tim yang ada dan juga nama-nama driver?
Hari ni kalau kita tengok, kalau di kelas GTE yang the team to watch ialah Mount Fuji Racing dan basically semua yang GTE ni agak-agak laju. Kalau daripada GT3 kita ada team URT, kita ada Hyperbowl, Simar Garage. So basically semualah yang ada dekat grid ni.
So antara yang ada, kita ada 2 tim URT, dan antaranya adalah Tekco URT team, dan juga Tekco ada hantar 2, satu lagi URT Red yang dianggotai oleh J Chong, Freddy Ng dan juga Lestenio, manakala URT Gold Ruben Wong, Chung Rumpang, Teku Izan dan juga Teku Jan Lee.
Betul. Encik Bob pernah join ke race-race yang multi-class endurance ni? Pernah tengok?
Tak pernah bang, tak pernah. That's why saya cakap saya pun berbangga sebab dapat join korang untuk live 12 jam pada kali ni di Spa Francorchamps.
Kalau buat yang baru join kita tu, kalau tak tahu, kita ada 2 kelas 2 type kereta yang tengah berlangsung sekarang ni. So kalau tengok yang ada kuning di sebelah position tu adalah daripada kelas GTE. So kereta dia lebih laju, aerodynamic lebih better. Kalau yang biru tu daripada kelas GT3.
Okay, so itu dia ceritanya. So antara abang kita Zul Hafiz Yahya, Encik Bob dengan King CDT orang yang sama ke? Alamak. Itu event lain bang. Itu event lain bang. Kali ni kita berikan tumpuan kepada Viper Niza Motul 12 hour race kali ni.
Encik Bob kira biasa dengan event-event lain juga motorsport ni.
Saya biasanya kita dah start event drag balik, dan event macam perlombaan maya ni saya ada join beberapa kali bersama dengan Adel Impact. So kalau tak ada event secara langsung, kita akan bersiaran secara maya macam ni lah. Dan pastinya yang ini pun sangat-sangat hebat sebab ini merupakan antara event yang kata kita dah 3 tahun bersiaran perlombaan secara maya seperti ini. Betul.
Disebabkan PKP, tapi alhamdulillah sekarang ni dah banyak event di luar juga yang kita dapat join, dapat macam Encik Bob dapat kerja di luar kan. So alhamdulillah. Tapi dua situasi yang berbeza lah. Tapi semestinya setiap versi dia ada followers dan juga peminat dia masing-masing. Tapi sebenarnya kebanyakan pemandu-pemandu, walaupun mereka berlumba di luar, mereka juga turut bersama-sama kita berlumba pada hari ni. Contohnya kita dapat saksikan real racing driver turut bersama-sama kita. Antaranya kita ada Teku Jan Lee, Teku Izan, J Chong, siapa lagi ramai, Pangginda Singh, Osman daripada SDL Torque Racing.
Ya betul. Ini semua merupakan pelumba-pelumba sebenar yang orang kata berlumba secara aktif di Malaysia.
Betul. So di perlombaan-perlombaan virtual ni kita dapat kumpulkan bukan sahaja gamer ataupun online racer, tapi ada juga real life racer yang join event-event macam ni. Real life racer.
So antara gamers, kalau saya tak silap, antaranya kita ada Mika Hakimi, dulunya memang seriously memang real orang kata gamers kan?
Gamers Tega
Gamers Tega. Dan kemudian masuk ke dunia sebenar perlombaan kalau tak silap saya.
Betul. So kepada yang lebih serius dan ada orang yang nampak dia mungkin ada peluang untuk join racing, betul juga. Macam nama hari ni dia rasanya dia tak race hari ni. Iman Danish seorang racer muda yang join tak silap MSF series dia.
Ya, family dia pun merupakan pelumba sebenar di dunia sebenar. Dan beliau juga dah start berlumba sebenar juga. Okey tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sebentar tadi kita bersama dengan on board bersama Hendra Adi Putra. So sekarang ni ini merupakan secara langsung yang kami bawakan kepada anda. Kelas 1 dan juga kelas 2 dilangsungkan secara serentak. Perlumbaan ini bakal berlangsung selama 12 jam. Dan ini dia ini merupakan orang kata catatan masa yang sedang berlangsung sekarang ini. Di tempat pertama adalah MT Fuji Racing tempat pertama, TCD Racing tempat kedua, manakala Hydratech Blue Steel Racing di tempat yang ketiga. Ini dah Freddy Ng sekarang ini sedang mendahului.
So kalau kita tengok di atas tu, kelas 1 didahului oleh Sota Muto daripada tim Mount Fuji Racing, dan untuk kelas 2 Tedco URT Red di mana Freddy Ang masih mempertahankan lead beliau.
Nampaknya dia didominasi oleh BMW. 1, 2, 3 BMW tapau. Manakala untuk kelas 1 macam biasa Porsche lead the race 1, 2, 3. Kifli Osman. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini dia driver kita bersama on board bersama Kifli Osman sekarang ni berada di tempat kelima terpantas. Dan nampak gayanya beliau steady bang. Tengok bang, senyum sikit bang. Kalau ada siapa dia punya pembantu dia ada dekat sebelah, kalau boleh say hi to Kifli Osman. Sekarang ni Kifli Osman catatan masa terbaik beliau adalah 2 minit 22.39 saat. Dan sekarang ni masih lagi cuba membuat catatan masa terbaik. Dan aku rasa sekarang ni diorang semua sekali tak ada push all out, Omar.
Tak berani saya cakap lah, sebab kalau kita tengok sebab saya ada lap time full kat sini Kita tengok diorang punya lap time ni sama ada daripada GTE dan GT3 memang sangat-sangat konsisten dan masih push. So dah 2 jam 11 minit dan diorang masih push lap time ibarat macam sprint race. Tak tahu berapa lama diorang boleh push macam ni.
Sebab kalau 12 tahun memerlukan jentera yang sangat tahan, dan juga joki, driver juga perlukan pemanduan yang sangat konsisten dan juga berhati-hati. Sebab kita tak nak berlaku sebarang insiden. Sebab ini merupakan satu perlumbaan yang sangat lama.
Betul. So diorang memerlukan konsistensi. Tapi apa beza race endurance online ni dengan event di luar, di mana diorang boleh push saja sebab dalam game ni dia tak ada damage untuk bahagian engine tu. So kalau di luar, kalau engine pecah, kita kena masuk pit dan kena sama ada cuba untuk repair. Tapi di sini diorang boleh push. Diorang hanya perlu memikirkan strategi pit stop, minyak, tayar, penjagaan tayar.
So engine kali ni damage off
damage untuk kalau dia crash ada. So kita dah highlight dengan Max tadi, average time untuk repair untuk yang medium punya damage dalam 11 minit, paling lama mungkin dalam 18 minit. So dia kena duduk dalam pit tu dan pit crew dia akan cuba untuk repairkan kereta dia.
Tu dia 12 jam baik. So kita bermula daripada pukul 12 tengah hari. So kita akan tamat pada pukul 12 malam nanti.
Ya betul. Dan ada tim yang ada 6 driver, 4 driver, 3 driver. So berbeza-beza. So pembahagian lap tu diorang pun kenalah strategize dulu. Mungkin ada team manager yang akan pecah-pecahkan lap time stint mereka. So memang banyak benda yang bermain di belakang tabir di tim-tim racing yang tengah berlumba ni.
Okey, kalau dapat saya saksikan kat sini, ada yang satu tim ada 2 driver, ada satu tim yang ada sampai 4 driver. So kebiasaannya kalau ikutkan logically je, yang ada 4 driver ni mungkin akan ada kelebihan sedikit lah, kerana mereka dapat driver tu boleh berehat sekejap dan mereka ada berbaki lebih kurang dalam 3 lagi driver. Saya bagi contoh Hyperboost ada 4 driver, betul?
Tak silap saya betul. Hyperboost hari ni kita ada 2 tim daripada Hyperboost, satu di kelas GTE dan satu di kelas GT3.
Iya. So Hyperpulse GT dianggotai oleh Sami Aizan Hanafiah, kita ada Syarul Narfuddin, Cavendish Singh Sidhu dan juga Zainul Hazim. So untuk pasukan ni ada 4 orang driver. Manakala saya bagi contoh tim yang ada 2 driver saja, antaranya adalah Nanjawo Racing, Gilbert Ng dan juga Hendra Adeputra, 2 driver saja. Dan juga ATDM Motorsport yang mana dipandu oleh Bruno Alcaraz dan juga Esquiel Mires. So ini antara
2 tim ni ada 2 saja head driver.
Ada lagi. MT Fuji Racing pun ada 2 driver, dipandu oleh Sutomoto Shunsuke Kong dan juga Hydratek Blue Steel Racing, Mika Hakimi dan juga Aiman Haziq.
So memang kental diorang ni. Kalau dekat racing betul, Cik Bob rasa diorang boleh ke 2 orang untuk 12 jam ni? Kalau racing
Wallahualam, ini kena tanya kepada yang lebih pakar.
Sebab
12 jam 12 jam satu jangka masa perlumbaan yang sangat-sangat lama dan memerlukan fizikal yang sangat kuat, bang.
Itulah. So itulah dia kelebihan jugalah racing di virtual ni, sebab dia tak payah layan bam-bam dekat jalan. Sebab dalam kereta betul ni penat memang
Penat,
perlu menggunakan tenaga, fokus mental.
Bak kata Abang Zulhafiz Yahya, 2 driver yang sangat-sangat dahsyat.
Memang dahsyat. Untuk 12 jam lama tu Cik Bob. So betul. Kurang lebih 3 jam seorang tu.
Ya. So sekarang ini dia kita bersama dengan Taki di tempat kedua daripada TCD Racing seperti tadi, manakala Zidam di kelas yang kedua berada di tempat ke-6 terpantas bersih Amal Garage Sim Sport.
Ya betul. Tapi memang memerlukan konsistensi dan kekuatan mental yang tinggi lah untuk race-race endurance ni. So kita boleh tengok dekat sini yang mana diorang dah semua kereta di grid dah 2 kali pit stop je, Bob. Oh, selama 2 jam dia orang bawa dah masuk 2 pit stop dah So kurang lebih dalam 45 ke 1 jam lah satu beza untuk antara 2 pit stop tu, 1 pit stop ke 1 pit stop. So ada yang tadi saya tengok ada yang memilih untuk tukar tayar, ada yang double stint kan tayar diorang, ada yang tukar driver. So benda-benda tu semua mengambil masa di dalam pit stop. So mungkin ada yang di belakang yang boleh gain position ataupun yang di depan lose position disebabkan pit stop ni.
Tapi itulah cerita dia, selagi checkered flag tidak dinaikkan, bermakna selepas 12 jam kita tak tahu siapa yang bakal menjuarai perlumbaan pada kali ini, sebab masih terlalu awal. Kita baru dalam masa 2 ke 3 jam saja. So semua orang, saya rasa dalam semua pasukan ni, semua orang berpeluang untuk memenangi perlumbaan ni selagi perlumbaan ataupun race ni tak habis.
Betul.
Itulah dia.
Sebab kita tengok walaupun gap untuk lap ke 60 ni 2 jam 20 minit ni agak jauh So kita tengok nombor 2 dalam GTE class 30 second di belakang dan RL Stratos di GT3 20 second di belakang. Tetapi semua ni boleh berubah kalau pit stop ada masalah pit stop di kompetitor yang lain.
Diorang kalau pit stop berapa lama mah?
Pit stop berapa lama? Itu depends. Kalau mereka yang ambil minyak sahaja lebih cepat keluar. So mungkin minyak sahaja dalam full fuel kita ambil dalam 20 saat ke 30 saat lah. Tapi kalau full pit stop, siap tayar, siap tukar driver, mungkin ambil masa 1 minit lebih sikit.
So yang ni hari ni lah, ini personally lah. Kita bukan bias tapi pendapat peribadi. Kalau Omar rasa, yang mana Omar rasa bakal mara?
Bakal yang boleh menang untuk race ni.
Ya.
So dengan lap time yang kita dah tengok ni, kalau untuk kelas GT3 memang kita tengok Sota Moto daripada Mount Fuji Racing ada peluang yang terbesar lah, sebab tengok memang konsisten dan sangat-sangat laju dia orang pada hari ni.
Sota Moto.
So
daripada MT Fuji Racing ya.
Ya betul. Tapi kalau di GT3 pula mungkin daripada 3 ni, sebab kita dah nampak item Motorsport tadi pun memberi fight yang bagus. So mungkin battle to watch ni adalah daripada 3 yang teratas di GT3 ni. Tapi kita perlu ingat baru 2 jam 20 minit, kita tak tahu apa yang boleh berlaku dalam race yang berbaki berapa ni? 12 berbaki.
Lambat lagi bang.
10 jam lagi.
Bang, sekarang baru pukul 2.30 bang. Kita habis pukul 12 malam nanti bang. Itu dia. Sangat-sangat dahsyat.
Memang Steady lah racer-racer kita pada hari ni.
Ya. Okey, Mika Hami, sebenarnya secara jujur ni saya dah lama tak bersiaran dengan anda semua, dan sekarang ni ini dia Mika Hakimi, antara pemandu favourite saya juga daripada Hydratech Blue Steel Racing. Yang ini pun agak-agak hebat juga ni, sebab beliau hanya ada seorang partner saja bergandingan bersama dengan Aiman Haziq.
Betul. So kalau Encik Bok tengok, dia baru memintas blue flag ataupun kelas di bawahnya tadi tu, Mika Hakimi. So traffic ni traffic management ni pun sangat penting lah untuk multi class racing ni. So dia perlu cuba untuk memintas kelas di bawahnya dengan cara yang paling selamat lah.
So, bang, kenapa tadi saya tengok dekat Ezequiel Mires ni tiba-tiba dia ternaik merah dekat blue flag dia tu?
Ternaik merah.
Kenapa
Dekat mana bahagian mana
kan ke warna kuning dan juga warna biru. Tiba-tiba tadi dia merah.
Merah tu tak silap saya lah, dia sebab sama ada rasanya off track kot. So dalam iRacing ni mungkin Encik Bob ingat dulu kalau ada buat broadcast, kalau dia terlebih track limit, dia akan dapat tolak satu incident point untuk iRacing ni.
So kata
So tak silap saya untuk penalty ni hari ni berapa mungkin dalam 60 off track, dia dah akan dapat penalty. Tak silap drive through ataupun stop and go kalau terlebih dia punya incident limit tu.
Ya.
Di mana Spa ni memang well known untuk driver-driver ni sama ada off track ataupun menggunakan off track tu untuk kelebihan diorang.
Betul. Orang kata main curi ayam
Curi ayam. Tapi ada limit dia. So kalau yang terlebih limit tu akan kenalah penalty.
Ya. Tuan-tuan dan puan, ini dia Zidam. Catatan masa terpantas beliau adalah 2 minit 21.014 saat sekarang ini. Kereta berwarna biru.
Dan last lap dia 2.24.1. So dalam endurance ni diorang mencari average time. Average time mungkin lagi penting lah. So kalau dia boleh lagi dekat dengan 2.21 tu setiap lap, so lebih senang untuk dia mara ke hadapan dalam race ni. Usually racer-racer ni diorang tak memikirkan sangat nak lap yang paling laju, tapi mungkin di lap yang paling konsisten lah, antara 10 lap, 20 lap.
Saya suka dengan ayat tu. Lap yang paling konsisten. Betul. Saya suka ayat tu. Untuk perlombaan endurance, saya suka ayat tu. Sebab kalau kita tak boleh nak push awal sangat. Kalau push awal sangat pun orang kata macam mana, kita driver lebih stress, saya rasa.
Betul. Pada pengalaman saya dia memerlukan untuk mendapat konsistensi tu, dia kena cari rhythm. Macam mana nak dapat rhythm untuk dapatkan lap time yang laju. Mungkin driver macam Mika Hakimi ni kita boleh nampak dia mudah untuk dapat rhythm dan mendapatkan lap time yang konsisten. Kita tengok tu 2.14 dan last lapnya 2.16, tak beza jauh pun dengan best lap dia.
Tapi tak dinafikan lah, Mika Hakimi memang seorang pelumba yang sangat muda, sangat-sangat power dan juga sangat-sangat laju sebenarnya. Tidak dinafikan. Boleh dikatakan kalau macam e-games ni memang permainan dia lah. E-race memang permainan dia lah.
Betul. Banyak driver-driver muda yang kita nampak memang talented, yang memang insyaAllah boleh pergi jauh lah di arena perlombaan Malaysia, virtual Malaysia ni. Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, anda sekarang sudah menyaksikan kami secara live di page Galeri Impact Vertex Esports, yang kami juga bersiaran langsung. Selain daripada Facebook, kita juga bersiaran langsung di Twitch dan juga YouTube, tuan-tuan. So kepada yang baru menyaksikan, sila tekan like, komen dan juga share perlombaan ini. Perlombaan ini berlangsung selama 12 jam dan bakal berakhir pada malam nanti. So kita ada untuk 2 jam kali ini anda akan bersama saya dengan Umar, dan kami akan cuba berikan yang terbaik kepada anda. Betul, terima kasih untuk Viper Niza dan Motul untuk buat bagi kita peluang untuk menjayakan event 12 jam ni. Jarang-jarang kita ada endurance virtual dekat Malaysia ni.
Betul bang. Dia sebenarnya kena buat selalu bang.
Kan? Sebulan sekali ke, 2 bulan sekali ke, untuk memeriahkan.
Betul bang. Okey, selain daripada peserta daripada Malaysia, kita juga ada peserta daripada negara mana
negara saya lihat buat masa ni, kalau saya boleh tengok yang driver on track je buat masa ni, kita ada Sota Moto daripada Mount Fuji Racing, berasal daripada Japan. Kita ada Francis Metrillo, tak silap saya dia Veloce Ragazzo daripada Filipina. Dan mungkin Fretting daripada Brunei Darussalam.
Ya. Satu lagi yang nama jarang saya sebut, Bruno Alcaraz, Ezequiel Mires. Ini nama-nama yang jarang kita sebut ni.
Betul. Itu saya tak pasti daripada mana. Nama macam nama-nama Espanyol
Atau
Argentina.
Motorsport.
Okey, saya dapat info dia daripada Argentina.
Tu dia, ini betul-betul international kali ni. Tahniah diucapkan kepada Viper Niza dan juga Motul yang mana berjaya menarik ramai pelumba selain daripada Malaysia dan juga negara lain bersiaran dan juga berlumba pada hari ini.
Betul. Ya, so dekat skrin sekarang kita boleh tengok M Taki berhadapan dengan traffic leader daripada grup GT3 Freddy Ang daripada Tedco URT Red. So bila kereta yang lebih laju ni memotong, tanggungjawab kereta di belakang untuk memotong secara selamat. So kereta depan tu hanya perlu stick kepada line dia, dan kereta yang lebih laju ni cuba untuk memintas untuk dua-dua selamat dan tak mengacau lap time daripada kereta yang laju ataupun kereta yang slow.
Satu perlombaan yang sangat harmoni, sangat orang kata sangat baik, sangat komunikasi yang sangat cantik antara dua pelumba, saling memberikan racing line yang terbaik tanpa menghalang pelumba daripada belakang. Francis Metrillo, best time beliau adalah 2 minit 14.811 saat, manakala last lap beliau 2.18. Masih lagi bersama Mika Hakimi sekarang ini di tempat yang ketiga di dalam grup yang pertama daripada Hydratech Blue Steel Racing. Catatan masa terbaik beliau adalah 2 minit 14.300 saat. Dan sekarang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita telah memasuki lap yang ke-64 Umar.
Ya, betul. Encik Bob rasa berapa banyak lap ni untuk hari ni, untuk 12 jam ni jangkaan
maknanya 64 ni dah 2 jam, kena kalilah 300 lebih ada kot.
So
300 lebih betul
betul
tak?
Ada kira-kira tadi tak silap dalam 330 lebih kot.
Tu dia 330 lebih. Muntah bang.
Ni baru 12 jam Cik Bob. Kalau tengok event-event lain ada yang sampai 24 jam satu race. Untuk endurance.
Last time bila Adrenaline Impact last time buat endurance yang kali terakhir berapa jam bang?
Rasanya endurance 4 jam 4 jam ke 2 jam?
4 jam.
So tu tak berapa lama lah. Ini boleh kata first event yang kita broadcastkan yang paling lama.
Itu pun aku pun terkejut kat sampai 12 jam. So aku memikirkan, wah ini memerlukan tenaga kerja yang ramai ni. Dan kita akan bersiaran, kita bermula pada pukul 12 tadi dan kita akan berakhir sampai pukul 12 malam ini. So selain daripada driver, tenaga kerja pun bergili-gili untuk memastikan acara ini lancar tuan-tuan. Kevin De Sing sekarang ini catatan masa terbaik 2 minit 14.864 saat tuan-tuan.
So Kevin De Sing membawa kereta untuk Hyperbulls GT hari ni. So apa yang berlaku dekat Hyperbulls GT tadi, mungkin ada masalah dengan kereta Syami Aizan. Dia terkeluar, dia terlanggar teammate di kelas GT3 Hyperbulls RS. Dan harap-harap kereta dia masih okey lah untuk dipandu. Sebab biasanya Encik Bob kalau dah lepas repair, mungkin ada masalah sikit lah dekat aero ke. So mungkin lap time dia tak berapa laju. So kalau kita tengok ni, next lap dia sebelum ni 2.16.4, best lap dia 2.14. Dan lap pula ni 2.17. So untuk
dia langgar siapa tadi bang? Dia langgar siapa bang?
Tak pasti dia dapat damage tu sebelum dia langgar teammate dia ataupun selepas tu. Memang lagi teruk lah kereta dia. So tu sebab kalau tengok standing tu, dia masih di belakang kelas GT3 buat masa ni.
Dan untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan perempuan, Hyperbulls GT dianggotai oleh 4 driver, iaitu Sami Aizan Hanafiah, Syarul Nurfuddin, Zainul Hazim dan juga Kevin De Sing sendiri. 4 driver untuk pasukan ini.
So perlukan motivasi yang lebih kental lah untuk tim Hyperpool GT ni, kerana masih jauh perjalanan untuk mengejar ke Veloce Ragazzo di posisi yang keempat.
Ya, tapi sebenarnya kalau nak ikutkan tim orang kata komunikasi pasukan ni, nak kata dia orang dekat dalam satu rumah pun tak juga. Sebab masing-masing bersiaran daripada rumah masing-masing kan.
Betul.
So mereka kebanyakannya menggunakan channel Discord kalau tak silap saya untuk berkomunikasi di antara sesama pasukan.
Ya betul. Untuk event Viper Niza 12 jam kali ni, mereka semua diwajibkan untuk masuk ke voice channel Discord yang dah disediakan oleh Adrenaline Impact supaya lebih senang untuk mereka berkomunikasi antara satu sama lain.
Ya, so bermakna kalau ada 4 driver sekalipun, tak bermakna mereka dalam satu office ataupun satu game place, mereka mungkin boleh bersiaran daripada rumah masing-masing.
Betul.
Ya.
So cara untuk mereka menukar driver dalam satu kereta tu, diorang akan masuk ke dalam pit. Seorang tu akan klik button je untuk keluar dan dia akan queuekan next driver itu untuk masuk jalankan stint yang seterusnya.
Itu dia tuan-tuan, perlombaan alah baru dan aku sendiri pun masih lagi tak berpeluang sebenarnya. Cuma kadang-kadang kita bersama dengan Adrenaline Impact, kita memeriahkan suasana perlombaan mereka ini. Dan ini merupakan masuk tahun ketiga Adrenaline Impact bersiaran dan juga berlumba secara maya pada tahun ini. Zulafi Haya, steward pun 12 jam menonton. Mestilah bang, steward mana boleh tinggal bang, kalau tidak nanya nanti. Steward kena alert je, tengok je racing tu sama 12 jam. Kalau race 12 jam lah kita standby dengan kami.
Tapi yang bagusnya untuk endurance ni, mungkin insiden yang berlaku tu kuranglah sedikit. So macam kita tengok tadi, dalam kurang lebih sejam 20 minit yang pertama, tak berapa banyak action ataupun insiden dekat track. So bila waktu-waktu masuk pit, keluar pit yang berbeza-beza ni yang akan membuatkan track lebih padat dan diorang kena manage lah sendiri.
Ya. So total kalau ikutkan genre pun tak ramai. Satu-satu masa ada 10 kereta di dalam track pada satu-satu masa kau mah.
Macam mana tu?
Satu-satu masa dalam satu perlombaan kita ada 10 genre kan dalam litar kan. So apabila
kita ada
tak banyak kenderaan, ya,
kita ada 15.
So 15 genre, so tidak banyak insiden, melainkan kereta tu terbabas sendiri ke macam mana ke.
Tapi untuk event-event iRacing yang besar-besar, rasanya max dalam satu track tu nak sampai 60 kereta saya rasa. Cuba
masuk tenuan tu memang meriah lah.
So kalau 60 kereta tu, kita boleh kata kebanyakan masa tu memang ada insiden, ada sebab trafik kan banyak kan.
Ya, betul. So yang ni 15, kalau ada 15 genre dalam satu-satu masa, aku rasa perlombaan tu memang sangat-sangat santai dan kurang akan kita saksikan insiden-insiden yang berlaku. Betul. Sebab diorang dah ada jarak tau di antara satu kenderaan ke kenderaan yang lain.
Betul. So bila jauh sikit tu, adalah masa untuk diorang tarik nafas dan relax.
Betul bang, kalau tidak stres bang. Kalau siap baik saat kiri kanan ada orang stres bang.
Betul. Dan tugas diorang lebih kepada cuba untuk tak buat terlalu banyak mistake untuk 12 jam ni.
So ini bagi aku lah merupakan salah satu selain daripada perlombaan, merupakan salah satu terapi dan juga latihan yang sangat terbaik dan juga sangat sempurna untuk mereka hadapi. Tuan-tuan dan puan, Sultan Motor, ini dia catatan masa terpantas beliau adalah 2 minit 13.894, merupakan antara driver terpantas pada acara pada kali ini.
Betul. Kalau
13
kalau tengok lap time yang di sebelum ni pun memang sangat-sangat konsisten lah, walaupun dia perlu menangani trafik pada hari ni.
Last lap dia pun hanya 2 minit 14.934.
Betul. Kalau race luar Encik Bob untuk ELMS ni, kalau kereta Porsche RSR ni time dia dekat Spa tak silap saya dalam 2.16 ke 2.15 ke atas.
Wow. So kalau versi online, versi maya dia boleh dapat plot 2.13
Versi online ni mungkin driver lebih berani lah untuk mendapatkan lap time yang lebih laju. Tapi tak terlalu jauh, beza dalam 2 saat, 1 saat setengah tu.
Dan bagusnya tim Sutamoto ni, WMT Fuji Racing, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, anda bakal menyaksikan mereka bergandingan hanya 2 driver saja dalam pasukan ni. Sutamoto berganding dengan Shunsuke Kuno, iaitu driver yang kedua. Berbeza dengan tim-tim yang lain. Untuk tim MT Fuji Racing, mereka hanya ada 2 driver saja.
Betul. Memang sangat-sangat kental lah. Buat masa ni Sutamoto dah 2 jam setengah seorang je dia bawa. So kita nak tengok
belum tukar lagi?
Belum tukar lagi. So
terbaiklah.
Kita nak tengok nanti next pit stop adakah dia akan bertukar. Kalau Cik Bok nak tahu, misal kata kalau ada 6 driver dalam satu kereta tu, 6 tu perlu dia ada minimum lap yang dia kena bawa tu. So misal kata 6 tu dia akan dibahagikan lah 300 tu. Tak ingat saya berapa persen, tapi dia ada minimum yang dia kena buat. Kalau tak memang dia kena disqualified.
Ya, tapi dalam, kalau tak saya, dalam list yang saya ada, satu pasukan yang terbanyak sekarang ni ada 4 driver Omar
Saya check balik.
Ada yang sampai 6
Tim Hyperbull RS paling banyak hari ni. Hyperbull RS
Okey.
ada Malvinder Jitsing, siapa lagi? Aiman Harith, Wei Kiat, Afiq Fadlan dan Kelvin Pau.
Oh iya, 5. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini dia Sutamoto, antara driver yang terpantas pada kali ini. Selain daripada Malaysia, kita juga ada pelumba-pelumba yang datang daripada luar negara. Zul Hafiz Yahya, 4 orang tim SD Talk, dan juga Siam Garage, Leong Mun Fai, Wan Li Kui, Nevsky Chin dan juga Kifli Osman.
Betul. So kalau
Manakala Siam Garage dianggotai oleh Muhammad Fairuz Fazil, Muhammad Yazid Abdul Majid, Muhammad Alif Imran Azban dan juga Luqman Hakim.
Ya, kalau kita tengok di skrin sekarang, Mount Fuji Racing mendahului. So setiap lap tu tengok tu 1.7 saat, 1.4 saat, dan lap sebelum ni 0.3 saat. Memang makin lama makin jauh lah tim Mount Fuji Racing ni. Hampir 1 minit dah gap beliau leading.
Okey, Francis Metrillo di tempat keempat terpantas sekarang ini. Lain macam ni Corvette bang
Betul. So dia je lah salah satu Corvette GTE hari ni. Yang lain semua memilih untuk memakai GTE Porsche RSR.
Itulah aku tengok lain daripada lain tu. Nampak gayanya macam dia seorang ni.
Betul.
Leong Mun Fai, go TCR Racing. Ya.
Ya, Leong Mun Fai tadi tak silap Leong Mun Fai ada juga melakukan stint pertama dan telah passingkan kereta dia dekat teammate dia.
Awal. Gulak Leong Mun Fai, gulak. Okey, Francis Metrillo, catatan masa terpantas 2 minit 14.811 saat, manakala last lap beliau adalah 2 minit 17.260 saat, tuan-tuan. Biasanya kita dapat menyaksikan, kalau sebelum-sebelum ni yang saya join, kebanyakannya pelumba-pelumbanya Malaysian, tapi kali ni alhamdulillah kita bersama dengan pelumba-pelumba daripada negara lain juga.
So harapkan lepas ni kalau ada endurance lagi, mungkin lebih banyak kita dapat menarik driver-driver daripada luar untuk join event kita.
Ya, betul tu Omar. Okey, diam tak diam kita telah pun masuki lap ke-69 dan sekarang ni jam telah pun menunjukkan tepat pukul 2.45 petang dan diharapkan kepada super driver kita dapat orang kata bersedia perlumbaan seterusnya yang berbaki banyak jam lagi. Betul, dan pastikan fizikal anda kuat dan juga mental anda cerdas, dan pastikan anda fokus terhadap pemanduan yang sangat-sangat lama ni. Kalau aku rasa aku dah ke laut dah alangkan drive daripada Kuala Kangsar ke KL pun aku dah mengantuk. Kalau yang ni kau salah sikit, konsisten kau tak hilang fokus sikit, kau bakal terbabas. Macam-macam boleh jadi
Tapi dengan adrenalin yang ada sangat-sangat berbeza dengan drive long distance tu. Kat sini kita punya adrenalin tu pumping, heart rate kita naik, kita mampulah untuk kita fokus mungkin maksimum 3 ke 4 jam lah seorang.
Ya, itu dia Sutamoto memintas sangat bersahaja, sangat senang. Mungkin ini kerana perlombaan endurance yang mana kebanyakan driver dia tak nak agresif sangat. Dia bagi laluan je, asalkan boleh jalan je. So habis lain macam Sultan Motor ni. Betul bang, lain macam bang. Dia pergi bang. Okey, sahabat-sahabat yang sedang menyaksikan, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita sedang bersiaran satu perlombaan yang sangat-sangat lama, 12 jam di Spa Francorchamps.
Betul. So buat tak kisahlah korang yang menonton ni daripada menonton di Facebook ataupun di YouTube atau di Twitch, tapi make sure korang jangan tutup. Kalau nak buat benda lain tu boleh pergi buat benda lain, biar dulu stream on supaya tak terlepas apa yang action-action yang kita bawa pada hari ni.
Betul. Sebenarnya tadi Omar, 2 jam sebelum saya saksikan daripada awal sampai turn saya masuk. Sambil saya servis, saya sempat servis dua buah kereta. Sambil saya servis tu saya dengar je komentar. Sebenarnya suara awak pun masuk tadi. Sambil saya buat kerja, saya tengok live dan juga saya dengar live ni sebenarnya tadi. Sultan Motor IR rating tertinggi 89k Asia level tu. Macam mana tu?
Betul. I rating Sultan Motor 8,665 saya tengok. Kita boleh keluarkan tak I rating dia?
Oh, iRacing rating.
Oh, tak ada lah.
Macam mana nak check dia orang punya rating dia orang
Okay, so dalam iRacing ni dia ada dua rating yang dia boleh dapat. Satu adalah lesen. Lesen tu membolehkan dia race di kelas-kelas yang lebih tinggi. Dan iRating tu ibarat kalau game-game lain kita panggil MMR. So lagi tinggi iRating dia, dia akan race official dia akan dikumpulkan, dia akan race dengan orang yang lebih kurang sama iRating dia.
So dia akan main dengan level-level dia lah.
Betul. So Sultan Motor ni kita boleh cakap saing-saing dah dengan professional driver macam driver F1, driver IndyCar, driver ELMS. So memang dah biasalah rasanya dia berjumpa dengan professional driver.
So ini bermakna MT Fuji Racing Sultan Motor bukan calang-calang pemandu tuan-tuan. Daripada segi lap time, daripada segi gaya pemanduan, dan pastinya catatan masa terpantas tu pun dah kita dapat rasakan beliau memang seorang pemandu yang sangat hebat.
Betul. Dan nampak juga dekat lap time Mount Fuji Racing ni, nampak konsistensi tu memang rasanya dah biasa team Mount Fuji Racing ni join endurance macam ni.
Dia tadi berapa? 2.13, 2.14. So timing dia dekat area tu je
Betul. So biasanya bila dia nak memotong trafik tu, kedua-dua kereta akan cuba untuk beri laluan masing-masing untuk macam tu kalau kita tengok dekat skrin tu. Back marker akan cuba memberi laluan supaya dua-dua kereta tak kehilangan terlalu banyak time.
Betul. So kalau macam ni memang tu aku cakap satu perlombaan yang sangat baik, sangat nice. dan mempunyai semangat, orang kata semangat setiakawan yang sangat tinggi. Orang kata bagi laluan, tak payah nak block sangat sebab ialah perlombaan lama bang, 12 jam bang. Tak ada apa yang perlu dikejarkan dalam masa yang singkat sebenarnya. Tetapi ini dia Fretting masih lagi cuba mengejar, masih lagi cuba mengasak pelumba yang berada di hadapan beliau.
Disebabkan kereta Veloce Ragazzo tadi memotong back marker ni, Kifli Osman dan Fretting tengah battle for position.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini dia Kifli Osman daripada SD Talk Racing cuba memberikan persembahan yang terbaik untuk kita semua pada hari ini. Dan sekarang anda sedang menyaksikan Viper Niza Motul 12 Hour of Spa.
So kalau Encik Bon nak tengok track position diorang dekat battle box sebelah kanan tu ada nombor 6 dengan nombor 7 tu. So maksudnya Kifli Osman dan Fretting tengah fight for position ni sekarang ni, di mana tim Kifli Osman SD Talk Racing dah mendapat 3 anak tangga daripada permulaan race tu.
Yes, Battle of the Six in the class. Punyalah lama aku tak bersiaran rumah. Terima kasih kerana memberi.
Itulah dari dulu dah.
Okey, Abang Kifli Osman pun saya perasan sekarang ni semakin giat dia dah semakin aktif di dalam perlombaan online
Betul. Sebelum ni kan Abang Kifli Osman sering juga race on track, betul, tapi dia tengok quality of racing dekat racing virtual ni semakin bertambah. So dia pun nak turut serta mencuba mengasah skill di dunia virtual ni.
Betul tu. Semakin lama aku tengok dia semakin gila pula main benda ni. Dan kita juga pernah menjemput Kifli Osman kalau tak silap saya di dalam salah satu rancangan under Adrenaline Impact. Betul.
Ada event baru-baru ni, itu dia, Fretting dapat memotong bahagian inside Kifli Osman tidak berjaya untuk menahan beliau. Mungkin Fretting rhythm dan kelajuan lebih baik buat masa ni.
Fred di tempat ke-6 sekarang ni telah pun meninggalkan Kifli Osman di tempat yang ke-7. Dan tuan-tuan dan puan, anda sedang menyaksikan dan kita telah pun berada di lap yang ke-72 sekarang ini. Fred daripada Brunei itu dah memintas Kifli Osman seperti tadi.
Ya, begitu cantik, begitu smooth. Kat situ susah juga tu Encik Bob nak potong.
Ketat bang, ketat.
Kat situ ketat tu, the off camber tu bila exit tu. Memang steady Fretting.
Aku yang tu aku senang nak ingat sebab Mes aku suka cakap ketat tau. Lap yang ke-72 tuan-tuan. Ini dia Fretting daripada Brunei sekarang ini. Cuba menjarakkan diri daripada Kifli Osman. Semakin lama semakin ke hadapan. Semakin lama semakin ke hadapan. Cuba meninggalkan opponent yang berada di belakang. Yang manakala berada di belakang, siapa yang berada di belakang Kifli Osman
Di belakang ada Afiq Fadlan.
Afiq Fadlan, Afa.
Ya betul, tapi agak jauh gap dia dengan Kifli Osman. Kalau kita tengok kat sini, masih jauh lah dia interval dia dengan Kifli Osman.
Afa pun merupakan salah seorang pelumba SIM yang saya kenal dan juga sangat-sangat aktif di dalam perlumbaan maya seperti ini. Asal ada game, asal ada tournament, pasti dia ada. Afiq Fadlan Abdul Rahman ataupun dikenali sebagai Afa. Dia sentiasa kasih marilah orang kata.
Betul. Dia tak silap saya dia yang manage Hyperboost ni. So kalau geng Hyperboost bawa turun semua orang daripada tim dia, memang betul-betul ramai je buat.
Oh, tu dia.
Itu salah satu benda yang best lah kita tengok bila event-event ni. Kita tengok nama-nama tim yang biasa ada macam Sim Algaraj, Hyperbull, Tedco URT. So memang shock lah, semua di bawah banner tim masing-masing, menunjuk skill. Memang komuniti sim semakin besar lah di Malaysia ni.
Betul tu. Dan di dalam pasukan beliau, Hyperboost RS dianggotai oleh Melvin Digit Singh Hulun, Aiman Haris Muhammad Zubir, Hahwi Kiat dan beliau sendiri Afiq Fadlan Abdul Rahman. 4 pelumba tuan-tuan daripada Hyperboost RS.
Ya, kalau viewers di luar sana boleh tengok Hyperboost GT dan GSR XBSR je yang baru buat pit stop, 3 pit stop. Dan ini Hendra Ade Putra daripada tim Non-Jawa Racing juga memasuki pit untuk kali ketiga. So mungkin tak lama selepas ni kita akan tengok driver-driver lain juga masuk ke pit ramai-ramai. So mungkin kita akan dapat action sikit je lepas diorang semua dah keluar pit ni.
Dia keluar ramai
so biasanya minyak siapa yang mengisi minyak full pada awal race tu, diorang akan memasuki pit pada waktu yang lebih kurang sama lah.
Betul. Oi, apa tu dah tangga sikit tu.
Oh iya ke?
Okey tuan-tuan, ini Kifli Osman antara pelumba kita. Manakala ini adalah Francis Metrilo, pelumba luar daripada Malaysia sekarang ni. Catatan masa terbaik adalah 2 minit 14.811 saat. Manakala Danish Iman is watching. Apa hal Danish Iman tak masuk ni? Bestnya tengok korang racing.
Mana Iman ni? Kenapa tak join ke hari ni?
Dia boleh komen pula kat situ. Bestnya tengok korang racing. Dan kau mana bang? Aduh wai. Tuan-tuan dan puan, lap ke-74. Ini dia driver Cam Mika Hakimi, salah seorang pelumba muda yang sangat hebat, sangat laju sekarang ini, on board bersama beliau. Ini merupakan facecam daripada Mika Hakimi.
Cuba boleh tengok fokus driver kita. Kalau kita tengok dekat drive cam, kalau Max dia suka tengok input, kalau saya suka tengok input dan juga muka fokus bila racing tu. So dia memerlukan 100% fokus untuk semua lap yang dia kena jalan tu. So maybe dalam, kalau dia jalan 2 stint tu, maybe dalam 50 ke 60 lap seorang je buat.
Betul bang. Yang ni boleh katakan alien juga ni, sebab satu pasukan dia orang ada 2 orang je ni.
Uish.
Dan untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan, Mika Hakimi bergandingan dengan Aiman Haziq pada kali ini.
So Mika Hakimi pun menunjukkan lap time yang konsisten, 2.14.3, 2.15. So tak beza jauh dengan best lap dia.
2014
So kalau tengok di bawah tu M Taki daripada TCD Racing tidak jauh di hadapan, 9.7 saat di hadapan. So mungkin kalau Mika Hakimi mendapat lagi rhythm, mendapatkan lagi lap time yang laju-laju, mungkin boleh mengejar TCD Racing di hadapan.
Ya. Sementara kita tengok driver cam daripada Mika Hakimi, soalan daripada brother kita Zulhafiz Zahir, Sota Moto ada facecam tak? Dia kata.
Sota Moto ada facecam tak? Tuan Director, Sota Moto ada facecam tak?
Yang ni pertanyaan daripada Zulhafiz Yahya.
Zulhafiz Yahya ada tanya, ada facecam tak untuk driver daripada Japan kita? Tak ada.
Tak apa. Kita akan berikan yang mana ada facecam. Semestinya kadang-kadang kita akan berikan persembahan terbaik untuk anda. Dan Ishiman tak racing lah Cik Bob. Pula Iman ni start racing lah pula. Okey, untuk makluman tuan-tuan, antara pasukan ini adalah pasukan yang ada pada hari ini. Kita bersama dengan Vertex Squad, TCD Racing Team, Hyperboost GT, MT Fuji Racing, Hadratat Blue Steel Racing, SDL Top Racing, Min Machine X Speed 7, RL Stratos, Hyperboost RS, Team URT Gold, Tedco URT Red, SIPR Garage Simsport, JSR X BSR, atau Motorsport dan juga Nan Jawa Racing yang bakal bersama kami sampai malam nanti.
Non-Jawa.
So Nan Jawa Racing ni Gilbert Ang dan juga Hendra Adeputra. Gilbert Ang aku rasa dah confirm Nan Jawa aku rasa.
Bob, seronok ke Bob? Dah berapa jam ni? Dah berapa jam kau ke udara ni? Baru 1 jam rasanya kau ke udara?
Baru sekejap aku tengok jam. Baru 57 saat. 57 minit. Sorry.
Kau ni dah main saat-saat je, tahulah drag.
Tak ada bang, dah lama tak bersiaran macam ni bang. So nak ambil feel tu take time sikit lah. Tapi apa pun terima kasih sebab menjemput saya di dalam acara perlumbaan pada kali ni. Terima kasih Adeline Bat. Terima kasih.
Bob, kita ada giveaway sikit untuk kita punya viewers Bob. Daripada Motul. Jom kita tengok sikit apa diorang nak bagi. Jeng. Itu dia. Live giveaway ada set Lego dengan set apa ni yang diecast punya kereta. Apa tadi brand dia tadi? Kita tengok sikit. Tapi hanya perlu mereka hanya perlu tag 3 orang kawan, share stream ni dengan letakkan hashtag Love Motor. Tag kawan tu kena mention kawan bukan tulis nama je.
Mention nama berapa orang bang? Nak kena mention berapa orang bang?
3 orang nama, 3 orang kawan kita mention dalam chat. Kat Adrenaline Impact punya chat lah. Supaya kita boleh chat, kita akan check di situ saja.
Ya, itu dah tuan-tuan live giveaway daripada Motul. Terima kasih Motul. Terima kasih. Diam tak diam kita dah telah pun masuki lap ke 75 sekarang ini. 75 dan jam telah pun tepat pukul 3 petang tuan-tuan.
So kalau siapa yang tak tahu, Encik Bob ni selalu commentate untuk event-event drag di luar.
Kalau drag tu okey lah, biasa bang. Sebab dia ada beza tau. Live stream dan juga dekat bersiaran langsung dekat litar sebenar. So dua suasana yang sangat-sangat berbeza.
Untuk Encik Bob, mana yang lagi best? Event virtual ke event dekat luar?
Ada pro and con bang. Ada pro and con. Dan saya rasa driver pun sama. Ada pro and con. Bersiaran dekat event sebenar kat luar dan juga virtual macam ni. So dua-dua ni ada kelebihan masing-masing. Itu dia. Nampak gaya dah ada dah. Danny Shiman, Love Moto, Amir Haris, Imran Wafi, Kai, Mikael Van Welden. Kepada tuan-tuan, itu dia sebentar tadi kita telah pun menghebahkan giveaway daripada Motul tuan-tuan. Pastikan anda tag kawan-kawan anda dan juga jangan lupa hashtag giveaway sebentar tadi.
Hashtag Love
apa
Motul.
Yang caranya senang je. Anda hanya perlu hashtag Love Motul dan juga tag kawan-kawan anda Omar.
Betul.
Tapi kita tak boleh masuk lah Omar.
Iya ke?
Kalau kita tak boleh masuk kot.
Kalau kita masuk pakai akaun lain boleh ke?
Boleh cuba.
So kalau tadi dekat skrin kita nampak Ezekiel Mires cuba memotong back marker daripada Hendra Adeputra daripada Non-Jawa Racing tadi. Mungkin ketakutan selepas naik Orush tadi. Nasib baik tak berlaku apa-apa kemalangan di atas bukit tu.
Ezekiel, best time beliau adalah 2 minit 19.335 saat. Manakala last lap beliau adalah 2 minit 21.372 saat.
Ya,
Lap ke 76 nak sampai ke lap yang ke 300 lebih ni, muntah mah.
tak apa je Bob. Nasib baik kita tak terlalu lama. Selepas ni kita akan tak silap kita akan passing kepada Kelvin T dan Javier Alvarez.
Yes.
Untuk menemani korang semua pada petang ini. Hampir memasuki 3 jam dan kita tengok leader untuk kelas GTE masih Mount Fuji Racing dan kelas GT3 Tedco URT Red yang semakin lama semakin jauh daripada RL Stratos dan Atom Motorsport.
Tedco URT Red daripada Malaysia, iaitu Jai Chong, Freddy Ng dan juga Lester Neo.
Betul. So mungkin hari ni tim URT Red nampak gayanya lebih laju daripada tim URT Gold. Tapi tak silap saya, mungkin diorang ada berkomunikasi antara satu sama lain untuk mengatur strategi tu.
Satu pasukan kot. ke dia orang ada bilik dia orang sendiri.
Rasanya
Zulhafi ya, komentator satu stint 2 jam ikut jadual bang. Kita ikut arahan director. Director suruh masuk, kita akan masuk. Bila tiba masa akan ada komentate lain pula akan masuk. Sami Aizan, hai, apa khabar?
Sami Aizan, what happened Sami Aizan? Kalau
Sami Aizan daripada Hyperboost ada komen kat situ kat bawah tu.
dah luar kereta tu. Ada kita hari ni ada interview driver ke Encik Director? Ada pukul 4. Sami Aizan ada ke tu untuk kita borak-borak sikit tengok apa yang berlaku. Sebab saya tadi Encik Bob tengah berjalan nak pergi dekat Max dan Budi, tiba-tiba terdengar Sami Aizan punya kereta ada something happen. Nak juga tahu apa yang sebenarnya berlaku dekat kereta Syamil tadi. Kereta Hyperboost GT tak silap saya. Syamil Aizan.
Dan untuk makluman tuan-tuan, Hyperboost GT dianggotai oleh 4 orang pemandu, iaitu Sami Aizan, Sharon Nafudin, Kalibeda Singh dan juga Zainul Hazim, tuan-tuan.
So kalau Encik Buat tengok di bahagian atas skrin tu beza masa best time So kelas 1 tu adalah kereta GTE 2.13.8 dan GT3 2.18. So beza dekat 5 saat lebih juga Encik Buat leader untuk kelas masing-masing ni.
Dalam banyak-banyak kenderaan ni, yang mana satu yang paling sukar untuk dikawal bang? Kalau macam season-season dulu kita banyak berbicara pasal benda ni, bab-bab teknikal ni.
So kalau yang ada dekat skrin ni, bagi saya, mengikut pengalaman saya, Porsche RSR ni agak sukar sebab enjin di belakang, dan juga Ferrari GT3 juga. So kereta-kereta yang enjin di belakang ni mungkin belakang dia agak loose sikit. So
senang membuang
senang membuang. Tapi kepada driver-driver yang mahir mengendalikan kereta tu, diorang boleh mencapai lap time yang laju dengan kereta-kereta ni.
Ya, bak kata Iman Danish laju tu 2 minit 13 saat. Betul bang. Setakat ni aku pun rasa 2.13 tu sangat-sangat laju bang.
Betul.
Susah ke tu, pening ke tu, macam mana nak potong timing tu.
So tak silap saya untuk kereta F1 dekat sini dalam 151 ke 148. Tak silap
terbaik saya. 151 terbaik bang.
So untuk 2 minit untuk kereta-kereta macam ni memang sangat-sangat menakjubkan lah driver-driver kita pada hari ni.
Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, di tempat pertama masih lagi MT Fuji Racing, manakala TCD Racing di tempat kedua, Hydratek Blue Steel Racing di tempat kedua, manakala untuk grup yang kedua iaitu Tedco URT Red di tempat pertama, RL Stratos di tempat kedua, Atom Motorsport di tempat ketiga. BMW masih lagi mendahului di dalam grup ini. Fretting dah masuk ke dalam pit stop sekarang
So kita dah start tengok dah ada beberapa driver yang dah mula memasuki pit untuk kali ketiga tak silap saya. So Fretting dan Afiq Fadlan tengah pelan-pelan kayuh sebab pit lane dia panjang je Bob. Ni configuration endurance, so ada yang pit dia belah sini, ada pit dia belah sana. So jauh sikit nak berjalan untuk keluar dan masuk pit tu.
Iya. Kalau ramai masuk dalam pit, pastinya kita akan saksikan akan ada aksi yang lebih agresif, akan keluar beramai-ramai selepas ini.
Betul.
Pertemuan yang agak dekat, dan nampak gayanya hanya ada 2 driver saja yang baru masuk ke dalam pit stop sekarang ini. So kita menantikan selepas siapa yang akan memandu jentera ini selepas ini.
So kalau Encik Bob tengok di kereta Muhammad Masdi ni, dia ada terangkat sikit tu, maksudnya dia menukar tayar time pit tu.
Setelah 3 jam baru tukar tayar
Tadi ada nampak beberapa yang tukar tayar. So akan ada tim yang kalau berani diorang akan double stint tayar tu. So diorang akan masuk isi minyak saja dan tak menukar tayar. Itu akan savekan masa dia dekat long term tu. So ada kereta yang mungkin isi minyak penuh tak tukar tayar. Tapi kebanyakan saya tengok menukar tayar untuk stint yang seterusnya.
Tu dia, dalam 12 perlombaan agak-agaknya berapa tayar yang diguna pakai untuk perlombaan macam ni.
Ya, so kalau boleh tengok dekat skrin tu, Afiq Fadlan dah mula keluar dan beliau dalam posisi ke-8 untuk tim Hyperbull RS.
Okey, Afar dia mengambil keputusan untuk meneruskan perlombaan tanpa menukar pelumba seterusnya. Beliau masih lagi dipertanggungjawabkan untuk mengendalikan jentera ini di tempat ke-8. Afar daripada pasukan Hyperbus RS bersama dengan 4 pemandu dipertanggungjawabkan untuk mengendalikan jentera ini. Catatan masa terbaik adalah 2 minit 19.475 saat. Dan kali ini kita bersama dengan Les Kupala.
So untuk tim Veloce Regazo, dia memilih untuk menukar driver untuk stint yang seterusnya.
Dan merupakan satu-satunya model yang berlainan daripada jentera-jentera lain di dalam perlombaan ini. Satu-satunya Chevrolet
Betul.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, lap ke-79 dan jam telah pun menunjuk kat tepat pukul 3, 7 minit petang sekarang ini. Freddy Ng masih lagi kekal di tempat pertama daripada Tekgo URT Red. Tekgo URT Red. URT bermakna Uncle Racing Team kalau tak silap saya.
Betul, Uncle Racing Team.
Dan URT ni pun mempunyai banyak pecahan-pecahan pasukan sebab dia orang ni terlalu ramai. So dia ada macam-macam URT lagi sebelum-sebelum ini.
Betul, mereka yang lebih dikenali di tim Uncle Racing Team ni nama-nama seperti Tengku Izan Le, Tengku Dijan, Chong Fuk Pang. So memang mereka ni dah lama lah berkecimpung dalam motorsport ni. Dan terima kasih lah dekat diorang juga yang selalu juga kita nampak diorang ni di
Ruben Wong, seorang lagi Ruben Wong. Ini merupakan nama-nama lama, nama-nama besar yang dah lama berlumba di Malaysia. Mereka merupakan real racing driver di dunia sebenar. Dan bila pandemik melanda, dapat kita saksikan Tengku Jan Lee, Tengku Izan join sim racing dan juga menyertai bermacam-macam perlombaan yang dianjurkan sejak pandemik melanda. Dan ini merupakan satu, orang kata, contoh yang sangat baik kepada pelumba-pelumba muda di luar sana. Kalau kan professional driver pun dah join sim racing punya community, membuatkan sim racing kita lebih meriah, community kita lebih meriah, Omar.
Betul. Tak silap saya kalau dekat showroom Tekko tu, bengkel ke Tekko ni, tapi boleh tengok lah diorang rasanya ada setup simulator rig dekat sana. Tu dia.
So itu
kalau tengok
satu stage line yang baru so produk baru dah masuk ke sim racing sekarang.
Kebanyakan bengkel-bengkel ni dorang yang mana yang terkena dengan sim racing ni, banyaklah yang set upkan 1 atau 3 rig dekat bengkel-bengkel dorang ni. Memang sempoi lah.
Tapi itulah dia, pandemik COVID ni dia ada baik dan juga buruknya. Yang baiknya yang dapat kita saksikan daripada perlombaan sebenar, pandemik memperkenalkan kita kepada perlombaan seperti ini. So seandainya berlaku lockdown ke apa-apa kal, kita masih boleh meneruskan perlombaan macam ni. So tak ada lebur sangat. Dan kepada Malaysia, anda boleh saksikan aksi pelumba-pelumba kegemaran anda di dalam acara-acara seperti ini.
Betul. Buat mereka yang baru-baru yang berminat dengan racing, motorsport ataupun sim racing, bolehlah cari banyak local seller yang dah menyediakan pelbagai jenis simulator equipment daripada beginner sampai ke high end je, Bob.
Ya, itu kita baru sembang kepada seller. Kepada organizer juga, jangan lepaskan peluang. Kami juga, Galeri Impact juga sering menganjurkan perlombaan-perlombaan dan juga acara. Tak kira besar ke kecil, kami sentiasa ada untuk anda.
Betul. Kepada brand-brand yang ada yang berminat juga. Inilah masa dia untuk showcase kan, sama ada nak buat event ataupun nak letak branding dekat kereta-kereta ni. Inilah platform dia Encik Bob. Kalau Encik Bob tengok tim-tim ni banyak ada orang partner dengan tim-tim dengan brand-brand, dengan tim untuk mempamerkan logo-logo diorang dekat kereta-kereta ni. Bukan sahaja dekat event luar, tapi dekat event virtual pun boleh semua ni.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini dah Shota Motor. Bak kata Syami Azri lah aju betul je pun ni. Kalau Syami Azri pun cakap macam tu memang sah betul bang. 2 minit 13 saat bang. Mana dia cari bang? Kayu bang. Shota Motor dah masuk dalam pit sekarang ni
Kita ada juga dalam pit Freddy Ang daripada Ted Kuyu RT Red dan juga Tung Wei Xiao. Kita tengoklah ada tak mereka yang menukar driver dalam pit ni. Rasanya kita ada Syamil Aizan. Apa khabar Syamil?
Baik.
Dah masuk dah. Apa khabar bang? Lama tak jumpa bang.
Itulah lama tak berborak.
Apa cerita tadi?
Boleh ceritakan sikit tak apa yang berlaku
Tadi cakap overshoot lah, misjudgment lah masa braking tadi.
Alamak.
So masa misjudgment tu, so fikir kereta tu just let go masuk rumput. Dan tak expect pula rejoin tu, kereta tu berlompat sikit on air dan berlanggar dengan kita punya Aiman lah.
Itulah
GT driver.
Kalau tengok replay tadi, alamak, dah terlanggar teammate kelas lain.
Itulah leader lah tu dengan leading daripada Aiman tu.
Nasib baiklah kereta dia pun tak apa-apa. Kereta sekarang ni okey ke? Macam mana keadaan kereta
sekarang? Dah masuk peak repair, semua dah required repair dengan optional repair pun dah. So sekarang tengah nak try balik lah position. Tapi kita 2 laps down lah sekarang.
Itulah. Tapi so far driver yang sekarang tengah buat okey ke condition kereta tu? Ada
dah
kurang
okey sekarang.
Okay,
so boleh clock dalam 215 lah macam tu lah. Average.
Mantap.
Tapi sama kita masih lagi terlalu awal bang. Kita baru masuk minit. Orang kata kan orang kata macam mana, perjalanan tu masih jauh lagi.
9 jam lagi. 9 jam lagi.
9 jam lagi, betul tu.
Apa boleh terjadi kan dalam race. Macam tadi lah, tak disangka kan bertelanggar dengan teammate.
So sebelum ni Syamil dan tim banyak ke pengalaman join endurance yang lebih daripada 6 jam ni?
6 jam, 12 jam ada, 24 jam pun ada. Official punya official iRacingnya.
So boleh ceritakan sikit tak pengalaman dekat Encik Bob ni? Macam mana yang race-race yang 12 jam, 24 jam ni?
24 jam berapa driver bang? 4 driver?
Sebenarnya 6 driver lah.
6 driver, okey.
6 driver. Tak silapnya 6 driver lah. So kita ambil, ada yang ambil, kalau main macam tu kita mungkin ambil double stint lah selalu. Normally kita ambil double stint lah.
Encik Bob boleh bayangkan lah berapa lama tu 24 jam tu kalau 6 driver.
Itulah. Ikut turn lah. So ikut turn tidur jugalah. Kalau kalau ada rest period tu, kita boleh ambil tidur dululah.
Ya, itu tak apa lagi, dan ditambah lagi dengan dapat rakan-rakan yang sering memberikan kata-kata semangat seperti ini. Kau jangan gelak sangat Hanat, you breaking the car, Syaril Nurfuddin. Itu dia.
Selagi ni.
Itu dia kata-kata semangat daripada rakan beliau.
Ya, betul. Dia tengah pasrah tu.
Tapi itulah dia, rakan-rakan ni dia memberi kita semangat untuk kita pergi lagi.
Betul. Dan saya bukan nak mendoangkan, tapi saya berharap ada tim lain pun terciduk jugalah.
Itu biasa bang.
Itu bang. Sebab jauh sangat, so mengharapkan terciduk je lah untuk dapatkan game position sekarang.
Okay, untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Hyperboost TT dianggotai oleh Syamil Aizan Hanafiah, Syarul Nurfuddin, Kelvin Singh dan juga Zainul Hazim, tuan-tuan.
Betul.
Okey, telah pun memasuki minit ke berapa ni, dan lap yang ke 82 sekarang ni, 3 jam 8 minit sekarang.
So Syamil, keadaan track hari ni dia mengizinkan untuk double stint dengan tayar ke?
Tadi cuba double stint after repair tu, tak boleh jugalah. Dia punya tayar wear pun quite apa ni banyak makan tayar jugalah. So kita orang pit awas sebelum fuel dah habis lah.
So mungkin bila track cool down tu adalah kot yang gamble untuk double stint dengan tayar tu kurangkan masa
betul.
dalam pit tu.
Tapi kita try tadi masa first stint Syaril bawa tayar pun left 50% lah, almost to 50%. Kalau boleh double stint maybe tak cannot lasted lah for the 2 stint.
Okey, sekarang bang ada 4 pasukan ya. Ini soalan peribadi lah. Antara 4 orang ni mana sekali yang susah sangat nak handle?
Susah driver ke?
Driver. Pasukan lah. Di antara dalam teammate masing-masing ni yang mana satu yang paling susah nak berkomunikasi lah. Tak ada orang cakap lah.
So far semua okey lah, semua tolak ansur lah, ada tolerance juga lah. Tak ada yang kepala tak ada lah dalam team lah.
Cuma kata-kata semangat tu biasa lah.
Mungkin melawak je Encik Bob. Biasalah teammate ni.
Betul. Tapi kalau kena bahan tu memang selalulah.
Itulah dia.
Kena bahas, so belanja makan tu memang wajib lah. Ini pun dah minta so belanja makan steak dah ni, Syaril ni.
Teammate minta bank in tak ada teammate yang
ada. Ada tu selalu tu Kelvin tu selalu so bank in tu.
Kalau langgar minta bank in macam lah.
So tak letih ke komentator 12 jam ni ada shift ke?
Tak apa, bukan driver je ada pit stop, tapi komentator pun ada pit stop juga.
I see. Okay.
Bang, dulu kalau tidak kita biasa 2 jam tu kita boleh estimate kita nak pergi macam mana kan. Ini kalau 12 jam ni kau kena fikir sendiri tu bang. Walaupun driver, saya driver, kami pun kena gila-gila ke bang.
Betul, kalau 12
so, selepas
jam.
So selepas ni bersama dengan
Selepas ni kita akan bersama dengan Kelvin T dan Javier Alvarez. Mungkin dalam kurang lebih 50 minit akan datang.
Ya, so Abang Samir selepas ni akan ada 2 lagi komentator yang akan masuk shift. Tapi ini pengalaman baru aku lah. Sebab sebelum ni tak pernah buat yang 12 jam lagi. Ini baru first time dan aku pun dah lama tak join korang. Hari ni baru kembali, baru nak ambil tune lah.
Okay. So masa Bob tak ada buat komentator ni, so apa buat sebelum ada?
Saya ada perniagaan saya sendiri. Bila dah fasa 3 dah buka, alhamdulillah saya dah ada homestay, semua homestay dah jalan dah. Boleh senyum balik lah. Kalau tidak macam masa PKP fasa 2, fasa 1 tu menangis kat bang, menangis.
Betul. Yalah.
So join korang lah. Pasal saya ingat lagi yang tahun pertama saya join korang memang best lah. At least kedukaan tu terubat sikit lah bila tengok Samir berlumba, Syaril berlumba, dapat tengok driver-driver lain berlumba. At least kita tak ada lemurung sangat. Dapat tengok kawan-kawan berlumba.
Betul. Itulah kita pun nak ambil ke fasa 4 dah. So saya pun mungkin insyaAllah tahun depan dah start mula terbang balik kan.
Fly balik.
Sebab border pun nak buka dalam Januari, earliest Januari pun 1 Januari kot katanya. So
kalau perempuan untuk makluman, selain daripada joki kereta ni, untuk makluman semua, Samir Aizan Hanafiah merupakan seorang joki kapal terbang juga. Kapal terbang tu dia joki bang. Jangan main-main bang.
Kapal terbang yang terlajak buat.
Itu tak boleh bahaya
banyak masalah tu.
Banyak masalah tu. Aduh.
So tu
selain daripada
tu sempoi dia Encik Bob, sim racing ni menyatukan pelbagai jenis orang. Disatukan dalam satu.
Tapi bagi saya pilot ni dia ada satu kelebihan lah. First kali dia mental dia kuat, physical dia kuat. Kalau physical dia tak kuat, macam mana dia bawa terbang tu kan. So that's why dia boleh kendalikan sim racing ni dengan sangat power, sangat laju. Itu yang aku nampak kalau pilot yang main sim racing ni.
Tak juga. Saya makan kuat je dalam kapal terbang.
Cuma bezanya dia tak menggila. Bawa kapal terbang tu menggila lah.
Mungkin kalau ada masalah je lah
kalau ada masalah masa tu lah pening lah. Banyak kena buat lah kan.
Start terbang balik bila bang?
InsyaAllah tahun depan lah, Januari.
Okay.
Akan sebab saya punya company AsiaX, so dia mostly kan international je, tak ada domestic. Dijangkakan kita akan buka apa untuk passenger flight tahun depan lah. Early tahun depan. InsyaAllah lah.
Sami Aizan merupakan salah seorang pelumba yang sering saya lihat bertanding di mana-mana event yang dianjurkan. Asal ada je sim racing event, pasti akan ada nama beliau. Okey, kita berbalik kepada perlumbaan sekarang ni. Lap yang ke-84, jam ke-3 13 minit, 3 jam 13 minit. Sultan Motor masih lagi mendahului. Catatan masa terpantas adalah 2 minit 13 8941. Laju betul Muhammad Jepun ni bang. Laju gila bang.
Memang pure Jepun ke tu, daripada Jepun ke atau memang Jepun Malaysia ke apa macam mana tu? Mount Fuji race.
Rasanya memang daripada Japan.
I see. Okay,
tapi I rating memang tinggi, 8,600.
Okay.
Sebelum ni Umar pernah tengok Umar dia si beliau.
Saya tak pernah tengok. Baru-baru pagi tadi dapat ni list ada driver daripada Jepun masuk.
2.13 Mika Hakimi kalau tak salah tadi 2.14
Kita boleh check di sini. Mika Hakimi yes 2.14. Tapi lap time dia pun konsisten juga. Cuma nak bandingkan dengan Mount Fuji ni memang agak jauh juga, 1 saat lebih beza.
Dan kelebihan dan juga persamaan yang dapat saya lihat di antara Mount Fuji Racing dan juga Vertex Blue Steel Racing, diorang ni betul-betul confident sebab diorang dua antara dua driver je. So bermakna confident level diorang memang sangat-sangat tinggi. Dua driver satu pasukan. Respect, memang aku respect bang.
So maybe yang hantar dua driver ni memang dah biasa masuk ke event-event endurance ni. Diorang dah
Ya, betul tu. Okey, Mika Hakimi sekarang ni di hadapan beliau ada 3 buah kenderaan dan beliau ni kalau tak silap aku, kalau tengokkan gaya pemandangan, dia tak boleh tengok kalau ada rival ada kat depan tau. Dia akan cuba kejar lagi, pergi lagi. Dia dah try memintas sebentar tadi dan ada 2 buah kenderaan lagi di hadapan beliau dan kini beliau dia jenis tadi tau. Dia tak boleh ada orang kat depan, dia akan cuba kejar lagi. Walaupun ini perlumbaan endurance. Mika Hakimi best time beliau adalah 2 minit 14.300 saat dan lap yang terakhir beliau buat adalah 2 minit 16.220.
Dan kita boleh tengok untuk kelas 2 di lead oleh Lester Neo daripada tim URT Red, dan buat masa ni dekat skrin kita tengok Mika Hakimi masih cuba untuk manage traffic di hadapan, baru memotong Chon Fook Pang daripada tim URT Gold.
Tu dia. Okey, URT Gold pula dianggotai oleh 4 orang driver iaitu Ruben Wong, Chok Foong Pang, Tepu Izan dan Tuku Izan Lee. 4 pelumba di dalam URT Gold. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita telah memasuki lap yang ke-86 sekarang ini. Di tempat pertama masih lagi Mount Fuji Racing, di tempat kedua Techco Racing, di tempat kedua Hydratek Blue Steel Racing, di tempat yang ketiga sekarang ini.
Tuan Encik Bob, ada soalan-soalan terakhir untuk Abang Syamil Azan kita?
Soalan kalau saya nak ucapkan lah, semoga berjaya kepada pasukan Hyperbull GT sebabnya kita masih jauh lagi, perlumbaan kita masih jauh, 9 jam lagi, macam-macam boleh jadi Samir, boleh jadi.
Betul. InsyaAllah kita akan cuba at least naiklah satu position ke, macam mana kita cuba.
Alright, saya pun ucapkan yang terbaik untuk tim. Okey, terima kasih kami Azan
sama-sama lagi
podcast ni. Moga berjaya pada hari ini. Good luck to both Hyperbulls team hari ni.
Baik, terima kasih.
Alright.
Okey, itu dia. Kita bersama dengan salah seorang pelumba kita tadi Omar mungkin selepas ni kita akan tarik masuk lagi pelumba-pelumba lain pula. Seperti tadi akhirnya kita dah tahu dah apa yang jadi di awal-awal perlumbaan tadi Omar.
Betul. Disebabkan kita mewajibkan mereka masuk ke menggunakan Discord Adrenaline Impact ni supaya kita boleh cuba untuk seru mereka yang tak tengah race tu.
Ya. Dan juga paling penting kita senang berkomunikasi dalam acara event macam ni, senang kita nak berkomunikasi.
Betul.
Okey, jam telah pun menunjukkan tepat pukul 3.24 minit dan kita telah pun memasuki jam ke-3.18. Kita telah pun berlumba selama 3 jam 18 minit dan telah pun memasuki lap yang ke-86. 2 terlebih lagi.
Betul. Tapi
2 terlebih lap lagi.
Tapi Encik Bob betul lah Encik Bob kata Mika Hakimi bila dah nampak rival di hadapan tu, so sekarang dia 0.8 saat di belakang TCD Racing. Mika Hakimi cuba mengejar M Taki. So diorang ni kelas yang sama, So fighting for position, kita tengok Mika Hakimi mampu tak untuk mengejar M Taki daripada TCD Racing.
Sebab saya perasan dia punya corak pemanduan dia macam mana tau. Dia kalau dia seorang dia tak steam tau. Tapi kalau dia nampak ada orang kat depan dia cepat berbulu tau. Dia nak kejar lagi.
So kalau Encik Bot tengok dekat bawah tu, beza lap time Mika Hakimi dengan M Taki semakin lama semakin rapat. So mungkin
Dia hijau kan.
Ya, so kalau hijau tu maksudnya lap yang sebelum tu lebih laju daripada M Taki.
Ya, itu aku cakap. Dan sekarang ni ini dia Taki dapat gayanya tak senang duduk juga sebab dicucuk rapat oleh Mika Hakimi sekarang ini. So nak tak nak aku jalan bang, lari bang. Mika Hakimi tengah mengejar tu, lari bang.
Betul. So kalau kita bercerita pasal eye rating, Mika Hakimi mempunyai eye rating 4360, manakala M Taki 3800. So beza eye rating dua-dua ni tak berapa jauh. So mungkin kalau diorang race series yang sama, seringlah diorang berjumpa di luar sana. Tu hilang.
Apa nak jadi tu? Hilang sekejap. DC sekejap
So lumba virtual ni kalau sama biasanya belah klien tu, kalau ada masalah ping ke apa ke, dia akan hilang lah, dia akan lompat-lompat lah. Biasalah untuk buat racing online ni.
Ya.
Orang cakap kalau hilang-hilang ni jangan tegur.
Dia cheat small sekejap. Tapi itulah Mika Hakimi semakin lama semakin mengasak, semakin lama semakin cuba mengasak. Iman Danish habislah kau kalau Mika tengah kejar. Itu komen daripada Iman Danish.
Betul. So siapa yang pernah drive di hadapan Mika Hakimi tu kena berjaga-jaga lah. Mungkin buntut dah tak senang duduk dah.
Driver depan pula kalau dia tak tahannya pressure habis, dia akan slowkan pace dia bagi laluan pula. Lagi nanya. Betul. Tapi nampak gaya semakin lama semakin hampir bang. Semakin lama semakin hampir.
Biasanya dalam keadaan macam ni dia akan cuba untuk mencari ruang untuk memotong, dia akan cuba pressure untuk memaksa kereta depan melakukan kesilapan.
Ini kalau tak saya perebutan pasukan di tempat yang kedua kan, di antara TCD Racing dan juga Vertex.
Betul.
Di tempat kedua dan juga tempat ketiga sekarang ni. Yang ini boleh kita katakan battle yang sangat-sangat hampir, sangat-sangat close kerana orang kata perebutan kedudukan sekarang ini di tempat kedua dan juga tempat ketiga.
So kalau tengok pada leaderboard tu, Hyperbulls GT dah semakin rapat dengan kelas mereka. So tim Syamil Aizan tadi okey, dapat recover balik walaupun tadi tak silap 2 ke 3 lap di belakang kelas mereka, tapi sekarang ni dah cuba untuk merapatkan lagi, tapi harapkan pit time dia tak terlalu lama supaya boleh mengejar Veloce Ragazzo di hadapan. Sekarang ini Mount Fuji Racing di tempat pertama, TCD Racing tempat kedua, Hard Track tempat ketiga. Yang mana anda sedang saksikan battle antara dua jentera sekarang ini, Veloce Ragazzo di tempat keempat, manakala Hyperboost di tempat yang kelima, lap yang ke-88 sekarang ini. So harap-harap
pressure dia kejar.
So tu Taki dah mula rasa pressure tu, dia dah offline sikit. So mungkin Mika Hakimi dalam 1 atau 2 lap ni dapat memotong untuk tangga yang kedua.
Ya. Dia kalau dia rasa pressure sikit, ala-ala sekali, jangan sampai dia kata tak apalah aku jalan dulu lah. Tapi rugilah sebab sekarang ni TCD Racing di tempat kedua. Rugilah kalau dia bagi Mika Hakimi yang memintas.
Betul. Tapi dalam endurance ni kalau kita tahu driver di belakang lebih laju, mungkin seeloknya kita bagilah dia memotong untuk sebab kan bila kita dia kena pressure ni, takut lap time kita semakin lama berkurang.
Oh, menurun
sebab kita fokus di kereta di belakang tu kan. So mereka baru memotong siapa di belakang tu? Ezekiel Mires daripada tim Atom Motorsport. So traffic daripada kelas GT3 tu tak membawa masalah sangat pada diorang ni walaupun diorang tengah battle.
Dua kategori yang berbeza dan juga Mires memberi laluan kepada dua pelumba ini. Manakala Taki dan juga Hakimi di dalam satu kumpulan yang sama bertarung position yang di tempat kedua sekarang ini. Mika Hakimi masih lagi di tempat ketiga, cuba mengejar Taki yang berada di tempat kedua sekarang ini daripada TCD Racing. telah pun memasuki lap yang ke-89 sekarang ini.
So kalau kita tengok satu field ni semua dah memasuki pit stop 3 kali. Hanya Hyperbull GT yang dah masuk kali keempat. Dan tadi kalau kita nampak non-Jawa Racing keluar daripada pit, kereta masih damage. So mereka perlu memasuki pit semula untuk cuba repair kereta.
5 stop bang, 5 stop.
So mungkin ada insiden-insiden yang membuatkan kereta diorang damage. Sampaikan dia cuba untuk repair dan keluar, nampaknya kena towing balik masuk je Bob.
Ya, kita berikan tumpuan ke litar sekarang. Ini dia, mungkinkah Mika Kimi berjaya meminta Taki? Ya, berjaya meminta Taki di situ. Dan sekarang ni kedudukan telah pun berubah, yang mana Mount Fuji Racing di tempat pertama, Hydra Track di tempat kedua, TCD Racing di tempat yang ketiga, yang mana Taki telah pun dipintas sebentar tadi oleh Mika Hakimi. Mika Hakimi best time beliau adalah 2 minit 14.300 saat. Sekarang ni berada di tempat yang kedua, tuan-tuan. Battle untuk tempat yang kedua. Taki di tempat ketiga.
Betul, tapi masih jauh untuk Mika Hakimi mengejar Mount Fuji Racing ni. Kalau kita tengok beza lap time tu 0.1, 0.8, 0.6. So kurang lebih average dalam 1 saat Bob, Encik Bob, Mount Fuji Racing ni berbanding dengan Hydra Track Blue Steel Racing.
Tapi bang, masih lagi terlalu awal bang untuk kita tekan kedudukan ini. Walaupun Mount Fuji di tempat pertama, kita ada berbaki 9 jam lebih lagi bang.
Betul,
awal lagi bang.
Betul.
Cik, aku ni macam bias pula. Tak apa. Kita berikan tumpuan sekarang ni. Iman Danish, Mega Hakimi. Oh, dah tukar nama dah. Mega Hakimi pula. Okey, Sotamoto. Ini merupakan lomba daripada luar negara kalau tak silap saya. Sotamoto bergandingan dengan Shunsuke Kung daripada Mount Fuji Racing. Mengungguli kedudukan sekarang ni di tempat yang pertama, dan di tempat kedua adalah Hydra Tech Blue Steel Racing, Mika Hakimi yang berada di tempat kedua. Tetapi kita tak nampak Mika Hakimi di belakang Sotamoto, yang mana Sotamoto memang sangat-sangat pantas, sangat-sangat laju pada kali ini.
Betul, kalau Encik Bob tengok dekat peta belah kanan tu, kalau nampak yang kecil tu, masih jauh untuk tim Hydra Tech Blue Steel Racing ni mengejar Mount Fuji Racing.
Tapi Umar, kita masih ada lagi banyak lagi pelumba yang belum keluar lagi kan?
Belum keluar. Ya, kalau tim yang lebih daripada 2 driver tu masih ramai lagi yang masih menunggu. So mungkin diorang sempat power nap dulu untuk sebelum memasuki race.
Iya, sebab sekarang ni kalau boleh kita saksikan, catatan masa terpantas menjadi milik Sotamoto. Tapi jangan lupa tuan-tuan, kita masih ada ramai lagi pelumba yang belum keluar lagi untuk ambil time.
Ya, betul.
Masuk ke lap yang ke-90 sekarang ini. 3 jam 26 minit. Tuan-tuan dan perempuan, anda sekarang sedang menyaksikan Viper Niza Motul 12 Hour of Spa Francorchamps. Kita sedang bersiaran di page Vertex Esports dan juga Impact. Selain daripada Facebook, kita juga bersiaran di Twitch dan juga YouTube, tuan-tuan. Kita telah pun bersiaran daripada pukul 12 tengah hari tadi, dan kita ada panjang lagi perlombaan kita sampai malam nanti. So jangan ke mana, semestinya kami bawakan yang terhebat, yang terpadu dan juga yang terlaju hanya untuk anda. Sekarang ini kita berada bersama M. Taki di kedudukan yang ketiga sekarang ini. Seperti tadi beliau mengungguli di tempat yang kedua. Sekarang beliau masih lagi cuba mengejar Mika Hakimi yang berada di tempat kedua. Hydra Track Blue Steel Racing di tempat kedua. Cuba dan juga masih lagi mencuba memintas pelumba yang memintas beliau sebentar tadi.
Betul, Mika
siapa?
Mika Hakimi.
Yang dapat Mika siapa? Kifli Osman sebentar ni.
Yang mana?
Mika Hakimi memintas siapa? Wen
daripada tim GSR X BSR. So Mika Hakimi ni tengah cuba untuk melarikan diri daripada Mtaki. Rasanya dia perlu mencari balik. Kalau track di hadapan kosong, tak ada trafik, mungkin dia cubalah untuk meninggalkan TCD Racing ni.
Ini on board bersama Mika Hakimi sekarang ini. Kalau tadi beliau mengasak Taki, dan kini keadaan telah berubah, yang mana Taki pula telah mencuba mengasak Mika Hakimi. Masuk ke lap yang ke-91, tuan-tuan. 3 jam 24 minit. Mika Hakimi masih lagi cuba menjarakkan diri daripada Taki. Ini dia driver cam kita bersama dengan driver cam kita, seorang pelumba muda. sangat serius dalam perlombaan sim di Malaysia, dan juga kalau tak salah saya merupakan anak didik Alan Siong juga. Dan kedudukan mereka tidak jauh daripada pesaing di tempat ketiga, M. Takim. Itu dia yang berada di belakang beliau sekarang ni. Cuba mengambil selekoh dan juga berhati-hati tanpa terbabas.
Memang sangat-sangat smooth lah. Saya rasa track ni semakin panas, so diorang memerlukan tyre management yang bagus juga untuk tak terlalu pushkan tayar diorang untuk tahan lebih lama. Mika
Hakimi dah masuk minit ketiga, 3 jam lebih dia tak keluar, dia tak tukar driver lagi
rasanya ada sebelum ni teammate dia tak
Aiman Haziq. Mika Hakimi dia bergandingan dengan Aiman Haziq.
Mungkin dia seorang je, belum tukar lagi.
Belum tukar lagi ya.
Kita dah dapat daripada director yang dia dah bertukar. So mungkin 2 atau 3 steam dan dia akan passing balik dekat teammate dia.
Okey tuan-tuan, ini dia lap ke 91, minit ke 3 jam 29 minit, 3 jam 30 minit. Ya, Mika Hakimi masih lagi mengundi di tempat kedua. Vertex Blue Steel Racing di tempat kedua menggunakan jentera Porsche. Catatan masa terpantas adalah 2 minit 14.300 saat.
So Encik Bob, bila nak datang ke studio ni, bolehlah mencuba simulator yang ada kat sini ni.
Dah ada lah. Yang saya perasan sekarang ni studio dah lain daripada bilik kecil belakang tu, dah
betul.
Ke main kan. Itu yang saya perasan lah. InsyaAllah sampai masa nanti saya datang ke sana, tengok orang kata semakin selesa nak buat kerja pun, dah semakin selesa lah sekarang ni. Dulu ingat tak Omar, dulu space agak kecil sikit, sekarang ni alhamdulillah dah besar.
Betul. So untuk event-event macam ni syok lah, sebab dekat luar sekarang ada TV, so sesiapa yang especially macam event untuk hari ni kan ada ramai kat sini, so diorang pun menonton juga live stream ni dekat luar walaupun kita di dalam studio ni.
Dan hari ni kalau tak silap saya, kita ada Max, kita ada Budi, kita ada Encik Omar, kita ada Kevin T dan juga Javier Alvarez. Tapi ada setengah orang ada kat studio, ada setengah ada dekat bersiaran dari rumah masing-masing lah.
Macam Encik Bob jauh walaupun jauh kita masih boleh merapat-rapat di sini.
Ada masa saya sampai studio bang. Jangan risau bang, InsyaAllah saya sampai. So tuan-tuan dan puan, selain daripada itu, kalau korang nak buat live stream, anda juga boleh pergi ke studio Alien Impact Omar.
Ya betul.
Dekat mana? Studio kat mana Omar?
Kalau di belakang Keep Mall, Bandar Baru Bangi.
Ya. So yang mana perlukan broadcasting, yang nak buat iklan, nak buat shoot video, anda boleh terus ke studio kami di Bandar Baru Bangi, Adelaide Impact. Okey, Sultan Motor antara pelumba yang terpantas. Siapa yang mengejar beliau? At least ada juga aksi pelumba lain cuba mengasak Sultan Motor, akan tetapi jaraknya terlalu jauh. Masih lagi menjadi pelumba yang terpantas sekarang ini dengan catatan masa 2 minit 13.894 saat. Arif Azmi di belakang beliau.
Arif Azmi position yang keempat di kelas GT3. Dan
Arif Azmi daripada pasukan RL100 bersama dengan James Liam Russell, Aaron Lim dan juga Tung Wei Siang. 4 driver di dalam pasukan ini.
Betul, James Russell pun banyak juga event-event sebelum ni yang dia dah join bersama kami. Salah satu driver yang agak laju juga. Tapi di event-event team macam ni, mereka perlukan communication dan trust lah between teammate ni. Untuk menjayakan satu event endurance ni.
Macam itu yang soalan saya tanya dekat Samir tadi. Kita ada 4 driver, satu pasukan, dan kita perlukan pasukan yang senang kita berkomunikasi kan.
Betul.
Taki masih semakin lama semakin jauh ditinggalkan. Betul. Mika Hakimi semakin lama semakin jauh meninggalkan Taki yang berada di tempat ketiga sekarang ini. Mika Hakimi makin lama makin menjarakkan dan juga masih selesa lagi berada di tempat kedua. Vertex Blue Steel Racing di tempat kedua sekarang ini. Semakin lama semakin jauh pula ditinggalkan Taki.
Betul. So dalam race-race endurance macam ni, biasalah Encik Bob, mungkin kurang sikit action yang kita dapat tu, tapi sesiapa yang memahami macam mana nak habiskan race dekat endurance tu memang memerlukan fokus yang sangat-sangat tinggi lah.
Bang, 12 jam bang, 12 jam bang. Mental dan juga mata pun kadang-kadang pun letih tengok je kan. Okay, on board bersama Afa.
Betul. Dan yang ni juga fighting for position. Hyperboost RS mengejar Mean Machine di hadapan, dibantu oleh Muhammad Mazdi Mardini. Kita tengok berapa lama Afiq Fadlan memerlukan masa untuk memintas untuk mendapatkan tangga yang ke-6.
Perebutan tempat ke-6 di antara Afa dan juga Mak Mazdi.
So gap di hadapan masih jauh. Sim R Garage dipandu oleh Zid Am. 1 lap di hadapan dua kereta yang ada di skrin sekarang ni.
Diam tak diam dah 94 lap sekarang.
Betul. Dah almost 1/3 daripada race kita pada hari ni.
Ya. Aku suka ayat tu, 1/3. Sebab kita ada lebih kurang 300 lebih 300 lebih lap. Dan mereka telah pun berlumba selama 3 jam 35 minit. Itu dia Afa semakin lama semakin mengejar Mat Mazdi. Mat Mazdi di pressure sekarang ini. Bolehkah Afa memintas Mat Mazdi sekarang ini? Mari kita saksikan corner ini. Belum lagi. Terlalu luas, terlalu besar.
So biasanya overtaking opportunity akan ada selepas naik bukit di hadapan ni, Orush dan Radion. Di on board di kanan tu boleh tengok top speed diorang, Cik Bob, 230, 240, 250 km sejam. So kat sini diorang akan dapat draft sikit daripada kereta depan.
So kalau kat orang depan tu terleka sikit, pastinya dipintas oleh pelumba dari belakang. Belum lagi.
Betul. Mungkin memerlukan masa untuk merapatkan diri lagi. Afa cuba lagi mengejar Muhammad Mazdi Mardini daripada tim Mean Machine. So kalau Encik Bob tengok kat skrin ni, mana yang lagi cantik sekarang ni? WM ke, Ferrari ke, Porsche ke?
Kalau tengokkan colour, aku sebenarnya daripada tadi aku nak komen, kereta Alfa ni pasukan dia punya colour meriah bang. Kalau dari segi colour lah.
Itulah, jarang tengok Hyperboost buat colour-colour macam ni. Mungkin tema baru kot.
Tema baru kot. Colour dia meriah bang. Aku daripada tadi aku nak tegur tapi tak tercakap. Bila awak nak tanya, apa ni baru aku nak cakap ni. SM Hobbies, torpedo lah sekali. Bosan ni. Ya Allah. Okay, kereta sebenarnya tak banyak. So aksi yang mana ada close battle. Sekarang berlangsungnya close battle di antara Afa dan juga Mat Mazdi. Semakin lama semakin menghampiri dan cuba mencari ruang dan peluang untuk memintas Mat Mazdi. Bila-bila masa daripada sekarang. Boleh. Lagi. Itu dia telah pun dipintas. Afa telah pun berjaya memintas Mat Mazdi sebentar tadi.
So masih battle. Afiq Fadlan cuba untuk melarikan diri. Satu overtake yang cantik on the inside tadi. Kedudukan telah pun berubah sekarang ini. Yang mana Afa di tempat ke-5, ke-6, manakala Mat Mazdi jatuh di tempat ke-7 sekarang ini, tuan-tuan. Ya, kita cuba tengok, cari replay overtake tadi.
Masuk.
So di bahagian inside, dan Muhammad Mazdi Mardini memberi ruang yang cukup. So begitu cantik sekali overtake Afiq Fadlan daripada tim Hyperboost X, Hyperboost RS. Dan
untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan, Hyperboost RS dianggotai oleh Malvin Dejit Singh, Aiman Haris dan juga Hui Cat dan juga Afiq Fadlan sendiri. Lap yang ke-95 sekarang ini, mereka telah berlomba selama 3 jam 37 minit. Dan juga kedudukan sekarang ini, Man Fuji Racing di tempat pertama, Hydratek Blue Steel Racing di tempat kedua, manakala TCD Racing di tempat yang ketiga, manakala grup yang kedua, Techco URT Red di tempat yang kedua, Atom Motorsport di tempat yang kedua, dan juga tim URT Gold di tempat yang ketiga sekarang.
Kalau kat Sepang, Encik Bob tak pernah tengok ke endurance race yang berlangsung kat sana? Tak silap saya, ada juga event-event endurance dekat Sepang ni.
Last bila bang? Tahun lepas kot?
Oh, saya tak pastilah. Mungkin lepas PKP ni banyak benda dia jadi macam kabur lah.
Ya, kita jadi lost kejap tau.
Jadi lost.
Nak ambil tune tu, sedikit ambil masa. Macam drag saya dah harung 2 kali event drag dan baru pelan-pelan kita nak ambil tune tau sebab lama sangat bercuti bang.
Memang sampai. Event drag Encik Bob itu ada skuter tak? Ada skuter main drag tak?
Ada bang, bang. Itu yang menarik je bang.
Memang macam-macam benda-benda baru ni.
Iya. Cuma kita tak ada drag online saja. Last time Adrenaline Impact dia ada buat host. Kita cuba untuk buat Adrenaline Impact versi drag. Kita dah jalankan. Dan mungkin akan datang sebelum event drag mungkin boleh buat lagi sekali ke? Mana tahu.
Kalau boleh buat event drag motor tu syok
motor. Belum pernah. Kita tak nampak lagi Adrenaline Impact tak nampak.
Mungkin tak ada platform lagi lah untuk tu.
Kereta saja kan. Okey, lap ke-96 sekarang rumah. Taki masih lagi di tempat yang ketiga, jauh ditinggalkan oleh Mika Hakimi. Dan masih lagi tak nampak Mika Hakimi jauh kat depan. Tak nampak Mika Hakimi kat mana sekarang ni.
Tertinggal lah.
Jauh bang. Hydratech Blue Steel di tempat kedua. Akan tetapi Mika Hakimi dan juga pelumba Sultan Motor pun jauh juga di hadapan. Sultan Motor merupakan pemegang catatan masa terpantas sekarang ini dan juga Muhammad Taki juga best time dia adalah 2 minit 14.187 saat, juga satu catatan masa yang sangat baik.
So, kita nak berterima kasih kepada mereka yang masih menonton dan menemani kita pada hari ini. So kalau ada nak tanya soalan ke, nak borak-borak ke, silakanlah di chat box. Kita boleh lah buat.
Tapi yang menarik ni lah Abang SM Hobbies ni, torpedo lah sekali. Alamak.
Abang Doraemon.
Siapa yang nak torpedo ni? Letih bang. Disqualified terus kot. Adalah ni kot. Dipantau oleh steward lah nanti kalau kau torpedo orang kan.
Ada dalam bilik steward mereka memantau kalau ada insiden-insiden.
Kita tak boleh nak torpedo orang suka-suka bang. Okey, Mak Masdi sekarang ni perebutan tempat ke-6 cuba mengejar Afa yang berada di hadapan beliau. Sebentar tadi Mak Masdi telah pun dipinta soal Afa. Perebutan tempat ke-6 sekarang ini.
Betul. Kalau dekat track ni Encik Bob, mungkin kereta BMW ni ada advantage sikit berbanding BM. Yang kereta Ferrari, kereta BM ada advantage lagi dekat Ferrari. Mungkin kalau Ferrari dekat top speed mungkin lebih laju, tapi sebabkan track ni banyak juga sektor-sektor yang ada corner-corner yang memerlukan balance yang lebih better lah.
So maksudnya handling BMW lebih sesuai untuk keadaan layout seperti inilah.
Betul.
Cuma BMW kata tak silap saya sedikit berat daripada Porsche.
Tu saya tak pasti. Itu kita kena tanya Max.
Max dia technical dia terror sikit.
Betul.
Okey, jangan lepaskan peluang bersama kami. Kami akan bersiaran sampai malam nanti. Max juga selepas ni anda juga akan bersama dengan Max. Mengikut schedule yang telah pun diaturkan selepas ini. Dan selepas ini anda akan bersama dengan Kevin T dan juga Javier Alvarez sebentar lagi. Sementara itu kita masih lagi berada dengan Mak Masdi sekarang ini, cuba mengejar Afa yang berada di hadapan beliau. Semakin lama Afa semakin meninggalkan Mak Masdi di lap yang ke-97 sekarang ini. Perlumbaan pada minit 3 jam 42 minit telah pun berlangsung. Ini dia. Mana kali ini dia adalah Zainul Hazim daripada Hyperboost. Kedudukan ataupun pelumba mereka telah, dia orang dah tukar driver lah bang.
Dah tukar Zainul Hazim dah sekarang. Tadi tak silap Kelvin De Singh yang bawa kereta Hyperboost ni.
Untuk pasukan ini Hyperboost GT dianggotai oleh Sami Aizan, Syarul Nufruddin, Kevin De Singh dan juga Zainul Hazim.
So kalau tengok standing dekat tepi tu, mereka masih 2 lap di belakang.
Sebenarnya agak jauh juga tu
lap. Kalau ikut kelas mereka 3 lap di belakang.
3 lap tu sebenarnya jauh sangat-sangat juga tu bang.
Jauh juga sekira. Jauh lah perjalanan tu nak sampai balik dekat pack dia tu.
Cuma satu je lah keajaiban lah. Mak kata Sami tadi mengharapkan Kak Jaipana.
Betul.
Danish Iman nak roti burger boleh Roger Zainul Hazim. Nak roti boleh. Nak roti boleh Roger Zainul Hazim. Itu Iman Danish.
Apa kata roti tu?
Tak pasti. Tapi yang peliknya Iman Danish tak sertai event berkali. Yang tu aku pelik.
Itulah.
Sebab Iman Danish
dah lama kita tak tengok dia lah dalam event.
Sebab Iman Danish salah seorang pelumba yang sangat-sangat berpotensi dan juga sangat-sangat pantas bang yang saya kenal.
Betul. Dan Spa juga adalah salah satu track favourite beliau.
Betul, saya pernah saksikan beliau pelumba di track ini. Kita tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, lap yang ke-98 sekarang ini. Ini dia Zainul Hazim di tempat yang kelima.
So kereta di hadapan tu Leong Mun Fai, tim S-Deal Talk Racing di tangga ke-8 kelas GT3. Okey
bang, gentak bang. Masuk bang. Cuba mengejar memintas itu. Ya, berjaya. Zainul Hazim berjaya memintas Leong Mun Fai sebentar tadi daripada pasukan SD Talk Racing. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, SD Talk Racing ini dianggotai dan juga driver-drivernya terdiri daripada Wan Likui, Nevsky Chin, Kifli Osman dan juga Leong Mun Fai. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan sebentar tadi, Kifli Osman telah pun memandu jentera ini dan kini Leong Mun Fai dipertanggungjawabkan untuk memandu untuk jam seterusnya. Kelas next time insyaAllah. Iman Danish kata next time insyaAllah dia kata.
Alhamdulillah. Moga kita dapat lagi tengok aksi-aksi daripada Iman Danish. Lama tak tengok dia berentak di arena perlombaan virtual ni.
So lepas ni kita kena panggil lah Iman Danish kasih mari. Kena jerit sikit. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Lester Neo sekarang ni. Ini dia Lester Neo daripada pasukan Tietco URT Red.
Ya, masih mendahului
jentera berwarna merah
kelas GT3.
Yang ni menarik sikit Omar, sebab yang ni dia bukan 2 driver, bukan 4 driver, yang ni dia ada 3 driver saja. Okey, Lester Neo dianggotai oleh Freddie Ng dan juga Jay Chong. So itu dia URT Red sekarang ni 3 pemandu. Jay Chong, Freddie Ng dan juga sekarang ni jentera ni dipandu oleh Lester Neo. Best time beliau adalah 2 minit 19.233 saat.
Betul, dan biasanya ada tim yang akan mengatur strategi di mana driver yang lebih laju mendapat lebih banyak masa atas track nanti supaya dia boleh cuba untuk jauh-jauhkan diri.
Itu taktik mereka
kita tak tahu, tapi mungkin ada ya tim-tim yang akan buat macam tu untuk mendapatkan kemenangan tu. So lain tim lain atur cara strategi diorang.
Betul. Aku suka ayat Omar tadi. Kita telah pun habis 1/3 daripada perlombaan. Telah pun memasuki lap yang ke-59 tuan-tuan.
Betul. Masih jauh lagi perjalanan, tapi tahu-tahu dah nak 4 jam dah race ni berlangsung.
Ya, betul. Okey, Ezequiel Mires. Ezequiel Mires
8 saat. Oh, tapi ni bukan 8 saat.
Ezequiel Mires sekarang ni kedudukan mereka di tempat kedua daripada Atom Motorsport, manakala URT Red sebentar tadi rakan kita Lester Neo masih lagi kekal di tempat pertama. Di tempat kedua Atom Motorsport, Ezequiel Mires antara pelumba yang ni saya rasa first time saya sebut nama-nama ini, pelumba daripada luar Malaysia kalau tak silap. Dan yang bagusnya, Viper Niza Motul pada kali ini berjaya menarik ramai pelumba-pelumba lain luar daripada Malaysia. Mat Mazdi, Battle of the Six. Oh, di hadapan Mat Mazdi sekarang siapa
Kita ada Zidam daripada SIMR Garage Motorsport. So Mazdi ni cuba untuk mendapatkan tangga ke-6. So ini adalah lagi satu battle for position. So dalam race ni dia akan dapatlah beberapa battle for position. White tadi daripada Zidam dan Muhammad Mazdi Madini tanpa melengahkan masa mencuri ayam. Dapat satu position.
Dan sekarang berjaya memintas. Ya. Okey tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kedudukan telah pun berubah. Mat Mazdi sekarang ini daripada Min Machine SST telah pun berjaya berada di kedudukan yang ke-6 sekarang ini. Berjaya memintas pasukan daripada Siam Garage sebentar tadi. Memintas begitu sahaja.
Betul. So di hadapan Muhammad Mahdi ni ada Afiq Fadlan, kurang lebih 8.7 saat di hadapan. Kita tengok Muhammad Mahdi ni boleh tak dia mendapatkan rhythm untuk mengejar tim Hyperbowl RS di hadapan tangga kelima.
Tapi jauh juga bang, jauh juga sebab masih lagi tidak nampak kelihatan kelibat Afar sebentar tadi. Ada tak? Nampak? Oh jauh lagi bang, jauh lagi.
Belum nampak lagi.
Belum lagi bang, jauh. Nampak kayaknya Afar semakin lama semakin laju daripada Hyperboost.
Tapi kalau Encik Bob nak tahu, kalau endurance ni walaupun 10 saat di hadapan, tapi possibility untuk buat mistake dalam endurance ni lebih tinggi sebab mungkin kita kehilangan fokus tu daripada 100% turun 60%.
Ya.
So boleh memberi peluang untuk mengejar tu.
Mungkinkah sebab faktor memandu terlalu lama?
Sebab kita kalau nak betul 100% mendapatkan lap time paling laju tiap-tiap lap tu agak sukar.
Ya.
So kalau dia leka ataupun hilang rhythm tu, memang rhythm dan konsistensi tu memang sangat-sangat penting dalam race-race endurance yang panjang seperti ni.
Kita masih lagi jauh ke hadapan Umar. Kita baru berada di telah pun berlumba selama 3 jam 50 minit. So banyak lagi, lama lagi untuk kita berlumba sampai pukul 12 malam nanti. So sebentar lagi anda akan bersama dengan kami. Kita bersama dengan caster yang lain pula, iaitu Kevin T dan juga Javier Alvarez, tuan-tuan. Kedudukan sekarang ini, Mount Fuji Racing di tempat pertama, Hydratek Blue Steel Racing di tempat kedua, TCP Racing di tempat yang ketiga. Manakala untuk grup satu lagi, Tedco URT Red di tempat pertama, atau Motorsport di tempat kedua, tim URT Gold di tempat yang ketiga. Wah, URT dapat nombor 1 ke nombor 3
Betul. Diorang mungkin lebih berpengalaman untuk race-race macam ni, walaupun maybe pace bukan yang paling laju, tapi di race-race endurance ni bukan kelajuan maksimum tu paling penting. Untuk bawa balik kereta tu, kalau kita tengok dekat stand itu, Hyperbowl GT dah mula cuba untuk merapatkan diri lagi, tapi masih jauh perjalanan mereka.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang mana baru menyaksikan siaran langsung ini, anda sedang menyaksikan Viper Niza Motul 12 Hour of Spa, dan kami kini sedang bersiaran di page Vertex Esports dan juga Adrenaline Impact. Selain daripada Facebook, kita juga ada di Twitch dan juga YouTube. So jangan ke mana-mana, kita bersiaran sampai pukul 12 malam ini. Yang baru menyaksikan, anda boleh tekan like, komen dan juga share, yang mana kami akan bersama anda sampai malam nanti, semestinya yang terhebat, yang terpadu dan juga yang terlaju hanya untuk anda.
Dan jangan lupa juga live giveaway oleh Viper Niza Motul. Jangan lupa tag 3 kawan dan juga hashtag Love Motul.
Caranya senang je, hashtag Love Motul, dan juga tag berapa orang Umar?
3 kawan. Make sure tag. Jangan tulis nama je.
Jangan tulis nama je, kena tag nama sekali
Betul.
Tu dia lap yang ke 101 lap. Tu dia 101 lap. Dan mereka telah pun berlumba selama 3 jam 52 minit sekarang ini. Ezequiel Mires dengan catatan masa 2 minit 19.335 saat berada di tempat kedua daripada Atom Motorsports sekarang ini, yang mana beliau bergandingan dengan rakan beliau iaitu Bruno Alcaraz. Ini pula adalah Lestenio daripada tim URT Red di tempat yang pertama.
So kalau Encik Bob tengok Lestenio dan Ezequiel Mires ni, semakin lama Ezequiel Mires cuba mengejar. So tadi 8-9 saat di belakang, sekarang 6 saat di belakang. Kita tengok mampu tak dia untuk mengejar tim Tedco URT Red ni.
Kedua-dua pasukan menggunakan genre yang sama, menggunakan BMW. Tempat pertama URT Red menggunakan BMW, atau Motorsport menggunakan BMW juga. Sekarang anda dapat saksikan ini dia Lestenio sekarang ini sedang mengendalikan genre ini. Masih lagi berada di top pertama untuk kategori yang kedua.
Macam Encik Bob cakap tadi, kalau bila kita dah start nampak kompetitor di hadapan tu, mungkin dia bagi lagi semangat untuk kita naikkan lagi pace kita.
Ya, ada setengah driver memang macam tu bang. Dia tak boleh ada orang kat depan dia tau. Dia akan kejar lagi.
Dia macam main tarik tali, slow-slow dia tarik nak cuba merapatkan diri dengan kompetitor di hadapan.
Tahu-tahu je dah dekat depan dah. Itu dah nampak dapat kita saksikan atau motorsport duduk di belakang.
Dah nampak kelibat-kelibat sikit dah tu.
Ezequiel Mires berada di belakang Lester Neo sekarang ni. Ini dia Lester Neo sekarang ini. Best time dia adalah 2 minit 19.233 saat. Akan tetapi Ezequiel Mires cuba mengejar sedikit demi sedikit. Dan telah pun memasuki lap yang ke-102. Muhammad Kamal Muhammad Ali. Itu dia abang kamal kita, dah lama tak jumpa. Ada kat sini. Okey, mengendalikan jentera pada kali ini ya daripada GSR SBSR.
Betul, kalau nak tahu Muhammad Kamal Ali ni banyak juga event-event lain yang dia join. Tak silap dia mahir juga di mengendali kereta rally.
Kamal Muhammad Ali. Dia kadang-kadang kalau macam event lain pun saya selalu bersama dengan beliau. Untuk makluman semua, GSR SBSR di sini mereka ada 4 driver, iaitu Muhammad Taufik Muhin, Sim Kaiwan, Fahad Ghaffur dan juga beliau sendiri Muhammad Kamal bin Muhammad Ali. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini dia GSR SBSR. Catatan masa yang terbaik adalah 2 minit 19.836 saat. Manakala catatan terkini adalah 2 minit 31.098. Itu dia GSR SBSR. Lap yang ke-103. Manakala tempat ke-7 ini dia Zidam daripada CMR Garage Sim Sport. Dah masuk ke dalam pit nampak gayanya. Tukar driver
mungkin
Umar.
kita dapat lihat dia akan menukar tayar dan juga driver. Kita tunggu.
Selain itu ada juga beberapa pasukan juga turut berada di dalam pit stop sekarang ini.
So dah start dah wave pit stop yang seterusnya. Tapi kebanyakan driver belum lagi masuk pit. So masih tu 3 pit stop tu. So Zidam tadi tukar dengan Luqman Hakim, teammate yang seterusnya. Kalau
lap ke 103 Luqman Hakim sekarang ni.
Kalau tengok di belakang tu kereta non-Jawa Racing mungkin tak dapat diselamatkan, Cik Bob.
Apa hal tu bang? Aku tengok dah sengit sebelah dah tu. Kan?
So,
kan terangkat sebelah kiri kan?
Mungkin dah teruk sangat damage tu. Ada nampak dia terkeluar pit stop tadi dan dia terpaksa towing daripada luar pit stop tu masuk ke dalam pit balik. Mungkin Jawa Racing tak dapat lagi menyambung race kita pada hari ni.
Barai bang. Kau tengok tu bang. Apa dah jadi dengan kereta tu bang? Ke tayar tu steering pulas ke kanan?
Tak tahulah, memang mungkin part tak cukup kau nak ganti ni.
Okey, dia damage dia, engine tak ada masalah. Engine memang damage off.
Kira engine kan kalau kita nak bandingkan dengan racing di luar, kan ada parts yang kita perlu jaga. So mungkin driver perlu jagalah benda tu kan. Tapi dalam ni dia lebih kepada kalau kita crash. So kalau kita crash mungkin axle boleh patah, tayar boleh sengit, steering boleh sengit. So kalau dalam kes non-Jawa Racing tu mungkin kereta dia dah terlalu banyak damage.
Tu dia untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dan Jawa Racing dipandu oleh Gilbert Ang dan juga Hendra Adri Putra. 2 driver, akan tetapi nampak gayanya bak kata Omar tadi memang damage yang sangat-sangat teruk.
Betul. So ini dia kita boleh melihat Luqman Hakim yang baru je memasuki kereta CMR Garage, mengambil decision untuk mengisi minyak penuh dan tukar 4 tayar pada keretanya.
Luqman Hakim daripada CMR Garage. Untuk makluman semua, CMR Garage dia ada 4 driver, iaitu Muhammad Fairuz Faizil, Yazid Abdul Majid, Muhammad Alif Imran dan juga Luqman Hakim sendiri. Ini dia Luqman Hakim, best time adalah 2 minit 2.21.014 saat. Lap yang ke-104 dan mereka telah pun berlumba hampir 4 jam tuan-tuan. Hampir 4 jam.
Betul, dan kita juga akan menghampiri pit stop kita juga Encik Bob, tak lama lagi.
Ya. So selepas ni kita akan bersama dengan siapa Umar?
Lepas ni kita akan bersama dengan siapa ya? Bersama dengan Javier Alvarez dan Kelvin T. So kita orang pun nak pit
Ya.
stop juga. Kita pun nak tukar tayar juga Encik Bob
Dan kami akan kembali pada malam nanti. So tuan-tuan dan puan, saya dan Umar akan kembali pada malam nanti. So stand by. Selain daripada pelumba, kami juga akan bersama anda selama 12 jam di Spa Francorchamps, tuan-tuan.
Memang lama. Tapi tahu-tahu dah masuk 4 jam dah.
Ya. Tapi benda ni sebenarnya cakap sekejap je. Race sekejap je.
Cuma kita harapkan yang diorang boleh bagi action kat sikit lah kat kita Encik Bob.
Ya.
Itu dia Afiq Fadlan dan Muhammad Mazdi Madini memasuki pit. Position 10 dan 11. So dia dah start dah slow-slow. Ada yang masuk pit. Strategi pit ni sangat-sangat penting lah Encik Bob untuk endurance ni.
Tapi seeloknya kalau boleh kurangkan masuk pit lah. Betul. Sebab kita perlukan lebih pusingan. Di dalam perlombaan selama 12 jam, macam-macam boleh jadi bang. Pastikan, bagi saya lah, anda tak perlu laju, tapi pastikan anda dapat membuat lebih banyak pusingan tanpa mencederakan jentera itu sendiri. Kalau jentera itu ada mengalami masalah yang agak teruk, mungkin anda tidak dapat membuat pusingan yang banyak dan juga anda mungkin tak dapat meneruskan 12 jam perlombaan.
Betul.
So dalam kes non-Jawa Racing tadi, anda rasa bagaimana?
Non-Jawa Racing tu mungkin kalau dah teruk sangat Encik Bob, tak dapat diselamatkan lah kita. Kalau
Tak dapat diselamatkan lagi. Walaupun kata dia ada beberapa dia bila dah pit stop ni dia ada peruntukan berapa jam bang
tak juga, depends on damage yang dialami. So kalau damage tu ringan-ringan, sementara dia tukar driver, tukar tayar, dia masih boleh repair sikit-sikit kereta dia.
Tapi kalau nak sangat, nampak gayanya sampai di situ sajalah. Kita bersama. Tuan-tuan dan puan, itu dari Kelvin Pau Kek Shung, tempat ke-6 daripada Hyperboost RS.
Ya, juga memilih untuk menukar driver dan menukar tayar. So memang tema ada hari ni satu stint tu satu tayar je Encik Bob.
Ya. Tapi respect lah, betul lah. Hyperboost punya colour ni memang sangat-sangat meriah lah.
Betul. Jarang-jarang tu nampak Hyperboost. Saya teringat yang saya suka colour dia yang hijau putih bersalutkan hijau tu. Cantik kereta.
Dapat hijau je semua. Tapi kali ni lain sikit. Lain macam dia orang ni.
Lain macam.
Okay, lap ke 1.05. Mereka telah pun berlumba selama 4 jam 1 minit sekarang ini.
Ya,
Mazdi Madini
telah pun keluar dan position yang ke-6 di dalam kelas mereka.
Dan untuk makluman tuan-tuan, Mat Mazdi bersama dengan rakan-rakan mereka di dalam pasukan ini, pasukan Min Machine at Speed Tavern dianggotai oleh Mat Mazdi Madini, Fred Ting, Muhammad Afiq Farid dan juga Jeffrey Kohn. 4 pelumba guys.
So ini Veloce Ragazzo dipandu oleh Lance Gubala untuk GTE dan memilih untuk tukar driver Aldo Rey Balagulan. Tak silap mereka semua berasal daripada Filipin.
Veloce Ragazzo Squadra. Nak sebut pun susah bang. Aldo Rey Balagulan, ya.
So harap-harap lepas ni kita dapat lah kalau meramaikan lagi. So kita dapat pelumba-pelumba daripada Thailand, daripada Indonesia kan, memberiakan lagi majlis kita. Untuk
makluman semua, pasukan negara ini terdiri daripada Aldo Rey Balagulan, Russell Reyes, Lance Gubala dan juga Francis Metrillo. Maafkan saya kalau saya tersalah sebut pronunciation tu. Tapi okey kot, betul kot. Ini dia, masih lagi bersama dengan Sota Moto, antara pelumba yang terpantas sekarang ni. 2 minit 13.894. Sangat-sangat laju, sangat-sangat padu, sangat-sangat hebat bang. 2 minit 13 buat masa sekarang ini merupakan catatan masa yang terpantas. Dan manakala Muhammad Hakimi 2.14, sikit lagi ingin boleh memintas Sutamoto daripada Manfuji Racing. Masih lagi mengendalikan jentera ini walaupun telah pun 4 jam berada di litar, masih lagi belum menukar pelumba. Sutamoto daripada Manfuji Racing.
Betul. Kalau Encik Bob tengok memang lap time dia sangat-sangat konsisten. 2.15.0, 2.15.3, 2.14.9. Tak beza jauh pun setiap-tiap lap tu.
Memang makanan dia kot track ni.
Memang sangat-sangat konsisten lah. Semakin lama semakin jauh daripada tim Hydratech Blue Steel Racing.
Okey Umar, satu soalan. Jentera ni dia punya semua spek yang sama ke ataupun boleh ditune lagi? Semua pasukan.
Kalau untuk kelas yang sama, biasanya tak jauh beza. Diorang open setup, so adalah pelbagai setup yang dia boleh gunakan untuk suit driving style ataupun suit track tu sendiri. Kalau di track ni Porsche RSR lebih laju, lebih mendominasi lah daripada Corvette. Sama juga kes macam BM dan juga Ferrari ni. So mungkin Porsche RSR ni lebih
So kapasiti dan juga spek kereta mereka semua sama. Sama betul.
Ya, betul. So dalam kelas yang sama tak jauh beza. Okey.
Betul.
Kalau kelas lain tu macam kelas GTE ni, kelas GTE horsepower lebih tinggi, aerodynamic lebih efisien. Sebab kalau kita tengok lap time, kalau tu beza dia 2.13.8, 2.14. Oh, tak jauh beza juga.
Antara dua kelas ni 2.13 dan juga 2.14. Sementara itu dapat kita saksikan Nanjawa Racing, kalau tak salah saya, telah kembali ke litar sekarang ini.
Okey, so dapat juga dia menjelaskan. Mungkin repair dia agak lama tu Encik Bob. Mungkin dia kena panggil untuk menghantar lagi.
Nanjawa Racing diertai oleh Hendra Ade Putra. Rakan beliau adalah Gilbert Eng, pemandu yang kedua. Ini dia on board bersama Hendra Ade Putra sekarang ini. Sebentar tadi paksa menunggu di pit stop dan juga memperbaiki kerosakan yang sangat-sangat lama, boleh kita katakan sangat-sangat lama, dan kini kembali ke litar sekarang ini.
Betul. Ada situasi Encik Bob, kalau dalam iRacing ni, kalau terlalu teruk damage dia, mungkin straight line tu steering dia sengit. So dia perlu pandu kereta tu steering sengit. Tapi kita check di onboard ni, mungkin masalah dia lebih kepada dalaman lah. So tak boleh dia mendapatkan pace 221 tu lagi dah.
Okey. That's why lah tadi dia ambil corner pun ada sedikit geli-geli je.
Dia kena biasakan diri dengan damage yang dah dihadapi sebelum-sebelum ni.
Ya. Itu baru jam yang keempat. So mereka harus hadapi beberapa jam saja lagi. Dan kini nampaknya masuk ke dalam pit stop sekali lagi.
Mungkin masih ada lagi masalah tu. Memang cabaran dan dugaan yang sangat berat lah untuk race pada hari ini, non-Jawa Racing.
Dia orang dah keluar sebentar tadi. Dia orang try ambil satu lap dan kini masuk ke dalam pit. Dan kini kita bersama dengan Arif Azmi daripada RL Stratos. Kembali pada Sultan Motor. Sultan Motor pun telah memasuki dalam pit stop. Mari kita saksikan adakah beliau akan menukar driver ataupun bagaimana. Aaron Lim di tempat kelima daripada RL Stratos masih lagi berada di pit stop sekarang ni. Tukar driver. Sebentar tadi Arif Azmi. Dan untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, RL Stratos terdiri daripada 4 pelumba, iaitu James Liam Russell, dan sekarang ini dia kita bersama dengan Aaron Lim telah pun bertukar driver, Tung Wei Siak, dan juga sebentar tadi Arif Azmi, dan kini telah pun Aaron Lim dipertanggungjawabkan untuk mengendalikan jentera ini. Okey Umar, kita bersama dengan Chang Wei Han dan juga Roy Charles.
Rasanya Roy Charles untuk hari ni. Ada ke Roy Charles itu? Hello?
Ada.
Yeah.
Hai Abang Roy.
Ya, Abang Bob.
Yes. Okey, kita bersama dengan Roy Charles dan juga Chan Wei Han, tuan-tuan.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi.
So, Roy, macam mana race hari ni? Macam mana untuk team hari ni?
Race so far so good. Actually to be secara kebetulan kita orang pun sebenarnya tak praktis pun, sebab kita orang join pun sebab atas jemputan dari Encik Zul Hafiz. So first thing dibuat oleh Syami memang perfect. So he was leading the pack dan dia buat fastest lap. Sekarang dijalankan oleh Taki dan lepas ni akan dijalankan saya. So kita orang sebenarnya tak ada aim apa pun, just to maintain pace, habiskan race, make sure the car in perfect condition lah. Itu je kita punya target sebenarnya.
Betul. Tapi memang sebelum ni pun dah biasa kan dengan track spa, dengan event-event endurance macam ni.
Dah memang ada pun sebab kita orang banyak buat endurance race. So memang betul-betul harapkan experience daripada endurance yang kita pernah buat dulu lah. Tapi nak cakapkan kalau kita betul-betul fokus untuk race ni sebenarnya tak, sebab dah start busy dengan kerja kan. Ini pun sebenarnya baru balik daripada workshop ni, lari balik untuk join Sting.
Oh, okay, sampel. Bila Sting tu sekejap lagi
lagi sejam I dah masuk dah. So I akan buat direct Sting dan continue balik dengan Syami.
Alright. Encik Bob ada persoalan untuk Abang Roy kita?
Tapi betul lah bang, sekarang kita dah fasa 4, kita dah start balik dunia luar, betul tak bang?
Ya, betul. So workshop pun dah mula busy kan. Lepas tu dengan race MSF pula nak start bulan 12 ni.
Ya.
So memang tengah prepare kita race dengan kita customer, memang tight lah. Kadang-kadang balik pun pukul 9-10 malam.
So seat time tu dah jadi kurang balik
So macam MCO dulu kan hari-hari boleh duduk atas sim racing kan. Sekarang ni nak tengok rig pun dah jadi malas lah.
Tak apa bang, kita take time bang, kita ambil mood balik bang, bang.
Betul.
Tak apa, racing luar pun best tu untuk fokus tu. Okey lah sekarang ni dah boleh ada race-race kat luar ni.
Takut duk main sim racing, satgi race luar tu jadi dah kalut pula nanti.
So sekarang ni sebenarnya kita dah hampir kembali normal, dan sekarang kita cuba nak balancekan live kita antara sim racing dan juga real racing.
Betul.
Okey tuan-tuan dan puan, lap yang ke 108 kita bersama dengan Chan Wei Han sekarang. Omar?
Wei Han rasanya akan masuk dengan Javier dan Kelvin T lepas ni. So terima kasih kat Roy, masih ada ke? Kalau Roy masih ada, terima kasih. Good luck to all your teammates.
Thank you.
Alright, all the best.
Okey, good luck Abang Roy.
Thank you.
Okey tuan-tuan dan puan, sebentar lagi kami akan bertukar baton. Sebentar tadi anda bersama dengan Max dan juga Budi. Selepas mereka, saya dan juga Umar. Dan selepas ini anda akan bersama dengan rakan kita, iaitu Chan Wei Han dan juga Javier Alvarez.
So itulah, kita dah 4 jam kat sini. So betul kata Cik Bob, kita akan passing baton kepada rakan-rakan kerja kita yang seterusnya. Korang yang masih di sini, jangan ke mana-mana. Make sure stick dengan kita orang sampaikan ke 12 malam. Berbaki 8 jam lagi race ni.
Betul tu.
Alright Cik Bob, walaupun dah lama kita tak berjumpa, tapi kita masih dapat lagi berganding bahu.
Betul bang, nanti saya datang studio bang. Jangan risau bang, saya datang studio bang.
Kita nak tengok Encik Bob buat lap. Mana tahu kita boleh buat video Encik Bob buat hot lap.
Aduh bang. Tak apa, jangan risau, saya datang studio nanti. Tak
apa, sebelum buat hot lap tu kita praktis dulu 50 lap. Bagi lap tu cantik sikit.
Okey, Chan Wei Han.
Rasanya kita akan berehat seketika untuk 10 minit dan untuk passing baton. So kalau mungkin kita akan berjumpa lagi Encik Bob di waktu malam
kita
nanti.
Jumpa malam nanti. Okey, kita teruskan bersama dengan Chan Wei Han.
Alright.
Okey, bye-bye.
So siapa yang belum subscribe Galeri Kereta, boleh klik button kat bawah subscribe, dan kita jumpa lagi di next episode untuk kita apa lagi proses untuk KA30 ni. Okay, see you, bye bye, assalamualaikum.
Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. How do I put this? The track is freaking scary.
Angetitscht im Prinzip leider in eine andere Richtung.
Going down Mulsanne is totally insane. You're doing just close to 300 kilometers per hour, and all you have to do is just hold on to the steering wheel and don't blink because you have to focus really hard. This is our first road to Le Mans. Obviously coming from Malaysia to Le Mans to race here and flying the Malaysian flag, it's just one of a kind. Never would have ever thought that I'll be racing here at Le Mans, but the feeling is just overwhelming.
Yeah, for me, it's a big dream come true. I've always been wanting to come to Le Mans, and being that Le Mans itself has been a really great experience. The atmosphere, being able to walk the track, and then learning the track again with the track walk, and then now coming to the parade, it's been a really, like I said, big dream come true.
It's just amazing feeling to be here with such a large crowd. And everyone waiting for the drivers' parade to come by. There's nowhere else in the world that you will be able to see such number of people coming out to watch the race. This is Le Mans. In 2013, I came here as a photographer documenting this event, and at that time it was obviously quite special. But in 2019 now, as a driver, it has a totally different feeling altogether. It's just incredibly insane to be here racing at Le Mans. Words just cannot express what I'm feeling now, and it's just awesome. We certainly will be back to Le Mans. The team will certainly be working hard to come back here for the 24 hours of Le Mans. Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. So this will be our first time doing a long endurance. This will be a 23-hour race. We are the only Malaysian team running this race.
For this weekend, I think the biggest challenge will be because we are racing in Europe. We do not have any experience driving on this track, all the drivers, plus the fuel usage and also the tyre wear. So this will be the challenge to getting it right. So we just make do with what we can and do our best to learn as much as possible.
Everyone dreams to come over here and race, and it's also my dream to come all the way from Malaysia to Europe to race in Spa.
The three of us never expected to be driving again in the same car and in the same team.
Yeah, definitely it's good being back together with them. It brings back a very good memory. We achieved a lot of good results.
For sure, the target this weekend is to be on the podium, and I think we have a very strong lineup together, and fingers crossed all of us will be on the podium this weekend.
It will be a huge advantage for us given that the three ex-Petronas drivers have huge experience both for sprint races as well as endurance races. So I think the team's well prepared for the weekend, and hopefully we will be able to fly the Malaysian flag high at the end of the race.
Spa 500 gets underway, and Harry Hilders
over the moon. I think we didn't expect to be placed first at the end of 23 hours, but to be P1 in Pro-Am, it's a fantastic feeling.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to our today's race, Viper Niza 12-hour endurance race. With me in the studio, we have the Spaniard, Javier Alvarez, as well as the Singaporean Chan Wei Han. Say hello, guys.
Hola, amigos. How you guys doing? Thank you so much, everyone, for being here tonight. Today, actually, right? 12 hours, so 12 p.m., 12 midnight. Wei Han, can you hear us? How's things over there?
In Singapore?
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good. I'm alone in my my bedroom, but it still does feel like we're kind of here together. Just I can't be at your studio. Unfortunately.
Beautiful.
I think what you mean by bedroom is you mean control room, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Oh yeah, so I think so we like what Javi said, today we actually have a 12-hour race, so this is going on for 12 hours. So before we move on with what we're going to talk about today, just want to say a great big thank you to our sponsors for today, Viper Niza Motul, Bespoke, and just a reminder as well, if you would like to pick up some fantastic gifts such as a very cute Lego thing, you just need to do something simple, right? So Javi, what are we supposed to do if you want to do that?
Okay, guys, so you want to share the stream, you want to tag 3 friends, and you want to hashtag Love Motul. Hashtag Love Motul for a chance to win an exclusive Lego. So yeah, we have some car Legos to give away. There you go, you can see them on the screen right now. Again, share the stream, tag 3 friends, hashtag Love Motul, and the raffle for this will be doing at the end of the night.
And I just want to say as well, right? I mean, we've seen our share of taggings, but if you really want that Lego thing, be sure to, when you tag your friends, do the alias first before you put in the names. I've seen tagging friends as writing their names in the thing, which is it won't be registered. So if you do want to tag correctly, make sure you put their name, and you can see the name in the link that you can click in the chat box. Then you will have done it correctly. So do that. Share the stream, tag your friends, hashtag Love Motu, and stand a chance to win some fantastic prizes, including Lego Speed Technique, if I'm not wrong. That's the GTR. Not racing today, but that's one of the better cars to be racing. Yeah, so back to the race. Javier, what do you think of the race so far?
Okay, so we are 4.5 hours now in, so that's just over a third of the race done. We haven't seen so many incidents. We did see some at the beginning. Hyperbull had a pretty big crash there, losing some time, so they are 2 laps down. However, they've recovered about a lap now, which is great. Okay, so from the top, Mount Fuji leading the race now, 1:37 seconds now from Hydrotech. P3 we have TCD Racing, followed by the only Corvette in the track today, Veloce Ragazzo. Beautiful car, actually looks amazing. Hyperbull back to P5 now after the crash and after the repairs. We can see at the bottom then, going into GT3, Tetco URT Red is still leading the race. Atom Motorsports from Argentina on P2, 2.5 seconds roughly away. TMBRT Gold, about 40 seconds away from Atom. Arles Stratos, well-known team over here in Malaysia, as well as Mean Machine ST collaboration, 1 lap down. Hyperproof RS, P6 on the GT3 class. Simar Garage Sim Sport again, very well-known team over here in the region. P8 we have SDL Top Racing. I think it's actually the first race for some of those drivers, so well done for being not so far away actually. P9G SR PSR, about 1 minute 40 seconds away from P8. And last but not least, Non-Jaguar Racing, 21 laps down. Big crash, big repair time So hopefully they can complete the race at some point. Other than that, it's being pretty much non-incidental.
Okay, sounds good. So Weihan, from the control room, any words of wisdoms to the team managers out there in case that they're tuning in and they want to get some tips and hints from someone as experienced as you? Anything to say, Weihan?
I don't think I'm as experienced as some of the past guys here, but from my own personal experience, with long endurance races like these, it's more important to just keep your head down, keep a consistent pace, more importantly, and sometimes it does help not to push too much, because oftentimes you have like many hours where attrition becomes a bigger factor than having to actually push for positions. So I think that's something that many teams which are more experienced in endurance racing, they kind of keep a focus on, to ensure that they're able to outlast their teammates instead of outrun them.
Outlasting indeed. Is there any tips or tricks or things that one must do to make sure that one is at the top peak condition at every time? Because 12 hours is a very, very long time, and I think a lot of our drivers there, they run very high quality rig sim equipment that mimics the forces quite well, right? So you do have to actually it's a close cut, less than you. So yeah, speaking of which, is there anything that have in mind to keep the drivers in their peak condition? Like like GP says to Max, Max, remember to drink. Is there anything like that from your point of view?
Well, I just kind of treated it as a normal race, but probably the only thing that I would do different is in fact drive slower than I would in a sprint race, and that alone kind of allows me to kind of last longer in my endurance races. In fact, I think I've driven with one of the drivers, done endurance races with one of the drivers in this race. He's currently not in the car yet, but I think I've learned a lot from him as well. His name is Yuan Si. He's driving with the Hydrotech guys, and from him I've learned a lot about endurance racing, where it's more important to be consistent, to also be comfortable and stuff like that, and have kind of like the long game in mind, rather than the short-term objective, so to speak.
I see.
Yeah, we see a few teams with a couple of drivers like at Motorsports. It's tough, 12 hours, 2 drivers. Even if you change every split, it's fairly epic, to drive for so long. I think most teams are on a 4 drivers team, and that's probably the best way to separate these 12 hours out. It's really long, man. So
even with 4 drivers, we're looking at a good 3 hours per driver, right? And that, while it might seem pretty manageable, do remember 3 hours is 180 minutes, and with an average of 2 minutes around here, that's 90 laps per driver, almost. 80 plus 90 laps, that's quite a lot.
Well, I think if you're racing at Spa, Spa being long, it doesn't actually feel as bad as you would probably say at a shorter track like Road Atlanta. Like those places where you're kind of rinsing and repeating, and it does kind of get boring after some time. Here at Spa, it's not that bad. It is a bit easier to kind of last long because you don't see everything repeat that fast. But of course, with that said, one of the challenges with Spa also is that there's, or at least in the past, with this track, there are a lot of off-track areas here on this track, so it's very easy to kind of cop a 1x. It's less of an issue now when iRacing patched them, quite a recent update where they allow the cars to kind of use more of the curbs. But before that, we had to be very careful with with how we take our racing lines and how we push our cars such that we don't make it kind of go off the track too much. And that was kind of one of the more crucial things to keep in mind when racing here at Spa, especially for endurance events. Another thing is also because this track is very much known for being hard on the tires, so these drivers have to also keep that in mind.
Very, very well said, and very insightful from Weihan. But when you say tires are basically taking a lot of the brunt here, what exactly do you mean? And which are the turns that you think are the tire killers?
Well, I would say probably the middle sector. I think beginning from after the Camel Straight, and then all the way down to I guess where Stavelo is. So much of the second sector, the middle sector, because that's kind of where you're relying a lot on not aero grip is very very good, but also you're relying on a lot of mechanical grip, and that's where you find that after some time your tire does burn off quite quickly. So even though this track is not as technical, it is quite hard because some of the corners, they're just not as banked as what you would see in other tracks. So that's also one of the reasons why you would also see drivers choose the BMWs a bit more than the others, especially in the GT3 space. They would choose the BMWs because it's more stable, and it's and especially for a track like this, I think down more specific towards the preferences here. I think because this track is quite hard on the tires, it's also important to kind of have a setup that's more stable in order to kind of handle this track.
Yeah, that's easier said than done. I mean, it's like telling someone that's trying to win a race to go slower to go fast.
Yeah, I mean, is that consistency that you need here as well, right? And this BMW definitely, very very stable car, probably one of the best choices for such a long race. It all accumulates, all those little X you are getting, every now and then when you go off the track, they all count, and they accumulate. We have a 50x mark to get a drive through, so they need to manage that, like you said, along with the tire management. So definitely BMW, probably the most stable, safe car to do this kind of race in GT3.
Whoop! As we just were speaking about stability and conserving tires, that was Bruno Alcaraz. Spin. I mean, held the spin quite well. And there we go. That's the blinky.
Yeah, so GTE car coming through now.
Yep. That's the GTE coming through. That's not for position. That's not for class position anyway. And so as we were just speaking, I think the importance to keep the car at a very stable level and to drive to your own abilities is very important. I mean, this is a very, very, very long race. And as we were just saying just now, the teams that actually has 4 drivers has a lot of flexibility in the sense that they will be able to double stint and spread the workload out quite well, so that every driver, when they do come back to the race, will be absolutely fresh and be ready to take on more and be able to give the performance to the team, because every driver contributes to the team, right? But I mean, just wanted to ask if anyone here, maybe Javier or Weihan, has any experience to share when it comes to drivers that what if you are a driver within your team that actually did the boo-boo? What happens if something happens within your stint? Do you push harder to get back what you lost, or do you buckle down, go safer, and just bring the car to the line, let the other teammates take it up and regain confidence? Any thoughts about that?
I'll take good question, Kelvin. So I think just like in any competitive sports, when the driver in this case perhaps make a mistake, there's this psychological part to it, that you make a mistake and then you have to be extremely careful for the next couple of laps, because you're thinking about the mistake, right, instead of being focused on the race. So I don't know, based on my experience, perhaps it does help to try to forget your mistake and just try to put your head down and keep up with the race. Absolutely having 4 drivers would help that situation, and mistakes happen, and this just happens in any sport, really, not just in motorsports. But Weihan?
Well, this is quite a question to ask because I usually in the teams I go that I race with, I've caused many more boo-boos.
Right, so you got experience on this.
Most importantly, the first thing I'll do, ask for forgiveness.
Very sorry.
After the race, yes.
Yeah. Well, I think I would usually try to, usually after the incident, I'll definitely have to tone it down. Because once your car is damaged, there's no point in pushing. You push, you get into another incident, and that might just kind of ruin the car. So I think because I'm usually the slow one, usually my teammates are much faster than I am. So I will usually, if there's damage, naturally there comes a repair period. So what I do is I use that repair period to factor it into my stint time. Then once the repair is done, I just let my teammates know that, all right, this happened to me. this particular incident happened and there's damage this way, and I think I kind of informed them about the damages, and they'll try to make the best out of the outcome with the car right after that.
Coming from our lead commentator Max, team dynamics is quite important. I would say more than quite important, very important, and that's a very good point actually, Wei Han. I think you actually brought something to you actually make a very, very solid point there, right? It's very important that after something happened that you inform the team actually what's happening, because when the guy was driving, or when the person was driving some time ago, the car might be just perfect, and then something might happen during the stint. It's important to have that like post-stint briefing right before everything just goes in, and you never know, because the steering may be just a little bit off, or you may have carried in some other damages and stuff like that, right? I think and that just doesn't, you don't need an incident for that to happen, am I correct? You just basically give a briefing when you leave the car and when the other driver steps in, because this, after all, is an endurance race and this is a team racing event, right? Am I right with that, Rehan?
Yeah, very much so, and I think that's kind of the way. That's what we do in order to be the most sustainable throughout the stints. We kind of ensure that everything kind of carries through. But of course, at the same time, sometimes your teammates might also be spotting you, and they might also kind of see things that you don't really see. And in some ways, they're also able to kind of identify certain things that happen. And that's also part of endurance racing, when you have teammates. In sim racing, at least, when you have teammates to spot for you. Because in real life racing, your teammates don't spot for you, it's your crew chief, but here it is the case. And I think that's kind of one of the bigger elements to endurance racing as well.
Yeah, we also have the team management factor. So what I mean with team management is, how do you distribute these 4 or 6 drivers or whatever drivers is in your team to get the 12 hours done, right? And so you would normally have the fastest single lap driver doing the quali, of course, to assure the best grading position, and then from there, based on my experience, we would normally plug in a first driver that is very, very safe for the first stint, where you in the first few laps of the race you have traffic, and you need somebody that not necessarily the fastest driver in the team, but perhaps the safest driver in the team, until the race is spread out a little bit. And then you can bring in your faster drivers to help the race. So team management, and every driver will have different skills for different things, and using that correctly can also alter the outcome of the race. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Not just that as well, right? I think what Max was trying to signal to me, also our lead commentator Max, is that the one thing that's very key and very important is that sometimes teammates also jump in on the radio together with the crew chief, together with the team manager, in order to sort things out with the driver that's actually currently doing the stint itself, right? Not easy, having to multitask and do so many things at one go. But that being said, it's very important that this entire thing is done smoothly. And as we can see here, these drivers have been absolutely the ultimate ultra, I would say iron backside in this case, pardon my English.
Yes.
Having driven already the lead car, Shunsuke Kuno of Mount Fuji Racing, having already done 122 laps. And that means even our P10 position, non-Java, which had a little bit of a misfortune in the sense of car damage, right? They also at least have done 90 plus laps over in Spa Francorchamps already. So these guys are absolutely on it. 4 hours and 43 minutes into a 12-hour race, and they are still going at it as if, they're just doing qualifying laps, lap after lap, but having to do that consistently, safely, and also to have good pace to, have a good position at the end of the day. It's very tough and very, very, very focused. And as we just speak, GSR XBSR had a very long pit stop, lasting 2.5 minutes, and this is why we're looking at them particularly. 4 positions down from where they started, but and 1 lap down as well. I do think that they will be trying to make up that position as much as they can once they sort out whatever issues that they have on the car itself. Would you... Yep, so now we just refocus our attention on Aldo Ray Balogulan in the only C... is it a C8 Corvette?
C7, I think, right?
C8.
Oh, it's a C8, okay.
I think Max is a fan. I never liked this model. I think it looks weird.
It reminds me to the 488 somehow, huh?
Sorry, Wei-Han, you were saying?
Yeah, well, this car grows on you. I mean, when the C8 came out, I think a lot of people were quite disappointed because it kind of moved away from the traditional Corvette design. But once you drive this GTE car on iRacing, you start to love it after some time. And you start to get used to the characteristic that it offers as opposed to some of the other cars. And in fact, this is one of my go-to cars for GTE racing alongside the Ferrari.
Why is that so? What characteristic in this car besides the subjective looks? And obviously Max is giving me the eye because he worked on the GT3 Vets in the C6 C7 era, so he's very biased he's very biased. But you know what, I have to say, the C6 and C7 Corvettes, I actually do like them because they have a shooting brake type design, like a short, very low, sleek front, and then the big backside, looks just very nice. This C8, to me, I don't know, I feel that it's trying to be too much of a Ferrari to me, like what Javi said. Yeah, actually, Javi is spot on. It looks like a Ferrari. It really, really looks like a Ferrari, and not necessarily in a good way because, while Ferraris are, the top line, Ferrari lah. But I think that, to have a distinct identity is always a good thing. And the shooting brake-like design of the earlier Vets do look very nice to me lah. So what do you think about that? And by the way, Wei-Han, I still have the earlier question. What in these cars make them desirable to drive in GT3 for you? In the GTE, sorry.
Yeah, well, personally, I'm very much a fan of GTEs. I don't really fancy GT3s that much, even though I know that in the future GT3s will take over everything, and by then I'll probably have to adapt to them in the sim. But I think why I enjoy the GTEs so much is because I'm not used to using ABS. When there's ABS, I feel like I'm disconnected from the car. But I think with this specific C8, and I think that there's probably going to be many detractors because a lot of people say that this C8 on iRacing might feel a bit detached, disconnected from the track. But I kind of like it because it's a car that you can kind of bash through a lot of things. Okay, maybe not to the level of the BMW M8 GTE, but with this car you can kind of, at some of the tracks that are more technical, you're able to just, push this car a bit without losing control, I find, and you're still able to kind of get away with certain things, as opposed to, let's say, if you drive a Ferrari 488, that's actually my number one go-to car, or let's say a Ford GT. So, and also the sound, it's missing the traditional Corvette sound, but this flat plane V8 that you kind of listen to when you're in the car, it's also quite an interesting sound. It's you kind of think of it as a new style of a Corvette, a new age of a Corvette, so to speak.
What do you think about that, Javi?
Well, I'm thinking right now that interestingly nobody took the Ferrari. We have only 4 Porsche and a Corvette. I guess I don't know. I honestly haven't driven these 3 cars. There must be a reason why most drivers chosen the Porsche. No, perhaps stability. I can't really tell. I haven't driven this car.
Besides the fact that it looks damn
it does
good.
Look beautiful. Yeah,
it does.
I mean, it is.
Cooked off.
We did not say anything. There's no way that commentators could be working. And
ask Max about it.
Yeah.
No, that's why I was saying we were not even saying anything particularly about Hakimi when that happened.
Was Max saying something about Mika in the background?
He said no.
No, okay. We don't allow him to speak now.
Yes. He's not allowed to speak while we're here, because we need him to conserve his energy. Yeah, by the way, yes, all the diffusers, yes, I do like this big, it's very sexy, that thing that goes very close to the ground. To our viewers out there, the diffusers, I was just having this discussion some time ago with a friend, right? Diffusers, in a sense, when you speak diffuser to a lady, the diffuser that comes to mind is something that makes smoke. But when you speak diffuser to a guy, immediately you understand a few streaks of lines on the floor of a car at the back. So that's the difference between guys and girls.
Interesting comparison.
Yeah, it would seem that in fact, ever since this GTE, this 911 RSR came out, there's actually an even newer variant that's kind of come out in the real world, but iRacing just doesn't have it yet. That one has, I think, they've reduced the size of the diffuser by a little bit, I think.
And why do they want to do that?
Yeah, because I think this particular Porsche, it just seems like the whole thing is chopped wide open.
Oh, yeah, it looks a bit. No. I think again it looks very subjective, right? Like for example, this thing that we're looking over here, the M4 GT3. I think it just looks.
It's hard to describe. First of all, the car is it's huge. It's a very large car, super wide, super long. It does bring the stability though. So again, if we're looking at endurance races, if I was to compare this with the McLaren, which is what I normally drive, I would definitely go with a BMW over a McLaren for endurance races. Perhaps not for a sprints. I don't know. It's very subjective. To be honest, they are changing the way they do in the front of the cars. We see it on the broadcast as well with BMW, and it's a matter of subjectivity, right? Some people think it looks better than before. I personally don't like the grill, but it's a corporate decision, I guess, and it's the way they are moving forward with the road cars as well that we're gonna see in the streets.
Yeah, okay, so just letting you guys know, we will have an interview session coming soon. We have the interview session now, which is with Afar and Fred Ting.
Yo.
What's up?
Happy to be called up here in the broadcasting room.
Now, mate, how's the race so far?
I felt like a hero just now, from P8 to up to P4, but then I botched the final 2 laps. I kind of lost concentration at the end there, but it's fun actually. It's really, really fun with these cars.
Great. So back to P6 now.
Yeah, back to P6. So we've got some strategies in the works. Hopefully it's gonna work. We'll try our best. We just trying to trying to play chess right now. Hopefully we can sort the drivers up.
Play chess. Okay.
Reshuffle everything, and then hopefully we can get back up to 4th position.
I see. You know what? When you say play chess, I thought you were talking about playing with the cars that are in front of you, of which the one in front of you belonged to the Team Mean Machine, which we have Fred today. What's up, Fred? Okay, Fred is in the swap over. He'll be with us shortly. He's just in the. He'll be back with us in a while. Yeah. Because Mazdi is gonna replace him once he finishes his stint. So back to you, Afar. I mean, we heard there's a little bit of something that happened in the earlier phases of the race. How were you guys feeling after that? I mean, we were just talking about that. Must be challenging to come back after you guys have done so well so far, right?
Oh yeah, I mean it was. I guess it was a slight mistake on our end. Ayman tried to brake as early as possible, but then from what we've discussed, Kimi kind of had the tires locked up at the end, and then that's what made him ended up on the grass. But everything's good. A bit of a challenge for us to get back up for both of the cars. But generally, everything's fine. We're having fun right now, especially the cars in GT3. I think the guys in Hyperboost GT they were having a bit of a technical problem, but we're sorting out one by one. Hopefully, we can get back up again.
Yeah, absolutely, Afar. I mean, we haven't even reached half of the race. Lots of stuff can happen. X can be accumulate to drive-throughs as well. So, yeah, just keep out the pace, and this can be still be a good race for you guys.
Yep, thank you. I mean, the key is trying to be consistent here.
Yes,
hopefully we can achieve that.
And I think the what you said just now, right? The position gain while you were driving in your stint. How does that feel? And what do you think about the tire drag on this particular track? Like, do you actually feel it after, like before when you just came out of the pits with everything fresh, versus the time when you actually going back in? Do you really feel the drag? And are you feeling like the time changing very much, slowing down greatly, or is it about the same throughout the entire stint in your
frankly speaking, this BMW cars are totally different compared to the Ferraris. I'm pretty used with the Ferrari up until this week. The Ferrari, you kind of chuck in the car into the corner and just don't worry about the tire wear. It's gonna last you for 2 stints, no problem. But with these GT3 with these BMW cars, it's slightly bit different. The tire wear at the front is pretty high on the right side. So we were talking about it for the past 2 nights, trying to solve the problem, probably play with the suspension setup and stuff. Not much that we can do, but we came up with a solution during my stint just now. So definitely at the end of the stint, it was kind of kind of slippery, sneaky, but we did some adjustment during my stint. So after 1 stint, it was actually not that bad. I had around 65% ish on the right side and 80 all the rest of the tires. So we did some changes there. It lasted 2 stints. That's how we made it from P8 to P4. I guess the driving technique as well.
I would be asking
I could push for 219, but I was trying to hold myself off and keep with the 221, 222s. So, yeah.
I won't be asking you what kind of setup you guys are doing, obviously, because this is still way too early for that. But I mean, hopefully that you guys are getting into a groove right now, right? I think Kelvin is driving your car right now, and Mazdi is driving the Ferrari in front of you. So hopefully, I think everyone will get into their groove right soon, because it's also very important that, you know what, first to, I mean, always we say that lah, to finish first you have to finish lah kan.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I guess hats off to Calvin Power, because actually we recruited him from 2 weeks ago, so he's already up to pace right now. Hats off to him,
And I mean, for the drivers, do you guys all have to adapt to a particular way of driving the car, or just basically no matter how much you want to drive, you can do it, just hit the target lap time? Is that how you're doing that?
It's apart from the lembu method that we normally do, but we did slightly different this time around. It was more like you said, hitting the target. The target is between 220s when the track is cold, and probably around 221, 22s in the hot condition. So we are hitting that for now. I don't see any problem with that. Maybe Calvin Pau is slightly slower, but it's understandable. He's trying to get around with the damaged car a little bit, and of course tire degradation as well. So he's doing fine, yeah.
And just before before I press you even further, I just want to ask, would you be able to tell me what is happening with the car at the moment? Is there anything that is particularly worrying for the team?
What do you mind repeating that? I've got my kid right up my ears right now.
No problem. That is what we call the minister of entertainment. So you should have you should have the works there. No, so I was just saying, Afar, would you mind telling me what kind of issues are the car facing, and are you guys particularly concerned about anything so far? Because obviously this being a 12-hour, there is no fast repair as well. So whatever damage is on the car will have to be carried through the entire 12-hour or fixed. So that's that, yeah.
Current concern is probably the top speed, because of what I did. I kind of overbraked over at Puhon and made the car spun around. So that was literally my fault. But apart from the top speed, I think we don't have any other concerns. It's more like trying to control the number of incidents that we are causing right now. We do want to minimize that as much as possible and avoid that penalty. That's the biggest concern right now.
All right. We have Wei Han here with us as well. Wei Han, you have anything to ask our Afar, which is hot in the action right now?
I think I think remarkable effort by you guys for lasting the first 4 hours. There's still, I guess, 8 hours of racing to go. So we'd like to wish you guys the best. I think maybe just some questions about how any particular style of strategy that you, or maybe I think that's been asked before, but I think with this BMW M4, it is, we kind of see that it's quite a stable car. But is it hard on the tires as you would compare to other cars?
Oh, it's really hard on the front tires, especially on the right front. So as I was explaining just now, we were having a lot of problem with the front right over the past 2 weeks. So we've been talking about it for the past 2 nights, trying to change this suspension and stuff. So we've got a workaround for now. Hopefully it's gonna last the whole 12 hours. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
That's great to hear that. Yeah.
Hey, Afar, just want to check with you. Would you happen to know what's happening with the GT team? Is there any issues that, because the GT team has been in the pits, I think, for some time, and now they have actually re-emerged 5 laps down, obviously, and
basically what happened just now was I think Sharia was driving, right? So he had some problem with his direct drive wheel. It kind of lost connection somehow, and it pulled the car to the left suddenly and went right into the barrier or something like that. So it was kind of hectic on our end. It happened just before you pulled me into this broadcast room. Just like a few seconds after that, it just happened.
So you guys are obviously he's I mean, beside the damage that has to be fixed, there will also be the issue of how to rotate the drivers next, right?
We've got the the rosters ready. It's pretty much like a live document. It's we have Shamir conducting all those strategies on GT part. So he's trying to change, or you drive now, you can drive later, that kind of thing. So he's doing the bulk of that. Me and Ayman, we're right now trying to manage the one in RS because Malvin was trying to finish the delivery up until this morning, so he didn't sleep. So we're giving him some rest before his stint.
Now this feels really like an endurance race, right, Javi?
Absolutely, man.
Yep, it
for
is.
Everyone.
For everyone, and everyone's playing their part. No matter the guy that's fixing the tires, the guy that's painting the livery, pretty much everything, lah, right?
Yeah. We've got Malvin doing the liveries and stuff. We've got Ayman doing the setup, and then I was trying to get Calvin Pau up to speed, and then Calvin he's not online yet, but he texted us showing he is bathing his little princess right now. So hopefully he can come in a little later and join the race.
Good to hear. So do you have any more stints on your side, Alpha?
Yeah, I'm going to do the night stint after this. Just trying to look at our simulation for now and see how much we can alter and trying to gain some advantage from that as well, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, as we move towards the end of the race and as time goes past by as well, the temperatures should drop slightly, which probably good for your tires on the last stint or so. So let's see.
Yeah, that's when we're going to call our super drivers like Ayman and Malvin in.
Yeah,
so
to bring in
they can push the car and trying to gain that lost time back, hopefully.
All right. So, to my understanding, we also have Masdi Mardini with us in the studio.
Hello guys. Hello everybody.
Hello, Masdi. And by the way, thank you so much, Afar, for sharing so much insights on the ins and outs of the Hyperbulls team. Obviously, Masdi, I mean,
Yes,
you just finished your stint, so I don't think you'll be listening to that. But seeing that they are the car next to you, you might want to pay attention to that. So yeah, Masdi, how was your stint?
Yeah, it was 2 straight hours. I'm tired.
Yeah.
No choice because like some of us are working, so I had to take the early stints. Then the boys would take the late stints later on.
So pretty much it is work now, pizza later lah.
Yeah, pizza after this.
All right.
Yeah, I had quite a bit of with Afar as well.
Any comments from Afar on that?
Oh no, I saw Mazdi went into the turn pretty slow.
Yeah, so that's why I in the end started
I
to
just
give way.
went next to him and you just take your chances and I lift off early and then turns out that he also lift off, so yeah, that's fine. So I just continued.
Interesting incidents happening all over the tracks. That's all we can say, I think.
Yeah, perhaps Mazdi, perhaps you can talk to us a little bit about the Ferrari. We've been just now talking to Afar about the BMW and the weight of the car, the size, and the stability that it provides. So, what would you say is the good and bad things about the Ferrari in this case?
Ooh, I'm not really sure because this is my first with the Ferrari, but I've driven the BM before. Previous to this, the BM wasn't that good, but I'm surprised that it's quite strong in Spa now.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a high top speed, it's got a lot of stability, but yeah, probably not as agile as some of the other cars.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And also, the Ferrari, the downside would be top end. Definitely top end. Because compared to the BM on the straights, it's like white flag, bye-bye boys.
Yeah.
Is it a huge difference though? I mean, according to our lead commentator, Max, the 488 is the car that's the most similar to the production one actually. So in this case, are you saying that the BMW GT3 is actually much more faster on the straights?
On the straights with the slipstream, definitely they can take us at any time.
So what is the advantage of the Ferrari then? Do you gain time in the second sector through no name, etc., pull-on?
Yeah, usually the second to third sector I gain a bit, but on the first sector through Eau Rouge, it's just waiting for like sitting ducks.
Yeah. Yeah, we can clearly see the speed of the BM on the straights. Yeah, very similarly to the McLaren, right, where we take a lot of time on the we recover time on the corners, but then we lose it on the straights. So yeah, I guess there's a car for every type of driver.
Correct.
So Mazdi, that was a quick driver swap just now, right? I assume you guys didn't take on new tires for this round, or did you?
We usually take tires every pit because the tires won't last longer than one stint.
Oh wow! Okay, I mean that is pretty shocking for a car that's supposed to be quite light, right?
Yeah, because around 45 minutes about there, just like 5 or 10 laps before our stint ends, usually the tires start to give way and our times tumble like really low to 224s, which is quite slow. So we had to change the tires. We cannot just keep the tires. Yeah.
But that's a lot of time loss for every tire swap, am I right?
Not really actually. It's not that big of a difference, but it's enough for us to gain back when we with time difference. Because if it's like 2 to 3 seconds per lap, because if you see some of them actually struggling with the tires, I think Kifli was double stinting the tires because he struggled after that. I saw his times kept on tumbling. So So I was like, okay, that's it. Change tires every pits. Told the rest, they were like, okay, yeah, just do it. So we're like, okay.
I see. So I think for you guys, I think obviously you have decided that every stint is a fresh new set of tires, and fortunately for us, budget is not an issue in GT3 racing.
Yes, luckily for that.
But how did you feel with the car? Are you comfortable with it now? You say that this is your first race with first major race after all with the Ferrari, and would you say that it is? Would you say you prefer this, or would you prefer the BMW more?
I'm not sure about the BMW because the last I did was that Nations Cup SRA. That's the only time I had the BMW. But all I can say is compared to ACC, which I race more on, the cars here are definitely much more stable and easier to control.
And that's a good thing, right? All right.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us for a little bit of chit chat, Masli.
No worries, anytime.
Yeah, we hope you guys can recover that up, and yeah, well done so far for the effort.
Alright, thank you guys.
Alright.
Thanks, guys.
Alright, thanks Zafar as well. Okay, so back to normal service is resumed, and we'll be back to the trio of myself, Kelvin T, and with you and Javier Alvarez, as well as Chan Wei Han.
Yeah, we were just looking at the exact weather that we're having right now. So 31 Celsius, I suppose that's the track temperature. Yeah, and so as we were saying, now it's 2 p.m.
Track temperature looks to be 49.
Oh, sorry, 49. So it's 31 ambient temperature. 49 Celsius track temperature. That's pretty hot, right?
Yeah, that is pretty hot.
Yeah.
I would say at 49, you put something on it, it would probably cook in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, so we'll see how that might decrease as we go into the last hours of the race, and so we can see some faster laps at the end. Having said that, we still see pretty fast lap. We see Fred Ting here. Last lap was at 2:22, which is pretty much on target. 2:20s, 2:21s.
Yeah, and this is 2 p.m. as well, right? In Spa Francorchamps. So this is pretty much almost as hot as it can be after the right mid-noon sun. The surface should be scorching right now, and those on used tires may just suffer a little bit.
Yeah, as we were hearing from afar just now. Okay, Wei Han, we still have you. Yeah.
It's interesting. I think with the 49 Celsius track temperature, I think it's going to be very crazy for these guys.
Frantic, man.
I think like what Musty said, changing tires every stint definitely
it's necessary, right? Yeah, no choice. Really.
Can't run away, especially in Spa. Yeah. But I think at this point they should already be very much. We're kind of approaching the midpoint of the race in the next hour. They should all be very much settled in. So at this point, it's all about trying to maintain their pace, trying to protect their standing, their position, and kind of ensuring that their pace still goes on. Because at the same time, we can also kind of see that the interval between all the cars, they're actually quite far apart. It's not a matter of say 10 seconds, 20 seconds. It's a matter of minutes, many minutes in fact. And I think with that in mind, drivers, if let's say you kind of have a faster driver taking over you, and that faster driver is able to kind of get incrementally faster lap times, that can actually kind of help to reduce the gap that you might want to reduce in order to try to get some overtakings done.
I see. Well, I think we have most definitely that's correct. But you know what, Wehan, just now while we were chatting with Afar and also Mazdi, probably there was something on that's happening, because in the race right now we have had a new leader in the form of Adam Motorsports, the team from Argentina, I believe, and they are now in actually first position in the GT3 class, which we're looking at Bruno Alcaraz at the moment.
Yeah, looks like URT is on the pit lane, so that's probably why they're probably swapping drivers. We didn't see any accidents. So that should be so that means that Atom should be probably pitting as well fairly soon. But we're gonna see how much of that they can take from the competitors. Yeah, we just saw exactly the same with Hydra and Fuji, but then they're back in the track now. So Fuji's back to P1. Extremely fast drivers from Japan.
Very
not
very
just fast, but also extremely consistent. Hydra team is a very fast team as well. And I can't see the exact number right now, but I think they're over a minute and a half. So that's almost a lap. From P2. So yeah, well done to those drivers. We saw them with huge high ratings.
Definitely, and just a note of observation from the team over here, especially Max. Bruno Alcaraz, the one that is on the screen right now, the one that you're seeing right now, BMW M4 GT3, has been apparently in first, second, third, and fourth position at some point in the race as well.
Yeah. Roller coaster,
and very consistent in terms of pace. Because if you look at his pace right now, but while the temperature is absolutely scorching, as we see a case of merging Porsches in the pits, while the temperature on track is absolutely scorching, he is still cranking out those 221 laps on target, which is why that's why he's in first position at the moment lah.
Yeah, that fast consistency, right? Trust me, guys, 221s are fast. It's pretty fast still for a GT3. Definitely not endurance pace, but yeah, I guess they're pushing for it. Got a pretty good chance to win the GT3 side of things. Yeah, so we saw Ted Coyote Red coming out of the pits, and now they're 1.5 seconds behind. 1 minute 53 seconds actually. We'll see when is the next time that Bruno need to pitting.
That's correct. And so, Wehan, what do you think about the temperatures right now? 49 degrees. I mean, we say it's hot. We can easily fry an egg on the surface, but what does that actually mean to the drivers driving the cars right now?
Well, specifically in iRacing, it probably means that they'll see their tires fall off very quickly, and also they can't push their cars as much as they will be able to on, let's say, a colder track, because on a cooler track you're able to push your car a bit faster through the corners. On a hotter track, at least on iRacing, you can't really do that. You enter the corner slower, you have to exit the corners a little bit later, you can only put the power down a little later, and stuff like that. It just kind of feels like your tires are falling off and you can't really get the most out of it. You're gonna also lose you can possibly lose 2 seconds or more as a result of that.
As a result of the temperatures.
Yes.
That is pretty insane. So for Bruno to be consistently whacking in the 221s is very, very impressive in that case.
So if I'm just gonna have a look at some of the lap times. So this is Atom Motorsports. They started off with 219s average, which Bruno Alcaraz had at the start of the race, 219s. And then towards the end of the stint, the 222, that's due to tire fall off definitely. Yes, definitely. I think the track temperatures has a part to play in their pace now. So he is running 221s now, which is kind of a bit, I guess, 1 to 2 seconds a bit slower than his previous stint during the start of the race. So you can see that whether the track temperatures does have an effect on the lap times.
So as what you predicted, right? 1 to 2 seconds drop off as a result of the temperatures. But 49 degrees. I mean, it's very hard to imagine how much of punishment that's gonna do to the tires, right? According to Max once again, the tires probably will struggle to even last one stint under these kind of conditions, because 49. Let's just put it this way: I've been into a Japanese spa where the temperature is 40, and I jumped in and jumped out. So 49, I probably wouldn't want to be there. Yeah. But what do you see about the cars? At the moment, I just think that it's a little bit too hot for the tires, and yet still, Bruno is still doing consistent lap times. His previous lap was a 221.5, and right now is a 221.4, improving ever so slightly. but I think the more important thing is that it's very, very consistent. And how do you would you have any experience on sharing on how do we able to tailor our driving in light of the conditions as well as the deteriorating tires and obviously the car condition that you're having here? So how does one actually adjust to that? Do you have any tips or insights to share on that, Rehan?
Well, I think with regards to just track temperatures, it's I guess all you have to do is just to you're just kind of actively feeling how your car is performing. If you feel that your car is kind of falling off, or the tires are falling off, just ease off a little bit. I think there's not much you can do apart from that. Because I think it just kind of slows you down. When the track is much hotter. And
Yes,
really
it slows you down. I mean, it's the same for everyone in the race. So of course your car will be a bit slower, but then everyone else will be as well, right? In theory, or not, or you can push it, but if you push it, you definitely lose some laps in your stint.
It's going to be hard.
It's going to hand you back. Yeah, correct. And mistakes, of course, can happen too when you push in on hot weather. Okay, yeah, I guess just part of what this is, and pretty much the temperatures that we have here in Malaysia, right? When racing, right? Roughly about, we get those temperatures in Japan, I'm sure, probably more than 49 at some point. And then in Japan you have the humidity, which is is super intense for the drivers themselves physically, right? To handle that, which can can cause a lot of also psychologically, going through all this weather in here. So yeah, pretty much what we've kind of accustomed to see here. Let's see how it develops through the race.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the temperatures, right? Just wanted to highlight that what is saying that this is similar to Sepang right now is just a testament to how well the track is built in Sepang. Because to endure such high heat, and then Malaysia, we have Malaysia and Singapore lah. We haven't forgotten you. Malaysia and Singapore, we have this kind of weather whereby it's just so hot, and then for the next 5 minutes it could suddenly just boom and rain.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's a good testament to the track. I mean, actually, so does Spa Francorchamps. If I'm not wrong, last year they had like a monsoon season right over at the track, where the water was just flowing through Eau Rouge, and it was just quite bad actually. So I mean, in that sense, tracks have to be built really, really well, and having the privilege to be driving on, having driven on Sepang a few times now, I must say the track is smooth and nice, and you know what? It's similar to the one that we're looking at on the screen right now at Spa Francorchamps. The road looks absolutely flawless. Very, very not similar to the ones that we have on our roads for our normal commute. For sure. I think Javi can testify that this is very different. Yeah, and also funnily enough, Eau Rouge is actually the name of the river, so the river actually flowed onto the track itself and made itself into the river. So kudos to the forest, the Ardennes forest, right, around the region. Yeah.
Well, who knows? We might see rain coming to iRacing next year. So maybe next year at this time we're doing a 12-hour, and we can bring some race, which would change completely everything. If we had rain effect now.
So in a way we would be Bernie Ecclestone now, because we can say like it's time to rain, and then push a button. How would you like to see that happen, Wehan?
God mode.
God mode.
Rain on iRacing?
Yeah. Not just that as well. Rain that you can configure a race director, or you know what? Like what last time what Bernie Ecclestone said, that and how to spice up a Formula 1 race is to have water sprinklers on the ground. In a way, if you have a button that says, okay, it's time to rain, press that button and off you go.
Well, I had my fair share of spicing up races, like throwing safety cars.
Okay.
I think that's enough.
That sounds like a good idea, and not saying anything.
I think that's enough.
Not saying anything about it, but if one were to come right now, it would definitely spice up the entire thing altogether. But if we do have a button to press to make the track, rain wet or something. I'm sure the worst person to have control of that would be probably Max lah. He pressed the button and then I think havoc was gonna happen. He's gonna time it when everyone's gonna running on dead tires or stuff like that. Knowing
But that's how accidents happen, man.
Oh yes, I mean that's how incidents happen, right? Actually, you know what? After looking at the Corvette for some time, I think I'm starting to accept the design.
Well, Corvette is okay. It's a BMW that I can't get over.
Oh really? The tune, the very
I can vouch for that. Yeah.
That definitely looks jarring to say the least.
So we see Tetco now 22 seconds away. Did they lose any time, or am I confused here? I thought they were a bit near just now.
I think they lost a bit of time through the pits, and they were basically first, second, third, and I mean they started the race in third position, right, and worked their way up. And was running first before they did the pit stop, and then Atom took over the lead. And I think Atom has held on to the lead ever since then. Yeah. So while both of them has pitted, definitely Tetco URT has lost some time there in relation to Atom Motorsports lah. So now they're running in second position, but not far. 22 seconds down the road, and this is currently one of the closest battles on the track, besides the 7th and 8th position between Hyperpulse RS and Sim R Garage Sim Sports. Right, Javi, maybe you just want to bring us through the standings at the moment. I'll pass it over to you for the standings.
Yeah, thanks, Elving. So Mount Fuji Racing is still on P1 interval 152 seconds away. So that lead is increasing slowly. Last time we did a resume, it was about 130. So we see another 20 seconds of increase, which means that Fuji is basically pushing in those laps. His last lap, Shunsuke Kuno, last lap 2:17.2. No, of course not what we see on qualifying. It's still a fairly fast pace as we approach the mid of the race at the 6 hours. So Hatertrek on P2, TCD Racing on P3, 1 second away, and in P4 we have Veloci Ragazzo at 146 away. The 15 Hyperbulls back at the bottom, 10 laps away now. And as we move, and that's for GTE, GT3, Aero Motorsports, Argentinian boys on P1, followed by Tetco URT Red and Gold, 23 seconds seats of difference, so about a third of lap. P4 RL Stratos 17 seconds away. Min Machine Speed Tavern on P5. SDL Top Racing on P6. I think we have Keith Leader right in that team. P7 for Hyperbulls, about 30 seconds away, 27.5 seconds away, followed by Simar Garage about 5.3 seconds. So we'll see if they can actually catch up to the Hyperbulls guys there. P9 for GSR, BSR, sorry. And in last place, Jaguar Racing, 24 laps away now. So yeah, let's see what's gonna happen as we approach this, half of the whole race.
So basically, you were right about that, and I mean, really kudos to the guys at non-Java Racing, right? Obviously, racing with a very damaged car, they still managed to fix the damage. 24 laps down compared to their competitors around them, but still they are in the race, and kudos to them that their sportsmanship and the spirit of competition is really there. So kudos to non-Java Racing for the fantastic spirit and staying power of them. Despite being 24 laps down, they are still pumping in the laps, and this is basically non-Java Gilbert Ang in the race as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. Also, it is discouraging when you crash and you have to go for so long into the pits, and you feel like you want to go away. And so kudos to them for keeping up and getting the car repair and back into the track, and hopefully they can finish the race.
And definitely this is the spirit of endurance racing. whereby I mean it's not something that you do in a sprint race, right? It's not whereby it's not a situation where the fastest just wins. It's a situation where you have to be fast. At the same time, you must have the perseverance and the basically the mental mind power, the mind force to stay focused and also not feel very dejected. Like what you say, right? When you crash, something happens, it actually feels very depressing because you are going in for a long time, and that's what the guys at Non-Java did, and here they are, still on track, having done already, if I'm not wrong, 110 plus laps actually. So 108 laps, so these guys are still in it to win it, maybe not, but definitely still in it for the spirit of competition. So definitely kudos to the guys at Non-Java Racing. In the sense that also just wanted to say for S-Deal Talk Racing as well, these are the boys that have participated in one of another Adrenaline Impact series, the Saga Cup series. So just take a look at this beautiful car, blue and red, similar to the colors of a certain nation of which I love, ours lah, of course, Malaysia. What else? Sorry, we had not Singapore lah.
Thailand, Philippines as well.
Oh yeah, that's true also. Yeah. You know what? Let's try to spot if there's any yellow on the car. I don't think so though. There we go. So the S-Deal car carrying a little bit of damage on the rear left quarter, if I'm not wrong. These are the boys that have participated in the Saga the S-Deal Saga Cup series, racing 4 different locations with the beloved national car, the Proton Saga. Very, very interesting race. And we also have something very interesting coming up in the next season as well. Another Malaysian legend, of which I think is sold in Singapore as well. Do you have the Myvi over there?
Myvi, right. It's the one that you guys jacked up to 750 horsepower?
No. This is the one we jacked back down to human levels of powers, yeah. So this is the Javier, do you have a little bit specs on the Myvi that you can share?
I don't know what to say. I've honestly never driven a Myvi in real life. But it's a bluff car here, so stay tuned for that. We'll be updating more on what's happening with Adrenaline Impact and what's coming next as well. But yeah, should be something very beloved by the community over here.
It is okay. So basically, according to Max, this car is basically the Myvi 1600, right? 230 horsepower, 1,000 kilograms, and too much fun.
That's right.
And you know what? From the promotional images that I see, I see the Myvi is driving on 3 wheels, which is absolutely realistic. You know why? Because I've done that myself through up Genting last time when we were a kid. Every hang on, we had Malaysians, most Malaysian kids.
Sorry, I've been to Genting many times, bro. But
not the Genting. It's not the Genting part, It's the driving a
the
car.
road,
Yeah, it's the Yeah, correct. The road going up to Genting, driving like a madman. That's our rite of passage as a Malaysian kid. You bring whatever you have, your Proton Saga, your Myvi, I had a friend going up with the Kapchai, the moped motor. You bring whatever you have and then you hit the mountain and that's it. And I actually did a score like a 3, like 1 wheel lifting up mid-turn, so I can confirm handling model Myvi realistic, yeah. Guaranteed, sign off. Very, very realistic. So that's going to happen sometime next month, and we're going to have some interesting racing in that particular series. But just before we talk about more about the race, just wanted to once again thank our sponsors for today. It's been a long day. It will be a long day, longer some more. We have more than half the race to go, and just want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Viper Niza Motul as well as Bespoke.
Yeah, absolutely, Kelvin. Thank you so much for helping out with this race, and yeah, let us know if you guys want to see more endurance races happening. It's not something we do all the time, but we're very happy to host this kind of events if the community is looking forward to it, whether it's at 12, Perhaps we're thinking in the near future start with a 3-hour race, 6-hour, etc. Trying to get people to do endurances, because it's definitely, it can be overwhelming, you know, to do a 12-hour if you haven't ever done an endurance race. So, you know, perhaps we're gonna try to find some planning where we can slowly get people into this mode of racing.
Hey, Javi and Rehan both. What is the longest race that you both have done? Like the absolutely longest?
Well, I'm not that experienced. I think the longest I've done was a 3-hour.
Oh yeah. 3 hours is quite good.
Yeah, actually with Suring. Hello to Suring from here. It's just the, you know, the mentality to it is different, and we normally are accustomed to short races where we can push for the whole race. So, you know, it's great for everyone to come into this, and again, like I said, it can be a bit overwhelming 12 hours, but we'll try our best to do slightly shorter endurances in the future as well for everyone to be able to participate. What about you, Wihan? What's your experience so far on endurance?
Well, in terms of stint or in terms of the race duration?
Oh, duration.
In fact, this year May I did the 24 hours of Nürburgring on iRacing. That was way scarier than Le Mans. You know, I've not even got PTSD thinking back about it. You can later on, if Yancy comes to an interview, you can go and ask him, because he was the one who set me, who fixed my ride for that race. So, you know, you actually race in the Nordschleife at night, and visibility is a big problem.
Yes,
and you don't see the corners coming. The corners see you, but you don't see the corner.
So how many of you were in that team for 24 hours?
I think we had 5 or 6 of us.
Okay, so
which was okay, yeah. So I think we did get quite a fair split, but, you know, of course, myself being a slower one, I volunteered less.
but also at the same time, because you have 6, right? And I assume that's it's the iRacing official, right?
Yeah, iRacing official. Yeah.
I see. So that definitely is very challenging, because you would have a lot of participation in that particular one as well, correct?
Yeah, it's quite a big participation. Many splits also. So I think we got into quite a decent split, where I think there were many cars on track. I think probably 50 something cars, and we were kind of somewhere in the middle.
And was that like the, sorry, I missed that. I must have missed that. Is that the Nordschleife or the GP?
Nordschleife.
Oh,
plus part of the GP.
That's the mother load. That's the big one. That's the big one.
Yeah. So, and in fact, I'm going down on this for a little longer, but I think I've only had like less than 5 days to practice before that. Because it was earlier this year. I had my exams. Then after that, right the next week, the week after, was the actual Nürburgring, the Nordschleife for 24 hours, and I just kind of tried to get as many laps in there as I could. I was driving the M4 GT3. Fortunately, I had that car, or rather, fortunately, that car was available, because that thing is very stable, very helpful for a track like the Nordschleife. But it was still very challenging. It was still very difficult.
I was about to just ask you, what car were you driving there? Because obviously, going in with the stable car, even with the stable car, if you feel like that already, imagine doing that on the super ultra twitchy one,
Yeah, like a lot of people were actually using the Lambos, and I think last time in the past, when the BMW and Lambo hadn't been around, many people used the Audi, because yes, it's not say very stable, but those guys who are more experienced, they know their way around.
They know
the
how
track.
to handle the car.
Yes.
Yeah. We've seen this for many years now in iRacing,
Yes.
right? We see the top drivers on the Audi. It's a hard drive a hard car to drive though. Okay, so back to the race, and we're back with P1 Shinsuke Kuno is still driving. He's been driving for a very long time now, and almost 2 minutes now away from P2. We see in the screen Roy Charles now for TCD Racing. There you go, as take the corner against the BMW. He's now taking on the inside.
And that's just good sportsmanship by the Hyperballs team.
Yeah, we are seeing this all over the track actually.
Oh,
wow.
There's
We
an
see a spin
incident
there.
Massive
See if
incident.
we can catch it. There you go. That was Kelvin for Hyperballs. He's gonna reverse the car slowly.
And also make sure that...
Oh.
That was very close.
Oh, okay, hang on. I just almost stood up in my seat there.
Okay, I think he touched the gang on the second instance. We're gonna see it.
That is
Gonna see it
that
now.
is-
Yeah,
Oh.
re-entry. Okay, I think he noticed though. I mean, re-entry on the track is highly important, right? Going back into the track once you go off and trying to come in parallelly to the track, right? Not straight into it. Okay, we'll see if they got any damage. It seems like they're back on track now.
I mean, it seems like they managed to recover from the slide quite well, actually. And kudos to Kelvin to have the awareness of the incoming car. If not, that would have been quite bad.
Yeah, absolutely, Kelvin.
Wow, that was actually really, really
Yeah, it
close.
seems like there's no damage on the car. I think it was just a slide, so he probably lost some seconds there. But
and tire also.
Oh yeah, degradation, yeah, definitely. So, but anyway, backing into the race.
So going with second position now, Ayman Haziq. Is this the new Porsche?
I think no. This is still the same 911 RSR that's been around the service for quite a few years already. Actually, the new Porsche that you've probably seen
is
the GT3, right?
Yes,
yeah,
the
correct.
911R. Yeah.
I think, GTE has not been. I mean, even if you are normally racing on iRacing, you'll notice that there's not a lot of people populating those GTE races. It's just somehow not as popular as GT3, I guess. We were discussing this with Max not long ago. The main differences, right, of these two classes.
And not just that, I think Wei Han also weighed in on the fact that he actually, while he prefers the GTE because of the non-ABS brakes, GT3 seems to be the one that's coming up and coming now. And I must confess that I myself am also a GT3 fan because of the simple fact that ABS is just much more easier to drive than without ABS.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah.
Because I did try to switch off the ABS on the GT3 cars, and it turns out the brakes were way more powerful, and there was no way I was gonna drive without ABS on the GT3 cars. But on GTE cars, I think the brakes are, it's
progressive is the word.
Yes. It's kind of not as intense, and it's a lot about kind of getting the right braking rhythm in. But on the GT3s, you just tap a bit too much and lock the brakes, and you're dead.
Lock the brakes and you're dead. Yeah, pretty much that's correct. Now, we just have information that position number 3, TCD Racing, Roy Charles, he is doing his third stint. Oh my God! Talk about man and machine dedication and also endurance. And if I'm not wrong, Roy Charles is also one of the few in Malaysia with a full motion simulator rig. So he's definitely getting ready for the MSF as well. So real life racing, and using this as a platform for his real life racing program. And he is, like what I said, he's one of the few in Malaysia with a full motion simulator. So definitely doing 3 stints is already amazing enough. 3 stints on a moving rig. Oh my God, respect, brother.
Well, the kind of fitness you have to do that is immense, man.
Yeah, I think for a real racing driver, this is peanuts compared to the real thing, even if the sim is moving a little bit. But having said that, very happy to see that. I remember a year or two ago, it was almost hard, to find real drivers into serious sim racing, and slowly we've seen, a lot of them coming into the sim in the past 2 years. And yeah, nowadays it's almost normal, right? Not just here in Malaysia, but everywhere in the world we see more and more real racing drivers, supporting sim racing, not just for fun, as we would call it, but also for training and to keep up in between races or seasons, and something that they used to do in their factories, I guess, separately, but now everybody can jump into this. And so it's just great to see professional sim races with professional drivers in the track, and the experience that they can bring into the game.
What do you? I mean, Weihan, when you did your 24-hour of Nürburgring, how many stints did you do, and were there like consecutive stints?
I'm not fit enough to do consecutive stints, but I probably did about three stints. I think
In total, right?
Yeah, in total, I did less than some of the guys. But I think racing there is just intense. Kind of having to feel your way around that track it kind of takes quite a bit of mental capacity already. So
That is true.
Yeah.
And I don't have my racing dictionary with me, aka Max Palmer, but I believe it has a lot of turns, right? Some ranging around a few hundred per lap. 100 plus. Can't.
You lose count, and at some point you just decide, just see a corner, attack that corner, and then wait for the next corner and attack that. Don't count.
Oh yes. And you just gotta feel your way around it, right?
Yes.
I absolutely.
One of the things I do is to up my monitor brightness.
That's what you mean when you say setup, right?
Yes, very important.
Right. Not talking about car setup or one.
Room setup.
Room setup.
Yes. Monitor brightness all the way up, then at least you can see something. If not, no way, man.
Yeah. That makes complete sense as to how do you get prepared for that. But having said that, you know what? You did 3 stints in 24 hours. This fella has done 3 stints on his own consecutively. Jesus Christ. Oh man.
Sorry, I think I'm just looking because I'm also spectating this sim from my end. It would seem that it is Parkvinder Singh.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. So Parkvinder Singh, aka Roy Charles.
Okay. Right. Okay.
So we can see now URT Red decreasing that time. We were at 22 seconds, now they're at 15 seconds 16 now. So there could be something happening there as we move into the next few hours. Nothing is settled so far. But hey, well done to Ada Motorsports for pushing it through really fast pit just now.
But you know what? The gap is actually falling. Tedco URT was at 1 point 22 seconds behind. Now they're 16 and closing actually. Freddie Ang has taken the wheel and he is putting in the lap times slowly but surely, closing the gap. 2:21.6 for his last lap. I believe the last lap of Bruno Alcaraz slightly slower. The gap is now down to 15 seconds. Yeah, so taking a look on the screen itself, it would seem like actually right about there. For the past 5 laps, Freddie has been closing the gap for about 0.7 per lap, and as a result, he's now the commentator. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. The commentator's curse seems to have struck because.
Yeah, just get Max out of the room first.
He's out. But something has happened to Freddie just now, and the gap is now back to 24 seconds.
Don't worry, Max. I still love you.
We're gonna have a look at what happened there.
As we were just saying about the gap being closed, and
there you go. He touched the grass with the rear tires. It just takes a slight, touch on the outside for your car to drift out, and that's the 10 seconds out again. So exactly what we were talking about just now, right, Kelvin? That consistency and not pushing the car, but not pushing to the point that you make mistakes that cost the time that you just recover, basically.
That's correct.
That's racing and managing those times. So
but you know what, Javi and Weihan, take a look at the times. I mean, it went up to 24 seconds, but it's down to 23 again. I can see that, you know what, I think Freddie is pushing very hard to make up for the mistakes.
Yeah.
Is this the wise move? What do you think, Weihan?
As in Freddie pushing now?
Yeah, I mean, would it worth? Do you think it's worth the push versus the risk, right, of pushing, as we've just seen just now? Obviously he's aware that he's perhaps faster than the next car. How much do we push, before we draw a line and we say it's just too risky to keep?
No, I mean, if your car is free of damage, if you've still got the tires, then there's nothing wrong with pushing. It's just Oh yeah, I can see that he's a bit unstable on the brakes already. I'm viewing it from a slightly different camera, but yeah, I can see that his car is getting a bit unstable. But as long as you can remain on top of your car, you can push, and I think that should be fine.
Yep. I mean, as we speak, he has just taken half a second out of the lead. This lap is now down to 22 seconds now, and I think is pushing very, very hard. Now he comes to the same corner again, and we might just see taking it safer this time, staying out of the grass to avoid the spin, just to make sure that everything is fine. And last lap, obviously, with that little spin, Freddie has lost about 8 seconds, close to that, going into this lap itself. But by just driving more aggressively, like what you said, and trying to hit the lap times faster, he seems to have dropped the gap by 1 second in 1 lap time. So that's consistent with what he has done before, and hopefully he will be continuing this for a while. Yeah.
Hello, do we have Idom here with us, Bruno?
I think we do have Bruno Alcaraz.
Yes, we have Bruno, and yes.
Hola Bruno, are you here with us?
Hola, ¿cómo va?
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, por suerte, maravilla, sufriendo.
Oh, sufriendo. Okay, guys, so we're just gonna have a little chat with Bruno. Will be translating as we go. ¿Cómo ha ido la carrera de momento, Bruno? ¿Qué nos puedes contar?
La verdad, bastante difícil. Sabemos que estamos en inferioridad de condiciones. Hay pilotos mucho más rápidos que nosotros, así que apostamos a una buena estrategia. Hasta ahora, supongo que va a salir bien. Esperemos que se vea reflejado al final del stint.
Sí, que sois dos conductores, ¿verdad?
Exactamente, somos 2 conductores, nos separamos 2 stints cada uno.
Wow, o sea que estáis haciendo 2 de tirón, 2 cada uno o 1 cada uno.
Sí, de tirón, 2 cada uno.
Wow.
Y aguantar, dormir,
bueno, ahí estás
descansar
acostumbrado
1 hora.
tú ya, ¿no? A esto.
Sí, ya competimos en varias endurance, es nuestro punto fuerte, pero bueno, lamentablemente no somos rápidos, pero tenemos planteada, supongo que una buena estrategia.
Sí. Okay, yeah. So we're just gonna translate a little bit. I was just asking Bruno how the race being and how they are taking it. This team is running with 2 drivers only, which means that they're basically doing. I mean, I was just asking Bruno. They're basically they're basically doing double stints. Sorry. In order to cover the 12 hours. Bruno, ¿estás conduciendo mientras hablamos?
Así es, pero no hay problema. Estamos en una conducción pacífica.
Wow, unbelievable. The man is driving while he's interviewing with us simultaneously. Wow, great. ¿Qué más nos cuenta, Bruno? ¿Primera vez que compites en Asia, supongo, o has hecho algo antes?
No, es la primera vez. En verdad nos juega en contra el ping. Como verán, tenemos un ping de 300. Por suerte es estable, eso es lo bueno. Y estamos intentando estar lo más separado posible de los autos. No importa si alguien nos quiere adelantar, soltamos. Y la idea es que nos pasen, porque no queremos tener ningún netcode, porque un netcode nos puede perjudicar la carrera.
Sí, claro, más el penalty, claro. Yeah, so Bruno just was, mentioning... they are trying to be as fast as they can, of course, but they are not fighting much the position, especially with those cars that are lapping them to avoid netcode. This is because obviously being on the other side of the world, they are suffering almost a 300 millisec latency, which honestly, iRacing does a great job at this. It can actually cope with people from so far away. But there is netcode issues, so we appreciate that. We appreciate that they're being as just as nice as possible and trying not to incur in any penalties. Vale, Bruno, pues nada, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros y vamos a hablar después de la carrera un poquito más contigo, ¿vale?
No hay problema, es larga la carrera todavía, puede pasar miles de cosas, ya nos sorprendimos con muchas cosas, pero bueno, a seguir adelante que queda larga todavía la carrera.
Eso es, dale ahí, venga, muchas gracias, Bruno.
A ustedes.
All right.
All right. So that was a bit of a in and out in Spanish for you guys. If you speak Spanish, then nice to hear him talking. Otherwise, hard race for them. Apparently, he's mentioning that they're pretty much used to this because they do run quite a lot of endurances back in South America, where normally they run by themselves with this couple of people. So, pretty much used to this. As you can see, the man was talking to us while he's
driving
live.
Yeah.
Hey guys, looking forward to have as many international counterparts into our races as possible, right? And being inclusive with everyone.
Absolutely incredible, incredible scenes out there where, Bruno was driving. I mean, we were just looking at the screens, I mean, pulling him into the interview room itself. And we're just looking at the driver screen and found that, hey, he's still driving. So, you know what? That's when we decided that we gotta ask him if he's still driving. And indeed, he is driving while talking to us just now. That was just mightily impressive for them. And of course, Atom Motorsports in the lead right now with 18 seconds down. We have Tedco URT Red, and next up there we have RL Stratos. Tedco URT Red, in that sense, may have close the gap even further with the interview that we have done.
Yeah, I think we stole a few seconds there from Bruno, because we can see Tedco now at under 18 seconds away. But having said that, it's what we've been talking about all day, that comparing being hyper fast like Tedco is doing right now versus being extremely careful and not getting any penalties, right? Which is what Adam has done so far, and that's why they are in P1. So hey, well done to them, and it is a big effort for two people to do double stints and complete 12 hours is a big achievement. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, totally. But just look at this. We have our on-track battle coming soon. This is very exciting because we now have Team URT Gold 2.3 seconds behind RL Stratos 4 position. And this is lap 154 into the race, 6 hours in, and they are 2 seconds away. This is looking and shaping up to be an interesting battle, and while just now we really appreciate Bruno's presence here in the room, I think, like what you said, we probably stole a few seconds from him.
Yeah, so that's why letting go. We will try to catch them up after the race. Okay, other than that, Mount Fuji is still leading the race, and they are now almost 2 minutes away. So slowly but surely, they're cutting up that time, and they are also not making mistakes. So extremely experienced drivers from Japan. We saw them with with a huge rating right now. We have, I think it's Kuno, right, on the
yes, it's,
on the wheel.
It's Kuno, 5K I rating, yeah.
5K rating, 499 A class. So I mean, top driver definitely in the region,
Yes, most definitely. I think representing Japan as well, right? Mount Fuji Racing. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so like I was saying, very happy to see quite a lot of nationalities. How many nationalities we have here? So we have Malaysian. We have Philippines team, right?
Yep, and Argentinian, Brunei.
Yep.
And that be, I have, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Surprisingly, we don't see Singaporeans team here today. Not sure. Maybe the message didn't get across the. The 1 kilometer.
I think also because we just haven't been organizing any iRacing events for our own community as well. So I think they probably all like defected to other sim platforms, I guess. I don't know.
Defected is a big one to use. But yeah, like Javi said, actually correct. I mean, we do need to install that internet cable for Singapore, so you guys can,
Yeah, we'll try to talk to the government of Malaysia, see if they can give you some internet, guys, so that you can actually come in.
I'm sorry, Wehan. We mean no offense, but it's just very fun.
Come on, man. Yeah. But I think pretty much very fast Kuno 5K iRating. I think that also, I have a feeling that I think Mika Hakimi might also be quite close to, I guess in terms of iRating wise, he's probably also one of the faster ones around. I think there are also quite a couple of fast guys. So, I think that goes a lot to show, the kind of quality of competition that we are also seeing here in this 12-hour endurance. And I think you can see that it's done a lot to I guess give us close quality racing that we're enjoying right now.
Definitely. Right, if we can just take a look at the grid in front there, could we take a look at car number 3 RL Stratos and see what's happening on track with them, so we can see some interesting things happening. This is car 3 RL Stratos. Behind them, if I'm not wrong, about 5 seconds away, that's Team URT Gold in the new Porsche 911. So after 6 hours of racing, officially 6 now. Yeah, this is the halfway point.
Halfway point, guys.
Halfway point, and they are still within one straight of this entire thing. 6 hours remaining. This is absolutely the halfway point, the median point of this race, and they are just a little bit behind position number 3. This is not just for normal position, this is for podium place for GT3.
Absolutely, and thankful to see nobody quit the race so far. So we see a high level of commitment from all these drivers and teams.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, what do you think about that, Wehan? Because obviously in a lot of sprint races, online or organized or iRacing official, we see a lot of people that after a crash they just leave. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think it's probably expected because once you crash and then if let's say you kind of fall off a bit behind, and you see that if there's no chance of kind of regaining a position, sometimes it's better to just go off and wait for the next race session. But I think in official sessions where where safety rating, where running a longer distance helps with safety rating, some drivers will still kind of remain and continue with like a couple more laps, clean laps, just to kind of rack up some of that safety rating points. But of course, I think it's just down to the fact that when you're kind of beaten up, when your car is beaten up, you're not sure how far you can push it anymore.
And I think makes sense also, like what you said, right? If there is repairs involved in a short race, doesn't really make much sense to stay on, right?
So for instance, if you blow your engine, it's probably a 45 to 50 minute repair, and usually iRacing sprint races, they're like an hour on average, 45 minutes to an hour, and that's like the entire race duration. That there's no point in continuing the race.
Yeah, pretty much so. Yeah, okay, so we're looking at Mount Fuji Racing again. First position leader, opening up the gap ever so slightly to now 2 minutes and 4 seconds. I mean, significant, a good significant lead that they have here, 2 minutes, but still, I mean, it's still too early to say because we still have 6 more hours to go.
Yeah, Kevin, absolutely. I mean, they're now almost a lap, right? In a GTE over P2. We see Tedco real fast, unbelievable. They're now 13 seconds away. They're really catching up at maybe 2 to 3 seconds, almost a lap. That is really fast how they are catching up on Motorsports. So we could see something within the next 6 to 8 laps, or perhaps 10 laps. We could see Tedco right there behind them, but we can see a constant decrease on that
gap.
That gap. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And not just that, P1, P2, the gap is decreasing, and P3, P4 also the gap is pretty close. But as I speak, I think we want to save more energy for when the fight actually do happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back shortly with a 5 minutes break. And this is me, Kelvin, Javier, as well as Wehan. We will be back with you shortly. So stay tuned and see you on the track.
So siapa yang belum subscribe Galeri Kereta, boleh klik button kat bawah subscribe, dan kita jumpa lagi di next episode untuk kita apa lagi proses untuk KA30 ni. Okay, see you, bye bye, assalamualaikum.
Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. How do I put this? The track is freaking scary.
Angetitscht im Prinzip leider in eine andere Richtung.
Going down Mulsanne is totally insane. You're doing just close to 300 kilometers per hour, and all you have to do is just hold on to the steering wheel and don't blink because you have to focus really hard. This is our first road to Le Mans. Obviously coming from Malaysia to Le Mans to race here and flying the Malaysian flag, it's just one of a kind. Never would have ever thought that I'll be racing here at Le Mans, but the feeling is just overwhelming.
Well, for me, it's a big dream come true. I've always been wanting to come to Le Mans, and being that the Le Mans itself has been a really great experience. The atmosphere, being able to walk on the track, and then learning the track again with the track walk, and then now coming to the parade, it's been a really, like I said, big dream come true.
It's just amazing feeling to be here with such a large crowd. And everyone waiting for the drivers' parade to come by. There's nowhere else in the world that you're able to see such number of people coming out to watch the race. This is Le Mans. In 2013, I came here as a photographer documenting this event, and at that time it was obviously quite special. But in 2019 now, as a driver, it has a totally different feeling altogether. It's just incredibly insane to be here racing at Le Mans. Words just cannot express what I'm feeling now, and it's just awesome. We certainly will be back to Le Mans. The team will certainly be working hard to come back here for the 24 hours of Le Mans. Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. So this will be our first time doing a long endurance. This will be a 23-hour race. We are the only Malaysian team running this race.
For this weekend, I think the biggest challenge will be because we are racing in Europe. We do not have any experience driving on this track, all the drivers, plus the fuel usage and also the tyre wear. So this will be the challenge to getting it right. So we just make do with what we can and do our best to learn as much as possible.
Everyone dreams to come over here and race, and it's also my dream to come all the way from Malaysia to Europe to race in Spa.
The three of us never expected to be driving again in the same car and in the same team.
Well, definitely it's good being back together with them. It brings back a very good memory. We achieved a lot of good results.
For sure, the target this weekend is to be on the podium, and I think we have a very strong lineup together, and fingers crossed all of us will be on the podium this weekend.
It will be a huge advantage for us given that the three ex-Petronas drivers have huge experience both for sprint races as well as endurance races. So I think the team's well prepared for the weekend, and hopefully we will be able to fly the Malaysian flag high at the end of the race.
Spa 500 gets underway and Harry Hilders
over the moon. I think we didn't expect to be placed first at the end of 23 hours, but to be P1 in Pro-Am, it's a fantastic feeling.
And ladies and gentlemen, you are with us again as we enter 6 hours and 17 minutes of this 12 hours endurance. With me here, Kelvin T. Today we have Javier Alvarez, our resident Spanish, and Chan Wei Han, our resident Singaporean.
Alright guys, so yeah, just over the halfway there. We saw URT pitting, correct? Is that okay? We see gold pitting now coming out of the pit lane.
Red pitted earlier, so now it's on Adam to see how far they can go without pitting, because obviously the lead of the race is still unknown at the moment until we get the 6th round of pits out of the way. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, so we expect Ada Motorsports to pit at some point too. I'm not sure exactly when was the last time they pit, but they should be pitting sometime soon.
That's correct.
So we're gonna see if we can see the gap that we have now between Atom and URT right now, and that's 11.5 seconds now. So we'll see. I'm not sure what's the average pit stop just for fuel and tires. Probably more than 11 seconds. But yeah, let's see what they can do. And of course, URT Red is on a full fuel car now, which should be heavier as well. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can see some action real soon.
That's correct. And so for TCD Racing, currently running at P3 in the GTE class, they have just went into the pits. I believe this will be for a driver swap, of which Roy Charles will finally be able to pass the baton to his fellow teammates as well. As in this case, Tedco URT Red and Gold. Red is actually 11 seconds behind and closing the gap to Adam Motorsports. Did they do a different strategy? Did they do a splash and dash with a new set of tires?
Perhaps,
to close the gap, yeah?
Yeah, that could be it. But even though they have more fuel in the car, we can see they're still decreasing the gap. So I'm pretty sure that within the next 8 to 10 laps we should see even less than that. Perhaps we should see some action as they reach the P1. Okay, other than that, we back to the leaderboard. Mount Fuji is still on the lead, and we see Hyderabad lap done now because of the pitting. Same for P3 TCD Racing and P4 for Veloce Ragazzo in the Corvette. Yeah, there you go. You can see Roy Charles over there now
in the pits, and probably the driver swap as well. This should be a long stop for the Porsche. Okay, so they're taking on new tires as well, naturally. Moving on into the race itself. So we have now Tedco URT Red in P2 position. If we can just look at them, see where they are right now. The gap, the lap times that they're doing are quite respectable. Closing the gap in front to Atom Motorsports as well with 1 minute and 37 in the clock. It should be enough for Atom to make a pit stop and come back out slightly in front of the URT Red team. But they have pitted earlier again compared to Atom Motorsports. So I'm wondering, is that a necessity because of some incidents, or is that because of strategy? Yeah. What do you think, Javi and Weihan?
Weihan, go ahead.
Oh yeah. With regards to the incident.
Oh no, sorry. I was just asking. Is it feasible? I mean, obviously we're seeing that Tedco URT Red is They went into the pits earlier both times, and in fact earlier again this time. Would you say that splash and dash and a quick change of tire makes more sense in total strategy, or is it always prudent to stretch out the entire set to its breaking point to complete the full stint? What is your view on that? Yeah.
Well, I think in view of the track conditions, it is. Oh, it's now 48 Celsius. But I think they did not switch the driver, right? I think it was just
no
splash
driver
and
swap.
dash.
Yeah, no driver swap.
Well, I mean, they surely know that they don't need to pit. They're gonna have to pit at some point. They are now 137 down, and the pit stop shouldn't last that long, though. But they must be aware that they have to stop at some point, and we'll see that back to the 10 seconds that we saw before.
It could be that he's probably trying to equalize the division of the stints, because as you know, usually stints, you can look at it both ways. You can look at stints to be lap based, or you can look at stints to be time based, and it could also happen that he did a pit stop outside of it being a planned stop, and therefore he might have just gone in for just the tires and quick splash. But then again, also because if you have a look at some of the teams which kind of run 50 laps in one stint, there surely isn't enough fuel for the car to last 50 laps. So definitely within your own stint, you'll definitely be pitting like maybe once or sometimes twice just to get the fuel and tire in before you hand your car to the next driver.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
So the gap is again slowly dropping between P1 and P2 down at the GT3 class, whereas in GTE it is pretty clear that Mount Fuji is in the lead, in the clear lead, and having one lap advantage over the P2 position of Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. So
I think the advantage. I think it is a one, based on what I see from the lifetime tower, 1 minute 36 seconds. So that is quite some ground that we'll have to probably work on, as he's now being overtaken by what would seem to be a GTE class car up front. So not battling for position. But there's still plenty of opportunity for Freddie to push his car further to kind of go for the lead in the GT3 class, but he will have to be consistent in his lap time. So maybe if there's a way for us to see the trend in lap times between both the Atom Motorsports car and the Tedco URT red car, if you do see it trending down the difference, unfortunately I don't have live timing now, but if you do see it trending down,
I'm sure we can make that magic happen as we speak right now. We will shortly be able to see the relatives between the two cars for the past 5 laps if once our race director can just help us bring that up. But if we take a look, so there was, so obviously on lap 155 there was the pit stop, right, whereby the gap of 122 was incurred by Freddie
So you
Ang.
do in fact see that Freddie Ang's lap times are consistently faster, even though it's just a margin. It is still quite a fair margin faster than Alcaraz. So if this carries on, we could probably see within the next, let's say perhaps the next 10 to 15 laps, you might see a battle for the lead in the GT3 class if this carries on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure we'll see that. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big gap, man. They're lapping almost a second. Over Alcaraz, the Argentinian driver. Hey, well done for them. They're still clocking 22s, low 22s, which is okay. It's just slightly slower than the pace that we've been seeing at 221s. Exactly what he said on the when we brought him into the live studio, right? That consistency, not so much looking at the actual time per lap. Hopefully we're gonna see something happen as soon as they come in for their pit.
But I must say, even after the pit, it seems like the gap is really not being closed down as much as we would like to see it happen.
I think the first few laps, since they just came up from the pit, I'm pretty sure they have cold tires as well, and they have a very heavy car. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna see this in the next few laps. As soon as we warm up the tires, we'll see that drop into a second plus as per pace before the pit. Yeah.
Pretty sure about that. Yeah, but stay tuned, because we are possibly looking at a very interesting fight for the lead of the GT3 class.
Yeah, so for all of you watching us, again, thank you so much for tuning in. Please do remember to share the stream. Tag 3 of your friends. Make sure that tag correctly with your at the name of your friend, and please do write down the hashtag LoveMotul for a chance to win an exclusive Lego. We'll be doing a raffle at the end of the stream. Okay, so we'll be contacting you guys as we proceed the race. Yeah.
Yep, yes indeed.
Beautiful little Lego cars. I want one of those, Kelvin.
I want to. Can you reserve one for me?
Look, if you've played Forza Horizon 4, you've probably seen some of those Lego.
Yay!
Yes, Mr. Captain Crash.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, in fact, I went out to buy a McLaren Senna. Before I went out of stock, I went out to buy the 20-ish Sing dollar McLaren Senna Lego that was still around. That's actually a poster car for Forza Horizon 4.
Yeah, it's pretty cute, you know, like it has this orangey light thing, right?
Yes.
It looks really
good.
Yeah,
it's like some transparent piece of Lego there.
Yeah, it's pretty, and it looks very premium, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally. And speaking of which, this is such a great view. If I am not wrong, it is again Roy Charles after the pits. He is still in that car, driving 6 hours down.
Second stint.
I believe, if I'm not wrong, this should be the 4th stint. Already,
wow,
you know?
that's nuts.
Let's take it. Oh, he is going to do 3. Okay, so right, so he's going to do 3, and that's his plan is to do 3. Whoop.
Ooh, okay.
Just a little
so
bit of,
we are lying there, but yeah, he hold it.
Yeah. But hey, Weihan, since you have experience there, I mean, just want to pick your brain and ask you, I don't know exactly how to do this GT3. Oh, here we go. Bruno Alcaraz in
there you go.
Bits.
As we were saying, so
yeah, this should be interesting.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's the time that they need to actually pit in, because this is gonna make the difference with Teco coming right before 136 seconds.
That's correct.
So if there's no issues, the car seems okay, no crash, so it should be just a fueling and change tires and perhaps a driver swap. We're gonna see at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And we see Freddy on the screen now trying to catch up. He's completely aware that Atom is in the pit lane now, so this is his chance to recover that time now.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity. I mean, even if he doesn't overtake, it would be very, very
beneficial.
Near. Yeah, if he can just stick to the rear of the car in front, enjoy some benefits in the sense of getting like free slipstream down the straight, that would be quite beneficial for him in terms of the lap time as well. So really getting to be pretty close between the teams as Atom Motorsports go into the pit and possibly will stay there for quite some time as the Tedco car of Freddie Ang comes down the final straight and go into the chicane. So let's see what's going to happen. But since we have the time behind, I do want to pick your brain in the sense of, for GTE cars, how should one brake? Like hard first or always progressive on the brakes? What do you think?
I do apologize, you might have cut out a bit on mine, but was the question regarding how much to push on a GTE car?
How much to brake? Like how do you brake on a GTE?
Yeah. How do you brake on a GTE car? Exactly how you brake on every other racing car that's not GT3. Just kidding. But I think it's quite similar actually, because with a GT3 car, you start off, you kind of jam the brake on, and then you start to ease off as you go slower. But the difference with GTE cars and also maybe even touring cars, those cars are heavier, you don't actually go full, you don't actually push your brake all the way to a maximum unless you are very fast. So if you're, let's say, mid-speed, you just kind of give it like 60-70% brake just to get the initial slowdown. After that, just ease it off as you would on a GT3 car, and after that, you can actually kind of get the car in.
Right.
And the fact that there's no ABS, you get a bit more stopping power, so to speak.
I mean, you make it sound very easy, but I don't know about it.
Yeah,
I'm very ABS and no ABS phobia.
Yeah, I think with ABS, you you notice that if let's say you jam the brake, you hold it there for too long, you also kind of lose a bit of that steering ability.
That's true.
The philosophy is kind of there. The things that you feel. It's just that maybe on GT3s you can still have some control of the car even when you have full, even when you have the brakes on full lock. But on the other cars, you just try not to kind of go maximum, go on the brakes fully, because that's where you lose control.
That's correct. So as we take a look at the car position number 2, Javi, you want to give us an update on what's happening here?
Yeah, so looks like Ezekiel, I think Ezekiel is his name, if I'm correct, now taking on the Adam car. He did come out of there you go, we have it on the screen now. Perhaps slightly longer than expected, Pete, but they are down now to 22 seconds. So well done to URT Redla with that Pete strategy and making it happen now at the front of the race. They also have the pace, so if there's no more incidents, that could be a good thing for them. Let's keep a look and see if Atom can actually stay in the second position there. RL Stratos is I guess pushing behind. 50 seconds is still quite a lot, but a lot can happen, guys. We just passed the half mark of the race, so we still have 5.5 hours to go, and a lot of things can happen. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, just want to point out something as well, right? The Adam Motorsports team decided to take on a full pit this time. I assume that full pit meaning to say fuels, tires, as well as a driver swap. So this time definitely cost them a little bit in terms of actual time itself, but it remains to be seen who actually holds the ultimate lead in the GT3 class at the moment, because I mean earlier on lap 155, Freddie went in for a quick splash and dash and got out on track. There was no driver swap involved, so obviously less time involved in the entire thing itself. So who actually has the ultimate lead? I am still waiting to see that happen. This is the 6 hour and 30th minute of the race. We still have another 5.5 to go. So this should be interesting moving forward. Hey, by the way, Rehan, I do think that in that sense, right? Since you prefer the GTEs, you I mean, not to say what lah, but I think it's time for Malay dad joke time, right? Yeah. So yeah lah. Since what about that? No, I'm just gonna. It's time for me to be giving out very very lame bad jokes lah. So now, since you don't like GTE cars,
what do you call that? No.
So since I don't like GTE cars because I like ABS, you like GTE cars because you don't like ABS. So obviously, you like a form of ABS also lah, and that form is called Aku Brake Sendiri.
Sorry, I missed that. What's that? Sorry.
Is that funny?
No, I don't. Yeah. No, I was just saying the ABS that you prefer versus the ABS that I prefer is different. I prefer anti-lock brake system. You prefer Aku Brake Sendiri. Yeah, that's why it's called lame that joke time.
Okay.
Just coming in from the back of the pits there, I decided to pop my head in because the joke was so bad. I had to walk in there.
Max entered.
It was so bad that Max came into the room.
It's so bad that Max got summoned from where he came from.
So of course, Aku Brake Sendiri means I break myself.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go, man.
And also stays. I mean, it also says ABS, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that took me 2 minutes to read it.
That's why it's Malay bad joke, you know.
Okay.
There is no English equivalent for that, Max.
Sorry, now I've got a new Malay term in my dictionary, man. Thanks so much.
ABS. Yeah, is it ABS? Yeah. Aku Brake Sendiri.
Yeah, see, every car on iRacing has ABS, Aku Brake Sendiri.
Yeah,
exactly.
In a way, yes. So there's a lot of action on track, but having said that, these are not exactly fighting for position, are they?
These guys, I think they will be trying to just jockey for position right now. I believe that's Putra up ahead in 10th position, and Jeffrey Conde is in 6th. So he's trying to put Putra down another lap at the moment. You're going to see a lot of this right now. Of course, with endurance racing, you don't need to actually give the position up. The only thing you can't do is defend from the other drivers. So you're going to see, especially towards the end of the race, now we've gone past the halfway mark, it's sort of in endurance racing terms, we used to say it's all downhill from here in more ways than one. So you're gonna probably see a few more dodgy passes coming up soon.
Yeah, I've been waiting my entire day here for dodgy passes. I'm just trying to come up with a bad dad joke again, but I just failed halfway.
That was very near there. Jesus.
Just speaking about that really tricky moment there.
Oh yes, sorry. I was looking at that. This one. Both of them were trying to go side by side into Rouge.
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea.
A little bit frightening there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Very frightening.
Pretty bad idea to do that. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna see the space there. Okay.
Oh, there's a wiggly Ferrari.
We gave him space there. Yeah.
You'll also find that when the car sort of wears out a little bit, and iRacing, I'm convinced, actually does quite a good job at this, because it's the only sim I've ever come across. After 30 or 40 laps, the car actually feels a little bit looser. So I think you're going to see the cars sort of dance around a little bit more there. I'm not sure if it's actually happening out there or if it's psychosomatic, but I believe by the time you get to 8 or 9 hours, the car's going to get a little bit noisier. You're going to have little rattles here and there. You're going to be convinced that there's something wrong with the floor of your car,
even though there's something not wrong with the floor of the car.
Absolutely. Same thing with the suspension, the tires, and all the rest of that sort of things. And that goes back to what we were saying, me and Budi were saying earlier on in the stream, that the concentration levels, you don't sort of feel it over 6 hours, but once you get into 8-9 hours, it really starts getting difficult.
I fully agree with you. Even though the max I've done is 3 hours or so, like Javi, you know, it's already energy sapping enough, you know. So yeah, but Max, just a question about this endurance racing, right? In general, right? When it comes to the car's wear, when you say the car actually feels more looser than before, is that not a result of, you know, a track wearing in, or you know, or you know, the tires wearing out, or basically the driver themselves wearing out?
Well, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, if you talk to the drivers, they're absolutely convinced that the tires are not as good. The brand new set of tires that you put on the car is not as good as the previous set of brand new tires, even though they are in fact the same set. If you talk to the engineers, they'll be worried about the suspension components wearing out, things like bushings and stuff like that. They tend to wear quite a bit. If you talk to the team strategists, they'll be saying that the drivers are wearing out quite a bit, and the team boss would usually be able to give you the straightest answer, and that's just because they're plain old worn out as a team. But everything starts getting a little bit sloppier, and you just sort of have to, the best teams account for that, because no human being's perfect. You can have Schumacher drive the car, and he's going to drive the car slower at the end of a 12-hour race than he would at the start.
Right.
Makes complete sense there.
Okay, we see a bit of traffic now here, right? There you go.
We're starting to see all the dodgy maneuvers right now. We can see some of the guys in the GTE class starting to have a bit more of a short fuse. They want to get past as soon as possible, because if anything goes wrong right now, especially for TCD and Veloce and even Hydrotech to a certain extent, if anything goes wrong, that's their position wiped out. So they want to have as big a gap as possible in case there's a spin or there's a small incident or a need to go into the pits.
Most interesting indeed, the way that the Porsche just took right in the middle to clear the both GT3 cars. So that's the speed difference that we see there. Huge difference.
Indeed. Yeah, and the other thing that you're going to see now is that the GT3 drivers, some of the less experienced GT3 drivers, are going to start second guessing themselves a little bit, because it feels very unnatural to just hold your racing line when you know there's a faster car behind you and you want to give that space up. But if you do drive offline, you get into the marbles, you get into the dirty part of the track there, you can actually end up making the situation worse, as it were. So that sort of discipline of holding your racing line and waiting for the quicker cars to go past could start getting a bit shaky towards the end of the race, but that's perfectly natural in endurance racing.
Yeah, that's probably the standard procedure, right? I mean, if there is a class behind you, you know, do you have to move for him to pass? That could be, you know, generally not just in endurance or different classes, but in any race, you want to stick to your racing line so that the driver behind you knows what you are about to do. If you start moving in the track, can be distracting. The guy behind doesn't really know exactly where you're gonna go. Is there any difference in endurance? Like, if you were a GT3, do you have to move, or do you stay in your racing line and wait for the car to pass?
Basically, in endurance racing for the smaller class cars, or any blue flag situation, because it's a distance-based race, obviously there's going to be quite a lot of overlapping throughout the course of the race. Basically, all you have to do is you cannot defend from a car that you're being shown the blue flag with, but you can race as the norm.
Right.
So basically what that boils down to is you hold on to your racing line. The guy behind you, who's obviously going a lot quicker, is going to go down the inside or try and look for a safe place to pass. And if it does get into a situation where you're side by side coming into the corner, then obviously it would be, as you are the guy that's getting the blue flag, you should back off to try and
letting it go through. Okay, yeah, that looks safe. Yeah.
That looked safe, eh?
Well, as safe as motor racing can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a good way. That, as safe as motor racing can be. Yes, indeed. Okay, so we're looking at the Hyperbulls GT actually behind Fairuz Fazli. The car is finally fixed plus 10 laps down, and they have been running pretty smooth since then. Kudos to the team. The gap has not increased that much, and they have been running consistently within the speed of the leaders. So it's really a situation of what might be if the technical issue did not happen to the Hyperbulls GT team as confronted by Alpha earlier.
So yeah, that's going to be the situation there. The other interesting part that I've been looking at through the field right now with the Tedco and Atom Motorsports battle is that I've just realised that they've got quite a fair bit of overlap in terms of strategy. They're quite far out of sync at the moment, and I think they're going to grow further and further apart. That's going to really bring it into the 4D chess realm when it gets to the end of the race. I don't think we'll be able to accurately, or I wouldn't be able to be comfortably predict where they're going to come out in the final stint in terms of how long their final stint is going to be.
And Rex, just you having the experience running a 12-hour race as part of the crew, what would be the strategy? What would be the strategist or crew chief of the team will be thinking at this moment? Because obviously you want to finish on a strong, but also it's also very important that you keep your pit time or driver swap time to an absolute minimum towards the end of the 12 hours, so you just finish on just enough, correct? So what usually will be going through the minds of the chief or the strategist of these racing teams right now?
Well, what I would want to do is to try and double stint or even triple stint all of my remaining drivers. And, well, there's lots of ways you can try and get to the end of the race in a good position, but basically what you're trying to do is, in effect, to make sure that you are in a position to be close enough to the other driver that the other driver will have to pit. You get past them before the end of the race. So you're trying to get to pressure, in effect, the other team to make a strategic mistake, because in the last 30 minutes of the race, any maneuver, any time you have to get into the pits is basically game over. You have to lose almost a minute here at Spa, especially with a very long pit lane. Yeah, so you really want to do, if possible, the final hour of the race out ahead, or if you're behind someone, you want to make sure that guy has to pit beforehand. So you have to sort of work your way back from there. You're always working backwards, in effect, from the finish of the race when it comes to this sort of stuff. But in effect, my main concern will be keeping the car out of the pits as long as possible, and anytime it goes into the pits, it has to be for something fairly small. The temperature is going to start going down fairly soon.
Yep.
And that's going to help, especially Atom Motorsports there, but also Tedco Red in a lot of cases there, because what that's going to do is that that's going to allow the drivers to actually try and do a two stints on one set of tire, or maybe even 3 stints on one set of tires if they can get away with it. because a minute and a half is, the 30 seconds it takes to put those tires on is very hard to bring back on the track, even if you've got a very, very quick tire under you.
So you really, really want to be using them until almost they're running down to their threads, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Of course, you need the pace as well. If you're too slow, then you definitely need to get some tires. But if you can run that sucker bone dry, as they say, you really need to, you really need to do it as much as possible. And if, in effect, the other thing you want to do also is to go in and not have to do the full works every time you go into the pits. So you might do a pit stop for fuel only, and then maybe a pit stop for fuel and tires, and then maybe a pit stop for drivers and fuel.
Right, instead of doing the whole thing.
Yeah.
So interesting. I mean, I have a thought about this as well, right? So, I think Max does sound a little makes a lot of sense when it comes to the strategy itself. But Max, just another question about the drivers as well. Would you stick your fastest driver at the end or the slowest one at the end?
It really depends on what you're going to do. If you are in a situation where you just need to conserve fuel, conserve the tires, and make that a full stint at the end, and you know the other drivers will have to go in for the pits, I would be tempted to put the slower driver in. But if you're in a situation where both teams are how should we say, a little bit compromised in terms of their strategy, then you really want the fastest driver at the end of the race, because that's where they can make the difference.
Alright, makes complete sense to me. Alright, just a quick announcement here. We will be going off shortly for a break from 7 to 7:30 and be back. And as this is a long stream for us, Facebook stream will be closing down at 7, and in the meantime, please tune in to YouTube so that you can continue monitoring the race and join us for some more fun on YouTube as well. And on Facebook, the stream will resume at 7:30 p.m. So see you then. Until then, we have here with me Wei Han as well as Javier. This race is still going on. This is the 6th hour and 48th minutes. Anything to add before we move off?
That's about it. Thank you so much, guys, for joining in. And yeah, like Elvin said, we'll be back in about half an hour with more action and the end of the race. Yeah.
Yep. We had.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me on. It was definitely an exciting race to watch. I think it goes a lot to show that you don't need many. You can also get quality racing regardless of the amount of cars that you get in a field, and that was very much the case today. We've seen many quality battles and a lot of racing and stuff like that. We've also seen a lot of interesting strategies play out, and I think when you've got a good composition of a field, that very much so this event had, you'll have such a good outcome.
Yeah, I think I'd have to echo what you said there, because obviously the caliber of the drivers racing here today is extremely high, judging from the lack of incidents, which is a very, very good thing indeed, like what you said just now. So I shall not say anything anymore.
Hey?
Every time I say something like this, something will happen. Might as well I change my name to be Max, I should change my name. So next time you hear from me, I'll be Max T instead. But as what I just said just now, there was very few incidents in this race. I just cannot help it. But sorry, pardon me. I cannot help it but just to laugh, because every time I say there's no incident, then something happens on track. It's just I don't know how I do that. But I just should say more. So Hamilton will have a good race today, and Hamilton will have a very good race today.
Of course, very much so.
I'm just gonna keep saying that until the race happens. But anyhow, Weihan, thank you so much for sharing your insights. I think we've had a really great time today, and just once again echoing what you said, the caliber of the drivers here are extremely high, driving very, very well, quality racing all over the field, and So we will take a break now, and we will hope to see you after the break. And in the meantime, like what I said just now, Facebook stream will be stopped. Will resume at 7:30 p.m. In the meantime, head over to YouTube and join us there. That's all from me, Kelvin, and from Javi.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right, and Rehan from you.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. It's been really exciting. I hope to see you guys again.
Thank you. See you guys soon.
siapa yang belum subscribe Galeri Kereta, boleh klik button kat bawah subscribe, dan kita jumpa lagi di next episode untuk kita apa lagi proses untuk KA30 ni. Okay, see you, bye bye, assalamualaikum.
Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. How do I put this? The track is freaking scary.
Angetippt im Prinzip leider in eine andere Richtung.
Going down Mulsanne is totally insane. You're doing just close to 300 kilometers per hour, and all you have to do is just hold on to the steering wheel and don't blink because you have to focus really hard. This is our first road to Le Mans. Obviously coming from Malaysia to Le Mans to race here and flying the Malaysian flag, it's just one of a kind. Never would have ever thought that I'll be racing here at Le Mans, but the feeling is just overwhelming.
Yeah, for me, it's a big dream come true. I've always been wanting to come to Le Mans, and being that the Le Mans itself has been a really great experience. The atmosphere, being able to walk on the track, and then learning the track again with the track walk, and then now coming to the parade, it's been a really, like I said, big dream come true.
It's just amazing feeling to be here with such a large crowd. And everyone waiting for the drivers' parade to come by. There's nowhere else in the world that you will be able to see such number of people coming out to watch the race. This is Le Mans. In 2013, I came here as a photographer documenting this event, and at that time it was obviously quite special. But in 2019 now, as a driver, it has a totally different feeling altogether. It's just incredibly insane to be here racing at Le Mans. Words just cannot express what I'm feeling now, and it's just awesome. That corner is as quick as possible. So this will be our first time doing a long endurance. This will be a 23-hour race. We are the only Malaysian team running this race.
For this weekend, I think the biggest challenge will be because we are racing in Europe. We do not have any experience driving on this track, all the drivers, plus the fuel usage and also the tire wear. So this will be the challenge to getting it right. So we just make do with what we can and do our best to learn as much as possible.
Everyone dreams to come over here and race, and it's also my dream to come all the way from Malaysia to Europe to race in Spa.
The three of us never expected to be driving again in the same car and in the same team.
Yeah, definitely it's good being back together with them. It brings back a very good memory. We achieved a lot of good results.
For sure, the target this weekend is to be on the podium, and I think we have a very strong lineup together, and fingers crossed all of us will be on the podium this weekend.
It would be a huge advantage for us given that the three ex-Petronas drivers have huge experience both for sprint races as well as endurance races. So I think the team's well prepared for the weekend, and hopefully we will be able to fly the Malaysian flag high at the end of the race.
Spa 500 gets underway and Harry Hilders
over the moon. I think we didn't expect to be placed first at the end of 23 hours, but to be P1 in Pro-Am, it's a fantastic feeling.
So siapa yang belum subscribe Galeri Kereta, boleh klik button kat bawah subscribe, dan kita jumpa lagi di next episode untuk kita apa lagi proses untuk KA30 ni. Okay, see you, bye bye. Assalamualaikum.
Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. How do I put this? The track is freaking scary.
Angetitscht im Prinzip leider in eine andere Richtung.
Going down Mulsanne is totally insane. You're doing just close to 300 kilometers per hour, and all you have to do is just hold on to the steering wheel and don't blink because you have to focus really hard. This is our first road to Le Mans. Obviously coming from Malaysia to Le Mans to race here and flying the Malaysian flag, it's just one of a kind. Never would have ever thought that I'll be racing here at Le Mans, but the feeling is just overwhelming.
Well, for me, it's a big dream come true. I've always been wanting to come to Le Mans, and being in the Le Mans itself has been a really great experience. The atmosphere, being able to walk the track, and then learning the track again with the track walk, and then now coming to the parade, it's been a really, like I said, big dream come true.
It's just amazing feeling to be here with such a large crowd. And everyone waiting for the drivers' parade to come by. There's nowhere else in the world that you'll be able to see such number of people coming out to watch the race. This is Le Mans. In 2013, I came here as a photographer documenting this event, and at that time it was obviously quite special. But in 2019 now, as a driver, it has a totally different feeling altogether. It's just incredibly insane to be here racing at Le Mans. Words just cannot express what I'm feeling now, and it's just awesome. We certainly will be back to Le Mans. The team will certainly be working hard to come back here for the 24 hours of Le Mans. Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. So this will be our first time doing a long endurance. This will be a 23-hour race. We are the only Malaysian team running this race.
For this weekend, I think the biggest challenge will be because we are racing in Europe. We do not have any experience driving on this track, all the drivers, plus the fuel usage and also the tyre wear. So this will be the challenge to getting it right. So we just make do with what we can and do our best to learn as much as possible.
Everyone dreams to come over here and race, and it's also my dream to come all the way from Malaysia to Europe to race in Spa.
The three of us never expected to be driving again in the same car and in the same team.
Well, definitely it's good being back together with them. It brings back a very good memory. We achieved a lot of good results.
For sure, the target this weekend is to be on the podium, and I think we have a very strong lineup together, and fingers crossed all of us will be on the podium this weekend.
It would be a huge advantage for us given that the three ex-Petronas drivers have huge experience both for sprint races as well as endurance races. So I think the team's well prepared for the weekend, and hopefully we will be able to fly the Malaysian flag high at the end of the race.
Spa 500 gets underway and Harry Hilders
over the moon. I think we didn't expect to be placed first at the end of 23 hours, but to be P1 in Pro-Am, it's a fantastic feeling.
So siapa yang belum subscribe Galeri Kereta, boleh klik button kat bawah subscribe, dan kita jumpa lagi di next episode untuk kita apa lagi proses untuk KA30 ni. Okay, see you, bye bye. Assalamualaikum.
Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. How do I put this? the track is freaking scary.
Angetippt im Prinzip leider in eine andere Richtung.
Going down Mulsanne is totally insane. You're doing just close to 300 kilometers per hour, and all you have to do is just hold on to the steering wheel and don't blink because you have to focus really hard. This is our first road to Le Mans. Obviously coming from Malaysia to Le Mans to race here and flying the Malaysian flag, it's just one of a kind. Never would have ever thought that I'll be racing here at Le Mans, but the feeling is just overwhelming.
Well, for me, it's a big dream come true. I've always been wanting to come to Le Mans, and being at the Le Mans itself has been a really great experience. The atmosphere, being able to walk the track, and then learning the track again with the track walk, and then now coming to the parade, it's been a really, like I said, big dream come true.
It's just amazing feeling to be here with such a large crowd. Everyone waiting for the drivers' parade to come by. There's nowhere else in the world that you'll be able to see such number of people coming out to watch the race. This is Le Mans. In 2013, I came here as a photographer documenting this event, and at that time it was obviously quite special. But in 2019 now, as a driver, it has a totally different feeling altogether. It's just incredibly insane to be here racing at Le Mans. Words just cannot express what I'm feeling now, and it's just awesome. We certainly will be back to Le Mans. The team will certainly be working hard to come back here for the 24 hours of Le Mans. Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible. So this will be our first time doing a long endurance. This will be a 23-hour race. We are the only Malaysian team running this race.
For this weekend, I think the biggest challenge will be because we are racing in Europe. We do not have any experience driving on this track, all the drivers, plus the fuel usage and also the tyre wear. So this will be the challenge to getting it right. So we just make do with what we can and do our best to learn as much as possible.
Everyone dreams to come over here and race, and it's also my dream to come all the way from Malaysia to Europe to race in Spa.
The three of us never expected to be driving again in the same car and in the same team.
Well, definitely it's good being back together with them. It brings back a very good memory. We achieved a lot of good results.
For sure, the target this weekend is to be on the podium, and I think we have a very strong lineup together, and fingers crossed all of us will be on the podium this weekend.
It will be a huge advantage for us given that the three ex-Petronas drivers have huge experience both for sprint races as well as endurance races. So I think the team's well prepared for the weekend, and hopefully we will be able to fly the Malaysian flag high at the end of the race.
Spa 500 gets underway and Harry Hilders
over the moon. I think we didn't expect to be placed first at the end of 23 hours, but to be P1 in Pro-Am, it's a fantastic feeling.
So siapa yang belum subscribe Galeri Kereta, boleh klik button kat bawah subscribe, dan kita jumpa lagi di next episode untuk kita apa lagi proses untuk KA30 ni. Okay, see you, bye bye, assalamualaikum.
Welcome to Spa Francorchamps in Belgium. Spa Francorchamps is one of those iconic tracks. Everyone talks about Eau Rouge, and when you come here and you drive here, it's very daunting to be able to go around that track, that corner as quick as possible.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome back to the Viper Niza Motul 12 Hours of Spa, brought to you by Viper Niza Motul and Bespoke Automobiles. There right now we have a fantastic race that's been going on for quite some time. We have a bit of drama in Class 2, but a lot of racing in Class 1. I'm your host for this evening, Max Palmer. With me in the studio is Muhammad Budi. Agak mencurigakan lah juga.
Betul Max. Dia kalau tanya dia punya suspend level dia lain Max.
Itu
walaupun
betul.
dah 7 jam berlalu, tapi masih ada lagi kata position change. Pertukaran posisi tu. Potong sana potong sini. Lagi-lagi bila berlakunya pit dia akan ada lagi lah.
Dalam break room kami pun sepatutnya kita nak tengok cerita-cerita lain, tak boleh.
Tak jadi.
Cancel. Just tengok race je.
Kita punya pit memang focus on race.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have a quick look at the standings, and later on we'll have a very, very special guest on in the studio. But for now, we're going to have a quick look at the standings there. In Class 1, Mount Fuji Racing is a full lap ahead of Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. TCD Racing is in third place, 1 minute 56 seconds behind, and Veloce Ragazzo is in fourth place, the sole Corvette driver in the race. Fifth place in class, but in 11th position overall, in 10th position overall, is Hyperbulls GT. They're 10 laps behind right now after an incident which caused them to spend quite a lot of time in the pits. The car was very, very badly damaged there. As you can see earlier on in the broadcast, in the second hour, the car was all over the place trying to get back to the pits there. They managed to get it back. They're back out again, and they're going to try and finish the race. The big battle is going to be in Class 2. The Atom Motorsports car is in the lead, but only 9.5 seconds back is the Tedco URT Red Machine. In third place is RL Stratos with Team URT Gold in fourth place, and S-Deals Talk Racing in fifth position. An amazing result for those guys.
So kita ada Min Machine di posisi yang ke-6, Max. Dan di posisi yang ke-7 kita ada GSR X BSR, yang mana 58 saat di belakang Min Machine di situ. Sesi kita ada Hyperbull RS, Hyperboard RS ni agak unfortunate sikit untuk race kali ni pada saya. Kemudian kita ada Sim R Garage Sim Sport pada gap dia dengan Hyperboard RS tu agak jauh juga tu. Sebenarnya Hyperboard GT tadi kita Max dah bagi tahu di posisi yang overall position ni actually 14 Max bukan 11.
Oh sorry, 14.
Okay. Dan yang terakhir sekali non Java Racing yang mana kita tahu dia ada sedikit masalah teknikal. Masa keluar pit pun masalah tu masih konsist lagi. Jadi dia terpaksa untuk back to pit. Dan masa repair yang diperlukan agak panjang.
Ya, betul juga tu. So non Java Racing really had the basically the blunt end of the stick when it comes to damage. A lot of damage on that car. In fact, it was coming into the pits at about a 20-degree angle. It came out of the pits at a 15-degree angle in terms of driving from the straight and narrow there. Very deranged suspension, but they got that back up and running. They're 26 laps behind, but they are determined to finish this race. And that's, I think, the spirit of endurance racing, is to finish all 12 hours of the race. So now we're going to head on over to our special guest for this evening. We have in the studio right now, in the virtual studio right now, Mr. Douglas Koo of Viper Niza Racing Team, the team principal of that. Hello, Douglas.
Hi guys. How's it going?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. How are you finding the racing so far?
I think the first hour was pretty interesting, where the guys were just trying to get track position, and then obviously it settled down quite a fair bit. But again, a couple of incidences, right? Some cars were like hitting the wall and having 20-30 minutes repair time.
Yeah. So it's been quite an interesting race so far. A lot of drivers there really struggling out there with the conditions. It was very, very hot at the start of the race there, but we're expecting the temperatures to drop quite dramatically towards the end of the race right now. From where you're looking at, how does that compare to the real-life endurance racing that Viper Niza has been doing?
Okay. Well, I guess the difference would be that in real life we would have code 60s and full course yellows, and that's when the teams the engineers need to be on their toes, because that's when you try and call the car in depending on where they are on the track to fuel up again, or maybe do a driver change. Whereas obviously with the sim, although we have full damage, it's not really. We don't have the safety cars or the code 60, so that sort of doesn't play into the strategy as much as in real life.
Yeah, it's been remarkable actually. We do have the safety car feature in iRacing, but we've got the stewards all set up there, and we haven't actually needed, knock on wood, to use it yet. We've actually gone green for 7 hours and 39 minutes, which I think must be some sort of a record from our point of view. I've never
I
seen
think so. Yeah,
it's a miracle.
It is.
It's a miracle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but the guys have been doing well. At least all 15 cars are still up and running. This is a good thing.
Yeah.
Might not get in a real race. I would actually prefer that in Spa we'll have one side of the track raining and the other side dry, and we'll see how the drivers struggle with what kind of tires they use.
Absolutely. That's, I think, the other thing that we're lacking in the sim. Although I do hear that iRacing is bringing in weather sometime in the future. I hear next year, so that could be quite interesting to see these guys handle the rain conditions, because as you said very, very well there, in Spa it never rains all over the track. It's always at one half or the other half, and then you really have a hard time trying to pick the right tires and to try and drive through the conditions there.
Yeah, and when we did Spa, the 23 hours in TCR 500, that was the biggest challenge we had. It's not so much about doing a really good lap. It's just getting a consistent lap in dry and wet. That's tough.
Yeah,
it's really hard things to determine which tire to use and what is the best. What we say that the best way to cope with that kind of things, environment.
Yeah. Yes. And again, I said that boils down to driver preference. Some drivers would think that it might be a bit wet in certain part of the track, and I still can use slicks. And certain drivers may say, okay, no, I'm not comfortable with that. And again, it's a endurance race, so what you want to do is make sure that the car survives, and to make sure that you actually pass a good car to your fellow drivers after that.
Yeah, that is the challenge there. We've seen a lot of drivers out there that, well, we've had a couple of really big incidents there with Hyperwolf GT right down the leaderboard right now, and a couple of other guys as well. But there are a lot of other cars, like we're just looking at the Team URT Gold machine. They've got a little bit of front splitter damage, and that cannot be good in a Porsche driving around on the track there. They're quite tricky to turn in the first place. So, yeah, I think that's...
You probably get a bit of drag on the highs, on the straights as well, so
yeah,
it's going to slow you down a bit.
Yeah, and I think at that point it's very difficult to make the decision whether to try and fix it, which in iRacing takes a long time. They try and keep the time realistic in the pits. So you really have this balancing act, which I guess is similar somewhat to the real life racing, where you really have to balance how much repairs you really can get away with and still try and get a good pace out there. But yeah, it's been nice having a chat with you. Anything? Do you have any advice for any of the drivers there still pounding around there at lap 200 of the race?
Advice. Hydrate a lot. If you're in the real car, you have to hydrate a lot. Make sure you're I guess it's just concentration. It's kind of easy to, for a split second lose concentration, especially when you've been driving for hours.
Yeah.
And just one mistake will see you, putting the car into the wrong position. But then obviously what you want to do is also get into a rhythm where if you're going to be doing 19s, 18s, 20, 21s, then that's the kind of target that you want to, your delta needs to be plus minus 10%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the rest you can't control. If someone wants to go in the wall or try and dive into a corner. Then again, we've got only 15 cars, so we don't really have that much an issue.
Yeah, I mean it's. I mean, we're hoping that maybe in the future we'll be able to actually start getting more entries in for future races there.
Yes, that would be good.
But yeah, absolutely. We will have to leave you there for a moment there, Douglas. Hopefully we might be able to join you if you want to join us further on near the end of the race there. But for now, thank you so much for joining us in the studio. And thank you so much for supporting us and bringing Viper Niza into the world of sim racing.
More than happy to.
Awesome stuff indeed. That was Douglas Koo, team principal of the Viper Niza concern, one of our main sponsors of the Viper Niza Motul 12 Hours of Spa. Brilliant stuff indeed.
Max, apa yang Max katakan tadi berkenaan dengan team URT Gold, Max, untuk simple damage yang depan tu tadi, kita kata aero damage depan tu, dia kehilangan 2 second setiap lap, Max. That is really unfortunate untuk diorang lah.
So that is the biggest problem, I think, when it comes to these long races as well. Just to recap on some of the incidents that we've had. Non-Jawa Racing very, very unlucky with their accidents there. Big impacts, big problems that they've had throughout the course of the race there, but they've still managed to get themselves through. 26 laps behind, but again, still trucking, still going on. And also we've got like Team URT Go with a bit of damage there, but the biggest shame almost in the race is the really unlucky circumstance of the Hyperbulls RS and Hyperbulls GT cars.
Di Hyperbulls GT dia ada masalah kali kedua, Max. Tadi kita dah dapat lihat dia dah mula regain balik dia punya position untuk beberapa ketika, mungkin dalam, kalau tak salah saya, masa dalam 4 jam ataupun 6 jam dalam perlombaan. Jadi ada masalah teknikal dari pemanduan dia. Jadi dia result as yang kata masalah yang berlaku tu, dia membawa ke satu insiden yang agak bahaya dan menjatuhkan kembali mereka agak jauh, Max, sebab 10 lap tu kasar, Max, nak kejar, Max.
Yeah, it's really difficult to try and get back there. The other interesting thing, of course, is you have to mention the leaders there right now. Mount Fuji Racing, they got into the lead in the first 10 minutes of the race, and they've stayed there right throughout the race there. I think they've almost led almost 200 laps in this race. So that is a very, very large gap there. I believe it's they've pretty much been in the lead for all of about 7 hours and 10 minutes. Almost went to sprint race mode there for a second there, but it's been a very, very long time indeed for those drivers out there at the front. Of course, we know that Mr. Muto and Co, they are really very, very experienced in GT racing, and we're glad to have them on board there. Mount Fuji Racing, that is the big story in the Class 1 battle. The big story in Class 2, and perhaps the biggest story in the race in a lot of ways, is the battle between Atom Motorsports and Tedco URT Red. They went on to differing strategies just now, and we were talking with Kelvin and Javier there, and they're about 30 minutes apart in pit stop times, which is very difficult to try and control the pace there. But right now Atom Motorsports is out in front, but Tedco URT Red, they're pushing the cars as hard as possible to try and get themselves up close, and they've managed to bring that gap down. It was 1 minute and 30 seconds at one point. Now it's down to 9.2 seconds the gap. And of course we also have this little battle right now further down the leaderboard there. You can see a whole host of cars there running line ascend. Meanwhile, we've got Azman Abdullah there, who's desperately trying to find a way to let the car behind pass, as well as keep the momentum up so they can try and keep onto the tail end of the Hyperbull of the Mean Machine ST car going around the corner there. Roy Charles is now in the behind the wheel in the TCD racing car. That is the only other car that's actually led this race for any length of time there, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how he does going through that. Again, another team that had a few little mistakes, a few bad luck moments, shall we say, and very, very interesting to see how they can climb their way back up. It's probably going to be too much of a stretch for them to actually get close to Mount Fuji Racing, but they still might have a chance of bridging that 1 minute and 54 second gap to Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing in second place.
Itu dia, seperti apa yang Max katakan tadi, Mount Fuji Racing telah pun berada di posisi yang agak dominan dari mula perlumbaan, dan apa yang dapat kita lihat daripada paparan skrin untuk timing kita, konsisten lap yang telah pun dilakukan oleh Mount Fuji Racing 2 saat lebih laju daripada setiap racer di sini. So kalau kata dia konsisten dengan 2:15 ataupun 2 minit 15.15 saat, yang mana masa yang dilakukan oleh Aiman Haziq untuk last lap adalah 2 minit 16.69 saat. Jadi 1 saat gap yang agak jauh sebenarnya kalau kita ikutkan dari segi lap ke lap. Consistently tim Mount Fuji punya tim, dia dah buat 2 minit 15 saat ni konsisten daripada mula perlumbaan Max. Dan masa terpantas yang dicatatkan oleh Mount Fuji Racing sekarang adalah 2 minit 13.89 saat. Saya rasa kalau tak silap pada pukul 3 lebih atau pukul 4 tadi dia dah reach that kind of timing. Maknanya masa tu dia lagi laju Max.
Itu dia, boleh dikirakan agak very, very dramatic the pace from Mount Fuji Racing there. The other two, don't get us wrong, the other three teams still going, like Veloce Ragazzo, some of the best drivers from the Philippines driving that Corvette right now. TCD Racing and Hydrotech are full of drivers that are very quick from all around Asia there. Wang Xilin, one of the fastest GT racers in China, and TCD Racing, again, very, very quick group of people, so they're nothing to sneeze at. But Mount Fuji Racing, one look at their iRating is enough to confirm how fast they are, and they're really proving it to all their fans out there. So for all of you fans of Mount Fuji Racing there, leave a comment down below and let us know what you think of their performance so far. It's been definitely very, very impressive indeed. Sotamuto is driving the car right now. Muto-san has done, is starting to really build up the time in the car there. His teammate had the majority, the lion's share of the start of the race there, and I think it's going to be Sotamuto that's going to take it home to the finish towards the end of the race there.
Itu dia. Satu persembahan yang sangat konsisten ditunjukkan oleh Mount Fuji Racing dan juga tim-tim lain. Kalau kita ikutkan timing, tim-tim lain juga berada dalam orang kata control environment yang mana dia tidak gap yang terlampau jauh. Mungkin apabila ada satu ataupun dua traffic, jadi dia akan kurang laju sikit di situ ataupun tambahan masa. Mungkin kita boleh bacakan komen daripada peminat kita, Max
Yeah.
So Zul Hafiz Yahya kata Fuji maintain lagi
Yeah.
Oh, hai semua. Leo Monfai, hello. Hello, dia kata Zul Hafiz Yahya di situ. Come back. Hello. Neski Chin on wheel. Is it? Sekarang dia tengah driver. Kita tengok rasanya tidak for now.
That he was on wheel. He perhaps is about to go back out fairly shortly there. Nevsky Chin, one of the drivers there. So do leave a comment down below. You can actually talk to some of the drivers that have been involved in the race there. So that's kind of the cool thing with our chat box there. So if you find someone like Nevsky Chin, you can ask them whatever you want to ask about iRacing.
So tinggalkan komen, berikan sokongan kepada pemandu-pemandu yang anda sokong ataupun tim-tim yang anda sokong. Mungkin kita ada fans daripada Hydratek ataupun CCD, mungkin daripada Veloce Ragazzo,
Yeah, itu dia. We're just gonna have a look there. S-Deal, previously the car that you saw just now. Sorry about that. We made the director jump. That's okay. So anyways, the S-Deal team is another team that we really want to talk about a bit, because most of these guys were involved in AC. Quite a few of them have quite decent careers in iRacing as well. But we've got drivers like Kifli Othman, who, for them, this is really their first experience in endurance sim racing on iRacing there, and Wanli Kui also doing very well for them. So this is a team of drivers that are pretty much made up of the talent pool that came out of the Saga Cup S-Deals event. Some very quick drivers there and some newcomers as well, but it's brilliant to see them pounding around the racetrack right now, and they're up into 5th place in class. So, you know, for a team that's just been put together just for this race, it's rather remarkable how well they're doing.
You are actually correct, Max. Team yang kita kata assemble just untuk event ni, Max. Satu kata effort yang baik ditunjukkan dan juga persembahan ataupun pemanduan yang diberikan fokus 100% kepada perlombaan pada malam ini amat bagus sekali ditunjukkan. Tempat kelima dari kelas 2. It's a really a good effort. Seterusnya dapat kita saksikan Atom Motorsport Tedco URT Rate masih lagi sama-sama bersaing untuk fight for the first position ataupun the pole position untuk malam ni punya perlombaan, Max.
Yep. 7 minutes and 54 seconds have passed. 7 hours and 54 minutes. 7 hours and 55 minutes have passed since the start of the race. We're making mistakes in the commentary booth. But these guys are still going like clockwork. They're Atom Motorsports, and they've got Tedco URT Red in second place. So that's your first and second place positions, and they're only separated by 9 seconds, which in endurance racing terms is not a lot of time. It's almost like 9/10 of a second in a normal sprint race, and you really can get into a situation where it could be quite difficult to predict what's going to happen next, especially as these two teams are on different strategies as well.
Betul, Max. Macam yang banyak kali saya katakan tadi berkenaan dengan pit strategy, dengan teamwork diorang sama sendiri. Jadi benda itu akan memainkan peranan lagi-lagi pada jam yang ke-8 ni, Max. Dan kita tinggal lagi 4 jam yang terakhir. Maknanya kita dah berada di last quarter of the race itself. Betul. Cakap putih saya. Last quarter of the race tu. Okay. Jadi kita dah berada di suku terakhir perlombaan. Kalau Melayu dia suku terakhir. Kita dah berada di suku terakhir perlombaan. Jadi di masa ini diorang mungkin ada orang yang memilih untuk conserve sikit diorang punya minyak. Sebab kalau kita tengok pace, diorang dah mula perlahan-perlahan. Diorang dah mula kurang 2 saat, kurang 3 saat dekat situ ya. Jadi dekat sini kita dapat saksikan mungkin diorang dah mula untuk conserve tayar sikit supaya diorang boleh drag pit. Supaya tidak banyak kali masuk pit lagi lah. Kalau kita ikutkan, kita ada lebih kurang lagi 3 kali pit lagi Max
At least. So we've got 3 more pit stops to do, and that's all they will want to do. But some of the drivers might have, some of the teams rather, might have to push it to a 4 pit stop run from 8 o'clock right the way to the end there. We'll see a whole bunch of drivers start coming into the pits pretty soon. Non-Jawa Racing is the first time going into the pits this time around, and we'll be watching all of the action there from the pit lane as it comes through.
Okay, seperti yang Max katakan kepada persoalan yang Max tanyakan, beritahu kepada Mr. Douglas tadi, track temperature dia akan berubah mengikut keadaan ataupun cuaca semasa. Jadi sekarang track temperature dia mungkin akan sedikit sejuk Max Dia akan mempengaruhi worn out tayar tu. Worn out tayar tu dalam bahasa Melayu apa? Penggunaan tayar haus berapa cepat tayar tu haus kan senang.
Tu dia.
Kecepatan haus tayar tu jadi track temperature akan memainkan peranan selain daripada driving style dan juga fizik ataupun karakteristik sebuah kereta itu sendiri Max. Jadi mungkin diorang dah mula untuk adapt dalam keadaan track yang macam ni.
Itu Wan Likui ada sedikit disconnection issue there, but it looks like he's still going okay right now. Again, a lot of these drivers doing very well for themselves, just keeping the pace going, keeping everything under control. Like I was saying earlier on before the break, it really is the case that these cars are now starting to feel just a little bit loose. There's going to be a few niggling problems that are starting to creep through the woodwork, very small detailed things that could really distract the driver's focus right now. Whether they even exist or not is another thing entirely. You sort of get those little feelings that something might not be right. You just have to drive through that, keep driving the car until there's a really obvious problem, then bring it into the pits, because like I said, the more time you spend out on track and gaining distance, the better
chance for you to win this. Okay. So Max, apa yang Max katakan sebentar tadi berkenaan dengan dia punya, mungkin dia punya bushing or something, Max Jadi benda ni sama juga dengan aerodynamic yang
that was a bit weird.
Okay. Sama juga dengan isu aerodynamic yang berlaku terhadap tim URT Gold tadi yang kita katakan tadi Max Jadi dia akan keep on driving sebab benda tu mungkin mengganggu sedikit. Tapi kalau dia masuk, mungkin dia akan ambil masa yang agak panjang untuk dia repair Max. Jadi the only way ataupun the best way untuk diorang ialah drive dulu, tunggu waktu untuk tukar driver ataupun untuk full pit dan baru repair. Jadi dia akan drag masa dekat situ saja.
But that's going to be the other thing as well. The pit lane strategy, the pit stop strategies are going to be super, super critical. You can actually see the marbles beginning to build up on the outside of the racing line there, which is quite neat that iRacing actually does that. A little bit of that effect there, so you can actually, if you're not too careful, you go offline, you get onto the marbles, and it's almost like hitting gravel that's been strewn out on the track. It's very, very difficult for them to try and control the car right there. But I mean, the main thing is to try and spend as little time doing the pit stops as well. So now they're going to be thinking of, okay, if I do because you're going to have to take in fuel for every pit stop you come in. But maybe this time I'll do a tire stop, next time we'll do a driver stop and keep the tires on the car, and maybe we might just do a fuel only stop towards the end of the race to try and keep the time spent stationary as little as possible.
Betul Max. Tapi penggunaan minyak yang mungkin dia ambil setengah aja minyak pun menjadi orang kata advantage juga Max dari segi orang kata kelajuan dia. Tapi yelah, setiap kali dia masuk pit, dia akan kena warm up balik tayar Max. Walaupun tayar tu keluar tadi tu, dia mungkinlah macam panas sikit, tapi dia masih kena warm up balik semula. Sebab dia akan cepat sejuk rasanya. Jadi tayar ni Max, kalau ikutkan setiap stint dia perlu tukar ataupun sebenarnya kita tak perlu tukar pun setiap stint?
Untuk kali ini, the biggest problem with this race was the temperature. We've seen some record highs here at Spa, when it comes to the temperature. The bright sunny day, which is like Douglas was saying, very, very difficult conditions to actually drive throughout the course. Very, very rare difficult conditions to actually find in Spa. Usually it's raining on one side of the track and bone dry on the other side of the track, so it can be quite difficult actually to try and sort yourself out in that situation. But it's been a beautiful day for racing, and but one of the problems with that, as you can see, Juan Liqui has decided to pull the trigger and come into the pits right now, heading down towards the very long pit lane. You really want to stay out of this particular pit lane. It's bad enough at Sepang, 400 meters. This is about a kilometer worth of pit lane.
And the speed limit is only 60 on the pit lane. That is the main issue.
Oh yeah, so it is quite difficult indeed. But coming back to the previous point, previous point there with when it comes to the tires here. At the start of the race, it was so hot, especially coming into 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, that they could barely keep the tires alive for one stint, let alone 2 or 3. So they were stuck with changing the tires every pit stop. But what you really want to do with these types of cars, with these GT cars, is you really want to do 2 stints on a tire.
One tire.
Yes, and if possible, even go 3 stints, although it's stretching it now on a bone dry, very hot track like this. But the temperature is starting to fall out there on the track there, so it could be possible to go out and do 2 or 3 runs on the tire there, and that's going to save you a lot of time, because it takes a lot of time to actually change tires.
Itu nampaknya pertukaran kepada Neski Chain daripada S-Deal Gaming, S-Deal Talk Racing. Tadi dia baru tanya, ada dia punya peminat tanya Max dah terus dapat pertukaran, nampak. Minta dapat bang ni. Cuba abang minta kaya bang, nanti mana tahu dapat bang. Okay, so maknanya kalau kata secara armnya, kalau boleh kita akan cuba untuk buat 2 stint untuk satu set of tyre, one pair of tyres. So itu adalah salah satu orang kata, sebab tukar tyre akan ambil masa lebih kurang dalam 30 second ke 20 second macam tu kalau tak silap saya. Jadi pertukaran tu akan ambil masa juga Max.
Yeah. And now you can actually see that the shadows are beginning to come across the track right now. And the shadows are getting a little bit longer throughout the course of the race. There's more rubber on the track than there has been before. We're going to go live onto driver cam, and we're going to watch Taufik Moyen go and take us for a nice drive around the countryside. The countryside is Belgium, and we're going to be driving through here at about 200 miles an hour as our top speed. Coming out of the La Source hairpin, coming up towards Eau Rouge and Radion, is absolutely critical to get the proper correct line going through here, because you really want to be virtually flat out coming up towards the top of the hill there in 5th gear. Coming through that section there, you can see here he is gunning for it. He's talking to his teammate and letting him know what's happening there. He's up into 5th, coming into 6th gear, coming into this braking zone here. Very difficult braking zone for Lecombe. Again, once it starts rubbering up like this, you can see it's very difficult. You're almost picking your way through the detritus on the track there, the debris all over the place there. So you really want to keep the car on the racing line, coming down towards the Brussels hairpin. Very early entry there for Taufik Moyen, the safer line, if you will, when it comes to this hour of the race. You really want to turn it in early and leave yourself plenty of room to have any incidents there. Now coming through the signal curve and down towards Puon, very, very tricky corner in whatever conditions, even a brand new car, when everything's nice and hot and overheating and the tires are old, it gets really difficult there. Coming into the braking zone here, this is Fanya's chicane, otherwise known as Piffaf for the Belgians. Coming around the corner there, it's very important to make sure you don't get too much oversteer through this sector. It's very easy to do because there's a lot of downhill corners here coming up towards Stavolo here. You get a lot of marbles on the outside of the track there. The track is really what we call dirty. A lot of debris, a lot of these marbles, which are, for those of you who don't know what marbles are, they're little chunks of tire rubber that have come off the tire as it starts to wear out. And they're all over the track, and when you hit them, even though you think rubber has grip, but when it's in a little ball bearing format, it really doesn't. Coming into the final corner there, he comes a little bit wide to try and get around the hairpin there and to give that space to the Hyperbulls car, who's still trying desperately to get those positions back, and now he comes across the line there. That last lap time was a 2:23.252, a little bit below pace there for Taufik Moin, but he's looking like GSR by BSR there. They're looking to really just consolidate their 7th position at the moment.
Dia siap boleh tersenyum, Max. Lepas dia go through that line dia boleh senyum, Max. Dia cara Taufik Moin bawa penuh dengan orang kata sabar, tenang tak? Okay. I just need to finish this and keep calm, compose.
Absolutely.
So sekarang kita bersama dengan Mount Fuji Racing di sini, sebuah jentera Porsche yang benarkan ini enjin boxer, Max?
Yeah, boxer 6-cylinder twin turbo boxer engine.
Oh,
very very unique layout.
Rasanya dia satu-satunya boxer yang berlumba untuk GT3.
Yeah, in fact it's the only one.
Yeah.
In fact it's one of only 2 that are used in motorsports. The other one is the Subaru Flat 4, and you have the Porsche Flat 6 engine going around there.
Itu dia satu orang kata informasi yang menarik yang kita jarang dapat tahu. Untuk yang tak tahu, Porsche ni memang laju. Kalau kata GTE dia memang laju, tapi dia ada satu karakter yang agak orang kata ganjil sikit, Max. Dia agak manja sikit. Sikit kita terover sikit dia akan lost control. Itu salah satu karakteristik yang ada pada kereta Porsche ini sendiri.
So yeah, right now we are going to leave you guys in the nice confident hands of Encik Bob and Umar Aziz. Encik Bob dah masuk ke dalam studio sekarang ni. So apa kata kita say hi kepada Encik Bob. Apa khabar, Bob?
Mungkin dia hilang sebentar. Kita tunggu Encik Bob. Tak apa, saya berteman dulu. Korang teman dulu saya.
Okay, so
sebelum beredar tu.
So Umar Aziz dah naik daripada pit, daripada menjadi pit lane reporter sekarang. Ada apa-apa lagi untuk report dalam pit? Keadaan semua tenang?
Keadaan semua tenang, okey. Gap semua jauh-jauh, so kita pun boleh relax, boleh borak kan.
Santai sikit
Betul. Tadi Budi ada cakap pasal Porsche
Oh, ini kereta favorite si Omar Oh, dia
kalau GTE ni RSR memang tak tahulah. Kereta lain tak boleh compare lah dengan RSR.
Oh, dia sweet lah.
Memang kena jiwa.
Dia ada personal touch
Yes.
Karakteristik
ada kena dengan jiwa. Kalau macam BMW GTE tu dia boring sikit bawa. Dia cari relax, santai.
Jadi dia adakah dia lebih, bukan kata struggle lah, dia lebih, kita kena lebih orang kata fokus bila bawa RSR ni berbanding kalau kita compare, even kalau GT3 punya Porsche dengan BMW punya GT3.
Betul. Dia dengan dalam experience saya lah, dia more kereta-kereta yang engine dekat belakang ni, dia macam mana Max? Dia lebih squirrely on brakes.
Dia agile. Dia lagi kepada agility daripada stability.
Jadi dekat situ dia ada advantage juga untuk
yang terbaru yang terlaju.
Aku dah cakap daripada tadi, rupanya producer kita mutkan mic aku. Ya Allah. Patutlah aku cakap semua orang tak malas. Aduh, tak apa. Max, apa khabar? Budi, apa khabar?
Khabar baik. Sihat.
Alhamdulillah. Rupanya kali ni pertanyaan aku dijawab. Aku ingat tadi aku cakap seseorang ni kan. Itu dia, tuan-tuan dan puan. Sebentar tadi kita bersama dengan Max dan juga Budi, gandingan saya lama, dan kini kita ada gandingan terbaru. Kali ni aku bersama dengan Umar Aziz.
Kita kembali lagi.
So itulah dia. Dah berapa jam weh? Dah berapa jam dah kita race ni?
Sekarang ni masuk jam yang ke-8. 8 jam 10 minit 53 saat sekarang, bang.
Sekarang saya kena terpaksa bagikan Budi sebab tadi saya cakap race tu ada 7 minit.
Dia tak habis-habis 2 kali 7 minit 54 saat. Oh my god.
Tapi hari ni aku respect kat Budi lah. Budi dia daripada pagi dia dah ada kat studio dan kini masih lagi berada di belakang tabir. Tahniah Budi.
Terima kasih bang, terima kasih.
Apa Budi dah ada power nap dah tadi kat luar.
Oh, terbaik.
Sempat.
Ya. So itulah dia. So berbaki dengan kita ada balance 4 jam lagi Umar 3 jam lebih.
8 ya dia aja. Kurang lebih 3 jam lebih.
Kurang lebih. 3 jam lebih. So ini bermakna saya nak guna word Umar tadi berapa? 2/3
Ya, betul.
2/3. Ya.
Sudah 2/3 race berlalu.
2/3 ni 3/4. 3/4 ni tinggal suku je.
Dah main suku lah ni.
Tinggal suku je ni.
Okay.
Yeah. So sebelum kita akan berjalan dulu, do have to remind you guys, kita akan remind ada juga live giveaway Lego Speed Kit. Ada 3 unit dengan Motul model car pun ada juga 3 unit. Special thanks to Motul and actually special thanks to all our sponsors Viper Niza Motul and Bespoke. And again, this is your chance as a viewer to win. So kepada sesiapa-siapa yang nak menang hadiah ni, senang je dia punya syarat. Share stream, tag 3 kawan dan pakai hashtag #LoveMotul untuk your chance to win.
Betul.
Ya, betul tu. Mana tahu walaupun bukan kita yang berlumba tapi kita sebagai followers dan juga kita sebagai penonton pun boleh membawa pulang hadiah giveaway daripada organizer. Terima kasih kepada sponsor.
Hadiah giveaway dia menarik tu bang. Lego Speed tu sangat menarik. Tarmac Motul tu pun sangat menarik.
Betul. Saya boleh cuba untuk menang ke? Adik saya sukalah Lego ni. Cuba nasib.
Aku dah tengok Umar dia dah tulis lah kat situ. Terbaik. Dia dah komen terbaik. So tuan-tuan dan puan jangan lupa first kali anda harus share, anda harus tag 3 orang kawan dan juga hashtag #LoveMotul. Itu dia cara-cara giveaway, cara memenangi giveaway-nya. Kita doakan good luck, semoga berjaya kepada semua yang menyertai giveaway pada malam ini. Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan, kita telah pun memasuki lap yang ke-213 dan kini perlumbaan telah pun memasuki jam, dah berapa jam dah? 8 jam 13 minit mereka berlumba, Umar.
Ya, betul. Memang sangat-sangat lama.
Ya, okey, kita akan bersiaran kali ini gandingan saya bersama dengan Umar pula, dan kita ada berbaki 3 jam lebih pula dan ini adalah merupakan salah satu event yang dianjurkan oleh Adrenaline Impact. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Viper Niza Motul, Viper Niza Motul dan juga Bespoke yang juga menjadi penaja utama untuk event pada kali ini. Terima kasih juga kepada Galeri Kereta. Terima kasih sangat. Kami akan beredar dulu. Kami dengan saya dengan Mama Budi. Ada KFC kat luar tu. Kami lapar.
Ada KFC kat luar tu.
Max dengan Budi ni pun nak pit stop juga.
So kita akan ada pit stop nanti jam pukul 10 malam. Kita akan join sekali dan kita akan semua beramai-ramai rush kepada finish line nanti.
Yes.
Rancak Budi, rancak
Rancak.
Aduh, itu dia Mama. Rochas dah start masuk
Rochas rasanya ni dah masuk stint ketiga dah, Bob. Dia dah
stint ketiga lah.
Dia dah pit rasanya dah 2 kali dah.
Tadi kita berjaya tarik dia masa kita punya schedule tadi dan kini dapat kita saksikan Rochas sendiri berada di atas tita sekarang ni. Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan, ini dia equal Mires yang mana berjaya mencatatkan masa 2 minit 19.335 saat. Equal Mires merupakan salah satu pelumba daripada luar negara, bukan daripada Malaysia, mewakili pasukan Atom Motorsport. Beliau bergandingan dengan seorang lagi driver iaitu Bruno Alcaraz. Nampak gayanya. Beliau cuba mengejar siapa tu, Umar, di hadapan beliau?
Dia masih lead untuk kelas GT3. So adalah tim URT nampaknya cuba untuk mara ke hadapan. So tim URT Red tu semakin lama semakin rapat. Dan juga tim URT Gold pun dah naik anak tangga juga. Ya, so Jay Chong daripada tim URT Red ni cuba untuk merapatkan diri dengan leader kita at the Motorsport.
Jay Chong ini dia Tedco URT Red sekarang ni bergandingan bersama dengan Freddy Ng dan juga Lester Neo. Sekarang ni kedudukan mereka berada di kedudukan kedua, yang mana URT Red dan juga URT Gold di tempat kedua dan juga tempat ketiga sekarang ni kedudukan pasukan mereka. Jerry Chong sekarang ni mengendalikan jentera dengan catatan masa yang terbaik adalah 2:19.233 saat, manakala last lap adalah 2 minit 27.180. Trending dia orang sekarang ni macam mana Umar rasakan? Konsisten ke ataupun timing tu sedikit menurun?
Tak kira boleh kata top 4, top 5 tu semua timing masih konsisten. So permainan biasanya kalau di hujung-hujung endurance ni permainan strategi ataupun diorang dah start mula pushkan kereta, track pun dah mula slow-slow sejuk. So kita nak tengok boleh tak tim URT ni mengejar Atom Motorsport di hadapan tu.
Yes, atau Motorsport orang kata berjokikan dua driver iaitu Bruno Alcaraz dan juga Ezequiel Mires. Dan sekarang Jay Chong cuba masih lagi mengejar. Jay Chong daripada Tecco URT Red cuba mengejar pasukan Atom Motorsport sekarang ni. Ketinggalan 2 minit 2 saat di belakang
Ya betul 2 minit. Tapi kalau kita lihat dekat scoreboard ni, tim Tecco URT Red dah pit stop 8 kali, tapi di hadapan dan di belakang positionnya diorang belum lagi pit. So mungkin akan ada pelan-pelan kayu mengejar. Tak silap kita ada Abang Kifli.
Yeah. Daripada Steel Top Racing. Apa khabar bang?
Baik.
Bang, tadi saya tengok abang punya base camp semangat race hari ni
Tadi itulah masa I buat second stint. First stint Manfai buat. Then after dia buat satu stint, lepas tu saya buat 2 stint. Sebabnya kita punya Nevsky dengan One Liquid tak ada, not available at that time. So lepas tu maknanya 12 to 1 tu Manfai buat. Lepas tu 1 to 3 o'clock tu I bawa pasal. Lepas tu Manfai sambung balik pasal pukul 4 I kena pergi bawa anak pergi swimming class. Lepas tu ni I baru sampai rumah dah buat half an hour ago. Now I tengah standby lah. Now Nevsky tengah bawa kan. So dia orang tengah plan after do I go out after this or later on or not. Tak tahu lagi. Because I'm having problem lagging problem lah. Masa tadi I second stint buat stint I tadi, towards the end tu I kena lagging. So masa masuk pit tu masa lagging tu tahu-tahu I dah masuk lepas that speed limit tempat ni. So I kena 40 seconds.
Okay.
So don't know what's wrong because my internet is okay. Maybe my graphic card kot, tak tahulah.
Yang buat
so
dia.
So tu I bagi tahu my teammates lah. I takut kena lagi kan, sekejap lagi lagging mampus.
Okay. Abang dah buat ni dah cukup lap untuk dia punya minimum tu?
Not sure, tak tahulah. Not sure. But then if I have to go out again, I'll go out lah sekejap lagi lah. Waiting for the team to decide lah.
Baru aku nak tanya soalan tadi bang. So di dalam SD Talk Racing ni antara 4 pelumba yang mana untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, pasukan ini dianggotai oleh Leong Mun Fai, Wan Lee Kui, Nevsky dan juga Kifli Osman. So di dalam tim abang direction tu macam mana? Ada manager ke yang decide tactical macam mana, direction macam mana?
Semua kita serah ke Manfai lah. Manfai yang ni lah. So kita tak ada team manager. But then SD punya owner is in our Discord lah, just monitoring lah. Tapi for now Manfai yang ni lah, that's the decision lah.
Soalan ni saya selalu tanya sebab macam tadi pun saya duk tanya pasukan Hyperbolts GT. Sebab bila kita berpasukan kita ada banyak driver. So kita perlukan siapa yang mengatur strategi dan juga taktik ni semua.
Macam Hyperbolt dia orang memang profesional. Dia orang ada team manager semua, taktik semua memang dia orang ni. Macam kita we are new team. Although my other drivers are all my seniors lah. Boleh kata because I'm new to this. So kita tak ada team manager and all. So mana semua last minute training seorang-seorang, you know. Because masing-masing ada kerja kan.
Tapi new tak new jugalah sebab saya tengok sekarang ni Kifli Osman pantang ada event dia antara orang terawal dan juga sangat aktif support scene macam ni.
Memang I takkan lepaskan peluang lah because memang I'm so into iRacing now. So, tengah shock.
Abang sebelum ni ada experience ke endurance racing?
This is my first endurance racing. in iRacing lah.
Okay, how is it so far?
Memang shock lah. Shock, nervous, all mixed feeling lah. Memang macam apa, nervous lah, shock lah, excited, semua lah, everything all in one. Susah, there's no words to describe lah
Kan
for
dia
now.
punya feeling dia lain macam sikit kan bila team racing lama-lama ni.
Bila swimming class my kids kan, balik rumah cepat-cepat mandi semua, cepat-cepat on komputer tau. Macam tak sabar tau. Now I'm sitting on the simulator just waiting for instruction.
Alright. Sampai.
Get me excited tu kan.
Tak apa, nanti official iRacing punya event pun boleh lah join. Boleh lah dapat feeling-feeling endurance tu.
Betul. Cuma itulah because the past 3 days I was involved dengan MCS kan kat Sepang. So itulah, then after today is 12 hours, then nanti S1K is coming up. So itulah. I have to juggle with time for now, racing and then back home, and then dengan family lagi, dengan anak-anak. So I'm juggling with time.
Ya, macam Ron cakap tadi lah bang, last time masa PKP kita memang tak ada buat apa.
Betul.
Kita concentrate on iRacing saja, e-race.
Tapi masa PKP pula tu, I was not into simulator racing.
Alamak.
Itulah sayang tu, fikir-fikir aduh sayangnya lah. Memang kawan-kawan
dia sebenarnya bang, siapa yang racun abang join e-race ni bang?
Okay. Roy Charles is one of them lah. Roy, lepas tu Tengku Jan, Tengku Izan, lepas tu then I jumpa Talk Lubricant ni owner. So dia orang kata lah, bang datanglah rumah, saya ada man cave kat rumah. Man cave kau buat apa? Snooker ke? Selalunya orang snooker kan, ada table snooker. Kali kata saya ada simulator. Okay, so one day I pergi sangkut. Lepas tu kita pergi rumah one of Hyperbull drivers, Kelvin Ha. So pergi rumah dia, try dia punya ada motion lah semua kan.
Lagilah tambah racun tu.
So from there.
Terjebak.
Lepas tu kenal pula dengan Patrick S-Deal punya owner kan. Lagi
terjebak.
So itulah masa I masuk iRacing platform, it was ni lah XOX Unity punya league kan. That's where I betul-betul minat iRacing lah. Ada platform tu kurang, nak tu saya tak minat, kurang sikit.
Itulah sama lah kita. Kalau dia dah sangkut dengan iRacing ni susah betul lah nak pindah ke simulator lain ni. Betul.
Pasal dia punya realistik dia tu memang seakan-akan betul-betul punya ni racing, cuma kita we are not in the actual car lah, itu je.
Betul.
Karakteristik dia, cara pemanduan, racecraft semua memang you can apply to iRacing punya racing platform lah.
Betul. Bagi saya dia punya adrenaline tu bang, walaupun kita kat rumah tengah atas sim tu, tapi adrenaline dia berdebar-debar nak race.
Okay, honestly bila I race ada race kan dalam iRacing, starting tu tangan menggeletar
kan.
Lepas tu bila start race tu kaki pula tekan pedal accelerator tu menggeletar.
Dia ambil masa 2-3 lap kan nak tenangkan diri.
Betul. Macam menggelabah dia, macam this feeling I dah lama tak dapat tau. Benda ni masa 20 tahun lepas, masa I start racing masa Proton Saga kat Batu 3. Masa tu baru start, memang macam tu. Tapi itulah, that feeling I dah lama tak dapat until now iRacing ni memang dapat balik feeling tu. So memang ni lah memang best.
Habis sekarang kalau race betul tu macam mana? Masih berdebar ke ataupun level berdebar tu tak tinggi sangat?
Dah tak ada dah, bukan tak tinggi tak ada. Tak ada, memang tak ada. It's like for me like a race is a race. Pergi starting grid, selalunya starting grid tu kan nak tunggu lampu hijau semua menggelebar. Tak ada. Race betul memang dah tak ada feeling tu. So that feeling tu memang dah tak ada lama. Dah mati feeling tu. So that feeling came back bila iRacing. So bila kita ada balik that feeling, maknanya memang best.
Dia salah satunya mungkin sebab pertandingan bang, kita bersaing kan, dengan driver-driver yang lain.
Betul. And then you know bila dalam simulator ni, of course you race among the veterans, the aliens kan. Jadi mengelabah lah.
Betul.
Okey bang, saya nak tanya pendapat abang. Abang sebagai senior driver bersaing dengan alien-alien alah baru sekali. Pendapat abang.
I senior driver dalam real racing Okay, bila I masuk dalam iRacing ni, I considered memang newbies. So as a real racer coming in to simulation world lah, and then race against all these aliens, it's like new boy starting racing in the real world against me, against the Kujan. So macam hujan and all, kita lah alien dalam real world. So memang gelabah lah. Memang gelabah. Even masa when I lead pun I menggelabah, and then I tend to do mistakes, and then bila I belakang orang, okay, then I boleh follow lah. Tapi bila kita dah kat depan tu menggelabah.
Tapi kalau macam dunia perlombaan sebenar, saya memang kenal Abang Kifli, dia memang steady. Dia race macam mana pun dia steady je lagi. Saya duk ingat tu abang beli ET6 warna hijau dulu bang.
Ya, betul.
Ada lagi bang kita tu bang?
Ya, dah jual lah, tak ada dah.
Oh, tak ada dah. So daripada situ memang saya kenal Kifli Osman, dia memang seorang yang steady. Kau fight macam mana dengan dia pun, dia cool aja, lead the pack.
Betul, but then again, because kita race kat Sepang je. Kat Malaysia ni only one track, Sepang. So I've been racing in Sepang since Sepang buka. So I know the circuit. So I know where macam apa defensive line. When I have to drive defensively, I know where to put position the car. Faham tak? So it's an advantage to me. Tapi benda iRacing ni satu dunia kot kita race.
Berapa track bang Agak-agak abang try berapa track? Berapa puluh track sekarang ni? Dalam iRacing?
Rasa dalam baru belas-belas lagi ni. Because I only try the track. I only beli bila I involve track tu race lah.
Abang tak main official racing punya series?
Tak sempat. Tak sempat lagi. Saya only participate bila race yang I enroll lah. I join. So far I belum lagi. Only ada tu I main apa benda ni MX5 just to upgrade my license to D. Itu je.
So itu agaknya Umar, mungkin itu kelebihan alien yang lain tu, sebab satunya seat time dia orang dah lama, dan dia orang kerap bermain juga praktis kat litar yang ada dekat sini. So itu kelebihan dia orang lah kot.
Itulah macam I pun rasa sorry, go ahead.
Itulah macam kita orang racer dekat iRacing ni, ada yang tak pernah masuk track, ada yang tak pernah main go-kart pun tak pernah. So mungkin kita orang sebab dah cuba track, dah cuba race official, so cepatlah sikit hilang debar-debar tu.
Yalah, but may I add something? Macam boleh. all you guys yang simulator races alien lah, alien.
Tak ada lah.
Because yang dalam yang biasa dengan iRacing semua ni, race GT3 cars lah, GTE and all. Actually, when I look at you guys, okay, can produce times like because I pun try this cars and all, it's not easy to drive.
Betul.
And then the characteristic is almost the same as the real car. But if given a chance to you guys in the real cars, I think you guys can adapt very quick, and I'm not surprised if you guys can produce faster times than some of the real the top real racers.
Betul, I can agree lah. Especially the younger generation of sim drivers ni kan, macam Mika Hakimi,
Hakimi and Nakib Azlan kan and all. So they are doing very well in Toyota Gazoo, and I believe if they given a chance to them for a much higher spec cars, I think they can adapt easily.
Betul. Mungkin makan masa sikit lah in the beginning tu, nak get situation.
Makan masa tu memang betul, tapi tak makan masa lama. Pasal dia orang dah ada basic. They know how to trail brake and all, because kita kena trail brake dalam iRacing ni.
Yes, memang especially in this GT3 cars, memang that's the hardest thing to learn.
Betul. If they are producing good times in this iRacing and all, maknanya they are doing it right, correctly, the trail braking and whatnot. Yeah.
So Abang Roy macam mana, setuju tak setuju? Aku tunggu je dah masuk. Aku tunggu je
Roy adalah sifu saya dalam iRacing ni. Dia banyak membantu saya. Roy, you know I know dia banyak membantu saya.
Tapi bantu pun dia, as long as you have the basic, like you say, like it's vice versa, as long you have the basic in sim racing or real racing, racing will just become easy for you to adapt.
Betul. For real racers, maybe during the race lah, racecraft tu lah, memang kita ada advantage sikit lah. But in terms of setting up the car and and all this, all still
our advantage will be in controlling the pace, handling the stress, so we don't get pressurized.
Correct. Tapi itulah, kalau alien belakang aku pun sendiri pressure sendiri.
Tapi Abang Roy kita ni ganas sikit lah on track.
Kalau
dalam iRacing dia ganas sikit lah.
Dia memang ganas. Dia ni bahaya dia ni.
Kalau duduk side by side ke dengan dia, kena jaga-jaga sikit.
Kalau
Duduk jangan datang dekat.
kalau di belakang aku bagi dia, aku lepaskan dia.
Still 4 more hours to go
Yep.
200 kita dah telah pun masuki lap yang ke 220. So ada berbaki 3 jam setengah lagi. Lama ni bang.
Yep.
Okey, macam Abang Kifli tadi cakap, dia mempunyai masalah sama dengan Roy, yang mana sekarang ni bila kita dah masuk ke fasa keempat, yang mana kita semua dah start berlumba sebenar kembali. So diakui Abang Roy dan juga Kifli menghadapi masalah time management. Boleh ceritakan kat kami apa rancangan time management anda berdua selepas ini, sebab kita kan dah start berlumba dah kan.
Betul.
Macam Abang Roy tadi dia cakap yang lepas ni mungkin lebih fokus ke race luar.
Ya ke?
So in fact ini akan jadi last sim racing saya sebab satunya iRacing subscription, sebab saya baru setahun dalam ni, so iRacing subscription dah nak habis lagi 6 hari. And then I akan upgrade I punya motion ke traction loss dengan surge. So I akan buka I punya sim semua balik, nak set up yang baru tu. So basically sampai hujung tahun ni memang takkan pandang lagi lah sim racing. So concentrate pada real race for MSF Enduro. Sebab itu pun tengah siapkan kereta tu lagi. So memang tight lah time management, belum practice, belum try kereta tu lagi, nak set up kereta tu. So memang a lot of headache lah.
Tapi tak rasa rugi bang kalau akan datang akan ada lagi event-event yang dianjurkan oleh sponsor macam ni?
Ini orang kata adaption lah. Kalau ada on iRacing jalan je lah. Cuma tak boleh nak fokus macam selalu yang kita buat during MCO kan. MCO tu kita boleh duduk hari-hari practice, cari setup, cari ni. Sebab besides dan TDC hari ni, Roy juga adalah representative untuk SimR Garage dan my own team RC Racing. So setiap kali bila kita orang pergi endurance ke apa, so kita akan duduk sekali satu team dan buatkan satu setup yang di mana semua orang boleh bawa, make sure that we can get a good result. So this is also part of our achievement lah. Sebab tu kalau perasan selalu Roy akan buat live mesti endurance, tak ada lain 24 jam 12 jam 24 jam 12 jam.
Okey, itu daripada normalisasi. So macam mana Abang Kifli Osman, macam mana pula?
Macam saya pula, saya of course after S1K ni saya banyak masa lah. Cuma itulah jaga, yalah macam family, anak-anak saya kecil lagi. So I have to timing. So kalau race tu malam 9 onwards tu okey lah. So senang sikit. Kalau so macam race siang macam hari ni dia kena jaga sikit lah.
Dah minta lesen ke?
Itu pasal nak minta lesen tu yang aduh.
Nasib baik anak-anak support kan.
Bangsa 2 minggu sebelum dah kena start lobby dah lesen.
So itulah orang kata apa, detik-detik masalah orang pelumba
Yalah, masing-masing ada masalah sendiri.
Tapi serius, kalau badan letih memang susah nak fokus lah untuk race.
Betul.
Body has to be fit lah.
Okay, so memandangkan ini adalah perlumbaan yang berdurasi lama, tips kalau boleh Roy kongsikan bersama kami, tips macam mana nak mengekalkan konsentrasi, konsistensi.
Boleh konsistensi boleh.
Sangat lama ni.
Macam I bagi tahu pada Abang Kifli dengan also all my other teammates, because endurance dia bukan macam sprint yang kita nak fokus dan push. So take it as a training ground, tapi cuba build your base di mana dia ada satu pace yang, contoh kalau you boleh buat lap time 2.11, maintain je 2.11 tu, tak payah nak push. Sebab endurance one mistake you're gone. Dah memang rugi time, dah memang rugi segala effort setiap orang, sebab kita berlumba bukan seorang, 3 ke 4 orang kan. So we have to think of our partner. Jadi cuba jangan buat sesuatu orang kata apa move yang drastic, dan just maintain the pace di mana yang you selesa je. So and then enjoy the race, that's it. Sebab kalau nak stress lebih-lebih pun, this is a long race. So nak stress buat apa? This is the ground where you supposed to orang kata belajar dan menimba ilmu lagi macam mana nak buat racecraft dan adapt all the racing style.
Ya, itu dia pandangan daripada Abang Roy. Abang Kifli pula macam mana caranya? Tips, sedikit tips.
Saya nak bagi tips dia, rasa susah sikit because ini is my first 12 hours endurance dalam iRacing. Saya pun ambil tip daripada I punya Sifu Roy. Dia pun kata dia, okay bang, we treat this as a training ground. So you learn as many tricks as possible, and try to get used to the car, to the the race and whatnot lah, to improve yourself. Itulah. So I pun macam tu je lah. As he said just now, kita ada teammate lain, so kita tak nak buat benda silly mistakes and whatnot, kan?
Yalah, sebab kita nak jaga driver lain juga.
Driver lain tu kita tak nak lah. Kalau kita buat satu kesilapan atas kebodohan diri sendiri, nanti driver lain, teammate kita yang akan rasa kebodohan kita tu, tahu. So kita benda tu tadi kita tak nak lah jadi penyebab. So just now I try my best to to spin the car, to get into collision, so kan. Rasa masa first few laps tu menggelabah jugalah nak try. Tapi lama-lama tu
goyang juga kan. Dia kena try panas pula tu.
Takut kan masuk ni terlebih terawal tekan tu span pula kan. But then alhamdulillah saya dapat overcome that particular feeling, dan saya dapat alhamdulillah saya dapat rhythm yang cantik untuk saya maintain. Cuma dah lah saya sekali tu saya kena tap dari belakang. So tak nak cakap siapa lah. Dari belakang, masa tu saya dah bagi laluan, saya dah lepas minyak pun, tapi dia tap juga belakang. Tapi nasib baiklah tak ada major damage. Saya spun, terlanggar dinding belakang bumper, itu pun memang dah slow dah kereta. So I managed to bring home the car. Tak ada major damage lah. Tu je.
Betul bang. Perasaan yang paling mengecewakan tu bang, kalau 12 jam, mungkin 2 jam terakhir tu kalau kena crash ke dengan back marker ke, itu memang sedih.
Betul.
Pengalaman endurance last lap kereta rosak tu Kifli tahu.
Ni real life
Ni real life.
Last
lap last corner.
Jenis dah kena dah. Lepas tu nak balik pit tu takut tau. Takut nak menghadap semua orang tau. The crew, the driver, the team owner semua. Seram.
Tapi kalau dah last lap tu boleh lah masuk pit, tolak across the finish line.
Jangan.
Okay, tuan-tuan dan puan, anda sedang menyaksikan kami sedang bersiaran di Viper Niza Motul 12 Hour of Spa, dan kini kita bersama dengan dua pelumba kita, iaitu ini merupakan racer kita, Kifli Osman dan juga Roy Charles. So yang mana sedang menyaksikan, seandainya anda ingin berkomunikasi, berinteraksi, sila tinggalkan komen saja kat bawah tu. Mana tahu Kifli Osman dan juga Roy Charles boleh menjawab persoalan anda. Okey, telah pun masuk lap yang ke-224 Umar, dan mereka telah berlumba selama 8 jam 38 minit. Dan kini kita bersama dengan Syahmi Azri yang mana telah pun berjaya membuat catatan masa 2 minit 14.187 saat. Ini merupakan catatan masa yang terpantas, dan juga last best time adalah 2:16.020.
Ya, rasanya Abang Kifli dan Abang Roy dah dipanggil oleh tim mereka. Terima kasih join kita orang dekat ni.
Terima kasih Abang Roy.
Good luck for you guys kalau ada stint lagi nanti.
Nak tanya Abang Umar ni.
Ya, saya.
Memandangkan awak salah seorang daripada organizer, prize money BTC ke?
Itu kita kena tanya organizer macam mana. Buat special request.
Ya, betul. Memandangkan tengah naik
moga-moga lebih.
Ya. Boleh lah beli rig lain sikit.
Boleh upgrade. Kita nak juga PT actuator.
Oh shit. Alright. Thank you
guys.
Thank you guys. See you guys.
Itu dia. Sempat juga kita berbicara dengan dua real life racer, Umar.
Itulah. Tapi terkejut juga saya Abang Kifli kata yang dalam sim dia ada perasaan berdebar-debar tu. Macam
betul, aku terkejut juga bang. Sebab kalau pro racer pun cakap macam tu, bermakna e-racing ni memang sesuatu yang sangat serius lah, dan beliau juga orang kata mengambil berat tentang perlumbaan e-race ini.
Betul, tapi memang kalau macam e-racing ni, kalau grid tu, especially grid yang ramai untuk awal-awal dulu memang berdebar-debar tu, sampai betul lah Abang Kifli cakap, sampaikan tangan menggeletar, kaki shaking. Mungkin makan masa 3 ke 5 lap tu barulah tenang sikit, dah boleh tarik nafas, kereta dah gap jauh-jauh sikit.
So jangan orang kata jangan pandang enteng dan juga pandang mudah tentang perlumbaan maya ini, e-race ini. Sebab kata Kifli Osman sama orang kata tanggungjawab yang harus diberikan kepada pasukan dan juga rakan-rakan yang lain sangat-sangat besar. So bukanlah kata e-race ni kata boleh ambil mudah sama macam perlumbaan sebenar.
Betul. Dengan advancement teknologi yang baru-baru ni, racing dah mula virtual racing ni dah start rasa macam proper racing. Cuma yang tak ada ialah macam vibration di kereta kan. G-force, tak boleh rasa betul-betul body shift. Tapi dengan teknologi baru-baru macam Abang Roy Charles kita kata dia nak upgrade kepada traction loss. So siapa yang berdekatan dengan Roy Charles tu, bila dia dah siap nanti tu bolehlah mencuba.
Rush punya equipment gempak gila lah. Boleh aku katakan antara orang yang sangat-sangat sering mengupgrade barang-barang beliau. Dalam masa 2 tahun ni macam-macam aku rasa dia dah upgrade lah.
Biasalah, cuba kalau start, biasa orang start dengan G29 Logitech, lepas tu kalau dia cuba ataupun dia kena racun dengan kawan-kawan dia memang shock lah mengupgrade barang. Kita nak yang cuba dapatkan yang terbaik kan untuk kita punya experience atas sim ni.
Ya. Kalau boleh kita tengok garage Abang Azman, dia ada, yang saya pernah lihat itu hari dia ada motion rig
Ya betul, saya dah cuba dah.
Saya dah pernah terbaik. Awak dah test
Ya,
pergi
betul.
mana
So yang saya sebut tadi PT Actuator tu, itulah brand dia.
Okey. Terbaik.
So memang tak pernah hasil lah feeling macam tu. Naik motion simulator macam tu. Boleh kata one of the best lah dekat Malaysia ni.
Ini dia Abang Azman. Daripada SimR Garage Sim Sport, merupakan antara boleh dikatakan pernah viral satu ketika dulu, antara sim racer yang ada orang kata real, peralatannya sangat-sangat real dalam perlombaan sim ni.
Betul.
Ini dia saudara Azman Abdullah di dalam pasukan SimR Garage Sim Sport, yang mana mereka kali ini dianggotai oleh 4 driver, iaitu Muhammad Fairuz Fazlir, Muhammad Yazid Abdul Majid, Muhammad Alif Imran dan juga Luqman Hakim. Itu dia SimR Garage.
Tapi seronok lah bila kita dapat borak-borak dengan driver, diorang boleh share pengalaman. Macam Roy dah ada pengalaman dalam endurance, dan memang kalau virtual racing dia akan join endurance. Lepas tu kita boleh compare kan pula dengan Kifli kan, yang baru saja nak berkecimpung dalam endurance virtual ni.
Tapi diorang sekarang ni ada 2 masalah yang sama. Macam cerita tadi lah, bila dah start real life punya aktiviti dan juga harus membezakan mengagihkan 2 masa, seat time dekat e-race dan juga perlombaan sebenar.
Betul.
Okey tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekarang ni kita telah memasuki lap yang ke-226. Tadi Abang Umar cakap kita ada total berapa lap? 10 sekali total? 300?
Tadi saya cakap mungkin dalam 320 ke 330. Tapi Budi dah buat calculation tadi, mungkin 311, 310. Kita tengoklah. Habis kita nanti
tengok. Itu ramalan sahaja.
Ramalan dia macam ramalan cuaca. Kadang-kadang persen cuaca tu 80%, tapi hujan tak turun-turun.
Betul. So 311 kita nantikan, betul tak 311? Dan sekarang kita telah memasuki pusingan ke 226 dan berbaki ada 2 jam lebih lagi bang, kita nak harung ni.
Tak apa, nanti dalam pukul 9.30 10 nanti rasanya ada ramai sikit join. So bolehlah kita santai-santai tengok diorang habiskan race ni. Kita dekat Facebook ada AZ Bundle, go non Jawa Racing, Nurul Izzah Hurairah, nice. Master Chef tau, Master Chef Master Chef tengok. Master Chef bila Master Chef ni nak join gerakan air racing ni? Pernah tengok ke live Master Chef ni, Cik Bob?
Master Chef kasih mari antara sim racer
kalau buka dia punya ni, dia well known untuk dia punya kanjo. Dia orang kuat kanjo dekat Facebook punya live stream ni.
Ya, itu dia. Master Chef kasih mari.
Master Chef ni Cik Bob, hari tu dia ada join Saga Cup. So itu first event racing dia. Dia tak pernah macam race circuit macam ni lah, yang lebih serious. And boleh kata out of berapa dia tu dalam 4 race berjaya dia untuk dapat macam top 18, top 15. So memang achievement yang agak bagus lah. So siapa geng yang suka lumba-lumba haram ni, jangan takut untuk cuba circuit racing.
Betul, terbaik apa masa ses. Dia lebih kurang macam cahaya di atas star bang. Kereta tu pergi bang. Tapi bila kita berlumba di dalam iRacing ataupun medium-medium lain, dia lebih berformatkan perlumbaan yang mana perlumbaan tu lebih adil, orang kata. Kita ada sistem steward memantau dan semuanya. Kalau Kanju dia main macam mana masa set?
Kanju main macam mana? Masa set boleh komen sikit. Encik Bob ni tanya, Kanju main tu macam mana? Cuba bagi rumusan sikit.
Dia nak join ni, tapi dia kata kena tanya bos S-Deal dulu, dia kata. Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, S-Deal Talk Racing di tempat ke-5 sekarang ini. Okey, mana replay? Kita bersama dengan Jay Chong sekarang ini.
Ya, baru saja memotong Bruno Alcaraz.
Replay.
Ya, betul.
Meminta sebentar tadi ya, ini dia. Dan saya rasa Jay Chong di belakang beliau, ini dia tempat pertama. Di hadapan beliau adalah Abang Azman.
Oh, so tak silap saya, Jay Chong daripada URT Red berjaya memotong Atom Motorsport untuk dapat nombor 1. And dua-dua dah pit 8 kali.
Wow, kedudukan telah berubah Abang Omar. Ia atau Motorsport berada di tempat kedua sekarang ini.
So tak tahu apa yang berlaku. Adakah strategi yang berbeza atau macam mana? Kita lihat. So beza jarak Bruno Alcaraz 4 second di belakang.
Oh, 4 second di belakang. Mau nampak gayanya Tekco URT Red tempat pertama atau Motorsport tempat kedua. RL Stratos di tempat yang ketiga. Manakala URT Gold jatuh ke tempat keempat sekarang ini.
So kalau Encik Bob nak tahu, Bruno Alcaraz daripada Atom Motorsport ni, dia berasal daripada Argentina.
Itulah pasal.
Kalau Encik Bob ada tengok tadi, kita ada Javier Alvarez, diorang bercakap dalam bahasa Espanyol. Sebab dia tak pandai cakap English. Kurang pandai cakap English.
Sempat tarik ruang tadi
sempat. Max ada tanya. Max pergi masuk dan masuk dalam punya room, dia tanya nak interview boleh. Tapi dia cakap dia tak boleh cakap English. Tak apa, kita hantar orang yang boleh cakap Sepanyol.
Siapa? Javier ya?
Javier.
Tu dia. Javier serius lah, dia boleh cakap Sepanyol lah.
Javier memang orang Spanish.
Siapa?
Javier.
Oh, ya. Okey, terbaik. So itulah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kali ini special sikit Obama. Selain daripada orang Malaysia, kita juga membawa masuk pelumba daripada luar negara. Atau Motorsport Bruno Alcaraz dan juga Ezequiel Mires daripada Argentina. Ini merupakan pemandu yang kedua. Seperti tadi kita bersama rakan beliau, iaitu Ezequiel, dan kali ini Bruno Alcaraz diberi tanggungjawab untuk mengendalikan jentera ini daripada Argentina, mewakili pasukan Atom Motorsport, guys.
Ya, so semakin ramai pun dah masuk ke dalam pit ni. Kita dapat tengok Muhammad Taufik Mohyen dan juga Zidham yang baru sahaja pit. Muhammad Taufik dah pit untuk kali yang ke-10. So rasanya Encik Bob, diorang ni ada strategi yang berbeza. Mungkin ada yang tukar driver pada stint yang ini, stint yang itu. So kita tak tahulah siapa yang akan berjaya mara lagi ke hadapan ni.
Non-Jawa Racing tadi apa cerita?
Non-Jawa Racing masih Encik Bob, masih berada, masih meneruskan perlumbaan
Ya, betul. Walaupun macam-macam halangan datang melanda mereka
Betul. Memang steady walaupun dah tak tahu berapa kali diorang repair, tapi memang syabas lah kita ucapkan dekat Non-Jawa Racing kerana masih lagi steady cuba untuk habiskan perlumbaan ni.
Ini dia tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Non-Jawa Racing sekarang ni dipandu oleh Gilbert Ang, yang mana tadi dapat kita saksikan dia berehat lama dekat pit stop, yang mana cuba memperbaiki jentera yang mengalami sedikit masalah teknikal, dan jentera ini catatan masa terbaik yang dibuat oleh pasukan ini adalah 2 minit 21.553 saat. Ini dia Gilbert Ang daripada Non-Jawa Racing. Aku tertanya-tanya kenapa dia letak nama pasukan ni Non-Jawa Racing.
Itulah, maybe kita kena panggil lah salah satu dia punya driver untuk kita tanya apa sebenarnya maksud Non-Jawa Racing ni.
Ya.
Amir Izzat, mantap bang. Ya, mantap. Master Seth, mohon Abang Kefli boleh ajak racing. Betul Master Seth, untuk nak masuk endurance ni mungkin memerlukan masa untuk praktis dan tahu atur cara dekat iRacing ni. Macam Cik Bob cakap tadi, kita ada live stewarding, kita ada penalty system yang perlu tahu.
So dia lebih teratur
Ya betul.
Tapi betul pun bukanlah kita nak compare dengan platform lain, tapi iRacing ni boleh dikatakan macam kita sendiri sebagai komentator senang nak input tu, ada banyak input yang boleh kita ceritakan kat sini berbanding dengan platform yang lain.
Betul.
So bagi saya pun sangat selesa menggunakan iRacing ni. Masa set bangun Abang Kifli ajar. Ya betul. Abang Kifli sekarang ni dia tengah gila sim racing. Aku tengok, aku perhati je. Ada event je dia masuk, bang. Okey, lap yang ke-229 sekarang ini. Jam telah pun menunjukkan tepat pukul 8.50. Oh, dah terbabas Bro Akaras. Apa dah jadi terbabas?
Mungkin nak cuba untuk mengejar tim URT.
Replay ini dia. Aku sendiri tadi terlepas sebenarnya, dan ini apa yang telah pun terjadi sebentar tadi. Cuba ambil daripada luar dan terbabas di situ. Nasib baik tak ada kontak apa-apa. Daripada Argentina, guys, yang mewakili tim atau Motorsport. Ini dia replay sebentar tadi apa yang telah pun terjadi.
So dia sebabkan spin tadi, jarak dia dengan Tedco URT semakin jauh, 12 saat di belakang. So kalau Cik Bob, kalau berlaku benda-benda macam ni, kita terspin ke ataupun kita ada minor accident, dia akan mengacau kita punya rhythm tau kan. Tadi kita ada bincang pasal rhythm, pasal consistency.
Dia jadi fail lah. Dia kalau terbabas sikit, fail lah. So mood tu nak catch up balik tu.
Betul.
Ambil masa sikit lah.
So untuk mungkin driver yang lebih pengalaman pun akan ambil masa setengah lap ataupun satu lap untuk dapatkan balik apa Cik Bob cakap tadi, konsistensi.
Itu perkataan baru beraku tu. Gabungan dua ayat, gabungan dua perkataan.
Betul.
Okey, 230 pusingan sekarang ini. Dan mereka telah pun berlumba selama 8 jam 53 saat. Ini dia James Russell. Lawa lah kereta dia warna hijau lah, lawa. James Russell di tempat ketiga sekarang ni, mewakili pasukan RL Stratos, yang mana mereka juga ada 4 driver. James bergandingan bersama dengan Aaron Lim, Tung Wei Siang dan juga Arif Azmi. 4 driver yang sangat-sangat hebat, sangat-sangat andal. Dan kalau tak salah saya, James Russell juga merupakan salah seorang tenaga pengajar, orang kata macam ni, pemandu yang sangat hebat, dan juga advanced driving pun dia salah seorang coach, kalau tak salah saya, trainer.
Betul. Banyak kali juga kita nampak James Russell join pelbagai jenis sim racing event. Salah satu driver yang agak laju juga. Dia tuan director, dia racer in real life ke? James trainer. Dia racer in real life juga.
Dan yang menariknya, dia dah lama duduk kat Malaysia dan dia boleh cakap Melayu sikit.
Banyak juga je Pak. Kalau kita cakap Melayu dia boleh bercakap lah.
Tapi ini satu saingan sihat lah. Walaupun bukan maknanya kita tak bersaing dengan orang Malaysia saja, kita juga turut bersaing dengan pemandu-pemandu daripada luar. Okey, James Russell pasukan ini berjaya mencatatkan masa catatan terbaik mereka adalah 2 minit 18.835 saat. Zul Hafiz Yahya, saya pun boleh cakap sikit cakap Melayu. Cakap sikit bang, cakap lebih pun boleh bang. Abang Zul Hafiz orang mana Orang Greek ke orang Baling Aku pun kadang-kadang ada stok juga Facebook dia ni. Tapi apapun, t-shirt Adrenaline Impact tu memang terbaik bang. Memang terbaik bang.
Zul Hafiz Yahya boleh cakap Melayu. Suka korang bergurau ni. Siapa lagi yang ada dalam komen ni? Memang jom borak dengan
dia boleh cakap Melayu bang. Greek ke Baling Greek ke Baling bang? Komen kat bawah. Komen di bawah.
Greek ni Greek dekat Europe tu. Bukan
Greek kat Europe apa bang? Greek kat Perak lah. Kalau tak silap aku lah. Zulfi Haya orang Greek ke orang Baling Okey, telah pun memasuki orang Greece. Ya betul.
Lain macam lah bang.
Aldo Red Balagulan.
Baru ni Abang Budi kita dah marah dah. Konsentrasi tu bukan perkataan.
Konsentrasi.
Dia baru. Daripada Encik Bok mesti yang terpadu dan terlaju je tau.
Dah lama tak bercakap Abang Budi. Aduh, maafkan saya. Tapi tak apa, kita teruskan. Tak apa, main lagi. Race lagi. Aldo Ray Palagulan sekarang ni di tempat keempat daripada pasukan Veloce Ragazzo. Aku nak sebut pronunciation dia pun aku tak betul. Yang senang sikit. Ni Aldo Ray Palagulan. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan, di tempat keempat Veloce ini dianggotai ataupun 4 driver dipertanggungjawabkan untuk mengendalikan jentera ini. Antara Balagulan adalah Russell Reyes, Les Gubala dan juga Francis Metrillo. Sebab biasa kalau kita sebut driver-driver Melayu je, sekali bila ada pelumba lain nak masuk, tergeliat sikit lah lidah.
Tersasul sikit lah.
Ya, tersasul sikit lah. Macam Abang Budi lah, dia bila match cakap putih, tiba-tiba tersasul juga cakap putih. Jalan je bang.
Test.
Tengok.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Buat panggil sampai dah.
Selamat malam.
Abang Kamal Ali.
Bukan. Salah tu.
Ya, apa khabar bang? Lama tak jumpa bang.
Lama. Ya.
Alah, jumpa kat Discord je pun.
Ya tu.
Okey, macam mana perlumbaan hari ni bang?
Sedikit bad luck. Awal-awal stint tu kena net code sikit. So kita berpusing kat Puan. So itu malangnya kita kat situ. Lepas tu ada ketika nak cuba kejar balik, kita ada tersilap sikit strat tu menyebabkan kita pit lagi. So few bad lucks, tapi so far kita dapat kejar balik, alhamdulillah. Because driver kita cuma tolong backup lah je. Main driver kita agak tolong dapat kejar kita punya orang depan.
Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, untuk makluman anda semua, mereka mewakili pasukan GSRS BSR yang mana ada 4 driver di sini. Selain daripada saudara Kamal Ali, mereka juga bersama dengan Taufik Muhin dan juga Sim Kaiwan, juga Fahad Ghaffur.
Okey Kamal, macam mana teammate ada yang berpengalaman dalam endurance ke?
Ada, dia most of them boleh katakan berpengalaman. So cuma ada seorang dia baru, boleh katakan baru pada, dia kan baru lah, tapi since dia dah lama main iRacing tapi dia lama tinggal. So since 2012 lama jugalah.
Lama.
Lama lah. So update dia tak berapa ingat. So dia tengah refresh balik sambil race ni. Tapi so far antara 4 saya lah paling slowest dalam antara dia orang.
Kalau ikut lap time
kalau ikutkan lap time dan konsistensi.
Tapi okey lah untuk endurance yang panjang macam ni, masih steady nombor 7 goal hari ni, memang nak bawa balik kereta dah.
Malah kalau ikutkan of course lah kita nak cuba dapat podium lah kan.
Betul.
Tapi malah seeing that kita yang jadi kita try lah as much, climb the ladder as much as possible.
Tu selagi checkered flag tu belum dikibar, masih apa-apa je boleh berlaku.
Yeah, still the fat lady sings, we will keep pushing.
Yes.
Bagi abang, cabaran perlumbaan pada kali ni, apa dia cabaran yang terbesar bagi abang untuk race kali ni?
Cabaran dia cabaran is to keep consistent and also stay with your strategy. Pilih yang strategi yang betul. That's the cabaran tu.
Okey, di dalam pasukan ni kebanyakan direction, tactical apa semua kebiasaannya berbincang bersama ataupun ada manager yang bagi instruction daripada belakang.
Kita group, more or less group discussion. Kita just trade apa data kita boleh bagi. Lepas tu kita discuss based on that.
So itu dia, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, GSRS BSR semoga berjaya. Kami ucapkan kita ada berbaki beberapa jam saja lagi, masih jauh lagi untuk kita perkatakan siapakah yang bakal memenangi perlumbaan pada kali ini. Ini salah seorang pelumba mereka. Kita on board bersama Muhammad Taufik Muhin sekarang ini. Tapi steering tu tak bergerak.
Mana? Siapa?
Kamal bukan tengah drive. Ni teammate tengah drive.
Saya drive. Ini dalam gambar saya, of course saya tak drive. Saya tengah tengok ni.
Aku pun pelik kat apa hal kereta tu berjalan tapi dia punya steering tak berjalan dah.
Jangan main.
Permainan di situ.
Ya betul. Mungkin tengah setia pakai kaki ni.
Pakai niat tu.
Ya.
Oi.
Tak guna
Pakai
telepati.
niat ni.
Cuma satu je lah, dia tak boleh bertumbuh dengan rival dia seorang itu.
Dia sebenarnya pakai controller.
Dalam diam kan. Lama sangat.
Bang, awak kena ajak seorang lagi kawan awak tu bang.
Yang mana?
Siapa? Abdul Muiz.
Alah. Sembang pasal dia malangnya dia actually sepatutnya race. Tapi dia malangnya wheel dia terletup. Boleh kata terbakar.
Allah.
Malangnya dekat situ. Kalau tak dia akan race sekali dengan si tim siapa saya dah tak ingat dah.
Oh, so Abdul Muiz pun dah berkecimpung dekat iRacing juga
Dia dah terciduk lah. Ada orang pancing dia.
Mantap.
Rancak. Dosa.
Tapi itulah Abdul Muiz tu seorang pelumba muda dan kita rasa kita boleh nampak dia boleh pergi lagi tau.
Dia ada potensi Bang Bob
Ada potensi.
Ya, betul.
Okey, diam tak diam dah 9 jam dah perlumbaan. 9 jam guys. Ada lagi 3 jam saja lagi. 3 jam saja lagi. So di dalam minit ini kita telah pun memasuki pusingan ke-234. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini dia Muhammad Taufik Muhyin sekarang ni rakan pasukan Muhammad Kamal Ali. Abang Kamal aku biasa dengan dia orang ni. Kebiasaannya adalah dalam Discord semua. Dan beliau bersama dengan kita. Mana peminat Abang Kamal? Say hi sikit. Cik Muiz dah terceduk. Dah nampak dah siapa lepas ni terceduk dekat iRacing. Better. Masa set komen.
Masa set mana? Masa set
dia belum start lagi ni. Kita tengah cuba racun lah ni daripada tadi.
Teracun ni.
Racun lagi.
Betul.
Tambah lagi.
Nanti kan takut dia dah tak main dah ganjur nanti mana ni.
Benda boleh racing takkan AC. Kan. Ouch.
Tapi itu
abang kuat AC tu cakap macam tu macam mana ni?
Kita tak kuat AC. Mana?
Tapi macam abang banyak disiplin perlumbaan abang join abang ada join drag, abang ada join rally, apa semua rally cross.
Kita cuba selagi boleh kita cuba.
So berikan orang kata pendapat abang terhadap masa set, silakan.
Masa set malangnya kita macam mana kata kan, bawa tempurung. So nak katakan kita tahu masa set secara apa dia streamer tu, kita tak kenal sangat. Maaf ya masa set, apa mata set.
Tapi setiap media orang kata setiap channel tu dia ada cara dia yang tersendiri.
Betul. Mungkin geng lumba haram dengan geng circuit racing ni susah sikit nak bercampur Encik Bob.
Cuba
buat drama sikit.
Betul. Itu betul sebenarnya. Okay. Kita ada komen daripada Zul Hafiz Yahya. Dia kata lepas ni AMS tu pula, lepas tu race room, lepas tu AC, lepas tu ACC, habis semua.
Pusing pukul.
Itu jadi aku punya unit tak install pun.
Yalah. Speaking of ACC, kita boleh katakan banyak platform juga kita lompat ni.
Betul. Kalau ikutkan GSR pun pernah buat endurance untuk ACC kalau tak silap
kita ada cuba nak buat endurance, tapi itulah tak ramai sambutan. So kita postpone lah sampai kita ada sambutan lebih sikit.
Lebih lah, betul. Yalah.
Dan
endurance ni pun bukannya orang kata senang nak buat bang. Dia bukannya perlumbaan yang 2 jam 3 jam macam biasa tu kita buat kan.
Tak dia sprint, dia bukan macam sprint biasa ni. Ni mana strategi dengan konsistensi main peranan. Ya. Bukannya pace juga main peranan, tapi peranan dia tak berapa sangat. Pentingnya konsistensi.
Betul. Dia lebih kepada team strategi dengan team play punya game.
Betul. Encik Bob sini dah boleh kira dah berapa banyak kali kita orang sebut konsistensi ni.
Sebab apa
konsistensi.
Itu paling penting tu.
Sebab dalam endurance race, benda yang paling penting adalah kau finish race. Bila kita masuk endurance race, macam contoh kita ada 12 jam, tapi jam ke-9 kita tercedok, kereta rosak.
Bang, boleh menangis bang.
Betul bang.
Macam kita tadi awal-awal race, kita kena spin. Allah.
Betul, dia akan rasa macam tu. Jadi itu realiti
Roman, macam mana kita bangkitkan isu tadi, macam mana bila kau dah tercedok sekejap, macam mana korang nak build up confident untuk kejar balik, nak dapatkan balik mood, kejar balik orang ke hadapan. Kalau macam Abang Kamal macam mana?
Kita tengok balik pace kita macam mana. Kita macam tengok, oh kita sebenarnya ada pace. Oh tak apa, kita damage ni tak apa, sikit je, it's just a flash wound. Jalan.
Betul. Sebab dia endurance game dia agak panjang, jadi kita ada masa untuk catch up, betul
Betul. Kita
biasanya
macam let's say kita race ada lebih daripada 4 jam lagi. Oh, masih tak apa. Just rub it off, walk it off. We just have to push.
Betul.
Masih lagi berpeluang. Kita masih ada peluang lagi.
Sebab to drive.
Kalau tanya saya dengan Max tadi, tadi masa kita orang tengah dekat pit stop kita berbual berkenaan dengan race yang berlaku pada malam ni. Boleh tanya Abang Gamal sendiri, boleh tanya kepada Umar sekali. Race malam ni sebenarnya bukannya jauh tau gap di antara satu sama lain. Ini adalah endurance race yang mana 12 jam punya endurance race. Satu lap bukan bermakna dia jauh daripada racer yang lain. Macam mana saya nak bagi analogi dia, satu insiden, kereta belakang boleh potong dah pun kereta depan. Itulah orang kata the power of endurance race tu sendiri. Dia mungkin ambil masa 1 jam untuk potong, tapi dia boleh potong. Betul. Even pada pengalaman saya lah, walaupun kita 2 atau 3 lap di belakang, kalau field yang lebih besar, 2 atau 3 tim di depan yang terspin ataupun tercrash antara satu sama lain, kita boleh lagi kutip sayur.
Yeah.
Betul.
Dia kalau untuk endurance yang macam apa Abang Gamal cakap tadi, konsistensi tu adalah memainkan satu peranan yang penting lah. Selain daripada kita punya teamwork, kita punya pit strategy, macam mana kita nak conserve kita punya tayar, apa semua tu. Jadi konsistensi dia memainkan peranan. As long as kita tahu kita punya pace, kita boleh control kita punya pace dengan keadaan yang macam tu, dan kita konsisten, kita masih lagi ada peluang.
Iya. Abang Budi, awak rasa kalau macam awak sendiri personally, kalau satu driver 4 jam straight, lama ke tak lama awak rasa? Ke dah biasa dah? As a streamer dah biasa dah, 4 jam tu biasa?
Saya maksimum 2 jam.
Maksimum 2 jam?
Sebab saya pakai VR, jadi kalau lebih daripada 2 jam tu, dia punya lelah dia lain macam.
Ya. So physical pun perlu, physical dan juga mental yang kuat lah.
Untuk endurance race, benda yang paling kuat kena ada mental. Salah satu sebab dia, contoh macam apa yang kita tanya pada Abang Kamal tadi, bila dia dah spun ataupun bila ada apa-apa insiden yang berlaku, jadi macam mana dia nak confident ataupun teruskan race tu. Dia masih tak apa, kita boleh buat. Untuk orang yang tak kuat mental, bila main endurance, diorang dah akan lost the pace, diorang dah akan hilang confidence, diorang dah start
cepat down.
Dia akan hilang konsentrasi. Konsentrasi tahu nama dia. Okay, konsentrasi.
Aku kena bahan lagi bang.
Dia bukan konsistentrasi.
Ya.
Jadi dia hilang konsentrasi. Jadi dekat situ, kalau dalam endurance race, bila hilang konsentrasi, maknanya kita hilang pace. Bila kita hilang pace, maknanya barulah kita tak ada konsistensi tadi tu.
Ya. Aku susah sangat nak menyebut. Dah lama sangat tak menyebut perkataan tu bang. Malam ni terpaksa sebut pula benda tu.
Budi ada soalan-soalan terakhir untuk Kamal sebelum dia meninggalkan kita. Okay. So far abang dah biasa dengan endurance racing kan?
Tak adalah nak cakap biasa. Ni kalau ikutkan iRacing, dalam iRacing lah. Ni first time saya endurance. Tapi bagi endurance racing dalam ACC, kalau sekali dengan ACC dah kali kedua dah ni.
So adalah pengalaman tu sikit lah.
Adalah sikit.
Kalau
tapi
dekat ACC pakai apa? Kalau dekat ACC pakai kereta apa?
So far pakai McLaren 720S.
McLaren. Asal saya kat sini tak pakai McLaren? Oh, tak ada McLaren.
Tak ada.
Susah tu nak bawa McLaren.
Dia punya 12C pun tak berapa, bagi kita tak berapa sedap lah.
Tak kena dengan kita punya driving character.
Tak kena jiwa.
Tak kena. Betul tu.
Tak sentuh jiwa.
So jiwa kita kepada logo BMW.
Oh, tapi betul. Kalau kita tanya kepada banyak-banyak, sebab semalam untuk 2 hari sebelum saya commented race ni sendiri, saya buat research berkenaan dengan review orang, berkenaan dengan comparison between cars dalam
dalam iRacing GT3 dengan GTE punya apa orang kata punya scene lah, kereta-kereta yang ada apa semua kan. Jadi banyak orang yang menyatakan diorang lebih suka kepada BMW due to dia punya consistency dia dengan dia punya speed dia, dan dia boleh drive agresif dengan orang kata confident, kurang untuk kita rasa takut tu. Untuk BMW.
Betul. Antara GT3 so far saya rasa BMW dengan 488 bagi saya itulah bagi kereta paling sesuai untuk orang lumba so far lah. Pasal kita cuba sebagai apa, dua kereta tu kita pakai secara intensif.
Betul. Satu informasi yang menarik kita dapat daripada Abang Kamal di situ.
Alright, so kita mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kamal Ali kerana sudi join kita. Hopefully kalau ada stint lagi lepas ni, all the best to you and your team.
Good luck bang.
Alright, terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Datang lagi.
Tuan-tuan dan puan, kita dah pun memasuki pusingan ke 238.
Banyak betul jawab.
Banyak bang, lama lagi. So nama pun 12 jam perlombaan, nama pun macam tu. Dan pastinya aku rasa macam seronok pula ajak driver-driver dia datang masuk. Lepas ni kita tarik lagi bang.
Dia kena tunggu halang call dia orang dulu kan, tanya boleh
boleh masuk tak? Tengah race ke? Dia
kan kena tanya dulu. Jadi untuk yang tak tahu, kita dah pun pergi lebih daripada 1,400 km.
Satu lap berapa kan? Dalam 7 kilo.
Satu lap dekat sini 6.936 km. 7 km lah. Basically 7 km lah.
Sebab kalau korang tengok dekat track tu pun tengok, track tu dah gelap sikit dah. So getah daripada tayar tu dah mula wear into the road dah.
Betul, bak kata Max itu dipanggil marble.
Marble.
Nama dia marble. Yang tayar, yang getah tayar tu, dia akan jadi macam dia bukan berbuli tau. Dia akan jadi macam serpihan-serpihan tayar yang terkeluar. So dia akan membentuk marble di atas track. Marble ni masalah dia dalam endurance race, marble ni mempengaruhi kita punya grip dalam perlumbaan.
So grip akan bertukar, kita punya racing line akan berubah sedikit demi sedikit. Siapa yang kan dia ada tukar driver tu. So siapa yang next masuk tu untuk 2-3 lap tu dia kena dapatkan feel tu. Dia kereta kena adapt balik tayar. So tidak semua lap pada 12 jam ni sama je Bob.
Jadi kalau kita tengok daripada timing ataupun masa yang dibuat dalam setiap race pace, untuk 4 jam pertama race pace dia adalah sekian. 4 jam kedua kita akan tengok race pace dia akan menurun. 4 jam ketiga dia akan turun lagi, dan kita masuk ke last sector ataupun last section, last last quarter of the race itself, dia akan turun lagi, dan 2 jam terakhir dia akan naik balik. Kenapa dia
sebab
naik
tu
balik?
sebab tu aku suka korang dekat sini. Ada Umar, ada Budi, ada Max. Dia orang ni pandai berbicara tentang teknikal bang. Sebab mereka merupakan gamers, streamers dan juga pemain di dalam iRacing sendiri. Ini sebab aku suka korang ada kan sama. Adalah aku cakap sorang-sorang bang, mati kutu ke bang.
Afiq kata saya sudah kembali Abang Budi. Okay, welcome back Afiq.
Afiq.
Kita pada masa saya nak sambutan ke, tapi yang masuk bau asap tuti. Ini ajak race motor ke macam mana asap tuti?
Oh, itu kena tunggu hujung bulan dekat MUFC nanti. Kita akan bawakan kepada anda King CDT bersama Cahaya di Atas Star. Pergi motor tu pergi. Kalau nak tengok game tuti hujung bulan ni.
Hujung bulan.
Iklan sebentar.
Nanti boleh lah dengan Cik Bob. Rider kasih mari.
Iya. Sementara itu kita berikan tumpuan ke litar sekarang ni. Ini dia James Russell sedang mengejar pelumba di hadapan. James Russell, pasukan yang ketiga terpantas daripada RL Stratos sekarang ini.
Ya, daripada permulaan perlumbaan tadi tu pun kita dapat nampak juga yang RL 100 dapat leading untuk seketika.
Ya, a few moment lah. Tak adalah kejap sangat pun, mungkin dalam sejam juga dia boleh leading pun. Hampir sejam ya.
Saya rasa Max yang Tedco URT ni diorang punya pit strategi dia berbeza lah. Because kita boleh nampak ni dia baru masuk pit. Tadi dia leading. Tapi tak silap saya ni pit stop yang ke 9 tak silap.
11 kan? 9.
Yang ke-9 di mana Atom Motorsport dan Al100 ni belum lagi pit. So pit time dia orang berbeza. So kita tak tahu kat mana yang dia boleh finish, cukup ke tak. So ini adalah satu problem dekat endurance. So kita tak tahu berapa banyak orang lain kaki throttle dia lain sikit. So ada yang pakai minyak banyak, ada yang pakai minyak sikit.
Betul. Jadi dia lebih kepada, dia bukan sekadar orang kata race pace lah, dia lebih kepada technical issue yang
betul.
kita akan hadapi bila kita bermain dengan keadaan yang race yang panjang macam ni. Berbanding race sprint 45 minit, anything happen habis dalam 45 minit je.
Betul.
Bagi aku lah 45 minit tu kau kena push all out daripada start kau masuk, kau push sampai boleh buat apa nak jadilah.
Betul.
Berbeza dengan perlumbaan 12 jam.
Kita 12 jam ni kita lebih kepada kita push pada awal perlumbaan ni yang mana kita nakkan pace yang cantik so that kita boleh jauhkan jarak kita dengan orang belakang. Tapi masalahnya kalau kita tengok daripada sini, jarak dia dengan orang belakang tak adalah jauh mana pun.
Dia seakan macam race 3 jam, bukan race 12 jam.
Bukan 12 jam punya race. Sebab kalau kata 12 jam punya race, dia punya gap tu biasanya 3 lap, 4 lap ke belakang tau.
Itu dia.
Betul. And macam kalau kita tengok Mount Fuji Racing, Hydratec Blue Steel, kalau kita tengok diorang punya pace tu dah macam push untuk 12 jam. So boleh bayang tak diri tu push untuk satu tim
push the whole 12 jam tau.
Ya betul.
Hydratec lain macam bang. Mika Hakimi dengan Aiman Zazik.
So Mount Fuji
dengan macam
Mount Fuji dan Hydratec ni diorang 2 driver je untuk 12 jam. So setiap seorang tu 6 jam push all the way. Memang sangat-sangat menakjubkan.
Dan dia bawa satu kereta yang macam apa kata tadi, Omar kata tadi, kereta yang agak teknikal, agak happy tail, agak kena jaga.
Dia kena kawal, dia kena pakai skill diri sendiri.
Skill kan.
Betul. Especially time mid corner tu dia ada banyak minor adjustment tau. So kalau kereta lain macam BM ni, mid corner tu steady je, relax je. Tapi kalau macam Porsche ni mid corner dia kena ada gentel-gentel sikit mid corner tu.
Dia kena bercinta
dia kena bersatu dengan kereta.
Senang cerita kelas 2 ni dia ada ABS, TC apa semua. Kelas 1 ni pun ada ABS macam Kelvin cakap hari tu. Dia ada sistem aku brake sendiri.
That was the ABS.
Max, aku ada satu soalan ni Max. Dalam banyak-banyak pasukan ni ada satu pasukan je guna Chevrolet. Kenapa? Awak rasa?
Sebab Chevrolet ni sebenarnya ada banyak peminat dalam dunia endurance racing. Walaupun dia punya image lagi kepada drag kalau dekat US, tetapi Chevrolet Corvette ni sebab dia very boleh dikirakan tahan lasak.
Aerodynamic dia cun bang. Aerodynamic dia memang sangat-sangat cun.
Ya, betul. Tetapi sebab Porsche ni sekarang boleh dikirakan model yang hot lah, yang tengah panas. So sekarang kita ada nampak satu je lah. Ini Veloce ni daripada kalau tak silap Filipin.
Filipin. Geng-geng
Pinoy.
Yes, geng-geng Pinoy. Kita geng-geng Aldo Balagulan, Ras Reyes, bukan Vladimir Vel.
Lanch Gopala.
Yes.
Dan juga Francis Metrilo.
Betul.
Semua boleh dikirakan nama yang terkenal.
Kalau tanya saya, nama-nama ni agak besar dalam scene ACC di Malaysia. Untuk racing GT3 dan GT4, untuk yang mana yang kita orang pernah buat 2 season untuk tahun ni, memang nama ni memang ada duduk dalam top 10.
Ya, betul. So dia pun boleh dikirakan figure yang agak terkenal dekat sim racing di Filipina.
So if there is any Philippine viewers out there, magandang gabi. Selamat.
Umar boleh cakap juga
Alang-alang batik no susu. Mahal kita. Bunga ko sayo.
Dia macam komentator AI. Ada yang boleh cakap Argentina, ada yang boleh cakap Spanyol.
Lagu apa di app ke tu? Dah agak.
Itu dia Azhar Hafiz Yahya kata, kalau yang bujang okey Bob, 3 jam bang. Kalau dah kahwin kan tiba-tiba kena buat susu bang Bob.
Betul juga.
Betul, make sense.
Okay, setuju. Make sense.
Tapi kebanyakan driver biasanya dia ada jenis driver yang memilih untuk bawa 3 stint dan ada juga driver yang memilih untuk bawa 1 stint dan dia stop. Kenapa dia cuba bawa 1 stint lepas tu dia stop? Sebenarnya dia bukan stop tu sebab dia tak mampu bawa, tak. Tapi bila dia bawa 1 stint, dia ada satu orang kata relax point. So bila dia masuk balik, dia boleh bawa full potential of dia punya diri dia untuk
dia all out bang.
Yes, betul. Kalau kita bawa 3 stint straight, kita akan ada kepenatan atau kita panggil fatigue. Yes, fatigue. Pandai boleh cakap putih. Kita akan ada fatigue tu. Kita akan ada lelah tu untuk bawa. Bila sebab lama kan, 3 jam tu, ya Allah. Lama bang, sakit mata bang.
Betul. Yang kita baru-baru ni pada hari ni pada jam jam sebelum ni panggil konsentrasi.
Itu perkataan yang baru aku cipta pada malam ni. Sebelum ni aku tak sebut. Tapi bila korang nak sebut, aku berjaya mencipta dua perkataan di dalam satu perkataan. Itu dia perkataan baru.
Konsistentrasi.
Ya, kalau tengok dekat skrin tadi, Muhammad Taufik Mohyen berjaya memotong fretting di apa nama corner tu, Max?
Di Lekom.
Hujan. Manakala di tempat saya hujan sekarang ini.
Buat hujan.
Tapi korang tak apalah, korang duduk kat studio. Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mereka telah berlumba selama 9 jam 20 minit sekarang ini dan telah memasuki pusingan ke 242. Amat dahsyat. 242 pusingan sekarang ini. Muhammad Taufik Mohyen sekarang ini berada di kedudukan yang ke-6 daripada pasukan GSRX BSR, rakan pasukan Kamal Ali sebentar tadi.
Apa yang kita tahu, beza gap speed di antara Taufik Mohyen dan juga Frekting sebenarnya adalah sama. Okey. Jadi mungkin perbezaan dari segi speed yang mana dari segi pit yang mana GSR ataupun Taufik Mohyen telah pun memasuki pit sebanyak 10 kali untuk perlumbaan kali ini. Ialah dia ada isu dengan dia punya kereta tadi yang mana dia sedikit kemalangan. Jadi dia ada
10 kali betul.
Ya, betul. Jadi di sini nampak gayanya Taufik Mohyen agak konsisten dengan pemanduan dia. Tak sia-sia dia upgrade Fanatec hari tu.
Oh, tahu memang?
Tak sia-sia dia upgrade Fanatec hari tu. Weh, dia beli Fanatec complete, babe. Full set.
Patut dah laju.
Dia beli DDF1 sekali dengan F1 steering, sekali dengan
pedal.
biasa.
Jadi kalau buat vaksin racing ni pedal. Pedal apa?
Pedal tak ingat lah dia pakai apa.
Fanatec juga.
Rasanya. Dia memang beli satu set. Dia balik kerja, dia kerja luar. So dia balik kerja, tiba-tiba dia, dah sampai barang. Dia flex dekat Facebook. Kita tengok, ni Muhammad.
Barang Fanatec ni best. Dia macam barang Apple lah. Kita buka dia punya kotak je dah macam biar betul ni.
Beli yang murah pun kita rasa macam ya, betul. Dia punya moment. Okay, ni kita masih lagi bersama dengan GSR yang mana telah pun memintas Min Mission ST yang sebentar tadi. Sebenarnya ini adalah satu benda yang kita boleh katakan sebagai satu benda yang impresif ya. Sebab apa? Sebab GSR bermula daripada belakang, Max.
Ya, betul.
Dia bermula daripada petak ke-14 ataupun ke-15 tadi selepas insiden yang berlaku pada awal-awal perlumbaan. Jadi kini dia berada di petak yang ke-6 ataupun di tempat yang ke-6, di posisi yang agak selesa untuk dia. Walaupun mungkin tidak top 5, tapi dia berada di posisi yang agak okey.
Ya, betul.
Saya nak ucapkan syabas dekat S-Deal Talk Racing. Rasanya ni event pertama diorang dan berjaya daripada qualifying naik 4 anak tangga buat masa sekarang ni.
Sekarang dia orang berada di tempat yang ke-5 yang boleh dikirakan performance yang agak menakjubkan juga. Quite surprising. Sebab daripada dia orang start daripada anak tangga ke-9 dalam kelas, dapat masuk ke tempat ke-5 dan dalam last 4 ataupun 5 jam dia orang dah maintain kat situ. So dia ada gap yang agak besar di hadapan, ada gap yang agak besar di belakang. Sekarang dia orang punya job just nak maintain sampai habis.
Betul. So kalau dia boleh maintain sampai habis, dia dah pun berada di top 5. Untuk event yang pertama mereka adalah satu benda yang sangat orang kata impresif kata orang Melayu, orang putih. Betul.
Melayu pun cakap, Melayu pun pakai juga.
Tapi kena ingat bang, pelumba mereka bukan calon-calon orang. Antaranya mereka ada Leong Monfai dan juga Kifi Osman.
Dua nama besar dalam perlumbaan.
Tadi kita berjaya tarik mereka sebentar untuk memberikan pandangan tentang event pada kali ini dan juga strategi perlumbaan pada hari ini. So dalam pasukan S-Deal Talk Racing ni bukannya orang kata calon-calon driver sebenarnya.
Betul, di situ orang bawa. Jadi itu juga memainkan peranan penting bagi orang kata dia dah lebih berpengalaman dari segi racecraft ataupun management untuk sesuatu macam mana nak control perlumbaan itu sendiri.
Tapi yang menariknya, aku suka dengan satu statement yang mana kini Kifli Osman dia deep to e-racing. Yang mana ianya merupakan salah satu perkara yang sangat baik sekarang ini.
Ya, agak interesting juga. Kita dapat dekat last 2-3 tahun ni yang banyak driver daripada dunia real life Otai-otai pun sekali masuk dalam sim racing.
Dah terjebak.
Seperti yang kita tahu URT juga banyak dengan driver-driver otai apa Max
Betul, even Abang Kifli kita cakap tim Tedco ni yang mula meracun Abang Kifli kita.
Itu biasa.
So biasa dunia-dunia sim ni dia akan ada peracun dia.
Tedco URT ni boleh dikira geng peracun untuk geng-geng otai daripada dunia motorsport sebenar. Dalam nama pun dah ada, dalam nama dia pun dah ada URT, Uncle Racing Team.
Uncle Racun.
Uncle Racun Team.
Bukan.
Kita bagi nama baru, Uncle Racun Team.
So kalau kita lihat pada skrin ni J Chong kini dikejar oleh siapa? Aaron Lim daripada RL Stratos. Slow almost kita boleh kata on average 1 second per lap. So ada seminit 30 second di belakang.
Tapi ada lagi satu perkembangan yang agak interesting juga. Atom Motorsports baru masuk dalam pit lane. Gap dia orang sekarang 1 minit 15 saat lebih kurang daripada Atom Motorsports ke Tedco URT Red. So jom kita saksikan kalau kita akan ada lead change yang keberapa dah dekat dalam kelas ni. Dah mungkin dah 6 ke 7 kali dah lead change dalam pit.
Betul, dia orang main tarik tali bagi balik bola tu.
Itulah.
Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan, kedudukan telah pun berubah yang mana Atom Motorsport di tempat pertama sekarang ni, ADAKT rapat oleh URT Red di tempat kedua, manakala RL Stratos di tempat yang ketiga. Dan bak kata Max, mungkin Max Sajul Umar, mungkinkah kedudukan akan berubah? Bersama-sama kita nantikan. Saya bertukar-tukar pace.
Saya dah dapat word daripada director. Masa ses masih ada ke di sini? Kalau masih ada, anda dijemput untuk join Discord kita.
Mari masuk.
Mari. Masa ses kasih mari.
Bilik tak kunci.
Dia kata Budi yang kuat racun. Dia punya style siap bagi gambar lagi. Betul ke bang?
Dia punya
Budi yang kuat racun ni, dia kata.
Ni apa kes LCM tak habis lagi ke?
Hari tu aku upgrade pedal. Aku upgrade pedal baru kan. Lepas tu dah ambil kan. Terus masuk live dia. Bang, aku dah upgrade pedal baru. Bila kau nak tukar hari?
Betul, kalau iRacing ni kena pedal tu kena lock cell.
Jadi untuk trail braking, ini kita nak cerita. Untuk trail braking, untuk game iRacing ataupun game-game yang bermain dengan GT3,
ACC pun kan?
ACC pun, trail braking adalah satu benda yang sangat penting. Dari segi kita nak kata hard braking tu penting lah, tapi trail braking juga ataupun kita kata progressive braking adalah satu teknik yang sangat penting untuk ACC atau untuk GT3 punya cars lah. Itu mampu untuk mengubah ataupun menambah baik pace kita
Ya, kita pun boleh nampak Atom Motorsports dengan Tedco URT Red ada kemungkinan besar yang dia dua-dua masuk dalam pit sama sekali ke? Not too sure.
Sebab Tedco URT Red dah masuk pit. Dia dah keluar pit untuk 3 lap yang lepas kan.
Okay, so pada masa sekarang ni nampaknya berjaya juga Atom Motorsports untuk mengekal di tempat yang pertama. Ini boleh dikirakan perkembangan yang agak besar dalam kelas 2 pada malam ni.
Mungkin Atom Motorsport memilih untuk tidak tukar rider Max Jadi dia save dalam 1 minit dekat situ. Itu dia dapat kita saksikan daripada belakang. Mount Fuji Racing telah pun tiba.
Itu dia.
Mengejar dengan gayanya. Oh yeah.
Boleh kira agak seram juga nampak kereta tu.
Dia laju Max.
Ya.
So kalau siapa yang join siang tadi, mungkin kita pun dah mula, energy tu mula dah turun, tapi komentator dah pit stop. So malam kita lebih bertenaga. Kita lebih rancak.
Dia berapa bang? Tinggal 30 jam saja lagi nak all out. Mereka dah berlumba selama 9 jam 28 minit. So bermakna ada 2 jam lebih tadi. 2 jam setengah saja lagi.
2 jam lebih kurang 2 jam 30 minit saja.
Semakin lama kita akan bekerja, jam ke-12 tu semakin banyak kita dapat perasaan balik. Sebab
betul.
Ini untuk driver pun sama. Bila kita dah masuk the final hour tu kan, semangat tu akan datang balik.
Betul.
Sebab kita rasa penat macam masa sekarang 9 jam 10 jam tu memang boleh dikira the darkest hour lah kalau orang putih cakap. So boleh kira tempat yang paling dia rasa lemah, tak ada fokus. Tiga-tiga driver pun tak boleh fokus. Ataupun 4 driver pun
dia dah fatigue lah, dia dah penat, dia dah lelah. Jadi untuk jam-jam terakhir adalah jam yang mana driver akan cuba push dia punya limit.
Dia akan bangun balik.
Dia macam wake up, rise.
Betul. Ni Zulhafiz Yahya pun dah cakap dah, rancak berlumba.
Ya betul. Mana-mana rancak.
Mana-mana boleh berlumba.
Kau kerja dengan Marvel ke Disney? In a world far, far away. In a land called Spa.
Itu dah jadi satu orang kata apa, once upon a time.
Once upon a time in the West.
Itu dia. Jadi malam ni kita tinggal lagi 2 jam 30 minit, yang mana dalam masa 30 minit lagi Max, pelumba akan mula menunjukkan taring masing-masing.
Ya, betul.
Dia akan mula push dia punya kereta tu sehabis baik. Dan 1 jam yang terakhir kita akan dapat lihat aggressiveness untuk setiap pelumba akan mula menaik. Tapi kita kena ingat yang kereta ni dia tak tahan minyak untuk 1 jam. Maksimum dia mungkin boleh pergi 58 minit, macam tu lebih kurang
Betul. Mungkin kita boleh tanya Zul Hafiz Yahya macam mana nak bagi minyak tahan lama sikit.
Betul. Rancak terracun berdosa.
Ada juga orang cakap.
Master Steph ni rancak ni, anda diseru ke bilik komentari ni untuk berborak-borak dengan kami.
Kita berbual tentang sim racing. Mungkin ada yang kawan-kawan yang nak tahu
Kita dah sampai tahap nak racutkan orang masuk dalam bilik ni.
Masa set kasih mari.
Borak dengan Master Steph ni best. Dia kira mewakili suara pelumba-pelumba haram online ni.
Pelumba haram yang tidak membahayakan orang lain.
Ya, betul.
Kita saja nak cakap ni, yang bila kita refer pelumba haram dalam AC saja, kita tak apa
kita tak pelumba di jalan. Jadi ingat kita drive safely. Orang Melayu kata drive safely.
Orang Melayu.
Dia nak make up dulu.
Siapa make up?
Director kata masa saya nak mandi dia nak make up dulu.
Make up dulu.
Make up, hair and make up.
Okay. Yelah, dah potong rambut Okay. Itu dia. Okay, saya nak tanya kepada Omar lah.
Ya, saya.
Okay, kita tanya seorang-seorang Kita tanya pada Omar dulu. Omar, dalam banyak-banyak kereta ni, yang mana livery yang awak suka, Omar?
Livery yang saya suka
Sebab saya tengok livery macam-macam pattern lah malam ni
Itulah. Tengok team URT Red ni cantik juga. Ada macam chrome sikit
kan? Dia berbeza sikit daripada yang lain-lain. Dia nampak macam racing. Yang ni nampak macam kereta jalan ni
yang lagi
macam kereta malam minggu
sebelah. Ya, betul.
Memang malam minggu.
Yang
punya kereta.
Yang lagi satu yang interesting, dia kalau kita panggil dalam bahasa Inggeris asymmetrical. Sebelah kiri dengan sebelah kanan lain.
Betul. Dia tak ikut orang kata apa, standard punya style lah kan.
Ni memang
rasa bijak
Itulah.
Sebelah kiri sebelah kanan lain ni.
Kiri dia apa bang? Kanan dia apa bang? Aku kat sini hujan sikit bang.
Sebelah kiri dia ada macam Tekko juga. Cuma dekat belah atas tu kalau perasan, dekat atap dia tu, dia ada satu line penulisan mungkin Tekko kan, apa ke tulisan dia kat situ.
Lepas tu sebelah, kalau kita tengok daripada sebelah kiri kereta tu, dia ada hitam-hitam dekat fender. Kalau kat sebelah kanan tu dia merah.
Sebab hitam dekat belah kanan, kat belakang ni
dia akan follow. Agak cerdik juga. So
dia menarik
Okey, dah kembali clear. Okey.
Itu yang kita mahu, Bang Bob. Rancak.
Ada siapa-siapa yang kita nak keluarkan driver cam dia ke? Boleh lah kita analyse sikit dia punya driving ni.
Sementara waktu tu kita dah dapatkan jawapan daripada Umar.
Umar. Okey, jadi kita tanya Abang Bob lah. Abang Bob, Abang Bob punya
dalam banyak livery.
Banyak livery. Mana Abang Bob?
Dalam banyak livery dan juga banyak tone yang saya suka, semestinya Hyperboost GT yang mana dipandu oleh Sami Aizan, Syarul Nafuddin, Kevin Singh dan juga Zainul Hazim. Kan aku cakap tadi, color dia sangat-sangat meriah.
Ya, betul.
Itu pilihan aku.
Eye catching
Color tu, yang fun fact dengan kereta tu, color tu dia sebenarnya kereta tribute kepada pasukan Mazda dekat Le Mans dulu. Yang pakai cutting dengan color yang sama.
Satu info yang menarik kita dapat pada malam ini, kereta tu adalah tribute kepada pasukan Mazda yang digunakan di Le Mans 24 Hours.
Ya.
Dengan warna
sebab dalam 15 genre yang itu yang paling menonjol dan itu yang paling menyelah bagi aku, Hyperboost.
Sebab dia macam boom. Dengan color putih, hijau dan juga pink.
Tapi rindulah color silver dia. Color silver dia memang paling menyelah untuk
betul.
Dulu
Putih silver tu.
Itu boleh kira klasik juga.
Klasik style.
Dari mana-mana kita boleh tahu kereta tu Hyperboost.
Hyperboost punya.
Buang logo pun kita tahu.
Ni Hyperboost ni.
Satu benda saya nak highlight ni Max, Mika Hakimi walaupun daripada awal race sampai sekarang, saya suka mention muka racing sebab kita selalu tengok muka racing ni kan. So muka racing dia nampak lagi fokus daripada start race tadi.
Tapi muka dia memang suka marah macam fokus.
Tapi dia atas sim je macam ni. Saya rasa dekat luar walaupun saya tak pernah berjumpa.
Dia dah senyum.
Walaupun saya tak pernah berjumpa Mika Hakimi.
Ni mesti Mika tengah dengar kita orang ni.
Oi bahaya, jangan. Hari tu Mika Abang Rizal dia dah race. Dia Max dengan Budi dah sebut jaga-jaga sikit. Dengar-dengar stream time race ni bahaya ni.
Ada siapa?
Jadi Mika dia memang ada satu expression yang fokus.
Betul.
Dia sama macam style kalau kita tengok Muiz punya style muka, bila dia bawa kereta, dia agak fokus dengan pembawakan.
Betul. Saya rasa semualah, semua racing sim driver ke. Betul ke? Awak pernah rakam?
Saya pasti.
Ya ke?
Ada bagi aku lah, ada seorang pelumba je. Kau buat macam mana pun dia muka dia blur sama je.
Siapa tu?
Initial D. Gechong. Itu kau buat macam mana pun dia muka dia blur je macam tu.
Tapi kalau tengok Taufik Mohin, dia memang perwatakan dia macam tu. Okay. Taufik kalau kita tengok Taufik punya style pemanduan ataupun style dia punya drive. Tengok muka dia macam tu Dia pergi jalan petang dia.
Ni dia dah pergi beli kopi ke apa ni?
Dia jalan petang.
Okey lah. Ada juga orang yang
dan dia boleh tersenyum lagi. Orang pressure ni, ujung-ujung race orang pressure. Dia boleh senyum, sebab relax
So
tadi dah potong dah satu kereta.
So kategori muka racing dia lebih santai
Tengok tu baru tu nampak berkilat lagi tu.
Tu lah. Dia boleh dikira dalam kes paling teruk pun dia nak pergi beli kopi dekat pasar.
Macam okey lah kita okey ni pace pun okey. Okey lah macam tu
kacang panjang.
Tapi pace dia tak jauh beza pun 219-220.
Tapi untuk endurance racing memang advantage dekat mereka yang lebih cool, lebih relax,
calm.
Yes.
Tenang.
Problem yang saya selalu dapat untuk ni, walaupun Budi ada mention kita mental kena kuat, tapi untuk saya kaki kiri kena kuat. Kalau kaki kiri tu boleh jadi cramp kalau tak warm up. Tu bahaya tu kalau endurance tu.
Lepas tu tiba-tiba kejung pula
kaki kiri kita dok trail braking.
Kena kalau pakai orang kata pakai pedal yang apa tu kita panggil load cell
yang keras pula tu.
Memang ia memberi satu impak yang agak berbeza.
Impak maksima.
Impak maksima. Rancak.
Ya.
Betul bang, aku rasa dah 2 minit muka dia macam tu je, relax je.
Dia tenang betul. Tapi dalam ketenangan yang dia bawa tu, dia dah potong satu kereta dah pun. Walaupun dia bawa macam tu. Dan pace dia dengan ketenangan yang dia bawa tu, pace dia static je. 219, 220, 219, 220, relax je.
Tu lebih kurang lap time yang sama tu.
Betul.
Dalam 12 jam macam tu je.
Kan?
Dia konsisten terasi kekal Muhammad Taufik Wahid ni.
Ni kena masuk Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka ni.
Perkataan baru, konsisten dan konsentrasi. Digabungkan.
Kita gabungkan.
Ni digabungkan ke dia berlangkah?
Mudah.
Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mereka telah pun berlumba selama 9 jam 38 minit dan kini telah pun memasuki 249 pusingan. Dan kini kedudukan grup pertama, Mount Fuji Racing di tempat pertama, Hydra Track Blue State Racing di tempat kedua, manakala TCD Racing di tempat yang ketiga. Manakala untuk grup yang kedua atau Motorsport masih lagi berada di kekal di tempat pertama, Tedco URT Raid di tempat kedua, manakala RL Stratos di tempat yang ketiga. Apapun masih lagi terlalu awal untuk kita bertekan siapakah yang bakal memenangi perlumbaan pada kali ini untuk kedua-dua grup, kerana kita ada berbaki lebih kurang dalam 2 jam lebih saja lagi untuk tamatkan 12 jam perlumbaan ini.
Lebih kurang kepanjangan satu race F1 daripada sekarang sampai ke hujung.
Betul, Max. Jadi kita ada komen daripada Afiq. Muhammad Afiq kata, betul tu, kena cool, calm and collected, tapi kenalah ada gelak-gelak juga.
Ya, betul.
But Afiq, I know him personally.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as gelak kalau Afiq drive.
Kenapa bang?
Sebab Afiq dia seorang driver yang agak agresif bila drive. Dan dia seorang driver yang jenis yang suka ambil risk. Dia risk taker, kata orang putih dia risk taker. Jadi bila dia drive dan dia rasa dia tak boleh drive kan, nanti dia mula akan buat dia punya style macam okey. Dia akan style macam tu. So kita tahu Afiq. Macam mana saya kenal Afiq sebab Afiq tu duduk dalam ST punya team. Jadi kita memang kenal lah dia.
Teammate ni.
Ini dia Umar Abdul Aziz. Mantap. Hashtag consistent trasi.
Afiq kata apa
Kita
kata kau interview aku. Dia minta di interview terus.
Dia rasa ke?
Dia first team.
First team. Boleh kalau kita boleh jumpa dia.
Kita bagi.
Dia minta sendiri.
Kita bagi, orang minta kita bagi. Tak susah dalam hidup ni.
Ya betul.
Jangan minta kaya, saya tak boleh nak bagi tu.
Semasa kita suruh dia naik atas ke dalam bilik komentar ni kan, kita nak tanya kepada petanya.
Kalau tanya saya,
iya. Apa livery yang paling padu?
Paling padu di mata saya sekarang ni, saya suka Mount Fuji punya.
Mount Fuji.
Sebab dia simple je. Dia putih, biru, lepas tu Mount Fuji. Simple gila.
Dia nampak macam tin air kan?
Dia solid nampak tu. Dia solid tau dia punya livery dia. Dan livery ni biasa digunakan di Porsche.
Yeah.
Memang biasa style macam ni. Okay, Afiq di talian. Afiq?
Ya, saya. Apa dia?
Ya. Assalamualaikum, Afiq.
Waalaikumsalam.
Macam mana perlombaan hari ni? Alhamdulillah. Macam mana perlombaan hari ni?
Perlombaan hari ni starting okay. Tapi lepas tu saya kena pergi sebab saya ada lagi satu race enduro juga, tapi kat SCC. So boleh dikatakan sama kategori lah sebab GT3 kan.
Adakah memandu kereta yang sama ke kereta yang berbeza Fit tu?
Tak, dalam iRacing ni saya pakai kereta Ferrari 48 GT3 Evo. Tapi dalam ACC tu saya pakai Bentley GT3 2018.
So dalam satu hari ni abang race 2 endurance memang jiwa endurance
12 jam 6 jam
12 jam 6 jam 12 jam Viper Niza, 6 jam SRO.
Memang jiwa mental.
Abang Afiq, so macam mana time management tu macam mana bang sebenarnya bang?
Time management tu nak katakan susah tak juga. Dia basically kalau katakan race SRO tu 6 jam je. So race start time pukul 4 petang, habis pukul 10. So adalah boleh organize sikit time tu, and then boleh tahu how long you want to drive per stint in that game itself. Sebab kalau jump from ACC to iRacing in one go, dia rasa macam gila sikit.
Perbezaan karakteristik tu lah. Jadi Afiq akan drive lagi ke tidak stint malam ni?
Kena drive sebab
tak cukup.
Tak cukup sebab 3 teammate saya dah drive since for the last 8 hours. So I have to take over lah.
So awak akan ambil dalam dalam jam yang ke-10 lah kiranya. Lebih kurang
10.30 10 macam tu lah.
So saya nak tanya Muhammad Afiq ni, betul ke Budi cakap yang awak ni driver yang agresif, yang always go for the gap?
Tipu dosa mati seksa masuk neraka.
Mati lah kau.
Tolong jangan bawa masalah peribadi dalam ni live ni
masalah rumah tangga jangan bawa ke sini. Masalah rumah tangga.
Nak kata agresif tu tak tahulah nak kata agresif ke tak, sebab saya rasa macam the driving style semua orang berbeza. Some people like to be very calm and collected, some people like to be very aggressive. So ikut situasi lah. Kalau katakan macam nak push untuk kejar kereta kat depan ke apa, then you can be as aggressive as you can, and then you can give your teammate a heart attack or two. Which is what Budi, so apa yang Budi kata tu betul lah. Tapi yang tu last year. This year saya dah improve sikit Budi.
Sebab saya tengok perlombaan daripada awal tadi Afiq bawa untuk first 1 jam yang pertama, untuk stint yang pertama tu. Kita boleh tengok betapa agresifnya Afiq bawa kita.
Okay, tak apa, nanti dia akan masuk lagi. Kita boleh fokus lagi.
In a good way, kalau tanya saya, dia bawa kereta Ferrari. Jadi untuk mengelakkan daripada understeer Ferrari tu sendiri, aggressiveness tu bagus juga. Karakteristik
betul agak. Tapi satu benda dia nak cakap compared to ACC dengan iRacing kan. iRacing the Ferrari dia lagi easy to drive. Dia macam lagi more predictable. So I would say I enjoy the Ferrari in iRacing a lot more compared to ACC. But there are certain things that both iRacing and ACC is good at.
So personal punya experience ataupun personal opinion tu, mana yang lagi overall lagi better in your opinion? iRacing atau ACC?
Having experienced both iRacing and ACC at the same time, which is very fortunate enough. Both teams have their own ups and downs. Both teams has their own goods and bads. So kalau the good thing a lot about iRacing is that the multiplayer experience is a lot more better compared to ACC, and then it's a lot more optimized for PCs. Kalau ACC ni dia, even though you have a very high end system, you won't really get that smooth experience. So yang tu ACC lah. Lagi satu yang keburukan ACC dia multiplayer experience. Lepas tu there are a few cases where the game has been really buggy over the past few months. So that is from personal experience lah. But I enjoy the game both, but it's so difficult. You can't say which one is better because both games have their own characteristics.
Okay.
Terbaik. Itu dia pendapat daripada Afiq kita.
Dia drive dua-dua kategori, dua-dua endurance. Sebab Afiq memang orang yang sentiasa pergi endurance. Dia jarang main sprint race. So dia memang fokus on endurance. Di situ. Jadi ya itulah yang apa kita katakan sebentar tadi. Kini dapat saksikan RL Stratos. Gap 1 minit ada antara dia dan juga Tekko Red. Basically RL Stratos ni sama je.
Ya, dia boleh dikirakan daripada stable URT juga, tapi dia orang enter RL Stratos boleh dikirakan karting specialist. So James Russell ialah boleh dikirakan boss untuk Stratos Racing, dan juga kita ada pasukan daripada Aaron Lim iaitu RL Karting. So boleh dikirakan karting specialist team, dia bergabung joint venture dengan pertolongan URT sebab dua-dua driver Aaron Lim dengan James Russell pun pernah drive sebagai driver URT as well. So dia boleh dikirakan dalam satu keluarga lah.
Dia sepupu sepapat ni. Ya betul. Jadi
tapi saya selalu tengok James Russell di dalam siri perlombaan yang Adelaide Impact. Pernah kita pun pernah tarik match James Russell di dalam Discord dulu.
Ya,
selalu jugalah dia join event.
Ya, dia daripada zaman AIMC dulu, daripada tahun 2019. So memang boleh kira otai siri-siri Adrenaline Impact jugalah.
AIMC lama tu AIMC.
Dah macam sejarah purba.
Sejarah purba. Ya. Sebab saya ingat lagi saya sub iRacing tak nak masuk AIMC.
Kita ingat lagi tu series pertama tu saya dengan Bob sebagai komentator, dengan Chan Wei Hen juga ada dulu zaman tu, dan Speed Tavern dapat masuk juga dengan satu team.
Kita cuba untuk masuk. Itu sebenarnya itu adalah experience pertama kita orang main iRacing. Dia agak berbeza daripada game yang kita orang selalu main, which is masa tu kita banyak ke arah PC2 dan juga AC. So dia agak berbeza. Cuma saya boleh katakan macam Afiq kata tadi, dia punya multiplayer experience untuk iRacing dia lagi bagus lah.
Ya, betul.
Yes. Itu dia lampu yang adalah pun diberikan oleh Mount Fuji Racing. Nampak tu betapa cantiknya kereta dia. Oh yeah. Itu dan Jawa Racing di belakang masih lagi, walaupun dia ketinggalan agak jauh tapi dia masih lagi mencuba untuk menghabiskan perlombaan. Ini adalah semangat, satu kata apa orang kata apa kata fighter? Ini adalah satu semangat kesukanan, sportsmanship yang kita perlukan.
Betul. Kalau kita tengok daripada siang tadi, macam-macam halangan melanda Nan Jawa Racing. Tapi yelah, bila nak down pun tak boleh lagi, sebab bak kata Budi tadi, selagi ada peluang, selagi ada jam, kita kejar je. Betul. Sebab dalam perlombaan macam-macam boleh berlaku. Mana tahu dia boleh perbaiki kedudukan beliau. Itu dia Nan Jawa Racing yang dianggotai oleh Gilbert Ng dan juga Hendra Ade Putra.
Kenapa tak nak cakap benda lebih-lebih kan, jadi lain dengar.
Tapi lagi satu yang kita selalu tengok di dalam dunia endurance racing ni kan, nak finish race tu pun boleh dikirakan, dianggap sebagai achievement.
Ya betul. The idea of finishing the race itself is an achievement. Full flow.
Betul. Bukan senang untuk habiskan race endurance ni.
Mau 12 jam weh. Ini kita kita kata satu experience yang sangat bermakna bagi macam non-Jawa racing, dia adalah 2 pelumba.
Ya, betul.
Jadi dia adalah satu, orang kata, experience yang sangat bermakna untuk mereka.
Dia boleh dikirakan di dalam situasi macam ni, kita kena ingat balik yang di dalam endurance race dia tak sah selagi dia tak cross finish line.
Ya, betul.
Sebab endurance race, mungkin ada yang tak tahu Max, endurance race sebenarnya dia kebanyakannya dikira berapa banyak lap yang kita habiskan.
Ya, betul.
Kan?
Tengok jarak lah, berapa banyak jarak yang kita boleh cover dalam 12 jam tu. Tapi yang itu yang regulation yang boleh dikirakan paling sakit hati kepada, kalau kita tengok sejarah endurance racing, dah beberapa team yang hampir dapat prize ataupun hampir dapat finish race, tetapi last lap dia tak dapat cross finish line sebab enjin rosak lah ataupun minyak habis lah.
Perkara ni satu benda yang sering berlaku sebenarnya, Max.
Ya, last DNF dekat betul dekat situ, itu boleh dikirakan benda yang paling memecah hati, heartbreaking.
Mana tidak kalau ada experience 12 jam.
Budi dan juga Max, itu kata anda. Apa kata masa set pula?
Ya, selamat datang.
Selamat datang.
Selamat datang masa set.
Ya.
Kita ada masa set di sini Rancak
Umar, silakan.
Apa tu?
Dia tengah drive
Siapa tengah drive?
Tak.
Ada kan bunyi cecok.
Itu ada bunyi macam Max punya ni dah. Ke
Masa set
Mama Afiq masih ada ke dalam ni?
Kita bersama dengan masa set The King of Kanjo, guys.
Tak ada lagi sangat.
Sebab aku selalu tak tengok masuk. Saya selalu tak tengok masuk masa set punya stream kan. Kalau stream dia duduk start belakang tau. Dia start belakang. Tapi tiba-tiba masa at the end of the race, dia akan fight 2 orang ni. Dia antara orang yang depan lah.
Boleh dikirakan agak impresif juga.
Impresif. Dengan pemanduan yang 300 km sejam, amat laju sekali untuk mengambil corner macam tu.
Memang boleh dikirakan seram juga tu. So yang apa yang saya memang boleh kirakan interesting sikit nak tanya, Master Seth, apa pendapat Master Seth dengan endurance race 12 jam ni?
Endurance race okay. Macam saya pernah masuk sebelum ni, tapi bukan endurance lah. Yang dekat Nürburgring pun mental dah nak melayang. Ini lagi kan 12 jam kan. So rasanya memang kalau endurance ni kena banyak, orang cakap, daripada segi mental dan juga fizikal lah juga, untuk kena prepare. Betul. Kalau badan gempal-gempal ni mungkin boleh cepat penat kot.
Jangan sebut, kita orang semua kat sini gempal-gempal ni. Empat-empat dalam ni.
Tengok komentator kita pun
Tak, bukan. Masalahnya ada badan gempal tapi stamina tinggi. Kita tak tahu.
Itulah cerita.
So kat sini orang cakap stamina kena tinggi, mental kena, orang cakap
kental.
Apa orang cakap? Konsentrasi.
Konsentrasi. Ya, betul.
Konsentrasi tu betul.
Kalau macam abang stream biasanya berapa lama bang? Paling lama
kalau paling lama, kalau macam contohlah meriah kan semua tu 4 jam 5 jam boleh lagi.
Itu stamina tinggi lah tu. Stamina tinggi.
Boleh. Kita mungkin boleh standby kan si masa set ni, kita standby kan dia train untuk masuk ke endurance kemudian lah.
Kita boleh
insya-Allah. Tak, sebenarnya memang minat untuk masuk endurance ni, tapi itulah kan. Kita macam saya ni baru tak sampai setahun lagi dalam scene ni kan.
Tak sampai setahun boleh training.
Tak sampai setahun lagi.
Abang tak sampai setahun, tapi Kifli Osman aku rasa tak sampai berapa bulan. Kifli Osman agak-agak dah berapa lama?
Rasanya kalau ikut race time dia tak berapa lama tak?
Tak ada. Dia start
Kifli Osman saya rasa pun baru berkecimpung.
Sebelum Saga sikit.
Untuk dia yang berkeluarga pun mungkin seat time pun tak berapa banyak dekat racing ni.
Tapi sebelum tu mungkin dia dah memang dalam real life dia dah bawa kereta semua kan.
Jadi dia dah ada,
so dia tahulah dia punya orang cakap pergerakan kereta tu semua kan. Dia dah study kat situ. So kalau masuk ke sim racing ni mungkin tak jauh sangat lah. Dia tak nak belajar tu kan. Cuma nak biasakan diri pegang steering dekat game je lah. Itu je.
So soalan Cepu Mas ni, bila Encik Master Seth ni nak ber-iRacing?
Kena tunggu Budi bagi dia punya tu lah. Pedal.
Dah mula balik.
Pedal tu letak tak pernah pasang ni.
Alamak.
Letak je, tak pasang pun.
So memang beli untuk racun je lah.
Memang saja beli sebenarnya nak bagi tahu masa set aku dah beli pedal baru.
Boleh bagi alamat ni. Boleh.
Dia dah tahap racun bukan nak drive. Racun untuk nak racun.
Untuk racun je.
Untuk racun
tapi betul lah aku ada satu lagi pedal tu memang aku sebab dia ada isu dengan dengan brake dia. So aku akan repair dan memang aku nak jual benda tu, dan benda tu tak sampai 500 pun, dan dia memang ada load cell. So basically dia Vertex lah. Jadi dia murah lah.
Tapi dia bukan TRCM.
Tak, dia bukan TRCM.
Tak habis lagi cerita TRCM hari tu.
Sebab saya beli pun Vertex. Ouch. Tak ada, aku beli, aku sebenarnya tukar je pun. Okey. Tapi betul lah untuk beralih ke arah iRacing, dia ada satu mindset ataupun satu orang kata satu perjalanan bila ke arah sim racing yang ke iRacing ni. Kita akan mula dengan kereta yang agak perlahan, which is MX-5
Betul.
Jadi kita akan cuba untuk racecraft kita mantapkan racecraft dekat MX-5. Sebab apa? Sebab series MX-5 adalah series rookie yang paling susah nak naikkan iRating dan paling senang nak naik iRating. Dia paling susah dan dia paling senang sebenarnya.
Dia senang kena lembu sebenarnya.
Yes, betul.
Jangan ingat racing orang cakap best tapi dia tak tahu kalau dah kena lembu dalam tu kan.
Dia punya sakit hati tu. Tak. Ini saya cerita based on pengalaman saya. First time mula dengan iRacing. Okay, untuk join AIMC, saya pun beli iRacing. Hari pertama saya main iRacing, saya habiskan Sukuba 50 lap dalam masa habis satu straight session 50 lap. Okay, dah habis 50 lap, kita pun ni dah boleh masuk lumba ni. Kita pun mulalah berlumba. Lumba untuk MX-5 dia tak lama, dia dalam 20 minit lebih kurang.
Ya, betul.
Okay, dalam 20 minit tu starting sahaja dah berpeluh dah dahi ni. Risau dia macam kalau kau kena langgar belakang kau memang mati.
Betul. So kalau masa set hari tu pun dah rasa macam berdebar. Mungkin dalam iRacing buat seminggu 2 minggu pertama tu lagi rasa
betul,
nak cabut.
Lagi berdebar lah.
Ya betul.
Yang paling berdebar sekali sebenarnya dekat Nürburgring tu.
Tapi steady habis kan hari tu kan.
Sebab dia punya orang cakap dia punya starting dia rapat-rapat kan. So kira macam dalam mati ni, alamak macam mana kita belakang ni akan aku break kan. Kena sondol pula. Tapi betul kena sondol.
Tapi Nürburgring tak kisahlah Nürburgring lama ke ataupun Nürburgring yang ada sekarang ni, memang track panjang tu memang challenging.
Sebenarnya bukan track yang senang.
Betul.
Sebab tu dia diberi nama Green Hell.
Yes.
Dia salah satu track yang agak sukar selain daripada Spa dan juga mana tu Mazda punya track tu?
Laguna
Seca.
Yeah.
Laguna Seca pun nampak je Laguna Seca terpendek. Dia salah satu track yang agak tricky sebenarnya. Lagi pula kalau macam track Green Hell ataupun Nordschleife yang baru tu, yang sekarang punya layout, dia sebenarnya tak adalah besar pun jalan dia, ngam-ngam macam kereta lebih kurang.
Betul. Lepas tu dia susah sebab dia punya turn banyak. So memang
kita pun tak boleh nak predict sebab berapa banyak pula dia punya turn, kita nak kira pula kan.
Kalau tengok kat YouTube pun banyak orang accident kat situ.
Ya betul. Sebab tu kita ada YouTube corner dekat situ.
Saya ada number dah.
That was the reason of the YouTube corner. Itu dia kereta yang saya minat, cantik sekali kereta situ. Oh yeah.
Bang, sekejap. Antara Mount Fuji Racing, di antara Sutomoto dan juga Shunsuke Kuno, siapa paling laju? Siapa yang paling pantas?
Rasanya yang lagi satu tu.
Rasanya
bukan yang sekarang.
Motosan.
Motosan
Motosan.
Tapi memang tak dinafikan lah, Mount Fuji Racing ini merupakan pasukan yang sangat-sangat hebat pada hari ini. Tak dinafikan.
Betul. Kalau
sangat konsisten sebenarnya.
Betul. Kalau masa saya nak tahu yang berlumba untuk Mount Fuji Racing ni boleh dikatakan professional driver dah.
Dia dah bukannya amateur player.
Betul.
Okay.
Dia dalam tahap yang orang kata kalau dalam rank tu dia dah rank atas-atas lah.
Kalau kat ML tu dia dah apa, Mythic Legend.
Aku tak tahu, aku tak main ML.
Sama lah. Kita buat tahu je.
Buat tahu je nama dia. Yang paling atas lah.
Kan?
Tapi betul dalam race ni sekarang kalau ikut cara pendrivean, cara pemanduan pendrivean.
Banyak sangat duduk dengan Max ni
tu. Kata baru kan tu.
Cara pemanduan daripada Mount Fuji Racing punya team, walaupun Shunsuke kuno ni dia tak berapa dia tidak selaju apa motor sebenarnya budak Soto motor. Dia tak selaju Soto motor, tapi cara pemanduan dia masih lagi konsisten. Dan dia orang berdua adalah orang yang bawa kereta sama saja dengan kereta orang lain, dan fastest speed ataupun fastest lap yang dia orang buat 2 saat lagi laju daripada orang lain. Yang itu 2 minit 13 beberapa saat 8-9 saat. Jadi gap dia dengan orang lain pun dekat 1 saat juga dia punya fastest lap.
Betul, even tim Mika Hakimi sendiri beza 1 berapa tu 0.7 macam tu. So beza tapi dia orang dua orang je memang
dia 2 orang
steady tega punya driver
rasanya dia macam baru tukar sekali je kot.
Itulah. So dalam kes-kes macam ni betul lah masa saya cakap kalau yang badan gempal-gempal ni nak 6 jam bawa kereta tu
okey lah, boleh kurus.
Tercabut pinggang.
Boleh kurus. Aku nak try lah.
Ni memang tu. Saya boleh kurus. Saya tak kurus tapi saya boleh kurus.
Saya tak kata pun saya nak kurus. Saya boleh kurus.
I can stop anytime.
Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, anda sekarang sedang menyaksikan Viper Niza Motul, 12 hour of Spa, dan diam tak diam nampak gaya je tibalah masa, dan sebenarnya kita ni tak perlu nak memperkenalkan lagi Max dan juga Budi. Kita bakal menyerahkan timing selanjutnya terus kepada caster kita, iaitu Max dan juga Budi.
Terima kasih kepada Encik Bob dan Umar Aziz. Sekarang dia tengah keluar untuk sebentar waktu. Dia akan turun balik ke bawah untuk jadi pit lane reporter kita pada malam ni. Return to form. So with 10 hours gone in this 12-hour race, just a quick recap for all our English viewers right now as to the results on screen. Mount Fuji Racing is in first position still, with Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing in second place and TCD Racing in third. Meanwhile, in Class 2, you can see the gap has begun to draw out just a little bit there. Tedco URT Red are now 52 seconds ahead of Atom Motorsports, with RL Stratos in third, Team URT Gold in fourth, and SDL Talk Racing Team there in fifth position. Boleh kira agak interesting juga battle daripada tu, tetapi nampak macam Tedco tu ada chance juga ya.
Betul. Kalau tanya saya Max diorang dah fighting daripada awal perlombaan sekali Max. Daripada lap yang seawal-awalnya, daripada waktu 1 jam pertama tu diorang dah fighting for position. Sekarang ni di 2 jam yang terakhir diorang masih lagi fighting for position.
Agak dramatis juga tu. So there you have it, the biggest battle, and this battle has been going on for over 10 hours at this point. Tedco URT Red versus Atom Motorsports. We had a nice chat with the guys there. We actually had Javier Alvarez speak to those guys in Spanish, which was quite cool. So thanks to the Atom Motorsports guys for dropping by and having a quick look with all the guys there. But it's going to be a very, very interesting race indeed for all the drivers as we come into the last 2 laps of the race. The main thing right now is a lot of the drivers are going to try and find a way to pick up that second win as they're going through the track right now. A lot of the drivers are too far away to try and challenge anyone, but that's where you're going to see all the trouble there. Meanwhile, we're going to have to say thank you to Master Seth. Terima kasih Master Seth kerana join kami. Ada lagi? Saja sebelum berlepas nanti, boleh tolong plugkan page sendiri.
Apa plug kat mana tu?
Tak ada lah, promote lah sikit.
Promote. Okey, siapa-siapa yang teringin nak lumba haram tapi halal, bolehlah masuk ke stream saya. So kat situ nanti awak cakap permulaan untuk ke circuit race lah. So kat situ nanti adalah awak cakap nak tanya macam mana setting untuk awak cakap untuk permulaan punya sim racing ke
basic setup atau orang Melayu.
Setup yang permulaan lah, awak cakap starter pack kan.
Starter pack betul.
So bolehlah datang ke page saya Master Set. So siapa-siapa yang nak join boleh ada kat description stream tu ada apa Discord apa semua. So apa-apa boleh masuk Discord lah. Boleh tanya.
Ya, itu dia. Terima kasih Master Ses.
Okay.
Boleh kirakan mungkin pada satu hari nanti boleh berevilasi dengan si Keiichi Tsuchiya dan menang dekat Le Mans, mana tahu.
Mungkin itu satu evolusi yang sangat bagus memang. Permulaan mungkin kita sekadar orang kata casually suka-suka, tapi at the end of the day kita mungkin nak mencuba satu benda yang baru ataupun satu benda yang lebih thrilling jadi kita pun masuk ke circuit race yang mana dia punya experience dia agak berbeza dengan bila mana kita bermain dengan secara casually.
Ya, betul juga tu. Jom kita tengok dekat chat box ada apa-apa mesej tak untuk Master Ses sebelum kita
so far tak ada lagi kat sini.
So itu dia. Terima kasih banyak sangat kepada Master Seth untuk sudi join kami pada malam ni. Pada masa sekarang kita setengah kira break session untuk kita punya staff semua, so everything is running on autopilot at the moment, but pretty soon we will get back into the session at the moment there. So right now, just before we get further on into the session there, special thanks to all our sponsors here at Viper Niza Motul and Bespoke. And speaking of Motul, we do have that giveaway still going on right now. We will announce the winners at the end of the stream. There's 3 Lego speed sets there and 3 Tarmac Motul Porsches, a special RWB tribute to the Motul Porsche 993s of the 90s there. So really nice stuff. All you have to do is to share the stream, share the sim racing love around, and tag 3 of your friends with the hashtag LoveMotul for your chance to win. So itu dia macam mana kita nak menangkan prize ni?
Ini dia, okey. Ini dia satu cara yang agak simple Max. Kita cuma perlu tag 3 kawan kita, okey, dan kita share di stream, kita tag 3 kawan kita dan juga make sure kita letak Love Motul hashtag dekat situ. Jadi kita berpeluang untuk memenangi Lego Speed punya kereta, satu set Lego Speed punya kereta yang mana kita ada 3 set untuk dibeli, dan kita ada 3 set lagi Tarmac RWB Motul. Yang ni yang kira historic punya car.
Betul. So itu dia, jangan lupa hashtag LoveMotul for your chance to win. Special thanks goes out to Motul for the live viewer giveaway, and a special thanks to Viper Niza for supporting this event, and special thanks to Bespoke Motors there for helping us out as well. Mana tahu nanti mungkin Master Seth akan cuba masuk.
Amin. Okay, so kita ada satu komen kat sini. Dia kata vote interview Muhammad Afiq. Mazdi kata, Mazdi tadi kita nak interview Afiq dah, Mazdi. Mazdi lambat. Okay.
Berapa kali dah masukkan ni?
Okay, jadi kita dah di 2 jam yang terakhir, Max. Kita akan melihat satu pit stop sahaja lagi.
Yes.
Ataupun mungkin ada 2. Sebab kalau kita tengok macam certain races, dia dah berhenti pada minit macam mungkin 10.30 ataupun 10.40. Jadi minyak dia tak tahan sampai habis, saya rasa.
Itulah.
Ataupun mungkin dia akan ambil half of the minyak.
So
that dia boleh consistent pace yang agak tinggi.
Okay. So that's going to be the big trick there. Just like Budi mentioned there, the pit stop strategy has diverged enough that quite a few of the drivers won't have enough fuel to get to the end of the race if they continue on with their strategy. We will see perhaps one more pit stop for fuel for all these guys. There's about 58 minutes roughly at full throttle for these drivers. So the trick is, will it be 1 pit stop or 2, or will some of the drivers be able to hypermile their cars and try and avoid 1 pit stop entirely? One driver who is definitely not really thinking about hypermiling right now, he's just trying to push that car along, a man who is really enjoying this race right now. Ayman Zubair is in 9th position there, driving around the track there, hard on the brakes, going around the final 2 corners of the track there. You can see Ayman Zubair, a little bit of vibration there. I think he's got some vibration pads or butt kickers or something like that.
I think he definitely have the butt kickers, I think. Sebab bila dia masuk dekat curb tu, kita nampak dia punya vibration tu kan. Satu benda yang sangat bagus sebenarnya untuk bagi kita punya sense of movement pada tayar.
Dan boleh kirakan kamera angle tu agak short juga, kita nampak dia punya vibration sikit kan.
Betul.
Agak dramatis sikit. So there you have it. He's going through the Eau Rouge section. Then one thing that's nice to see about Ayman's driving style, he's always very, very smooth. He tries to be as smooth as possible on the steering, and that is something that could be a real asset when it comes to tire management in these long endurance races. The smoother you are with the steering and the more you can keep the car in line, as we say, the better it is going to be for the rest of the guys there. You can see they're very minimal steering inputs there. He's using more the throttle and the brakes to try and control the car's trajectory through the corners there. So that's a pretty high level driving there from Ayman Zubair.
Betul, dia menggunakan weight shifting technique ataupun kata weight shifting technique lah kalau kata dia kan. Okey, dia menggunakan weight shifting technique dalam orang kata untuk control ataupun untuk maneuver kereta dia. Jadi ini adalah satu cara yang baik untuk kita dapatkan mungkin pace dia tak berapa laju Max, tapi dia orang kata dia in control.
Ya, betul.
Dia di situ dia in control betul orang. Okey. Jadi itu dia Ayman Zubair daripada ini adalah Hyperbulls RS Max Okey. Pelumba yang sama juga, dia masih lagi tidak berputus asa, masih lagi meneruskan usaha untuk menghabiskan, macam Max cakap tadi, habiskan 12 lap 12 jam untuk endurance race ni adalah satu achievement. Bila kita dapat habis walaupun kita tak menang, tapi kita punya kepuasan tu memang lain Max
Yeah, that's the secret actually with these long endurance races. A lot of the drivers will be trying to win their class, a lot of the drivers might be trying to get a top 10 or a top 5, but most of the drivers will be quite happy with just finishing the race because it's been a very tough race so far. The high temperatures meant that they had to really use up a lot of their tyres at the start of the race. The first 6 hours or so was just tyre conservation all the way through. They barely could get through a stint without changing their tyres. Right now, there's a good possibility that a lot of the drivers will be double stinting. That's going to save you time in the pits. And a lot of the drivers are also on an offset strategy, and that means that they will, even though they might have to go into the pits for a quick splash and dash, not the ideal thing to do at Spa, but it does mean they could possibly bolt on a fresh set of tyres 45 minutes or even 30 minutes before the end of the race, fill it up with just enough fuel to get to the end, and really do the sort of the mythical qualifying laps at the end of the race and really try and push and see if they can steal some positions.
Itu adalah satu movement yang agak penting Max yang mana dengan fresh tyres ataupun tyre yang baru dan juga minyak yang sekadar cukup untuk habis, dia mampu untuk memberi mungkin tambahan 2 minit kepada 2 saat pada pace kita. Tapi untuk 30 minit yang terakhir, dia masih lagi memberi impact kepada perlombaan kita sebenarnya Max.
So there you have it. Right now, Mika Hakimi is still in second place. He's 1 lap down on the Mount Fuji Racing guys. Again, those Mount Fuji guys, they look uncatchable for now, for the moment. But anything can happen. It takes 2 minutes to repair mild bodywork damage. It takes 11 minutes to repair suspension components on a car. So that could be the difference between winning the race and being 2 or 3 laps behind the lead. So it's not all over yet. You have to cross the finish line. To finish first you have to finish. And Mika Hakimi there, he's still putting on the pressure, even though it doesn't quite look like it being 1 lap down, but he is still trying to get up there and try and get the guys a good result. But that would be a really good result there for Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing to see what they can do there. Meanwhile, looking at Tedco URT Red, they are the leaders in Class 2 with Jay Chong currently behind the wheel there. They are looking in a good position as well, but they have even less of a margin of error. 54 seconds. A bad pit stop could be the difference right now. And of course, they're trying to they're currently having to deal with traffic coming from behind them as well as from the front there. Francis Matrillo in the Veloce Ragazzo Corvette is trying to look for a way around the veteran driver here. Whoa! That is a big accident! That is the big accident! He got very sideways coming out of the Blanchimont corner there, and that is a huge shot there for Jay Chong. He's going to have to go into the pits there. That is just turned the race on its head there for Class 2. Let's have a quick look at the replay and see what... see what they can try and do there. We're just going to have a quick look there.
Atas lagi.
Atas lagi. Jap tengah cari.
So now we're just going to have a quick look at the replay there.
Sebelum kan? Huh? Forward ke rewind?
Rewind. Oh, the other way. All right, stop.
Okay.
So yeah, we just had to get the replay machine working manually.
But it's okay as long as it works.
Yep, indeed it will do with Jay Chong there coming around the corner. Let's have a look and see what happened here coming through Blanchimont curve there. He just got the car sideways. He tried to correct it, and that sent him right off track and directly into the barriers. And that's going to have huge repercussions on Class 2 results. He had to go immediately back into the pits there.
This might take a while to repair, Max.
Oh, yes. And meanwhile, look at the gap between Tedco URT Red and Atom Motorsports. 25, 24, 23 seconds. Bruno Alcaraz has just gone past the pit lane and he's going to go into the lead. That team cannot believe what's just happened to them. I can guarantee you they're going to be very, very amazed at what's going on there. Bruno Alcaraz has now gone into the lead for Atom Motorsports. BMW there. They are now in first place with Tedco URT Red in second place now, and RL Stratos might even have a chance to gain a position as well.
Sedikit saja kesilapan yang dilakukan oleh Tedco URT Red sebentar tadi, Max, yang mana dia terangkat sedikit, ada lift off sedikit pada curb di tepi tu. Sangat sukar untuk saya bayangkan keadaan sekarang kalau diikutkan. Dia mungkin akan mengambil masa yang agak lama di dalam pit lane untuk membaiki kereta dia tu.
Yeah, we were just actually talking about how close the margin of error is between first and second place, and well, that's just a pitch perfect example of what could go wrong. And now they've dropped down to third position right now. Veloce Ragazzo there coming through in fourth position in the Corvette. Shami Azri is still in third there for TCD Racing right now, cutting through the field. But that was incredible stuff there. Atom Motorsports are now 35 seconds ahead of RL Stratos with Tedco URT Red still in the pits. That might be an 11 to 15 minute stop there.
That was really unfortunate for them. Sukar untuk saya teruskan usaha di situ. Okay, tapi macam mana pun kita dapat saksikan sekarang TCD masih lagi cuba untuk mengejar kereta di hadapan. Mungkin dia mengambil orang kata line yang agak selamat, Max, untuk fokus pada mendekatkan sikit saja dengan kereta di hadapan, so that dia kurang mungkin dia akan kejar pada saat-saat akhir.
So that was unbelievable stuff indeed. Right now we're looking at the Hydrotech Blue Steel car of Mika Hakimi going through the field there. Again, this is going to really put in that thought in everyone's heads there of what's going to happen throughout the course of the race. As you can see there, they aren't too far away there, but still there's one lap. Whoa! Very close stuff indeed. It was almost Mika Hakimi that was the next accident there. You can see the drivers are beginning to crack. They're actually losing their cool a little bit. They can see the end of the race now, so they're going to start picking up the pace, and they're going to be very aggressive as they come through the corner there. Look at that, just about skipping through there, and really they are pushing quite hard indeed there. The Hydrotech team pushing that car to its limits, but Mount Fuji Racing also would have seen that incident between Atom Motorsports and Tedco URT Red. Well, it was Tedco URT's mistake. The URT Red team, that mistake that put Atom Motorsports into first position. Shunsuke Kuno and his teammate will be thinking very hard about making sure the car will get to the end. They have the experience, they have the pace, they have the ability. But of course, you can never say never. One small mistake from themselves, almost on cue there, one small mistake just like that could in fact be the decider.
beza di antara Mount Fuji Racing dan juga Hydra Tech Racing sebenarnya cuma satu lap saja, Max. Dan kita dapat saksikan yang mana pelumba-pelumba mula untuk pushing the limits, untuk cuba untuk bawa lebih agresif ataupun dapatkan pace yang lebih laju di saat-saat akhir, yang mana kita tinggal lagi lebih kurang dalam 80 minit sahaja, 100 minit sahaja yang tinggal, iaitu 1 jam 40 minit sahaja tinggal, Max. Jadi 40 minit yang pertama ni mungkin dia masih lagi control lagi, tapi mereka akan cuba untuk push juga so that dia orang boleh rapatkan pace. Nampaknya kereta ni masih tidak diperbaiki sepenuhnya, Max.
Yeah, it looks like they only took the minimum amount of repairs in order to try and get back out on track there. The car looks like it's tracking straight. It's not crabbing along like the non-Jawa racing guys were, so they are able to, looks like, going through the Eau Rouge Radion section there. It looks like it's got enough pace. They're going to try and keep that car going. Right now, RL Stratos has gone into the pits. They've come into and out of the pits again, which means that Tedco URT Red are now back in second position, but they're now 2 minutes and 18 seconds behind Atom Motorsports. This battle has just gone completely haywire. I don't know if Atom Motorsports know what to do now, and I'm really not too sure if Tedco URT Red know what to do now in these situations. Right now, they're thinking on their feet when it comes to trying to drive in this race. The strategy's been thrown out the window. It's all now down to just flying by the seat of your pants, basically.
Kita dapat saksikan kereta daripada Tedco URT Red ni agak sukar untuk dikawal, Max. Kita dapat saksikan dia dalam keadaan ini beberapa kali Tedco URT Red ni telah pun melakukan sedikit understeer. Kita saksikan daripada lap di lepas daripada Aurut tadi kan. Ya, kita nampak dia punya movement dia dengan dia punya agak dia bukan slippery, dia macam agak tak stabil sebenarnya, nampak tu. Jadi tapi dia masih lagi cuba untuk menghabiskan. Mungkin dia mengambil langkah yang okey, tak apa, kita settlekan yang ni dulu, nanti kita akan masuk pit juga untuk kita tukar dan kita buat full rap lah dekat situ. Jadi itu mungkin salah satu strategi yang mereka akan gunakan.
So itu dia. Right now, for those of you who've just joined us, it's 10 hours and 21 minutes into this 12-hour race, and Mount Fuji Racing are now coming into the pits in first position. Hydrotech still 1 lap behind TCD Racing there, 1 minute 47 seconds behind Hydrotech, and Veloce Ragazzo 2 laps down. That is the top 4 in Class 1. In Class 2, the big news is that Atom Motorsports has taken the lead again from Tedco URT Red after the accident from Tedco Team Red there, which had dropped them down into second position with less than 2 hours left in the race there. But I think this isn't over yet. There's going to be a lot more developments coming up towards the other end of the field.
Apa yang dah telah berlaku ni, Max dan Budi? Saya keluar kejap je tadi.
Oh, baru terkeluar tadi. Bila kamu terkeluar tadi tu, Tedco URT Red dengan J Chong accident.
Ya. Baru saja.
Ya, daripada Blanchimont high speed accident ke dalam dinding. Itu yang sebab Atom Motorsport sekarang berada di tempat pertama dan Tedco sekarang 2 minit 18 saat di belakang.
Basically Atom Motorsport telah pun mula mengejar Tedco di hadapan. Tedco Red di hadapan. Saksikan di sini. Maknanya kalau dia dapat pintas, dia dapat 1 lap advantage daripada Tedco URT Red. Yang mana Tedco URT Red memilih untuk tidak memperbaiki keretanya 100%. Dia cuba buat untuk minimal repair, tapi masih lagi agak struggle untuk dapatkan pace yang bagus dengan keadaan aerodinamik yang kereta yang dalam keadaan macam tu lah.
Yang lagi satu yang accident tu?
Satu lagi tu tak nampak.
That is betul on the way keluar, on the way masuk pit. So ada beberapa driver yang tengah lock up. Even Mount Fuji Racing, they had a couple of moments there where they locked up and went wide. So they're beginning to make mistakes right now, and that's the worrying part in this endurance race. You can actually see a couple of the drivers there making mistakes. Even Atom Motorsports guy, they're actually going a little bit wide on some of the corners there, and it's really going to be down to who blinks first.
Kita dapat saksikan perbezaan race. Ya, mula tadi kita tengok keadaan race yang macam mana, pemanduan daripada driver-driver ni macam mana. Dan di tengah race tadi kita pun dapat tengok dia punya middle pace dia. Sekarang kita dah kita panggil ni peak of the race itself lah. Ini dah penghujung perlumbaan tu sendiri. Kita dapat tengok pelumba itu telah pun mula dengan bawa dengan lebih agresif, cuba untuk mendapatkan pace yang lebih laju. Mungkin nak cuba untuk mengejar orang di hadapan. Itu dia. Ni kan.
So yeah, we just had a quick look there at the URT red car going a little bit wide, but it's been absolutely unbelievable the dramas that's been going around.
Itu dia, kita cuba untuk mencari
balik klip tadi.
Cari kalau boleh jumpa.
Ya. Mana-mana rancak ni.
Okay, saya masuk-masuk ni tiba-tiba kurang bertenaga Mungkin selepas satu insiden dah
dia mengejutkan.
Boleh dikirakan semua orang, we're all in shock right now. We could barely figure out what happened there previously. It's unbelievable. But there you have it. Atom Motorsports is in first place, Tedco URT Red in second, and RL Stratos in third place. Again, Bruno Alcaraz there of Atom Motorsport are now he's now currently trying to chase down the Tedco URT red car. They could put the entire field one lap down with this maneuver, so it's going to be quite interesting to see if they can actually pull this off. If they put them down one lap, you can imagine the gap that the breathing room that they would have. They would have the same sort of breathing room as Mount Fuji Racing have in front.
Dan kita kena ingat juga Max, yang mana Tedco URT Red dia akan terpaksa pit sekali lagi, dan pit kali ni lebih lama lagi Max. Dengan apa kerosakan yang cuba diperbaiki. Tapi kita dapat saksikan di sini Atom Motorsport juga mempunyai sedikit kerosakan dari segi aerodinamik dia Max. Sebab kita dapat tengok dia punya tu dah macam terangkat sikit, dia punya hood depan dia. Jadi itu adalah aerodynamic issue yang mungkin menjejaskan sedikit pace dia.
Kita boleh tengok pun daripada segi fender dari sebelah sini. So we can actually see some of the damage there from the fender and the mud guards and a little bit more detailed problems at the front of the car. So the Atom Motorsports guys don't have a perfect race car as well. But the interesting thing to think about in this race is that Mount Fuji Racing has had to drive at a sprint racing pace for 10 hours and 10 minutes in order to try and get a one lap lead from Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. They've been driving flat out for the entirety of this race. Atom Motorsports is about to get the same gap in Class 2 from a mistake. One single mistake can mean the difference in this race.
Betul baik. Apa yang telah pun Max katakan tadi benar. Tapi kita kena ingat juga Hydrotech Racing masih lagi tidak putus asa, dan dia masih lagi dalam pace yang sama dengan Mount Fuji Racing. Mungkin berbeza 1 saat sahaja.
Betul.
Tapi gap mereka masih sama, tak bertambah Max. Masih lagi 1 lap. Jadi dia dalam keadaan yang agak bahaya untuk Mount Fuji Racing. Seperti yang kita tahu apa yang berlaku sebentar tadi kepada Tedco URT Red. Benda yang sama mungkin mampu mengubah segalanya kepada Mount Fuji Racing. Jadi dia perlu lebih berhati-hati sebab beberapa kali kita dah dapat lihat yang Mount Fuji Racing dia agak agresif sampai kereta tu macam nak melayang sikit lah.
And of course, when you're driving that aggressively, that quickly throughout the course of a 12-hour race, when they only have 2 drivers to rely on, that focus, that mental capacity begins to wane a little bit, and you get to the point where when you're driving that fast for that long, the chances of you making a mistake inch ever closer to that one number or figure. So the chances of you really making a mistake get exponentially bigger, especially the closer you get to that 12-hour mark.
Kita kena ingat juga bila dia dah sampai di penghujung perlumbaan itu, dia Afiq kini memasuki main machine ST, menggantikan apa tadi, Fretting rasanya.
Mungkin
saya. Kita kena ingat di perlumbaan, di akhir-akhir perlumbaan yang mana kita tinggal lagi 1 jam 30 minit sahaja yang tinggal. gap yang jauh, kalau dia melakukan satu kesilapan, agak sukar untuk dia comeback balik, Max. Ini adalah satu fakta yang kita kena ingat. Agak sukar untuk mereka kembali dengan potensi ataupun dengan prestasi yang sama untuk mengejar yang depan, sebab kerosakan yang bakal mereka alami jika melakukan apa-apa sebarang kesilapan.
Ya, betul juga tu. So there you have it. For those of you who just joined us, it's 10 hours and 30 minutes gone in this 12-hour race. Only an hour and a half left in this race, and Mount Fuji Racing is now leading by 1 lap from Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. TCD Racing is in 3rd position there in Class 1. Meanwhile, in Class 2, Atom Motorsports is leading from Tedco URT Red and RL Stratos, rounding out the podium positions there. Further down the field, we have Hyperpools GT managing to climb their way back up through the field. They are now currently in 11th and 12th position, roughly overall, but they're still 5th in class, and they're still fighting their way up through the leaderboard there. But they're still 10 laps behind the leaders, so it's still a big ask for them to try and gain any more positions there. Meanwhile, Hyperbulls RS are still out on track there, and they're still able to just keep rolling around right now. Sim Garage Sim Sports and Hyperbulls RS both 16 laps behind, and the gap there, you can see there, they're already 5 laps behind each other there. And Non-Jawa Racing, for all of you fans of Non-Jawa there, they are still in the race and they're still trying to go for a finish. Hendra Adeputra is still running right now, and we hope to see him at the finish line there. It's been a heroic effort from all of the team to try and get that car across the line.
We should give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
Satu semangat yang baik yang ditunjukkan, satu sportsmanship yang baik ditunjukkan oleh tim Non-Jawa Racing. Satu orang kata semangat kesukanan, Max.
Betul.
Dia nak tak nak habiskan juga. Walau apa pun berlaku, kita kena habiskan. Inilah dia, kita kata achievement untuk menghabiskan 12 jam di Spa ini.
Betul, memang semangat ni yang diperlukan bila kita join satu race endurance tu. Walaupun dugaan dan cabaran tu banyak, tapi mereka masih satu tim nak bawa balik juga kereta pada hari ini.
Betul. Kita balik in one piece. Jadi agak orang kata unfortunate ataupun tidak bernasib baik bagi Non-Jawa Racing di awal-awal perlombaan, yang mana berlaku sedikit insiden yang merosakkan kereta dia, agak teruk juga kan. Jadi memperbaiki kereta dia tu buatkan dia habis 20 lap, Max. 25 lap, 26 lap. Agak jauh sebenarnya. Tapi dia tak berputus asa dan masih lagi meneruskan perlombaan. Nampaknya Blue Steel Racing telah pun menukar pemandu. Yuanzi Lin kini memandu jentera Porsche daripada Blue Steel Racing. Dari Syami Azri, pemandu daripada TCD Racing, juga memandu jentera Porsche berwarna hijau dan juga purple. Bernombor 12 daripada driver daripada Malaysia nampaknya.
Betul.
Syami Azri mempunyai pace yang agak baik di perlombaan awal perlombaan tadi.
Pada race-race sebelum ni pun Syami Azri merupakan salah satu racer yang diiktiraf sebagai racer yang agak laju dan cuba untuk kekalkan podium pada hari ini.
Itu dia, nampak je Mount Fuji Racing mula menghampiri mereka. Mula menghampiri mereka di situ. Agak kalau dia dapat potong, kirakan dia berjaya memotong 2 lap, Max.
Dia betul.
Ini adalah satu-satu saat-saat yang amat mendebarkan.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have been awake for 15 hours and counting.
Okey. Dan itulah apa yang berlaku jika kita telah pun dah lama kita tengok benda ni, Max. Even kita dekat pit pun, Max, kita tak berhenti tengok race ni, Max. Daripada pukul kita bermula pada pukul 12 tadi, sekarang kita dah pun pukul 10.
Itu dah Syami Azri walaupun kita dah memanggil dia.
Oh no, that was a big accident there from Syami Azri. He's lost concentration there for just a split second, and that's his car into the barriers there. That's going to be a lot of damage there. That was a huge hit from Syami Azri into the barrier. We'll try and see if we can get almost collecting a class 2 car there, but Syami Azri, that was a huge hit. Let's have a look at the replay. On the curb and snap oversteer.
Ya, mungkin sedikit terlebih throttle apabila cuba exit sayang, seribu sayang.
Disgusting. Itu dia satu cubaan untuk recovery sebenarnya tadi Max, tapi tidak berjaya. Ini yang kita katakan Spa, dia tak banyak freeway dekat tepi. Dia tak banyak apa nama dia tu?
Runway.
Runway tu untuk lari.
Yeah.
Jadi dia
Run off area.
Yes, run off area, runway.
Runway kapal terbang ni.
Runway. Max
Walaupun Syami Azri dah semakin rapat menghampiri hari track Booster Racing, tapi sayang, seribu sayang terpaksa masuk dalam pit.
Ya. Jadi kita harap yang terbaik daripada TCD Racing, daripada Syami Azri. Baru saja kita menceritakan tentang dia salah seorang pelumba yang laju. Jadi
mungkin commentators curse ni. So
Jangan salahkan saya.
Buat korang kat luar sana, jangan mendengar stream sambil memandu, bahaya. Dengar lagu boleh, tapi jangan mendengar stream.
Dengar lagu raya macam masa set itu.
Ya betul.
Lagu raya. Tadi sekarang ni kita dapat saksikan TCD Racing memasuki pit lane. Mari kita saksikan sama-sama apakah strategi yang akan digunakan oleh TCD Racing di dalam pit lane ini. Betul.
Kalau damage tidak terlalu banyak, mungkin mereka boleh keluar awal dan diorang cuba untuk repair secepat mungkin.
Kita mungkin make sense, sebab tapi kita risaukan damage pada dia punya suspension system. Sebab dia akan mengganggu pemanduan untuk jadi lebih smooth. Itu pun hampir-hampir nampaknya.
Yeah, so now the big thing now is for Francis Matrillo. He is actually trying to drive as fast as he possibly can in that Corvette, because TCD Racing, they're in the pits and they know that they're going to be in there for quite some time. Veloce Ragazzo team, Francis Matrillo, they're going to try as hard as they can in order to take that lap back and get into contention for a podium position. They smell blood in the water right now in that Stingray Corvette, and they are going to go and try and see if they can actually rescue a podium position from their efforts here.
Itu dia. Kalau dia orang kata kalau dia berjaya potong TCD, maknanya malam ni berkemungkinan besar dia akan podium Max. Dia pun tak jauh lagi, dia dah memasuki sektor yang terakhir. Di situ dapat kita saksikan di map tu. Nampaknya TCD Racing memilih untuk tak repair pun.
Ya, dia akan cuba untuk maintain position dan cuba untuk keep Veloce Ragazzo as far back as possible. So this is a tactical maneuver there. They're going to send Taki out there, Muhammad Taki, back out on track to try and keep Veloce Ragazzo one lap behind for as long as they can before they go through to the final pit stops. They're going to have to do one more pit stop, and they're going to have to service the car during that pit stop. This is all they can do right now in order to try and keep third place, is to keep the car on the track for as long as they can.
Rasanya Budi, pit crew tu dia main tampal je apa yang dia boleh tampal.
Kita tahu kalau GT3 dia kalau boleh tampal pakai selotip lah.
Betul, dia orang pakai duct tape kan, baik kuat dia.
Betul. Dan itu bukan satu benda yang pelik kalau kita dapat saksikan di
betul tak Max?
Dalam
pada race ni.
Kita pakai tape yang agak istimewa yang kita panggilkan helicopter tape.
Nama dia helicopter tape?
Ya.
Pakai kat helikopter ke?
Baru ni aku tahu dia nama dia helicopter tape.
Ya.
Itu satu lagi informasi yang baru. Tengok berapa banyak dapat kita informasi baru kita pada hari ini. Daripada pukul 12 tadi sampai pukul 10. Sekarang pukul 10, hampir pukul 11, 10.45. Banyak informasi yang saya belajar. Baru tahu hari ini.
Betul, kalau dia tak ada bumper spare Budi, dia tampal je.
Betul.
Kita terpaksa buat apa yang kita perlu.
Apa yang ada saja.
So that's the thing with the mechanics that work on these cars in real life. They have to get the car out, and they have to get the car out now. And this was a classic case there. The team decided to try and fix what was required for safety reason and to try and keep some aero in the car there. But they just had to do something, because otherwise Veloce Ragazzo would have taken back that lap and they would have been in with a chance. Now Francis Matrillo is going to have to catch him up, and it's a lot harder to catch a moving target than it is the one in the pits. So they had to do something like that. They had to basically patch the car up and get Taki out ahead of Matrillo in order for them to actually have any sort of chance there. You can see there Francis Matrillo is one lap behind still technically Taki, in fact 2 laps behind Taki right now. So that was a tactical maneuver there to see Every single point really matters here when it comes to this race. There, TCD Racing there, Veloce Ragazzo still one lap behind TCD Racing there, and that could be the difference between getting a podium and losing it.
Itu dia. Mungkin dia akan memilih, macam Max kata tadi, mungkin dia akan memilih untuk masuk sekali lagi pada jam pada lagi 20-30 minit lagi. Sebab nak tak nak dia memang kena masuk pit juga. Sebab minyak takkan cukup tu. Betul. Jadi dekat situ itulah strategi yang digunakan untuk menghabiskan perlumbaan pada malam ini.
Yes. So apa yang interesting pasal damage dekat iRacing ni, walaupun kereta sudah damage, tapi dia banyak hilang time hanya dekat straight. So kalau dia masih boleh laju dekat corner,
tak ada masalah.
Masalah tu adalah lap time tu akan terganggu,
tapi tak
pada straight. So mungkin maybe dalam setengah minit ataupun 1 minit, setengah saat ataupun 1 saat, berbeza dengan lap-lap yang sebelumnya.
Minit tu banyak.
Itulah tu.
30 saat tu jauh tu bang.
Tengok mata masing-masing, tengok mata Budi dengan mata Max pun dah mengecik dah ni.
Jadi itu dia, mungkin ada sedikit kekurangan dari segi aerodinamik, mungkin 1 saat ataupun kurang daripada 1 saat.
Betul.
Jadi untuk Spa pun track dia tak adalah panjang yang banyak sangat straight, cuma satu kawasan ataupun satu dua kawasan je. Yang first sector je yang agak panjang straight dia kan.
Maybe pilihan yang terbaik lah untuk TCD Racing untuk terus keluar dan cuba menghabiskan race yang tak berapa lama lagi dan tak berapa banyak lap lagi.
Betul. Kalau kita ikutkan, kita cuma tinggal lebih kurang 30 lap lagi kot. Kita ada 30 lap lagi mah.
Kurang lebih
30 lap.
Plus.
Ini paling menakutkan dalam hujung-hujung race.
Nak cuba work so now the drivers of the front field there, including our race leader Mount Fuji Racing, are beginning to get into a huge spotted body there. There's a lot of cars in 2 different classes up ahead that are traffic.
So jarang-jarang kita nampak tu position 3, 2, 1 tetapi terbalik. Hanya di endurance racing
Yep. There you have it there. Third place TCD Racing is ahead of second place Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing, which is ahead of Mount Fuji Racing. And this could seal the deal there. This could really hit the nail in the coffin if Mount Fuji Racing could actually lap these 2 guys again in what has been an absolutely dominating performance.
Agak bahaya juga Max kalau kita ikutkan, sebab dalam keadaan macam ni sedikit sentuhan mungkin membawa padah
betul.
Itu yang kita risaukan, sebab bila dia ada traffic, dia jadi lebih bahaya berbanding kita berdua dengan opponent kita sahaja.
Yeah, there you can see there Mount Fuji Racing in a real spot of bother right now. Sotomuto is now currently in the driver's seat right now, and he's going to have to try and find his way around the field to try and look for any gap he can to just overtake as safely as possible. The nervousness, the sheer sort of wired feeling that you get when you're driving around in that sort of situation. You have a huge lead, you just hope that the traffic sort of works with you a little bit here, and you can just find that gap in order to get past. Meanwhile, Tedco URT Red is now under a lot of pressure from RL Stratos. This, I believe, is in fact for position, and we know the RL Stratos car is in a lot better shape than the Tedco URT Red car. As you can see there, actually visually, with the rear damage that Tedco have. Of course, they had the huge hit at Blanchemont there, so it looks like there's going to be a battle for position right now. Funnily enough, in the midfield, coming up towards the start-finish straight, the Grand Prix start-finish straight, and into the La Source hairpin. And let's see if James Russell there, who started the race for the RL Stratos team, supported there by URT and Tedco. Let's see if he can actually make another position up. Okay. Of course, this was one of the other leaders of the race throughout the course of the race there. Of course, Atom Motorsports now 1 lap ahead. It's going to be real hard for James Russell to try and catch that up again, but he's just getting closer and closer to the car in front. Let's see if he can slipstream his way down the Camel Straight.
Itu dia, kita akan dapat saksikan dia cuba untuk melakukan overtake di situ. Cantik sekali clean overtake yang dilakukan oleh RS Stratos betul tadi. James Russell daripada tim RS Stratos yang memandu BMW juga macam ada kerotakan sikit juga Max dekat kereta dia, kita dapat saksikan. So Zul Hafiz Yahya cakap Max 3, 2, 1, 4, 1, 2, 3. Ya betul. Itu dia berjaya memintas nampaknya RS Stratos. Kita tengok daripada tadi Atom, RS Stratos, Tedco URT dengan Tedco URT Gold daripada mula bersaing sampai sekarang masih lagi bersaing untuk position. Ini bukan cerita sprint race yang 45 minit Max. Ini dah cerita dia 12 jam punya race tapi fighting for position daripada jam pertama.
Ya, ini boleh dikirakan battle yang boleh dikirakan agak menakjubkan sebab biasanya kita akan tengok battle yang dah habis. Lepas tu later on in the race we'll have one battle that finishes up in the third or fourth hour. Later on in the race, by hour 10 or hour 11, by way of pit stop strategy or by circumstance, you get into another battle. You'd have all these battles that pop up and go away throughout the course of the race. Here, right now, we've had a battle that's gone on for about 10 hours and 45 minutes.
This is like literally straight for 10 hours. Ini bukan cerita 45 minit punya race Itu dia. Apa yang berlaku sebenarnya, ini adalah satu perkara yang sangat jarang-jarang kita dapat Max. Untuk satu race endurance yang 12 jam dengan gap gap di antara satu pelumba dan satu pelumba yang lain adalah sangat dekat. Dan juga dia orang fighting for position. Ini bukannya fighting for position yang belakang. Ini cerita fighting for position untuk podium.
Yes.
So sedar tak sedar tadi James Russell dah mula merapat dengan Jechong.
Dah. Saya duduk lagi. So there we have. We just got a couple of friends coming into the studio right now. Yeah. So we got a special mystery guest. I'm going to actually vacate the seats kejap lagi nanti. Budi ada chance untuk
aku. Kau lah.
Kau mula. Ada chance aku nak pergi ambil air ni.
Okay. Itu dia. Kita masih lagi menyaksikan James Russell merapati Atom Motorsport, tapi dia ada masalah sebab dia satu lap behind. Dia bukan, walaupun dia merapati, mungkin dia boleh untuk pintas, tapi dia masih lagi ada satu lap behind, yang mana 2 minit. Jika tiada apa-apa masalah ataupun ini cakap sekali lagi ke? Ini yang malas ni.
Tapi dekat sprint race Budi, kan kita bila habis race tu, kalau ada lagi 3 lap, kalau ada lagi 4 lap, ni
main dengan kalau aku kurus.
Ni banyak lap ni.
Ni banyak lap lagi.
Lebih sejam lagi ni.
Betul, kita ada 1 jam lagi. 1 jam tu lebih kurang plus minus dalam 30 lap lebih kurang. Okay. Jadi kita ada lebih 1 jam 10 minit lagi. Masih menanti tindakan apa yang akan dilakukan oleh tim-tim yang lain. Mungkin ada pit strategi yang last, yang terakhir. Itulah dia punya, kata apa, dia punya last boost power dia.
Last chance saloon boleh dikirakan. Tetapi ada juga chance. There is still technically a chance, especially now that Atom Motorsports gone into the pits. Their RL Stratos will unlap themselves as well as Tedco URT Red. So it'll be very interesting to see how they get along here. RL Stratos, they are now going to have to drive as fast. Well, James Russell is going to have to drive the race of his life if he's going to try and get close to Atom Motorsports. It's going to be a hard task, but if he has the pace, he might be able to do it. He is pulling away from Jay Chong right now, and in fact he is catching Alcaraz there, Bruno Alcaraz from Atom Motorsports. James Russell is catching him by quite a lot there. There's a 2.2 seconds at lap 266, 1.7 seconds at lap 267. So he is driving his heart out in order to try. This might not be over yet. There might still be yet more drama still to come.
Betul Max. Apa yang berlaku, kita dapat katakan apa? Ada kemungkinan yang Atom Esports masuk dan memperbaiki kerosakan di keretanya. Jadi itu dia.
Francis Petrillo there running out of brakes and almost collecting the non-Jawa racing guys. That was a real close battle there. The non-Jawa racing guys must be driving as if their car is made out of glass at the moment.
Berdarah jantung je.
Dengar itu. They're doing everything possible to try and finish the race. Francis Petrillo is trying anything they can to try and catch TCD Racing, and sometimes a immovable object, when it meets an unstoppable force, can get a little bit hairy, if not quite destructive there. So actually they got out of that really cleanly, funnily enough, but there you have it.
Tak ada nampaknya Stratos menghampiri Stratos menghampiri di turn yang sektor yang terakhir.
So, kita masih menyaksikan adakah James Russell dapat mengejar Atom Motorsport di hadapan.
Hampir.
Sudah tidak jauh.
Yeah. So there you have it. Bruno Alcaraz is coming out of the pits there. It's going to be there's only 2 minutes left between them. They're on the same lap at the moment. They're on the same amount of stops there as well. We're going to see what RL Stratos is going to be like there. Yes, it's 2 minutes.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
2 seconds. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Jauh sangat ni.
So gave me the heart attack there.
No, it's 20 seconds actually.
20 seconds.
20 seconds instead of 2 minutes.
Right, so we had a quick glitch there in the timing screen. The timing system has just as little sleep as we have, as it turns out. 24 seconds is doable in the time left there. There's just over an hour left in the race. But 20 seconds is possible to catch up.
We still need to consider yang RS Stratos akan pit satu kali lagi, Max.
Yeah.
That is possible.
Yeah.
Dan Atom Motorsport pun mungkin akan memperlahankan pace dia supaya dia boleh cukup minyak sampai habis. Is it possible?
That is
mengikut calculation saya, rasanya tidak cukup.
Okay.
So dua-dua perlu pit. Tapi ada kemungkinan one of them will have to do a splash and dash.
So that makes sense.
So yeah, it looks like RL Stratos might be the team that have to do a splash and dash there. I think at Motorsports they can just cycle through their final pit stops perfectly fine there, but yeah, I have to say RL Stratos, they're running a risky strategy. They're driving their hearts out right now. James Russell is now possibly the fastest man on track at the moment, and definitely the hardest charger at the moment there. It's all down to whether they can keep that pace up and keep the fuel consumption under control through the last lap of the race.
So kalau baru lihat dekat skrin tadi, Aiman Zubair telah memotong Fairuz Fazil daripada SIM-R Garage Motorsport untuk mendapat tangga yang ke-8.
Itu dia. Kini kita saksikan timing yang dilakukan oleh James Russell sebenarnya adalah 2:19, yang mana pada saat ini kebiasaan timing yang dilakukan semuanya 2:20 dan ke atas, Max.
Yeah.
Rasanya Max kita ada special guest hari ni.
Macam kenal.
Boleh perkenalkan diri ke?
Hello, Assalamualaikum guys.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, nama saya Iman Danish.
So Iman, first question, kenapa tak masuk race ni?
Sebab kita ada plan family, so timing agak tak ngam lah.
Okay, betul juga. Family comes first.
Ya, betul. Sepatutnya drive lah. Kalau tak ada tu memang drive lah.
Memang drive.
Okay. Jadi Iman, tengok tak race ni tadi?
Tengok.
So what do you think about the race?
Oh my god, sangat mendebarkan lah. Gila. Memang padu.
Support siapa dekat race ni?
Hyperbulls lah, team kita sendiri. Of course.
Tapi Hyperpool baru saja memintas SIM-R Garage sebentar tadi.
Wow.
Daripada Hyperpool RS sedikit orang kata kesukaran yang berlaku pada tim Hyperbulls pada hari ini. Tapi mereka tidak putus asa dan mereka masih lagi mencuba untuk mendapatkan posisi yang baik untuk mengakhiri perlumbaan pada malam ini.
Yeah, betul. So they have it. Hyperbulls RS. I mean, there's still a chance there. There's Mean Machine Speed 7 there as well. So Hyperbulls RS still has a chance to gain at least one position if they play their cards right. Meanwhile, out at front still, Mount Fuji Racing as well. They haven't made it official yet, but they've definitely made it a lot harder for anyone else to challenge them. They've just put Hydrotech in second place, down 2 laps. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's a 2-lap gap between Mount Fuji Racing and Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. It only took them 10 hours to get that second lap.
Betul, memang terpadu dan terlaju lah Mount Fuji Racing ni.
It only took them 10 hours.
Very easy. Only 10 hours.
Only 10 hours.
The first one came up for about 2 hours and yeah.
Iman ada apa-apa nak share ke tentang kalau ada pengalaman ke dekat endurance racing ni?
Basically untuk long endurance which is 12 hour, saya I think pernah compete 2 kali je. 2 kali je dalam seumur hidup, 2 kali je.
Berapa teammate tu dalam satu team time main endurance tu?
Normally dalam 5 to 4 people.
So macam mana experience 12 hours tu? Sebab kat sini rasanya Iman seorang je lah yang pernah 12 hours pun.
Exhausting. Itu je.
Yang duduk kat sini exhausting.
Apa pendapat tentang Mount Fuji Racing dengan Hydratech ni? Kan dua orang saja untuk the whole 12 hours ni.
M Fuji dengan Hydratech. Dua
Yes,
orang.
Diorang 2 orang saja. So kita ada Mika Hakimi, Aiman Haziq, Soto Muto dengan Shunsuke Kuno. So diorang separately 2 dan 2 je.
Betul.
So each driver has to race basically
6 hours.
6 hours. Yeah.
Damn. 2 orang for 12 hours. Gila. Memang wish, serious ah. 2 driver.
Agak-agak menakutkan bunyi dia kan.
Saya pun bila saya fikir je yang 2 driver untuk 12 jam, nak fikir benda tu pun dah penat.
Ini kan orang yang memandu. Kita ada komen daripada Syami Azri.
Allah mak, salam takziah.
Kita nak cakap pun macam susah, tapi apa pun dia dah buat yang terbaik kan.
Commiserations.
Masih lagi dia masih berada di depan. Masih
Betul.
lagi di podium. Okay.
Memang bahaya lah kalau kita ada mention nama dekat stream ni, memang bahaya lah. So jaga-jaga Aiman, jangan tengok stream kalau kita
kalau race jangan tengok stream.
Bila kita sebut je bahaya.
Alah, commentator curse tu tak ada turut sangat.
Zulhafiz saya rancak lah 2 orang. Rancak berlumba.
Mana-mana rancak berlumba. Itu dia. Kini Tedco URT rate gap macam makin dekat je.
Itu dia.
Dia makin dekat makin jauh. Rasanya URT rate ni ada damage sikit lah.
Tak, dia memang tak repair pun damage tadi. Masa dia accident tadi, basically dia
minimum repair.
Minimum repair.
Helikopter tape pun tak tambal.
Ini helikopter tape ni. Paling sikit ni.
Ni belum lagi pasang skru balik. Just helicopter
kita
tape.
risau kalau dia ada alignment lari itu kita risau. Dia mungkin mengganggu sedikit kata maneuver untuk masuk corner keluar corner tu nanti.
Tapi mana tahu mungkin Jay Chong dah adjust balik cara pemanduan dia bila dia dah adjust balik dengan dia punya alignment yang lari sikit.
Betul. Max. Zulhafiz cakap Jepun tu tak faham apa komentator cakap. Memanglah dia laju. Okay, itu make sense. Okay, betul. Dia tak faham kan. Jadi betul lah. Kalau dia faham mungkin dia rasa risau juga kan. Tapi apapun, Mount Fuji Racing daripada awal permulaan, Mount Fuji Racing, Hydratech dan juga TCD Racing daripada awal permulaan sangat-sangat konsisten dengan catatan masa 2 minit 14 saat dan plus. Mungkin 80, 60 dalam keadaan range yang sama ketiga-tiganya. Cuma Mount Fuji Racing ada sedikit advantage yang mana dia berjaya melakukan 2 minit 13.86 saat.
I really don't have anything more to say about that comment apart from maybe I don't know, Fujisan Racing Spa Mau. My Japanese is very terrible.
I only know Oni-chan. That's it. Okay.
The fact that you know that is worrying. But in any case, there, just for those of you just joining us for the final hour of the race, we have Mount Fuji Racing in first position in Class 1 with Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing 2 laps behind in lap 2 and TCD Racing a further lap behind in third place. Meanwhile, in the Class 2 category, Atom Motorsports are in first place, 20 seconds ahead of RL Stratos with Tedco URT Red in third, only 6.5 seconds away. So Class 2 very, very, very close indeed. We also happen to have Iman Danish in the studio there, joining us untuk berbagi suasana lebih meriah sikit.
Lebih ceria.
Lebih ceria.
Rancak. Iman, untuk Iman biasa drive GT3 dengan GTE untuk iRacing. So apa kereta favourite Iman lah?
For
kita ambil GT3 dulu.
GT3 dulu. Okay.
Kita ambil GT3.
Sekarang dulu suka pakai AMG GT3, Mercedes AMG. Okay, sejak update baru, season baru, saya lebih ke arah rear engine, mid engine punya GT3 car, which is Porsche.
Dia agak berubah juga gap tu daripada kereta yang agak understeer bila hard corner, jadi satu kereta yang agak agile.
Betul.
Dia pergi daripada dunia nose heavy ke dunia tail heavy.
Tail heavy, ya. Itu satu pertukaran yang agak susah juga teman.
Betul.
Jadi kenapa memilih untuk bertukar tu?
Saya first memang saja try Porsche tu sebab ingat je masa tu ada iRacing ada maintenance. So which is maintenance tu iRacing bagi orang yang subscribe dia punya service tu, dia bagi test free during the maintenance punya tu. So time tu pula saya tak ada buat apa kan, tengok ada Porsche lah, jom kita try lah. So bawa dekat Spa, test kat Spa. Surprisingly after 2 laps macam sedap gila.
Dia kena dengan jiwa.
Betul.
Itu sampai tu. Aiman Haziq bagi tahu. Soto motor tu is actually a William Esport driver. So make sense yang
that
dia
makes sense.
William
bukan biasa-biasa punya driver.
Williams test driver, Williams Esports driver. Sorry.
Yeah, so definitely super fast.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He's definitely shown that talent out today.
But gap ataupun race pace di antara dia, Hydratech, TCD dan juga Veloce Ragazzo sebenarnya tak adalah jauh pun. Sebab race pace dia beza tak sampai 1 saat pun. Jadi dia masih dalam orang kata range yang sama. Mungkin advantage dari segi perpuluhan saat tu lah.
So itu dia, mungkin ada siapa-siapa yang di luar sana tu tengok macam driver jadi it's so dominating, it's so unbelievable, I wouldn't be able to catch him. Well, we've got local drivers here who are actually getting pretty close. They're actually getting cried up there, so who knows, we might actually see some more some Malaysians even try and get themselves up into a top line team like Williams Esports.
Iman Danish maybe?
Yeah, you never know.
InsyaAllah, kita tak tahu. Kita tahu rezeki.
Yeah.
Ikut dalam pengalaman, apa race paling panjang Iman pernah race?
12 hours of battles.
Itu online?
Online.
Kalau offline?
Offline
Pernah race offline kan?
Tak pernah. Offline tu je real life lah.
Real life?
Tak pernah.
Belum lagi
Belum lagi. On the way tu.
Bila tu agak ada plan ke nak race offline?
Situ kena tanya ni lah, family.
Tanya Big Boss.
Tanya Big Boss lah.
Itu kena tanya Perdana Menteri.
Itu dia. Okay Iman, untuk GTE pula macam mana Iman punya pemilihan kereta? Favorite car sekarang?
Okay, GTE dulu GTE ni macam mana? Saya baru ke arah GTE lah sebenarnya. Sebab susah sebenarnya nak buat GTE ni dari segi braking. So Kalau ikut GTE, kalau nak ikutkan berapa kali je sentuh. Kalau nak kata tanya kereta favourite tu tak ada pun. Tapi semalam bila last test race AI ni Viper Niza? Semalam. Ya. Saya baru beli RSR tu sebab tengok team Hyperbulls GT pakai 911 RSR. So macam why not kita tengok, kan kita try. Surprisingly juga dia quite similar dengan GT3R 911 GT3 tu. Dia macam mana cakap, dia sedap lah dia kena jiwa terus. Jiwa.
Ini memang boleh.
Ini jiwa drift tau.
Ni jiwa Porsche ni.
Nak goyang-goyang sikit macam.
Tapi mantap, kita ada geng RSR.
So mana tahu nanti mungkin Umar Aziz boleh jadi teammate kepada Iman.
Pernah kita pernah join official event pernah sekali. Time tu tak praktis tak apa, kita main terjah.
Oi, power.
Langgar.
Tapi time tu kita ada team leader, Tara kejar.
Patutlah main langgar je. Make sense. Itu dia. Itu Aiman Haziq kata 8,900 tu air rating.
Ya betul.
Okay.
Itu dah bukan air rating tu, itu dah macam bacaan RPM.
Tapi iyalah, macam saya kata, mungkin dia professional driver, tapi pace dia dengan pace yang lain pun tak jauh beza. So maknanya bukan kata yang lain tu tak power juga. Dia cuma beza, it took 10 hours to get one lap, bro. 10 hours just to get one lap. Okay, so
through misadventure, Mount Fuji Racing managed to get themselves a lap ahead 2 or 3 hours into the race there, but it took them just to try and flat out outrun Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. It took them a full on 10 hours to try and outrun Hydrotech. So, the guys at Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing, Mika Kimi and co, they're not slow.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're literally not slow. They are doing a great job anyway. So masih lagi cuba untuk mempertahankan posisi Max. Itu dia.
Iman ada tengok ke apa jadi dengan Hyperbulls GT siang tadi?
Ada.
Memang mengecewakan.
Ya, betul. Agak sedih lah.
Itulah.
Sebab diorang tengah apa? Rancak mengejar. Rancak. So macam mana benda tak ni terjadi. So macam mana racing lah.
Betul
lah. Itulah racing pun. Kan, things happen lah, kata orang Melayu.
Kata orang Melayu.
Zul Hafiz saya tech temperature dah drop. Kita ada peak reporter baru ni. Dari siang tadi 50 degree.
Tech temperature dah drop. Siang tadi 50 degree, sekarang tinggal 31 degree. 31 degree agak sejuk sebenarnya, agak berbahaya untuk memandu dengan kasar ataupun agresif.
Betul. Kalau ikut sekarang pun dekat Spa banyak hujan Max, betul?
Tapi sebab ni tak ada hujan.
Kan
banjir kan dah red flag.
Kan tak boleh race kan.
Tak boleh race.
Orang-orang Belgium nak minta balik tu duit tiket. F1 tu tak dapat balik.
Tadi Bruno Alcaraz. Susah nama sebut sebab dia daripada Argentina. Kita punya salah satu kita punya global racer kita. Satu agak kita dapat saksikan perlumbaan yang menarik daripada Atom Motorsport, which is dia yang tadi yang saya sebut tadi tu, dengan RS100 dan juga Tedco URT Red. Fighting for position daripada first hour sampai jam yang ke-10 sebelum sesuatu yang tak berapa nak baik berlaku kepada URT Tedco URT Red sebentar tadi.
Kita ada message daripada Umi Sulaiman, tidurlah Iman, kacau je itu dah.
Dari dulu sampai sekarang.
Aduh.
Dia tak boleh masuk dalam bilik Discord, dia masuk dalam bilik studio sekali. Tapi okey, pintu kami tak terkunci.
Kita sentiasa terbuka.
Betul. Especially untuk event-event macam ni, Syok, kita dapat berkumpul santai-santai.
Dan lagi pun pintu tu memang rosak, dia kena kunci.
Macam mana pun tolak buka juga tu.
You might as well come.
Ini dia kita bersama dengan GSR Racing sebentar tadi. Sekarang masih lagi bersama dengan Atom Motorsport. Atom Motorsport ni sebenarnya dia tak fix pun kita dia punya damage tadi tau. Masih lagi dalam keadaan yang agak terangkat.
There we go. Race Control has just put out the final message there. Final hour of racing there from Race Control. And with one more hour left in the race, let's have a quick look at the standings. Mount Fuji Racing still in first place with Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing 2 laps down in second. TCD Racing in third place. Veloce Ragazzo is in fourth position. Meanwhile, in the AM class, the class 2, definitely not amateurs, trust me on that. Atom Motorsports is in first place, followed by RL Stratos in second, Tedco URT Red in third, and Tedco URT Gold in fourth position. In the meantime, it just remains for me to say a very, very special thanks to our sponsors, Viper Niza and Motul, and our co-sponsors, Bespoke there. Special thanks to all of you guys at Galeri Kereta for watching our stream. Terima kasih sangat kerana sudi bermain dan untuk drive, untuk tengok perwira kami drive pada malam ini. And also a special thanks to Vertex Esports and Adrenaline Impact, and our special thanks to sanctioning body, the Motorsports Association of Malaysia, for joining us in the stream. We now have 50 minutes to go before the end of the race there. Hopefully we'll be able to have another chat with Iman Danish later on, but he's going to go off and have a quick chat there with Budi and catch up. So I'm going to hang around right now just to keep you guys entertained all the way till the end. Kelvinder Singh is in 5th position there in Class 2. He's actually managed to climb his way back up into... He's almost up into the top 10 there, in fact. He is in 9th position overall for Hyperbulls GT. Meanwhile, the XD... Oh no! Hyperbulls RS, we've just been talking about his teammate there. Ayman Zubair has had an off there. He's coming out of the Brussels hairpin here, coming into No Name, and he just clips that curb again. That curb has been the troublemaker for a lot of drivers throughout the course of today. Ayman Zubair has clipped that curb and gone off the track there. He won't be too happy with that. He's really got no more options apart from just to drive the car now. It's a bit too late. And you can see he is really struggling now. You saw how smooth he was with his inputs when we last saw Ayman Zubair on driver cam, and right now just have a look at that steering wheel input. The car is very, very nervous. There is something a little bit broken at the back of the wheel right now. Coming into Blanchimont, you can see the amount of steering input he's going to have to try and put in very, very gently, trying to put that car in there. Again, the back end constantly trying to snap out from away from the back of him there. But really, really tricky stuff indeed. Braking hard into the chicane there.
Ada kemungkinan the changing of track conditions ni
starting to catch people out. Yeah.
Betul.
Ya, betul juga tu.
So track semakin sejuk, rubber semakin banyak dekat track.
Yes, indeed. So that's going to be the big key thing here. Now the drivers are now able to double stint. Some of them might even be able to triple stint. But meanwhile, Atom Motorsports are in the pits right now, and they are doing their final stop of the race. It looks like. They've done stop number 11. It looks like if they filled up for a full tank, they could run it all the way to the end there. Meanwhile, RL Stratos, I believe, will need to go into the pits.
So Budi, Atom Motorsport mengambil langkah untuk pit sekarang. So rasanya diorang dah calculate untuk menghabiskan race
dengan
dan
last pit ni.
Possibility untuk menjuarai kelas GT3 kita pada hari ni.
Yeah. Kita kena stress yang possibility tu.
Ya betul. Selagi checkered flag tak terangkat.
Ini kita kata possibilities
Yeah.
Quote on quote possibilities. Full of mak cakap orang putih lagi. Budi hari ni suka banyak betul Budi cakap orang putih. Kawan dengan Max memang macam ni.
Dia jadi rujak terus ni.
Encik Bob pun sama.
Boleh kirakan kalau dalam orang Melayu selalu cakap bad influence.
Bad influence. Tapi tu cakap orang putih okey lah. Itu dia. Atau Motorsport 30 saat di belakang Tedco Red. Tapi kalau RS Status masuk pit pun, untuk lalu pit tu dia ambil dalam masa dekat 20 saat tau.
Betul. So jadi, mereka perlu adakan gap yang lebih jauh lah. Betul. Kalau nak memotong Atom Motorsports. It
depends juga. Mungkin dia boleh cuba lari, tapi gap yang dia dapat buat dalam masa 30 lebih minit tadi, cuma tambah dalam 4 ke 5 saat sahaja. Jadi agak sukar bagi RS Stratos kat situ. Melainkan ada apa-apa, yalah, macam kita katalah.
Tapi race masih menarik di mana nombor 1, 2 dan 3 tidak terlalu jauh, masih pada lap yang sama dan menghampiri kira-kira 45 minit lagi untuk perlumbaan ini.
So James Russell melakukan timing yang agak baik, Max.
Yeah. Right now he's doing 2:19.89 seconds there for James Russell. That's very, very quick indeed, actually. Not too far away from his best time, 2:18.84. I think he's definitely found the pace in that car. The only hope for RL Stratos is to try and make that gap at least 30 seconds, if not more, and really push that car to the end. Get the fuel in the car. He's not going to have time to change tyres. He's not going to have the time to change anything else. He's literally going to be a splash and dash right at the end. And just pure qualifying pace from now on to the end of the race there. There's about 45 minutes left in, well, a little bit more actually, in the race still to come. So it's now down to his sprint racing ability. We've gone through this 11 hours and 15 minutes, and now he's going to have to drive that car at the end, all tired, a little bit groggy even, and very little focus left. And he's now going to have to drive that car within an inch of his life. He's living off the pace of that car right now. Meanwhile, Atom Motorsports, they just have to keep that gap somewhere within the region of, 25 seconds will do it for Atom Motorsports. They will be able to come out ahead of RL Stratos. So this is we're awaiting the RL Stratos pit stop right now.
So Max, kalau andai kata RL Stratos mengambil langkah untuk splash and dash, yang mana masuk dan tambah minyak dan came out terus, adakah dia akan compensate pada penghujung perlumbaan yang mana tayar dia worn out?
Ya, itu pun mungkin ada sedikit efek. The big problem there is going to be the difference between whether he has the pace advantage of having a light fuel load, or will there be too much of a disadvantage with the tires. So the car will go faster the lighter it is, but at the same time the tires, if they're dead, they're dead.
Yeah, that might be an issue juga. Sebab apa? Sebab bila kereta tu macam Max cakap, bila kereta tu dah ringan sebab kurang minyak, dan tayar tu pun dah worn out, dia akan jadi lagi ringan.
Yeah.
Bila kereta dah terlampau ringan dengan power yang agak kuat, dia akan mudah spin. Yeah.
So dekat skrin sekarang kita boleh lihat Muhammad Afiq Farid, muka racing dia agak serius. Mungkin dalam hati lebih cool, calm and collected.
Kita dah boleh nampak what I like to call there the Mikko Hirvonen tongue. For those of you who don't know, Mikko Hirvonen, a rally driver who's quite famous not only for challenging for wins with Sebastian Loeb, but also driving with his tongue out and leaning his head into the corners there.
Bahaya tu Max, kalau rally, kalau lompat dia tergigit lidah dia.
So yeah, there you see there Muhammad Afiq Farid on board. You can see he's actually moving his body around in the seat. It's almost giving me vibes that he's either done quite a lot of karting in the past, or maybe even driven minis around the racetrack, because with a mini you have to actually use your body, shift your body around to try and steer, because of course a mini is a front wheel drive car with no power steering.
Tapi pada pengalaman saya Max, saya pakai VR dalam racing ni, ada juga shift of badan, of kepala untuk
dapatkan position dia.
Yes, sampai kan kita macam jenguk keluar kereta tu untuk tengok apex tu. Itu kalau Budi buat tu, dia dah terkeluar daripada kereta tu.
Nak tengok lambat tak? But betul, sebenarnya dia lebih kepada feeling untuk bersatu dengan kereta tu sendiri. Itu yang berlaku sebenarnya.
Ya, betul.
Yelah, lain orang dia lain cara dia, Max.
Ya, itu dia James Russell daripada RS Stratos, sudah mula memasuki pit. Atom Motorsports 47 saat hanya di belakang. Rasanya dia boleh memotong 47 saat ni untuk pit yang panjang ni.
Yeah, so kalau kita tengok, it's all down to how much fuel is left in that car. If there isn't enough fuel, if he has to have a long fuel stop, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble right now, because the gap has to be over 30 seconds if he just wants to drive through the pits, and it has to be a little bit more than that. Now, he came into the pits there with 47 seconds roughly, and it's going to be very difficult to see what happens next. The timing screens won't update until we come through there, so let's have we'll try and see where Atom Motorsports is. I think it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late there. Bruno Alcaraz is going around the final corner there. He's on hot tires. He's already up to speed. I think RL Stratos have left it a little bit too late. There he is, and that will be the overtake for the lead.
So provisional first place untuk kelas GT3 ni.
Dia tengok berapa jauh yang dia boleh lari. Sebab dia bergantung juga kalau orang kata race masih lagi ada 40 minit tapi agaknya agak lama juga.
Yeah, I think he needs the fuel. Yeah. He's not going to make it on fuel economy, so he's going to have to put a lot of fuel in that car.
So buat masa ni, kalau di bahagian hadapan GT3 ni hanya RL 100 je yang belum pit Yang lain semua dah pit. Semua nampaknya target untuk habiskan race dengan pit stop terakhir ni.
Yeah. So there you have it. That's still a fantastic drive there from RL Stratos to try and challenge for the lead through the second to last stint there. A brilliant run there by James Russell. He stays in the car for the finish of the race. I think that's the best option for that team right now. But Bruno Alcaraz, who's been in that car for quite some time there, he's been in the car for as long as we've been broadcasting right now in this studio. So as long as I've been broadcasting anyways, this last 2 or 3 hours. So he's triple stinted the car, which is something that isn't the easiest thing to do, but it does save you time in the pits, and that does count for quite a lot. Every single second you save in the pits is free, in effect.
It actually does save a lot of time, Max. Bila kita tukar driver, kita akan ambil lebih kurang dekat-dekat dengan 1 minit untuk tukar driver. Jadi bila kita tak tukar, kita ada satu possibilities untuk lebih cepat keluar daripada exit pit.
Indeed they have. So right now we have about 40 minutes left in the race there, and it's getting a little bit interesting in a lot of places, because we just noticed RL Stratos to URT Red, they're about half a minute away from each other there. The battle for Class 1 is just about settled in Mount Fuji Racing's favour there. Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing, through that pit stop cycle, managed to gain back a lap, but that's going to be very hard right now for anything to change. It's going to take a big incident for Mount Fuji Racing to lose the lead at this point. Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing again needs to have something rather large go wrong at the head of the field for them to try and get the win of this race. Veloce Ragazzo is in 2 laps behind right now from the leaders. Meanwhile, the top 3 there, Atom Motorsports, RL Stratos and Tedco URT Red, all 3 cars have led the race at one point or another. There was a long battle for about 4 or 5 hours between Atom Motorsports and Tedco URT Red, where they were literally swapping the lead at every pit stop and leading for a stint here and there. RL Stratos had a fantastic run at the start of the race, but didn't quite hold on to it towards the end there. But it's going to be a rather interesting and a little bit of an exciting finish to the race there, seeing how this race had developed over the course of the 12 hours. Has been brilliant.
Memang satu benda yang sangat menakjubkan, Max. Orang kata satu benda yang menarik kita dapat kita saksikan sepanjang 12 jam yang telah berlangsung perlumbaan ni. Kita dapat saksikan perlumbaan yang non-stop dengan pertukaran ataupun position change, ya. Dan seterusnya kita ada walaupun Mount Fuji Racing agak dominan untuk di kelas 1, tapi masih lagi pace yang sama dikeluarkan oleh pelumba-pelumba lain, menjadikan race tu dia macam tu je. Dan kemudian apa yang berlaku kepada Atom Motorsport dan juga RS100 dan juga Tedco URT Red, yang mana berubah-ubah untuk position di podium. Tapi at the end of the day, kita tinggal lagi lebih kurang dalam 35 minit, yang mana agak sukar untuk RS Stratos ataupun Tecco URT rate untuk melakukan maneuver, kata overtake maneuver dalam keadaan yang macam ni dengan gap yang sebesar itu.
Betul. Apa yang saya boleh tambah kat sini, kalau di iRacing Official Series kita ada IMSA punya series dan juga VRS GT3 Sprint, di mana mereka hanya ada 40 ataupun 45 minit je saja untuk menghabiskan race tu, dan 30 atau 35 saat gap ni agak sukar kecuali ada mereka yang buat mistake di hadapan.
Ya betul, dia agak sebenarnya agak sukar lah. Sebab gap tu jauh tu 30 minit 30 saat tu.
Betul.
Kalau kata satu lap dia boleh buat 2 saat, dia perlu habiskan lebih kurang 15 lap, which is memang tak cukup pun.
Betul. Tapi kita boleh lihat James Russell cuba juga membuat lap. Mungkin dia memang tengah push kau
lap time. Sebab kalau seperti yang kita katakan sebentar tadi, James Russell melakukan lap 2 saat lebih laju daripada Bruno Alcaraz. Okay.
Alcantara lain bang. Tu steering punya ni bang.
Okay. Dia lebih kurang dalam 2 saat dan 1 saat laju. Nampaknya sekarang Bruno Alcaraz telah pun melakukan 2.20, which is apa yang dilakukan oleh daripada RL Stratos tadi adalah 2.19, konsisten dengan 2.19. Itu dia gap lebih kurang 1 saat sekarang.
Betul. Moga-moga kita dapat fight to the end. Betul. Oleh RL Stratos dan Atom Motorsports.
Itu yang kita perlukan sebenarnya.
Ya betul.
Rancak.
Yeah.
Alcatraz tu penjara tu. Oh ya. Dia kadang-kadang dia biasalah benda ni kita jarang-jarang baca. Kalau nama dia Mahmud senang sikit nak baca.
Jangan bang, Mahmud dekat Indo tu bermasuk mama muda bang. Bahaya tu bang.
Tadi Taufik Mohir dan memandu jentera BMW untuk GSR BSR. Kini kita ada kita punya orang kata race leader kita malam ini, Sotomoto daripada Mount Fuji Racing yang memandu jentera Porsche RSR ni Max lumba daripada Jepun.
Yes, so there you go, the Mount Fuji Racing team there from Japan with Sotomoto behind the wheel. An absolutely brilliant drive from the Williams Academy driver there, the Williams Esports driver. Fantastic run throughout the course of this race here. Beautiful run from both himself and Shunsuke Kuno as well. So Mount Fuji Racing there is still your leader with half an hour to go in the first in Class 1. In Class 2, Atom Motorsports has a half a minute lead on the rest of the field as well. TCD Racing there, Muhammad Taki still in third position there. He's got a lap gap between himself and Veloce Ragazzo, so it's going to be smooth sailing for most of the drivers. Right now it's almost like they're coming in from flying to landing.
Yeah. Itu dia Max bagi analogi yang sangat bagus sebenarnya kat situ. Veloce Ragazzo kini berada di posisi yang keempat, tidak berubah Max daripada awal tadi. Untuk Class 1 dia berada dalam posisi yang sama daripada 10 jam yang berlalu. Dia berada dalam posisi yang sama, dengan speed yang sama, dengan race pace yang sama. Itu dia 10 jam penuh dengan orang kata full of action. Dan diorang race macam Max kata, dia lebih kepada diorang ni race endurance macam race sprint.
Yeah, exactly. So there you have it, Veloce Ragazzo Squadra, Aldo Ray Balagulan, Russell Reyes, Lance Cabala and Francis Metrillo there doing very well for themselves, up in 4th position as you can see there, Aldo Ray Balagulan. Also a big part of sim racing here in Malaysia as well as in his native Philippines, and quite often does quite a few of our events in Adrenaline Impact as well as in Speed Tavern. We see him quite often there as well, so it'll be nice to see him do well here. 4th place finish overall would be good. And it's nice to see the Corvette still running at the end of the race there. Quite an iconic race car that.
Itu dia satu-satunya Corvette dalam race ni, Max. Menghabiskan 12 jam perlumbaan pertama-tama ini. Satu achievement yang kita kata satu achievement yang patut kita banggakan, walaupun kita mungkin tak berada di top 3 ataupun di podium, tapi menghabiskan 12 jam tu adalah satu achievement yang sangat besar. Dengan 4 pelumba daripada Veloce Ragazzo, yang satu tim yang berasal daripada Filipina.
Yeah. So now we can see there, Yuan Shi Lin's just put another lap on the Atom Motorsports car as going through. Incidentally, for me, the best livery in the race, kita balik kepada soalan yang tadi tu. For my best livery, it's still got to be Atom Motorsports. I'm an 8-bit, 16-bit guy.
Alright, but that was actually a nice kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Dia berbeza dengan racing vibe. Dia bawa lebih kepada okay, I'm gonna be casual, but at the same time I'm gonna be fast.
Yeah.
That's how it is. I'm harmless, but at the same time I'm dreadful.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you think about it that way, Mario does in fact kill quite a lot of things, little creatures and stuff on his way to defeating Bowser and getting Princess Peach back. So, yeah, checks out.
Because that is the Mario over there, which is the characters dekat Atom Motorsport punya car.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing. Well, they tried their absolute best there. It's still a top-line team there. Mika Hakimi, Ayman Haziq there, as well as Yuan Shi Lin, who is actually the third driver there in the list. He is actually not even in our entry list. Yuan Shi Lin was literally a last-minute addition there to Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing team there, but fantastic stuff. In second place, TCD Racing. They've had perhaps the most dramatic of all the GTE cars races there, and they had to try really hard to try and get themselves back up into third place, but they're there and they're in the podium positions right now. But what can you say about Bruno Alcaraz? He's been first, second, third and fourth throughout the course of this race. He's had a real roller coaster ride there, and I think he's really going to be thinking to himself, man, I need a rest.
Betul, Max. Max kata dia merasa semua posisi daripada 1 sampai ke 4, okay? Tapi dia masih keep battling, Max, daripada 10 jam yang lalu. Macam kita tahu, di antara Atom, RS Status, Tecco URT Red dan juga Tecco URT Gold, fighting for position daripada 10 jam yang lalu, Max.
Yeah, absolutely.
They never stop the battle. That's how hard they bergerak. Bergerak.
So there you have it. And another guy that you really have to have your hearts out for, there's Zainal Hazim, who's still driving that car as hard as it'll go. That's what a lot of people don't realize in endurance racing. You'll see these guys and they're just going to fight till the very end. They are going to get that car to the finish, even if they have to carry it on their backs. And Zainal Hazim virtually does have to carry that car on his backs, because the Hyperbull GT car lost a good chunk of that 10-lap gap. I think about 8 or 9 laps in the pits after that incident with its teammate car, which was a little bit unfortunate. But they still managing to keep the cars going there. They're not giving up, and that's the nice thing. All the drivers today are out there and they're trying stuff. They're trying to get the car back home, and I believe, even though some of the cars there look very second-hand and perhaps not very valuable second-hand cars out there, but all the cars that started the race are going to finish the race. 100% finishing rate, which is unbelievably rare in an endurance race, but it's just down to every single person, every single driver, every single team out there doing everything they possibly can to get the car to the finish.
Untuk menghabiskan satu race endurance yang 12 jam ni, Max, orang kata perkataan yang keep calm and composed tu adalah satu benda yang sangat diperlukan. Mentally fatigue, kita punya physically fatigue kan. Jadi bila kita dapat habiskan tu dia punya orang kata nikmat dia lain, Max.
Ya, betul.
Itu yang dicari oleh pelumba-pelumba ni sebenarnya. Kemenangan tu diambil sebagai bonus.
Ya.
Apa yang berlaku kepada apa yang berlaku kepada Hyperbull GT tadi sebenarnya adalah di awal perlumbaan dia telah pun understeer dan melompat curb dan melanggar teammate dia sendiri.
Ya.
Okay. Dan dia masuk ke pit untuk 2 lap, maknanya untuk merepair tu dia akan ambil masa lebih kurang 3 lap, which is dekat-dekat dalam 7 minit macam tu. Lepas tu keluar dan lepas beberapa jam berlaku sekali lagi technical issue yang mana menjadikan dia sepatutnya tadi sebenarnya Hyperbull GT telah pun berada di posisi overall position di ke-5 ataupun ke-6 kalau tak silap saya, dan 1 lap sahaja di belakang Veloce Ragazzo.
Yes.
Tapi dengan technical issue yang berlaku kepada siapa pemandu tadi? Syami Azri
So yeah, that was the problem there. There was 2 incidents that caused that. The second one being the direct drive wheel failing for Syami. Unbelievable bad luck there.
That was orang kata satu benda yang memang kita tak boleh predict. Mechanical failure happens a lot when it comes to races, Max.
Absolutely. So you can see that the GSR, BSR guys, they're probably thinking of trying to unlap themselves at the moment there, just having a peek on the inside, on the outside. Of course, it is as their right is. If you do think you have the pace to try and unlap yourself, of course you can't impede the driver who's a lap ahead of you, but in endurance racing you're allowed to do just that, to unlap yourself, just like in oval racing you're allowed to try and unlap yourself.
Kalau Max ada peluang untuk unlap Max punya self at this kind of time, adakah Max akan mencuba ataupun Max back off, just stay safe?
Depends on the pace. Kalau nampak sangat yang the driver ahead is slowing down, then yeah, why not? Because it looks a bit better on the score sheet. You know, you're a few less laps behind, and it's just, it improves, it makes everything look a bit nicer. It's okay. If the pace is very close, then perhaps not, I'd back off. So it really depends on the pace differential here. But then again, some drivers are a little bit different there. And of course, some other drivers still might even just follow the car that's 10 or 20 laps ahead. Either just to be in the picture for the podium, picture the that famous photo finish. You just want to be in the background of that, or maybe you just want to learn from a car that's obviously a lot quicker than you, and you just want to try and follow their race lines and all the rest of that sort of stuff. Because when we say that this is the test of man and machine, it really can feel like a test. So sometimes you see drivers who know they're not able to win the race, they keep going, some just for that finisher's badge, but some of them just go there because they treat it like a test, and they're like, okay, we're here now, we might as well keep working as a team and keep trying to improve ourselves. That way the next race we know, okay, we worked well together as a team, we've learnt a lot from the last endurance race, let's go out there and let's try our best.
Ini yang kita katakan chemistry of a team itself, Max. Okay, teamwork yang bagus akan memberi kita satu experience yang pembelajaran yang lebih impressive. Impressive. Okay, sebab apa? Sebab endurance race bukannya satu race yang kita boleh join seorang.
Yeah.
Untuk 6 jam, untuk maybe 12 hours or even 4 hours. One single driver for 4 hours is actually quite tiring, Max.
Yeah, they're possible but not recommended.
Yeah. So bila kita ada team dan kita tahu that, okay, this is kelemahan kita dekat sini. Okay, this orang ni boleh cover kita punya kelemahan.
Yeah.
So dekat situ kita boleh belajar, dan mungkin who knows, we might have another endurance series.
Yes.
Who knows, right? Yeah. So boleh lagi join lagi sekali.
Dan bukan saja endurance series. Not only do we have locally endurance races as well, but it's a chance for them to really get themselves into shape for next year's endurance season. Because for those of you who don't know, in iRacing, most of the endurance races happen at the start of the year. So you've got the Bathurst 12-hour, Bathurst 24-hour race, the Daytona 24-hour race, Sebring 12 hours, Le Mans is a big race as well, Spa 24 hours of Spa for the GT3 guys. There's a lot of races out there for you to enter as an endurance racing team. And there's not so many races towards the end of the year there, but so this, I think, for a lot of the teams has been a great opportunity to try and get themselves sort of match fit for the next season.
Betul Max, kalau tak silap saya dia ada 6 ke 8 race season untuk endurance yang globally punya participant. Dan sangat ramai participant dia Max got sampai ada full grid 60 slot kan. Satu experience yang bagus kalau kita dapat join dan rasa. Untuk mereka-mereka yang mungkin ini adalah pertama kali mereka cuba ke arah endurance. Jadi mungkin dia orang dah terdetik macam best pula benda ni. I guess once you try some things and you feel that this is my zing, this is my things. So you might as well nak buat lagi.
And the best thing about this is that endurance racing, you can learn quite a lot from sprint racing, but endurance racing teaches you things you didn't even know you needed to know about your racing. Everything about how you treat